Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-guided human introduction of the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter awakened the towers of London's forgotten magic. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When the wizarding world turns its back on Harry Potter, he seeks refuge in the Tower of London, only to awaken ancient magic buried beneath centuries of blood, betrayal, and forgotten oaths. As the tower answers his call, Harry becomes the guardian of a sanctuary older than Hogwarts itself, and Britain's balance of power begins to shift. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Little whinging primary school teacher Mary Provost was on her way home from a staff meeting when she noticed a group of boys tormenting a very young-looking bird. The bedraggled bird was trying to give back as good as it was getting by stabbing at them with its heavy beak. As she drew closer, she gasped. It was a fledgling raven. What in the devil's name was one doing this far south? Shooing the boys away with a strong warning about cruelty to animals, she announced in a very stern voice that she would be speaking to their parents. Mary wondered if the raven had escaped from a private aviary. No matter, she'd just take the injured little one to her uncle. He'd be able to fix it up as good as new, if anyone could. She had planned to go to London to do some shopping anyway. It would be just another stop on her way. Her uncle worked as a yeoman warder at the Tower of London. He'd just received the post after serving in the Royal Marines for 21 years. Mary smiled as she remembered the last family get-together. He had been full of stories about working at one of the most famous and most haunted landmarks in London. She gave a shiver at the thought. Carefully wrapping the injured bird in a clean handkerchief, she gently placed it in her purse before catching the train to London. She prayed that her uncle was on duty when she got to the tower. Mary had made good time in getting to the tower. When she arrived and after stating her business, her uncle had taken her immediately to the assistant ravenmaster. "I don't know if this little one will survive the night," said Ben McIntyre, the assistant ravenmaster, to the yeoman and his niece. Ben was a stocky man, with years of experience in handling the feral ravens of the tower. Years in the military had honed his erect posture, and his close-cropped brown hair now sported salt and pepper tones. Since he had been stationed at the tower, he was allowed to wear the heavy mutton chop side whiskers so common among the beef eaters. His large hands cupped the fragile bird with surprising gentleness. "He's pretty banged up, beside having a busted wing and a few scratches that seem a bit infected. The worryin' thing is this little un shouldn't be out of the nest yet. How he got down to Surrey is a mystery. We'll have to check to see if any of the chicks have gone missin' from the owl sanctuary down south." "But do you think he will be all right?" Mary asked, a bit worried that all her care would be for naught. "Well, if he makes it through the night, he's got a fair chance," Ben reiterated as he bandaged the wing and tended to the infected wounds before feeding the fledgling a bit of runny warm mash mixed with egg yolk. The fledgling bobbed his head weakly as he fought the eyedropper. Ben expertly slipped the tip of the dropper into his tiny throat and squeezed gently. He didn't feed him much, but the fledgling's greedy reaction as he tried to swallow the food, eyedropper and all, brought a chuckle to the three looking on. "There now," Ben said as he bundled the juvenile Corby in an old scrap of cloth and placed it in a makeshift nest of old newspaper and rags. He set the nest on an end table near the radiator. "He's all snug and fed. Now only time will tell if he's a scrapper or not." After seeing the yeoman and his niece off, the middle-aged warder left his apartment to make his report to the head ravenmaster. After conferring, neither man held much hope of a chance for the young Corby. However, if they knew anything about ravens, they knew that although it was frail and injured, ravens were tough birds. A juvenile this young had a slim chance of surviving. "Keep me informed, Ben," said the ravenmaster. "We might as well keep him here, if he makes it. No need to send him down to Bournemouth. We could use a spare, especially with that bird flu going around." Ben McIntyre returned to his apartment and to his wife, Maggie, of 31 years. They married just before he went into the Royal Marines. His years in the military were harrowing, wonderful, exciting, exasperating, but through it all they never lost their love for each other. 3 children and 1 grandchild later, Maggie convinced him to apply for service as a warder at the tower. He had an excellent service record, and within a year after retirement, he was made a yeoman warder at the Tower of London. It took him 5 years more to work his way up from yeoman warder to assistant head ravenmaster. "Everything all right, dear?" came a soft voice from the small kitchenette. Heavenly aromas wafted from the area as he headed for the table, but first he checked on the nest and its tiny occupant. The small bird was sleeping peacefully, curled up in the warmth of the nest. His sides vibrated in and out with every breath, and every so often he gave a twitch. "I gave him some of my special tonic while you saw our guests out," a quiet voice coming up beside him murmured. Ben turned to smile at his wife of 31 years as she stepped closer, holding out a small hot water bottle. "This'll keep the little nipper comfortable. Come, supper is ready." As he settled himself at the table, surveying the lamb stew before him, he smiled. "Smells good, Maggie, my love. As always. Get on with ye, Ben McIntyre." "You would say that even if I had burnt it," Maggie exclaimed, blushing prettily. Ben laughed as he dug into his supper. He still could not believe this wonderful creature across from him at the table could ever have found anything worthwhile in him. He was a simple man, born the third son of a lower middle-class family in Manchester. He joined the military to escape the drudgery of working in his father's factory. He'd met Mary when he was roaming a small village in Wiltshire in search of a place to eat. He fell in love with her beautiful smile there and then, and that feeling had never faltered. As the fading afternoon sun shone through their small tower flat, her golden hair, now streaked with gray, still glowed. She had kept her slender figure, even after birthing two strong, strapping lads and a girl, who took after her in looks. Her blue eyes, while fading softly with age, still sparkled in merriment when she smiled. When she brought out a raspberry trifle, he fell in love with her all over again. Her trifles were his favorite. A small sound came from the living area. Ben excused himself from the table as he wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Now," he mused, "if the newest member of the Tower Ravens survives the night, life would be great." "Well, Scrapper, what's the fuss?" he asked, as he tenderly scooped the small bundle from its nest. In a cold, drafty castle in the wilds of Scotland, in an office filled with knick-knacks and portraits, an elderly man with a long white beard was going over a stack of scrolls. His thoughts were on a myriad of things that needed to be done before school started. Suddenly, two shrilling alarms startled him from his task. Standing, he surveyed the offending trinkets. A frown creased his aged brow as he headed abruptly out into the night. The Tower of London was built in the mid to late 11th century by William the Conqueror, as one massive tower with 4 turrets. It was added to by following monarchs until it evolved into the complex we know today. The tower's history is interspersed with vignettes of the lives and deaths of monarchs, nobles and commoners alike. Henry VIII added the royal residential buildings while his daughter, Elizabeth I, continued his use of the tower itself as a prison and a place of execution. The square white tower got its name from the white stone used in its construction. 4 turrets, one set on each corner, add to the cold, imposing exterior. The tower is surrounded by a grassy park known as the Tower Green, which is itself ringed by 2 walls, both with battlements and garrets. What was once a moat is now a grassy sward encompassing the outer walls. A heavy wrought iron gate, known as the Traitor's Gate, spans a small stream which flows into the River Thames. A walkway has since been built across the top of the gate for tourists to access the tower complex proper. The once mighty fortress is more like a city within a city and is a favored tourist attraction. Many myths and legends cling to the tower, some true, some fictitious, but each undeniably adds to the fascination of the place. Surprisingly, to those not aware of the rich history of the tower complex, it is a place with a very tough, gory past, and the ghosts of the tower serve as haunting proof. Over 200 departed souls call the tower home, including 2 queens, a pair of young princes and a proven wizard or 2. There have even been reports of a bear spirit that escaped the menagerie the tower once sported. The night was clear and crisp for a spring evening as a full moon rose over the tower, bathing its white walls in eerie luminescence. Only a few brave guards patrolled the grounds, checking to see that all the locks were in place. A guard had to be careful, as from time to time, they would be surprised by one of the ghostly denizens that haunt the tower. However, tonight they didn't need to worry. Several silvery mists consolidated inside the Chapel Royal of St. Peter ad Vincula located on the green. Many prominent members of the nobility and more than a few ignobles have taken their final rest within the chapel's stone walls and floors. Tonight, it seemed they were restless. One ghostly figure came into full corporeal presence where the priest or chaplain would stand to give an eulogy. She was dressed in an ornate 16th-century gown of velvet and silk marred by glittering silver stains. She carefully set her separated head on her slender neck as she stepped to the lectern. From her regal bearing to her manner of dress, she looked much like she had when she was alive. Queen Anne Boleyn, one of the most famous of Henry VIII's wives, waited for those gathered to still. The rest of the ghosts, ghouls and spirits that haunt the tower filled the many pews and perching spots around the raised pulpit. Two small boys took form in front of her, dressed in white sleeping gowns, clutching each other. Even in death they refused to be parted. These were the two boy princes that had mysteriously disappeared, leaving the throne of England open for Richard III to claim. Both smiled up at the ghostly queen, giggling as if they had a secret to tell. "What is it, Prince Edward?" the spirit of Anne Boleyn asked kindly of the taller of the pair. "Why have you summoned us?" "There is a new raven in the tower, if it please your majesty," commented the little prince who was meant to be king. "It's very hurt. 'Tis only a babe. The yeoman warders are not certain, 'twill live. If it please your majesty," came the cultured voice of another spirit, as he stepped forward, going down on one knee. "Yes, my friend. Oh, do rise, Sir Walter," Queen Anne commanded with an elegant flick of her wrist as she smiled regally at the spirit. "We know the dampness bothers your knees. I believe this little one was brought to us for a reason, your majesty," interjected Sir Walter. "How so?" Her Majesty turned back to Prince Edward. "There is a strangeness about him we cannot place," announced Edward, looking to his brother for agreement. He continued at his sibling's nod, "Mayhap we should seek the wisdom of the goddess." "My thought exactly, Majesty," said another spirit coming forward. He was dressed in a scholarly robe and wearing a pointy wizard's hat. "The wards around the tower are pulsating. They sense something is amiss. It is worrying." The other ghosts and spirits nodded in agreement, looking to their queen for answers. "Very well," Queen Anne conceded as she faded from view. "We shall call upon the Dark Lady." Turning to the little princes, she smiled. "Pray, keep us informed." As dawn broke, the fledgling stirred carefully. To Ben's eyes he looked like a different bird. There was the beginning of a spark in the black eyes and his body no longer shivered from cold and shock. The first night had been stressful, but the bird had survived. Because of his job as caretaker of the ravens at the tower, Ben was the best man to care for an injured bird. In this case, it was an injured fledgling. Whenever there was a sick raven, Ben was relieved of his other duties until either the raven would recover, or it didn't need his services any longer. The simple fact of the matter was the fledgling needed to be fed medicine and food every 2 hours because of its young age and fragile condition. Ravens were normally hardy birds, but even they could succumb to disease and injury, and they were especially vulnerable to the cold at this age. The ravens of the tower had a special duty to perform, for it was prophesied that if they left the tower, the monarchy would fall. For this reason, the Raven Master's sole purpose was to care for their feathered charges. Ben thanked the goddess that Maggie's special tonic seemed to be working. Most of the scratches were healed. The broken wing was also on the mend. He hoped that the little scrapper would be able to fly when it came time. Ben sighed as he rubbed his tired eyes. Not for the first time he wished he had her talents, but for a strange quirk of fate, he might have shared her gifts. That didn't mean he resented her abilities. He thought the world of her, and never once in their long life together had he envied her talents. His gaze turned to the changing colors outside the window, signaling that dawn was near. He prayed that the fledgling would continue to improve now that they were over the first hurdle. He was warm and the pain wasn't as overwhelming as before. Hunger, a constant in his young life up to this point, was slowly making itself known once more. He distinctly remembered his tummy felt full last night. How did that happen? Suddenly he was lifted out of the wharf. "Wait, put me back, put me back." Fear made him struggle weakly. A voice low and deep spoke to him, urging him to do something. Hands, huge but kind, ran softly over his body, checking him over. He didn't think it was his uncle. His uncle's hands were never gentle or warm. They were hard and rough and caused a lot of pain. No, these hands cupped him protectively, and for some reason he felt safe in them. What happened to him? The last thing he remembered was running away from his cousin and wishing that he could just fly away. He remembered hearing a woman's voice telling him to, "Fly away, little raven, fly away." He'd fluttered as far as his small wings could take him, then pain, lots of pain. He remembered being hit and tossed around and scratched, then being wrapped in a strange cloth and being tightly enclosed in a stuffy place. A lot of noise and smells. He hadn't liked it. Now he felt safe and warm. He didn't hurt anymore. Would he be fed again? He wasn't used to being fed so often. He wished he could see who was taking care of him. He wanted to thank them. Something round and hard was thrust into his gaping mouth. He tried to fight it at first. He didn't like it until warm goodness oozed out, filling him with more warmth. It tasted wonderful. Is this what food is supposed to taste like? He liked it. He protested when whatever it was taken away from him. His head wobbled back and forth, seeking the source of food again. A low rumble sounded above him as a gentle hand ran over his body. For some reason it reassured him. There's no reason to fret, you'll not go hungry here. He drifted back to sleep. Yes, he liked it here. The huge hands lowered him back into warm, soft darkness. "How is he, Ben, dear?" Maggie asked, as Ben covered the fledgling after giving him a morning feed. "He made it through the night," he assured her as he plopped back into the overstuffed chair. "He's quite a little scrapper and I owe it all to you, Maggie, my love." She blushed as she peeked into the makeshift nest. Ravens are her avatars, and she would be displeased to see any fall. She straightened, readjusting her dressing gown. "Do you want breakfast now? Or do you want a bit of a rest?" He smiled tiredly as he pulled her into his lap. "I miss cuddling up to you, Maggie, my love." She slapped his chest playfully, blushing. "Get on with ye, Ben McIntyre. Ye would think you never cuddled up afore." She chastened him fondly, slipping playfully into his soft brogue. Ben hugged her. Looking over at the nest, his face turned serious. The little princes peeked in last night. Both knew that the ghosts don't bother the warders' quarters often. They stay around the White Tower and chapel for the most part. "Oh dear," Maggie straightened. "Do I need to strengthen the wards again?" He shook his head. No. They were curious for the most part. They felt a disturbance in the wards and came looking. They said they had to report it. Maggie frowned. "So do we need to expect a visit from Her Majesty?" "Not yet. According to the pair, she's taken a wait-and-see attitude." Ben let out a huge jaw-popping yawn. "Sorry. Why don't you get a bit of rest, Ben, dear? I'll make some coffee and breakfast." As Maggie moved to the kitchenette for breakfast, the little fledgling slept on. Each day saw some improvement of the fledgling in Ben's care. He was very thankful for the fact of Maggie's skill with potions. She was well known for her elixirs by those who lived and worked at the tower. He smiled. Yes, his dear Maggie was a full-blown, cauldron-stirring witch. She'd even gone through Hogwarts School for Wizards and Witches, the premier school for young magical children in the United Kingdom. Maggie hadn't been at the top of her class, but she was no slouch either. Upon finishing Hogwarts, she'd been all set to work in her father's import-export business as a consultant. Her expertise was identifying magical things that occasionally came in. She had started doing that as a child, relying on her magic sense, or her witchy powers as her brother called them. Her family was very proud of her skills. With her Muggle-born status, she was unable to find a place for herself in the magical world, so helping with the family business was a boon. That is until she met, and fell in love with, a handsome young man in a military uniform. Back when the Muggle world was fighting the Cold War, she'd been drawn to a dashing young sergeant in Her Majesty's service. During one of their many stepping outs, she asked him about his family. When he had finished speaking, she informed him that she was a Muggle-born witch. She felt he had the right to know as she was falling in love with him and she couldn't wait. It would be entirely too painful if she didn't tell him before their relationship progressed to talk of marriage. If he couldn't accept her as she was, magic included, then best they end it quickly. Well, since she was being honest with him that night, he returned the favor. Ben explained to her that he knew of the wizarding world, as he was from a long line of squibs. His family descended from a cadet branch of an ancient family. They could trace their roots back to one of the founders of Hogwarts. It was a prestigious honor in the wizarding world to be related to such a family. However, as they were squibs, they could not claim inheritance. So his family decided to live in Manchester, and had for generations, keeping their heads down and off the magical radar as much as possible. They tried to avoid any involvement in wizarding matters. Ben and Maggie were married soon after that, both knowing that any children they had could be magical. With Ben's career, the family moved a lot and their children received a hodgepodge education attending the school offered at whatever base Ben had been stationed at the time. They even went to Hogwarts in their later years. Through all that, Maggie had supported him and helped keep the family together. Her wages from the family business had paid for their children's Hogwarts education. Now the children were grown with families of their own. It was just the two of them once again. Ben smiled, returning to the task at hand. The little raven was doing nicely. The tiny black pin feathers stuck out in messy array, but none looked broken. He'd have to hand feed the little scrapper for another week or so until he could get him out to the rookery for Hardy to take over the mothering. Hardy was the matriarch of the murder of ravens posted to the tower. She ruled the 8 ravens in residence with an iron beak and a stronger sense of mischief. If she accepted the fledgling, then Ben's work would be done for the most part. Ravens normally are not known to take on another's hatchling, but the ravens here at the tower were different. It was like they were goddess touched, Maggie always declared. There now, Scrapper, Ben said as he placed the little raven back into the snug nest. All clean and fed. Soon you'll be in the rookery with the rest. Wonder what old Thor will think of ya. Now named Scrapper, because it appeared that there was some fight left in that little body, the littlest raven slept on with a full belly and surrounded by warmth. His dreams, for once, were stilled. Every time he started to have a nightmare, either a woman's voice spoke to him, bringing him out of it, or a deep rumbling sound came along with huge hands that picked him up and cradled him gently until his desperate cries quieted. Never had he felt so safe or protected. He felt stronger too. The sleep, and the good food that was being forced down his throat, made him feel better. The disgusting liquid that he was also given seemed to help. The pain faded more each time he was forced to drink it. As each day brought him closer to full health, Scrapper realized he wanted to live. He wanted to thank the lady who spoke to him in his dreams and the man who was caring for him. He'd always wanted a family, and it seemed like he might finally get his wish. Ben showed the Ravenmaster the fledgling about a week after it had been brought to him for care. "I see he's much improved, McIntyre," commented the Ravenmaster. "When do you think he'll be ready to go to the rookery? It's a pity we can't find out where he is from." "There was no missing raven at the sanctuary, sir?" Ben asked. The Ravenmaster shook his head. "It's most irregular. However, we will keep the fledgling here and raise it ourselves. It's good to have a spare or two around. It wouldn't happen that you've had a visit from Her Majesty, would it, sir?" "Quite. She was most insistent that the fledgling remain here. Even the little princes seemed to have taken an interest." Ben smiled. He'd seen the princes visit the little raven almost daily, or rather, nightly. Normally, the spirits that haunt the tower didn't bother anyone outside the tower itself and the greens surrounding it. They normally left the Waterloo barracks and their residence in peace. That he and Maggie's quarters were being haunted by the little princes was a sign that could not be ignored. There were wards around the military housing, guaranteeing that most of the more violent spirits could not enter. For that peace of mind, Ben was truly thankful. He had no desire to wake one night and find the bear standing over his bed. The ancient wards around the White Tower were put in place by William the Conqueror's wizards. Not many on the outside knew about the magic that covered the White Tower and its grounds in protection. However, what even fewer knew was that between all the torture and beheadings that took place here caused the wards to become very dark in nature and powerful because of the blood spilled there in times past. Rubbing his chin a bit, Ben spoke. "Well, sir, if you don't mind, I thought we could call this tyke Scrapper, as there seems to be a bit o' a fighter about him. Of course, if you want to give him a more formal name." The Ravenmaster shook his head. "No need. The name suits him. I'll mark him down on the rolls as Scrapper." Spring turned to summer. Tourists came and went. Life continued on. Scrapper continued to improve until it came time for him to be sent to the rookery, for better or worse. He still wasn't ready to leave the nest, although he had filled out nicely. His pin feathers still stuck out all over his small body while his primary feathers were developing nicely. Still, the Ravenmasters were worried about him and how the other ravens will receive him. When the time came for the transfer, the fledgling was placed in a small wooden cage with a nest box inside it in the rookery. The nest was filled with straw and feather down. The fledgling was given a hot water bottle, but since it was summer, it was more for comfort than warmth. The other ravens looked on with interest. The biggest one flew down to land on top of the fledgling's cage, inspecting the small raven inside. His sharp beak couldn't quite fit into the holes to get at the smaller bird. Another raven flew down, cawing harshly at the first. The two ravenmasters watched and waited. It seemed that Thor and Hardy were discussing the matter. All the two men could do was wait. The night was crisp and warm for the midsummer solstice. The moon was in its quarter phase. The meeting this time was on the greens in front of the chapel. The guard patrol was on the far side of the tower for the moment. A shaft of silvery light shone down on the marker where most of the executions had been held. Now only a simple stone and a bit of walkway with a chain roping off the area was all that remained of the blood-soaked site. Standing just behind the marker and facing several others that had gathered was Her Majesty, Queen Anne. The two princes stood in front of her, facing the gathering. They all stood in silence, waiting. A shaft of moonlight pierced the night, illuminating the marker as an ethereal figure formed. A woman, tall and regal, stood within the shaft of moonlight wearing a black coat. Hardy. The tight-fitting gown sparkled in the light like it was sprinkled with tiny stars. Long black feathers rose off the back of her gown like a high collar, providing a backdrop for her pale face and long flowing black hair. Her eyes were bottomless pools of darkness, shimmering like a night sky filled with stars. The Morrigan had answered their call. "You have summoned me," came a chilling voice. "Yes, most gracious lady," Queen Anne said with a deep curtsy. "We were graced with a new addition to the tower. A small injured raven, so my little raven made it here after all. Wonderful. Delightful." The tall, scintillating woman smiled as she held out her arm. Thor and Hardy, the two alpha ravens of the tower, landed on her outstretched arm. Normally, the ravens were locked in for the night, locked down so tightly not even the crafty cunning of an adept raven's beak could help them escape. However, on this night, the goddess must be obeyed and no locks devised by man could gainsay her. "Ah, my precious little ones, still enjoying your stay here?" she cooed. The two ravens caught and ruffled their feathers. "Excellent. I have a job for you. All of you. It will take all your skills," the goddess commanded, turning to the gathered spirits. "I know all about the little raven. He is my chosen and he will need the teachings only you can provide for him. When he is ready, he will take his rightful place, one that has long been denied him." She glided across the green towards the rookery with a raven on each wrist. The myriad of spirits followed in her wake. This would be a night to remember. The littlest raven was snug in his nest box, sleeping peacefully, unconcerned by the sounds of the night around him. The Ravenmaster had just left after visiting to make sure everything was done for the night. A soft silvery glow chased the last of the dark shadows from the rookery. All of the adult ravens were alert but silent. They knew very well who was approaching and it would not do to alert the humans. A glowing white hand reached gently into the nest box and carefully lifted the sleeping fledgling. "Awake, my little raven," came the breathless whisper of a woman's voice. Scrapper lifted his drowsy head. He recognized that voice. He'd heard it in his dreams almost every night since he'd arrived here. The little raven gave a weak squawk as he looked up. She smiled as she waved a hand over the youngling. When she removed it, the fledgling had morphed into a little boy, a very beady, grubby little boy. He had messy black hair that hadn't been combed or washed in a very long time and a very dirty face. He rubbed his sleepy green eyes as he looked up at the strange lady before him. She smiled and at his forehead. "How are you doing, my little raven?" The child blinked. I am, Mum," she laughed. "No, child. Your mother watches over you from the undying lands. She loves you very much." A tear formed and slowly fell from the small child's wide green eyes. "Daddy. Him too," she said sadly. "Do you know your name, my raven?" "FRRR. Freak," he stuttered sadly. He hated his name, but that was the only one he knew, the only name his family had ever called him. The ravens cawed and hissed in anger as the goddess scowled. The spirits that had followed gasped in shock and murmured among themselves. "Hush, child," she chided, placing a finger on his lips. "Freak is not a name for a little raven such as yourself. Your name shall henceforth be Hadrian Ravenshield." "Ha, ha, Drian, Hadrian stuttered, mulling over the new name with a tongue unused to speech. "It sure was. Better than being, freak, or, boy. My lady, if it please you, the wards will not permit a child of magic to live within these bloody walls, Queen Anne said from outside the rookery. I will see to that, the Morrigan said. She reached up and brushed away a stray lock of black hair that fell across Hadrian's brow. Her long cool finger traced the jagged scar that marred his grubby young forehead. As she pulled her finger away, Hadrian cried out in pain. A long, black cord-like mist seemed attached to her finger as it came out of the scar. There now, don't you feel better, chilled? She asked as the black thread-like mist swirled in her open palm. Hadrian clutched his forehead, whimpering in pain. Shish child. All will be well, the Dark Lady reassured him. I have something very special for you, if you would look upon me. Hadrian blinked and dropped his hand. I never had anything special, load. Freaks. Hush, you are not a freak. You are my chilled, my Hadrian, my little raven, she calmed him. Look in my hand and see what I have for you. Hadrian stretched up on tiptoe and peered cautiously into her hand. Where once was a blackened, misty thread was now a pendant shaped like a raven on a silvery chain. For me. Hadrian looked up at her in awe. The Morrigan laughed as she placed the pendant around his grimy neck. For you indeed, my little raven. It will protect you in this time of growing and learning. And learning you shall do, my chilled. Here, in this dark place, you will be safe from prying eyes and interfering forces. Hadrian touched the pendant that hung over his heart, then looked back up at her. Thank you. She laughed, a chiming, echoing sound that rang out like church bells on a wintry night. Her dark eyes sparkled in merriment and she leaned over and at his forehead once more. Blessed be, my little one. If you need me, my Hadrian, you need but call to me in moonlight and I will come, or send a messenger, she said as she stood up. Who are you? He asked, still fingering his pendant. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she seemed to grow in stature and power. I am the Morrigan, daughter of Danu. I hold sway over life and death, and all who would rule do so at my whim. The goddess turned to the assembled spirits. He is my chosen. He has been ill-used and ill-kept. No longer will it be so. This will be his home until it is time for him to fulfill his destiny. You will teach and protect him. It shall be as you command, my goddess, Queen Anne said, holding her head under her arm as she sank into a deep curtsy. As you command. The rest of the spirits echoed reverently. Hadrian let out a huge yawn, not really paying any attention to the fact he was in front of a goddess and several hundred ghosts and spirits. He didn't know why he shouldn't be afraid, standing here, in the middle of a bird cage in the middle of the night. He just wasn't. The Morrigan laughed. It seems that a little one needs to finish his sleep. Hardy. This little raven is in your care. Protect him well. With another yawn, Hadrian could no longer hold his shape. True, he was really a little boy that took the form of a baby raven, but he was much happier as a raven. So he once more morphed back into a fledgling. The Morrigan carefully picked up the sleepy bird and placed him in Hardy's nest. Sleep well, my little raven. Until we meet anon. She stepped back into a shaft of moonlight and faded away as the spirits quietly filed past, pledging their support before they too faded from sight. The next morning when Ben McIntyre came to check on how Scrapper spent his first night in the rookery, he gasped, dropping the small bowl of mush he had prepared. The nest box that held the fledgling was empty. After close inspection, he found that the cage was still securely locked. No sign of force was found, and clearly the ravens haven't messed with it. He looked around, calling for Scrapper. Surely he was still here. Poor little Scrapper. Just where are you? He called. A squawk sounded from the rookery, causing Ben to look up into the row of nesting boxes. Well, Hardy, what have you for me? He asked, coming over. The adult ravens weren't in individual cages. They usually spread out on the perches provided. A row of nesting boxes, much like a chicken coop, also lined the back wall for the birds to settle in if they felt like it. He looked over at the nest box hosting the tower's lead female raven. Oh, I say. Hardy moved aside to preen a small fledgling beneath her wing. Scrapper, how did you get in there? He wasn't fool enough to stick his hand into Hardy's nest. She had a wicked sharp beak that could take off a finger or pierce a palm if she was a mind to. Ravens were, after all, scavenger birds. From the brief visual check he could see no injuries or wounds, so Ben decided best to let things be. The fledgling protested, losing Hardy's warmth. The adult bird emitted a soft sound to reassure Scrapper, who quieted back down. "Well, Hardy, old thing. I guess we won't be letting you out today or anytime soon if you've taken on his care. Little Scrapper looks just fine. You take good care of him, here." Hardy squawked, ruffling her feathers as she settled down over the chick. Summer turned into autumn. Scrapper stayed with Hardy. She became his mother, teacher and protector. Thor stayed close, and between the pair they taught Scrapper how to be a proper raven. Ravens at the tower are on a very strict regimen. To say they are tame would be wrong. The Ravenmasters all have a healthy respect for the birds and the damage an angry raven can do. The birds are pampered and well fed, but treated with the deference given to a large and dangerous creature. These are semi-wild birds that have their wings clipped to keep them from flying away. They've been conditioned to be around humans, but they aren't what anyone would consider safe. Scrapper was included in that regimen. He was fed and encouraged to bathe daily. His meal included more nutrients than the adult birds. He was, after all, still a growing. All of them were given medical inspections weekly. Even though Scrapper filled out nicely, he still remained a fledgling, much to the dismay and puzzlements of the warders. Ben couldn't understand it. Why wasn't Scrapper growing? He should be a bit bigger and ready to fly by the first frost, but the poor youngling still had the pin feathers of a chick mixed in with his secondary feathers. He didn't even try to strengthen his wings. It was puzzling. On top of that, the spirits took to hanging around the rookery during the evenings. Her Majesty and the little princes were frequently spotted, as well as Sir Walter and one ghost that looked like he was Merlin, which was strange. Merlin never visited the tower. In fact, the tower was built some 100 or so years after the venerable wizard's death. They didn't even know this spirit's name, but that wasn't unusual. Many spirits that haunt the tower didn't give out their names. Well, whatever was the matter with Scrapper, it didn't seem to bother the ravens. They protected him as they would any of their own chicks. To them, life was one big prank and full of shiny things. He said as much to Maggie one night. She got a strange look on her face and sighed. "I can't do magic in the rookery, Ben dear. The wards wouldn't like it. I didn't think to test Scrapper while he was with us. What is going on in that mind of yours, Maggie my love?" She shook her head. "Nothing. Just a passing thought. It is too bad you can't bring him back." Ben shook his head. "No reason to. Regs. We want them to stay semi-feral. They aren't pets, Maggie love." "I know Ben dear." And with that he returned to filling out his reports. Something strange was going on, but then, strange is normal when you live and work in and around the tower. Scrapper was one confused little raven boy. Was he a raven or a human boy? He could remember a time when he was living with humans. Nasty, hateful humans that called him freak and boy. He remembered being locked in darkness and always hungry and wanting someone to take care of him. He remembered the pain of that time. His small body shivered. Now he had feathers and raven parents, well, sort of. Thor and Hardy took their parenting duties very seriously. They offered him food regularly and he learned not to be too squeamish about what they fed him. Thankfully, the men in the black and red uniforms fed him much more tasty things. Ravenmasters, that's what they were called. In the evening, when the yeoman warders walked their rounds and the ravens were locked up for the night, Scrapper the raven became Hadrian the boy. Silvery glowing people came to him then and taught him things. Things like reading and history and manners. Hadrian huffed to himself. Ravens didn't need manners. His favorite teacher was Queen Anne. She was funny. She carried her head under her arm most of the time and sometimes she placed it where it should be, on her neck. She told the best stories in Scrapper's opinion. Stories about kings and knights. She also taught him his letters and manners. Then there were the two boys in night shirts, Richard and Edward. They made up great games. They also told how they liked to prank the guards. Hadrian liked them. He just wished he could play with them during the day. Hadrian was afraid if the guards found him, they would make him go back. He didn't want that, so he made sure they never saw him as a boy. "Now Lord Hadrian, pray, please attend me." Queen Anne scolded lightly. "Yes, Your Majesty," Hadrian said politely. The first thing he learned was how to address this particular regal spirit and several others. Her Majesty constantly chided him. Manners are very important and must be adhered to at all times. It is what separates well-bred folk from the commoners. Thor thought that statement funny and Hadrian was polite enough not to share Thor's thoughts. There was something going on within the tower compound. All the yeoman warders and ravenmasters could feel it. The spirits were hiding something. They were too quiet. The usual hauntings weren't happening. It was as if they were focusing on something outside their normal areas. It was starting to put people on edge. However, as the days grew more brisk with autumn's arrival, everyone that lived and worked at the tower turned their thoughts to the Queen Elizabeth's annual visit. The day varied from year to year, but she did come to inspect the tower's defenses as was her duty. So everything needed to be polished, painted, and/or repaired for her arrival. The rookery was given a thorough cleaning and the birds doubly inspected. Even the ghosts were on edge. The night before Her Majesty was due, Hadrian was asking Queen Anne about her. "How can there be two queens? Aren't you a queen as well?" Queen Anne laughed. "Oh no, child. Queen Elizabeth II is very much alive." "Oh," Hadrian said, sliding closer. "What is she like?" "Oh Hadrian, how shall I put it to you?" Her Majesty said thoughtfully. "A queen has so many responsibilities thrust upon her royal shoulders. So a good queen, and yes, my royal cousin is a very good queen, must be everything a good mother should be. I wouldn't know what a mother is supposed to be like. Do you think she'll be a good mother to me?" "Oh my lord Hadrian, she would be the very best mother." Queen Anne leaned over and touched the young lad on top of his head as she smiled. "Any good mother would love such a sweet child." "Hadrian, Hadrian, a guard cometh thy way. Hide," came Richard's voice. As the guard strolled past, he thought he saw one of the ghost princes flicker at the side of his vision, but he wasn't sure. Shaking his head, he continued on his patrol, ignoring the echoes of giggling whispers on the night air. The day finally arrived. Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, was due at any moment. The yeoman warders and ravenmasters, all in their best formal uniforms, lined up for inspection. The ravens were roaming the greens as was their wont. Even Scrapper was enjoying the bright autumn sunshine. The tower was closed to the public for the day for the Queen's inspection. Everyone waited with bated breath as the Queen's motorcade pulled up to the gate. Her Majesty stepped out, dressed not as a queen from medieval times, but rather looking like an elegantly dressed elderly lady. Her clothing was prim and proper, with a quaint pillbox hat with a wisp of netting perched comfortably on her gray hair. She looked for all the world like someone's favorite grandmother. After the yeoman warders formed up on either side of the walkway, she, along with her husband and her retainers, entered the tower. Scrapper watched all this with nervous anticipation. He watched as the Queen was escorted across the tower greens with a wreath to be placed on the front of the chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula's doors. Elizabeth, Queen, Mother, Mum. These words echoed in Hadrian's thoughts. Was it possible? Last night as he fell asleep he could hear the dark lady whispering in his mind. She told him that he was her beloved child and that he should follow where his heart led him. "Your Majesty, if I may," said the Ravenmaster, catching the lady's attention as she fixed the wreath to the chapel doors. She was by herself at the moment. The rest of her party waited to one side until it was time to inspect the crown jewels. "If you look over to your left, madam, you will see the newest addition to the tower. I believe you've seen the reports." They were all looking at him. The guards, the yeoman and the elderly lady. This is it. Here was his chance for a mother. The lady said to follow his heart. "So this is young Scrapper," Her Majesty said, stepping closer to peer at the fledgling raven. "Careful, Your Majesty, ravens are a very unpredictable lot." "Yes, yes, I understand," she said, stopping. "No, no, come closer," Scrapper squawked. "A very handsome fellow, Ravenmaster," she said, turning away. "Wait, don't go." The squawk changed to the voice of a very young, very beefy child. Gasps and muted curses echoed across the greens as many of the guards drew their weapons. The Queen was pushed back at the sudden appearance of the strange child. "Don't go. I want me a mum. Please don't go," Scrapper called out as tears started to fall. "If it please Your Majesty." "Blimey, it's a kid," said one of the guards. "He's got no clothes on. Where did he pop from?" "Bring that child to me," commanded Her Majesty. "It is clear to me that he isn't a threat in his condition." "Do you think that is wise, begging Your Majesty's pardon? It could be a trap." "Stuff and nonsense." She sat on a stone bench just off the green, one favored by many tourists. "Anyone can see that child isn't a threat. Just where would he hide anything?" The child was brought in front of Her Majesty. At least he remembered his lesson from Queen Anne as he went down on his dirty knees. He bowed his head waiting to be recognized. "And what is your name, child?" Her Majesty asked kindly. "You may look at me," she stated quietly with a puzzled look. It depends, if it please your Majesty. When I am a bird, I'm called Scrapper. When I'm a boy, it's Hadrian, and before I came here, I was Freak, but I am told that wasn't a proper name." "I see. And tell me, Hadrian, do you know how you got here?" Hadrian thought for a moment. "I remember a lot of pain and I was hungry. Then I remember being warm and fed. Huge hands took care of me and fed me. Then I went with Thor and Hardy. They take real good care of me. Then the lady came. She gave me this necklace and told the glowy people to teach me. Queen Anne says I am very smart." "Oh, I wasn't supposed to say that." "Well, I won't tell. Come here, child. Aren't you cold?" "A little, your Majesty. When I'm Scrapper, I don't mind the cold so much." A man's cough interrupted their little chat. He leaned closer and said something softly in Her Majesty's ear. "Yes, I quite agree. Bring Lady Thatcher and the magic liaison, whoever it is. Let's get to the bottom of this, shall we? And someone bring a blanket for this poor child." Hadrian felt something warm drape around him and looked up. It was the Ravenmaster that normally took care of him. He smiled up at the man. "I know you. You gave me my name." Ben McIntyre nodded as he lifted the boy up to cover him better. "That's right, lad." Hadrian snuggled into the man's arms. "Thank you. Don't you have family, Hadrian?" Her Majesty asked. Hadrian shook his head. "No, only my aunt, Tunya, and Uncle Vurin. They don't like me much." "I see. Well, do you know where you used to live before coming here?" Hadrian thought for a moment and shook his head. "I used to live in a cupboard at my aunt and uncle's. Queen Anne says that they weren't nice people." He brightened. "I live with Thor and Hardy now. They tell me stories and feed me and keep me warm." Everyone that was listening to Her Majesty question the boy, chuckled at his shy innocence. They were dismayed at the apparent abuse and neglect that the child was relating. Someone was going to lose more than just their freedom when everything's said and done. Her Majesty had no leniency when it came to mistreatment of a child. The press is going to have a field day with this. In the halls of the Minister of Magic, in a small set of offices tucked in the back of the lower levels, the Department of Muggle liaison offices were found. Amanda Kensington, a perky Muggle-born witch, was head of the department. She didn't look like your typical department head. With her matronly curves, warm brown hair and soft blue eyes, she looked like a witch who should be home, raising little wizards and witches, not acting as the wizarding world's go-between with the Muggle world. However, she prided herself on her work ethics. After all, the years after leaving Hogwarts had been difficult. As a Muggle-born witch, opportunities in the ministry were few and far between. However, several years of diligent effort saw her succeed far beyond her dreams. She'd worked her way up the ranks and somehow landed in the Muggle Liaison Department, to become the youngest department head in recent history. It must be noted that most old family pure bloods in the ministry will not work in this department. It isn't prestigious enough for one thing. For another, well, most pure bloods don't want to associate with Muggles, let alone work beside them. So the Muggle Liaison Department is run mostly by Muggle-borns and half-bloods. Of course, there are a few exceptions. Arthur Weasley is one. To many pure bloods, Arthur Weasley is a joke. His love of all things Muggle causes many pure bloods to look down at the man with scorn and loathing. Amanda heaved a sigh as she looked at the stack of paperwork and old newsprint in front of her. Another day and it was the same old, same old. Nothing has changed, and she'd had such big ideas of helping the wizarding world and the Muggle world work together. Merlin, how naive she'd been. It would take far more than one young woman to change the habits of centuries. She took over the position as head last year when old Lawson stepped down to chase after the elusive crumple-horned Snurkak with the Lovegoods. Naturally, Arthur Weasley was offered the position, much to Amanda's ire. She celebrated quietly when he turned the position down, not really wanting to leave his current department. So today, when Amanda got the call from the Muggle Prime Minister that she was urgently needed, she couldn't wait to leave the drudgery of her office and apparated to a small hall closet in London proper. Number 10 Downing Street had been set up as the office for the Muggle Prime Minister, and during the last Great War, the Ministry for Magic set up a closet as an apparition point so as to protect the Statute of Secrecy. Pausing briefly to straighten her robes, Amanda stepped out to find an aide waiting impatiently. And with no briefing, she was hustled into a waiting limo along with the Prime Minister. "Do you know what is going on, Mrs. Thatcher?" Amanda asked as the limo sped away. They were being hurriedly escorted through the streets of London by several police cars and motorcycles. The PM shook her head. Her Majesty was visiting the Tower today to pay her respects and lay a wreath, when her visit was interrupted by a magical someone. The message we received was a bit garbled. "The Tower? As in the Tower of London? That tower?" Amanda asked, paling. "Is there a problem?" Amanda swallowed nervously and shook her head. "No, no problem," she hoped frantically. "Do you want me to call the Aurors?" she asked, concerned, reaching for an amulet she always kept with her. The PM shook her head. "Not at the moment. I was informed they were not needed. From what I could ascertain, you are being called in to identify this magic person who seems to be no threat to Her Majesty. From there we are to wait on Her Majesty's decision on the matter." Amanda med as she looked out at the traffic they raced past. The Tower, according to her files, was one place most magicals avoided for very good reasons. As Amanda stepped out of the limo, about to enter the Tower, she felt them. She almost turned tail and hid in the auto. She'd had a taste of the reason that no sane witch or wizard would step willingly into the Tower compound. The power that washed over her left her feeling nauseated and weak. Wards. She felt the warning of them as they rippled through her. They were ancient, powerful, and were like nothing she had ever felt before. These wards were fueled through the centuries of blood so lavishly spilled at the whim of the crown. Layers upon layers of wards, warning her of their deadly intent should she fail to heed them, stopped her from going one step further. "I can't. The wards will not allow," Amanda whispered in a trembling voice as the PM looked over at her. "You will need Her Majesty to make a proclamation. Until then I can't step foot." Amanda watched as the PM walked to a cluster of people standing near the chapel. She barely could make out Her Majesty sitting on a stone bench. She was holding a blanket-wrapped bundle, rocking it slightly. She watched as Mrs. Thatcher presented herself to her sovereign. The few moments as they exchanged pleasantries seemed like hours. The wards clearly did not want her here. Then she heard Her Majesty speak in a clear, calm voice. "We, Elizabeth, by the grace of God, Queen of Great Britain, Ireland and the British dominions beyond the seas, Defender of the Faith, do hereby allow all those that are attending us upon our visit to the Tower of London, to enter into our presence, be they magical or mundane. Commanded this day, and for this day only, by our will and authority. As we command, so mote it be." Amanda could feel the wards examine her and her intent, then the pressure dropped. She was found worthy to enter. With a sigh of relief, she entered her sovereign's presence, dropping into a curtsy. To her amazement, the bundle was in fact a sleeping child with messy black hair. The child, who appeared dirty and beady beneath the blanket, was peacefully sleeping in Her Majesty's lap. "We seem to have a problem, Miss Kensington," Her Majesty spoke. "This child, as a raven, arrived injured and nearly dead and has been living here at the Tower for months. It is our considered opinion that no child, magical or not, should be raised in a rookery. It would please us greatly if you could shed some light on this matter." Her Majesty did not raise her voice, but it was apparent to all that she wasn't happy with the situation. Confused, Amanda looked up. "Ma'am, come, girl. Don't be daft," Her Majesty spoke sternly. "We need you to tell us who this child is. Do what magic you need to do and clear this matter up immediately." Her Majesty brushed a bit of hair from the child's forehead, showing a very faint scar. "If it please you, ma'am, I need to draw my wand." "Then do so." Amanda took out her wand and spoke, "Aperio nomeo aperio familia." A blue light shot out of her wand and encompassed the sleeping child. A soft glow formed around the child's head as words started to appear. Hadrian James Potter. Magical true name Hadrian Ravenshield. Son of James and Lily Potter née Evans. Head of the ancient and noble house of Potter. Duke of Gryffindor. Earl of Slytherin. Baron of Peverell. Heir apparent to the ancient and noble house of Black. Amanda dropped her wand in shock. It can't be. He was supposed to be safe with his relatives, hidden away and well cared for. How in Merlin's name did he get here? How indeed? Her Majesty queried with a raised brow, her voice snapping with fury. And how is it that a child of the peerage with not one, but 3 titles, appears before me BPD, unkempt and not knowing his own name. Gentlemen, ladies, if I may, your majesty. Amanda spoke up. Harry Potter disappeared right after that bit of a dust-up with the Dark Lord. The night his parents were murdered, it was announced by the Wizengamot and the Minister of Magic that the child was sent to live with his mother's relatives outside of the wizarding world. Annual reports appeared in the newspaper claiming that the child was being well taken care of and any milestones were recounted. I believe the head warlock of the Wizengamot, Albus Dumbledore, supplied the information. Well, it looks as if he has been lying, doesn't it? She snapped. Yes ma'am, Amanda agreed with a quaver, retrieving her wand. If you please, I would like to run one more spell on Lord Potter. Do it promptly. Amanda removed several pieces of parchment from her briefcase and with another flick of her wand, she cast a simple diagnostic spell. This will tell us the child's medical history, ma'am. As the spell was running its course, Her Majesty beckoned her secretary forward. She began to issue quiet orders as the secretary made notes. Most of the pertinent facts already revealed, the secretary had already written down. After all, it was his duty to anticipate his queen's wishes. The man knew his monarch. He knew that her current displeasure would accept no excuses and so was well prepared. No matter the outcome of the child's medical history, whoever had custody of him now faced criminal charges. Further, they were to be relieved of custody and faced a thorough investigation. The child known as Hadrian James Potter would now be a royal ward with the monarchy taking a personal interest in his welfare. Her Majesty wasn't happy, and if she wasn't happy, then no one was going to be happy. Hadrian started to stir. All the magic around him tickled. Opening his eyes, he looked up at the elderly lady that was holding him. Hello, Lord Hadrian, she said. Did you have a nice nap? He looked around, trying to remember what was going on. Another lady took some sheets of funny paper and handed them off to a man in uniform. Hello Lord Hadrian, I am Amanda Kensington, head of the Department of Muggle Liaison. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Hadrian looked around first and then back up at the elderly lady. Your Majesty, do I have to leave here? I like it here. Hadrian pointed to Yeoman Warder McIntyre, who was standing off in the ranks of the other attending staff. Takes good care of me. Shocked at being singled out, Ben McIntyre straightened and saluted. At Her Majesty's questioning look, the yeoman explained. I was only doing my duty, Your Majesty. I can't take full credit for his recovery. My wife Maggie, who is a Muggle-born witch, helped as she always does. Her potions were spot on. Pride resounded in his voice. I see, Yeoman Warder, Her Majesty said. How does she get around the magic wards? She doesn't come into the area around Tower and she doesn't do magic unless necessary. All magicals know to avoid the White Tower. The wards can only be lifted by royal decree, as you saw today. Many of the yeoman warders are squibs married to muggles, or other squibs. 1 or 2 of us are married to actual witches. We are needed to keep the spirits that reside here calm. I like it here. The lady said she would take care that I can stay. She gave me this, Hadrian piped in, sitting up, allowing blanket to fall away. He pulled the pendant he had been wearing up for everyone to see. Oh Merlin! Amanda gasped, stepping backwards in shock. Hadrian James Potter could not have picked a better person to cry his case to than Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth. Being only 5, he had no clue about protocol, etiquette and all those pesky do's and don'ts about approaching such a high-profile person as Her Majesty. However, for getting his case heard, for getting all the red tape surrounding his unique problems cut, then who better? The child was bundled in a soft woolen blanket and offered bits of nourishment as his story was coaxed out of him. When he stifled a sleepy yawn, he found himself in Her Majesty's lap being slowly rocked to sleep. His last thought before sleep claimed him was that Her Majesty's lap was almost as warm as Hardy's nest. Queen Anne had been right, Her Majesty made a great mum. The Prime Minister arrived along with more aides, plus the liaison to a very unique and hidden world within Great Britain. After finding out just who, and what, this child was, Her Majesty along with her retinue were ushered into the royal apartments built by Henry VIII. The child, now known as Lord Hadrian, was carried in by a middle-aged assistant ravenmaster of the Tower. It was very apparent to all that young Hadrian had developed an attachment to this yeoman and refused to allow the gentleman out of his sight. Please Miss Kensington, Continue with your story, Her Majesty ordered as she settled behind a very ornately carved desk. Yes, Your Majesty. As I was saying, Amanda Kensington replied, with a slight curtsy. The necklace that Lord Hadrian is wearing, and according to his words, was created by the Morrigan herself. It bears her symbol, the raven, and there is no clasp, so the child cannot remove it, nor can any other save the one who put it on him, thus binding him to her and declaring her protection. We do not believe in any other god or goddess other than the Lord of the Church of England, Her Majesty said. However, we will suspend our disbelief for the moment, please continue. Yes, ma'am. Begging your pardon, it doesn't matter if you believe or not, but the magical world does. It is said that all those that can do magic are her charge, acknowledged or not. Powers greater than we mere mortals are at work here. If the last war within the wizarding world is anything to go by, then I believe that it isn't over with, and she is going to intervene and put a stop to it all. Clearly she isn't happy with the situation if she chose a small child to be her chosen avatar. The lady was nice, Your Majesty. She took something awful out of my scar, Hadrian piped up, rubbing his forehead. Then she made my necklace. Oh, I said that already, I'm sorry. Several people smiled at the young child in the arms of Ben Macintyre as he hid his face in Man's shoulder. Your Majesty, Amanda called everyone's attention back to her. She lead the child here for a reason. I do know that the Wizengamot League by Albus Dumbledore sealed the Potters will in a closed session right after that fateful night 4 years ago. This was a breach of trust and tradition. Wills in the wizarding world are considered sacrosanct. The reasons for the sealing were never made public. Lily and James Potter were both very active in trying to defeat the Dark Lord known as V. Voldemort. Amanda stumbled over the name, but she really could not fail to give a full report before her queen. After their deaths, there was some discussion on the disposition of the child. With the will being sealed, no one knows if the Potters' requests concerning their child had been honored or not. It was reported that he had been taken to the Muggle, non-magical, relatives of Lily Potter. Do you know the names of these relatives? Asked Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, standing behind Queen Elizabeth, his wife and monarch. He had been watching the proceedings with interest. No, Your Grace. It is not known. However, I can find out. I am sure that the goblins at Gringotts would have a copy of the will, for the Potters are an ancient and wealthy family. If Your Majesty did command it, they would have to comply, for you overrule the Wizengamot. Ancient perhaps, but if the results of your test were accurate, there is no doubt he is of noble birth, His Grace stated flatly. With a curt nod Her Majesty spoke. Then do so, she commanded. We believe we have heard enough for now. We are sure there is more, but the day is getting on and there is much to see too. She turned to her secretary, who had an electronic typewriter set up at a small desk beside hers, ready to take dictation. It appalls us that this young child was so abused and neglected. It equally appalls us that this child is also a peer of the realm and was living in squalor. No, this will never do. She gave a nod to her secretary as she took a deep breath. So here are our decrees. All known guardians, magical or not, of Lord Hadrian James Potter are hereby renounced and will face full investigations to see how many charges can be levied against them for the apparent abuse and neglect of one Lord Hadrian James Potter. The sealing of the late Lord James Potter's will shall be abjured, and it shall be read privately. Copies will be forwarded to us and to my Prime Minister. If there is something within that will that is harmful to my realm, we wish to know about it. We wish to make Lord Hadrian James Potter, Duke of Gryffindor, a ward of the crown. It is apparent to all that the child is in some sort of danger. Therefore, Lord Hadrian will remain here at the tower in the custody of our yeoman warders and under the direct supervision of Assistant Ravenmaster Ben Macintyre and his wife until such time as we can find a more suitable guardian. She pierced Ben Macintyre with a sharp gaze, who was comforting the child he held, before continuing. Is that acceptable with you, Yeoman Warder McIntyre? It appears to us that young Lord Hadrian is quite taken with you. Holding his gaze steady as his arms tightened around the child, he gave a slight military bow. If it pleases ma'am, my wife and I would deem it an honor to raise the child. Very well, Her Majesty said. I expect monthly reports for now detailing his progress. Yes, Your Majesty. Thus it was decided. Everyone began the arduous tasks set before them. Maggie McIntyre never thought that this day was going to turn out so strangely. Of course, everyone had been prepared for the royal visit, but never this. Young Scrapper turned out to be a young wizard and the boy who lived at that. It was remarkable. She just could not wrap her mind around it. Now she was being officially escorted to Harrods for clothing for said child. The child had nothing to his name, just a pendant necklace. Thankfully, the royal secretary had called ahead and arranged for a full line of credit with Harrods. This was going to be an interesting shopping trip. At least Ben was home taking care of the child. She had thought nicknaming him Scrapper fitting. He was a survivor and a fighter, a right scrapper. A sales manager was waiting in with his assistant to help. Maggie was able to get everything on her list, including a small bedroom suit which would be delivered the next day. She was quite pleased with her shopping. She was heading out of the department when she saw it on a shelf. It was a stuffed raven with beady black eyes and a long felt beak. Every child needed a sleeping companion. Scrapper had been sleeping in the rookery with the ravens of all things, so this made perfect sense. The manager tried to get her interested in a teddy bear, but Maggie would not hear of it and said so. Amanda Kensington left the tower with mixed feelings. She was glad to be away from the tower and its oppressive atmosphere, but she didn't like leaving such an innocent child as Lord Hadrian behind such a dark place. She did get the impression that the wards didn't bother him as it did every other magical being. Did the goddess tie him into the wards? She had to have. That pendant had layers of protections woven into it. When she had magically examined, it glowed so brightly it was hard to look at. One of the things she had received from Her Majesty was a blanket protection to come and go from the tower in safety as needed. It would make her life so much easier in the times to come. Looking over the files in her lap as she headed back with the PM, she began compiling a to-do list. Just how much should she report to the Minister of Magic? Bagnold was determined to keep everything Potter quiet per Dumbledore's orders. Neither would like the fact that the boy who lived had been abused, and subsequently taken under royal protection. Oh Merlin, that means she would have to deal with Albus many titles more than necessary Dumbledore. She wasn't as big a fan of the wizard as the rest of the wizarding world. Although she was a Muggle-born, and should be looking up to him as he championed the cause of the Muggle-born, she didn't like the fact that he could be very cavalier with other people's lives. Well, she could delay for a few days, at least until she had fulfilled the royal decrees that were issued today. A nice chat with the PM would go a long ways in how she should report to the good Minister of Magic. Ben McIntyre was in the middle of a battle royal. Young Hadrian cringed at the bathwater filling the tub. Bubbles were rising as did the water. After testing it, Ben turned to Hadrian, who was slowly backing away in terror. Now Scrapper, we need to get ye cleaned up before we can have dinner. Maggie is bringing back clothes for ye. Hop in. Hadrian shook his head. No, don't like baths. Aunt Toonie says freaks don't deserve baths. They should be hosed off in the garden like the freaks they are. Ben hid his anger at such a bald statement. Well, Scrapper, ye are here now and your aunt isn't. Do ye trust me? Hadrian nodded. You took care of me when I was hurt. I didn't hurt you. No sir. Hadrian shook his head, pressing against the wall furthest from the tub. Why don't you come stand by me and touch the water? We need to clean you up. I would never let anything hurt you. Hadrian took a step closer, watching the man for any sign of betrayal. Ben gently took the boy's hand and let him touch the bubbles. Hadrian giggled as he tried to grab a handful of bubbles. Ben smiled and blew on the bit of foam, sending bits towards Hadrian. That didn't hurt now, did it? Hadrian smiled and shook his head. Here. Ben took the boy's hand again and dipped it into the water. See, now in you go. And before Hadrian knew it, he was standing in the water with mountains of bubbles around him. For a moment he froze, waiting. When nothing happened, he relaxed. Ben scooped another handful of foam and dropped it onto the child's head and chuckled, causing Scrapper to relax more. Suddenly, the whole bathroom was filled with foam and bubbles. More than Ben had poured into the bath. Oh, Maggie was going to kill him, but at least Scrapper was happy and laughing. And would undoubtedly be clean. There was a knock on the bathroom door. Ben flinched. Amanda Kensington was a witch on a mission. Armed with 2 royal decrees, she headed for the wizarding world and in particular, Gringotts Bank and the goblins. Only they would have the answers she was looking for. If she knew the goblins, they would honor the crown's edicts. Ancient treaties came into play, that much she was sure of. They would help Amanda to set things in motion. She couldn't very well go to the ministry or the Wizengamot. Not just yet. Too many variables and unanswered questions needed to be addressed before she did. Someone in the ministry did their damnedest to hide all trace of Harry Potter and, although they succeeded to a point, they had failed to follow through. From what she had discovered when she did that simple medical history, they'd never seen to his well-being. She was no Mediwitch, but she did know how to run a simple diagnostic spell. No, she needed to keep this quiet until she spoke to the goblins and got an idea of what was going on. She had a vague idea who had done the cover-up, now it was just proving it. She wasn't sure if she wanted to go against the powerful old wizard, but she would because there was a child involved. And not just any child, but Harry Potter, the boy who lived. She entered the bank and went to the nearest teller. "I wish to speak to the Potter account manager. Do you have an appointment?" snarled the goblin teller. She pulled out the first decree with the royal seal. "This is my appointment." The goblin's eyes widened in recognition. "That had better not be a forgery. You know what we do to thieves." Yes, I know. Rest assured, I did not come to remove funds. So, do I get to see the manager? Follow me." She was led into a cold, stark room lined with weapons and shields. Some looked like they had dried bits of flesh and blood on them. Amanda shuddered. "Well, human?" demanded an aged goblin sitting behind a carved stone desk that had seen better days. Amanda swallowed sharply as she handed over the 2 royal scrolls. "I am to give you these, account manager, on behalf of Her Majesty, the Queen. She is most distressed that one of her children was found in such disgraceful condition. She has taken steps to rectify the matter in hopes that the goblins are still as honorable as when her ancestors treated with them." The account manager growled at the slight to goblin honor, but said nothing as he took the scrolls and read them. The growling got louder as he pulled a dagger from his drawer and sent it sailing past Amanda's head into a hacked-up door behind her. When it embedded itself in the wood, a younger, even uglier, goblin answered. The account manager barked orders in gobbledygook. The younger goblin replied in the same language before leaving, slamming the door shut to do whatever he had been instructed to do. "Your name, human, and how did you get involved?" the account manager snarled. "Amanda Kensington, Muggle Liaison Department Head. I was called in yesterday by the PM for help with a small wizarding problem," she snarked back at him as she pulled out a small folder. "Inside you will find the reasons. It may have started as a case of accidental magic, but I feel that there was a higher power involved. I suggest you take a look at the necklace the child is wearing." The account manager looked through the folder, then started to swear loudly and violently. Amanda shuddered again. She had dealt with goblins before on several occasions. They made her nervous. They weren't human. They had their own customs, laws and ethics, and they barely tolerated humans at the best of times. However, they revered children. A child, any child, was a blessing from the goddess. To abuse one was a crime punishable with death. The door opened once more and the younger goblin entered, slamming a folder on the desk, then left. It was 2 hours later when Amanda left Gringotts, pale, tired but satisfied. She was glad she had the goblins on her side. Their advice, for now, was to gather all the evidence but stay quiet and under the ministry's notice. She was informed that Albus Dumbledore had declared himself Lord Potter's guardian, but had done nothing for the boy. He had helped himself through the years to the boy's trust fund. Despite numerous attempts, he hadn't been able to access the family vaults as he wasn't blood-related and didn't have pure intentions. At least, that's what the vault wards revealed. As there were no receipts stating that the funds were used for the child in question, the goblins decided to put a hold on the account until such time as the aged wizard could provide receipts that would give an accounting of where those funds were spent. Amanda also came away with the full name of Lily's sister and the likely suspects of Lord Potter's abuse: his Aunt Tunya and Uncle Vernon and Petunia Dursley née Evans. Well, it wouldn't be too hard to find them in the Muggle world. She smirked. She would hate to be them when the Muggle authorities caught up with them. Also, she had discovered the reason why Albus Too Many Bloody Titles Dumbledore had sealed the Potter's will. It told who their real secret keeper was and that Dumbledore had cast the Fidelius charm himself. It wasn't Sirius Black, as everyone thought, but Peter Pettigrew, who had been designated as their secret keeper. There was also information of a prophecy concerning their son. The will also stated that under no circumstance was their son to be raised by Lily's sister and her husband. She'd have to take the child to the Department of Mysteries to view the Prophecy in its entirety when he was old enough. Now what to do? She was sure she was forgetting something important. Hadrian was sure he was going to be punished for making all those bubbles. He was having so much fun. He hadn't mean to do something freakish, but he had. He was now clean, fed and had a story read to him. His aunt had never read a story to him. He remembered listening as his cousin had been read to and wished he was in the same room with them, but he wasn't allowed. Maggie had even ed him good night. The princes came to see him in the dark. They had been glad that Hadrian now lived as a human and not a bird. They hoped he would still come and play with them. Hadrian promised he would. Queen Anne sat with him until he fell asleep, acting as his own night light against the dark. He clutched his stuffed raven, Inky, close as he snuggled into the blanket. Sleep came easily and he slept through the night, too worn out to have any nightmares. Breakfast wasn't the morning feed he was used to as Scrapper. He had pancakes and rashers, and real milk and juice. He even got to wear his new clothes that Maggie bought him. The tower medic had looked Hadrian over and pronounced him fit for the most part. Maggie huffed. Hadrian was a wizard and needed to be examined by a real healer. She would contact Miss Kensington to arrange for that visit. Ben was in the doghouse with Maggie for making such a mess in the bathroom the night before. It was Maggie who had caught them playing around with all the bubbles. Once they calmed the child down from his fear of being punished for his freakishness, they managed to finish getting him clean. Her dismay at the mess had not stopped her from taking a few pictures, much to Ben's chagrin and the child's amusement. When the furniture arrived, Hadrian could not believe it was all for him. He even helped decorate his new room. Inky took a prominent spot in the middle of his bed. His bed. Amanda arrived that afternoon to check up on Hadrian and to take Ben to a meeting. The boy had been busy coloring on the kitchen table when she arrived. They left with a couple of pictures to show off. The Prime Minister was sitting in her office when Amanda Kensington and Ben McIntyre entered. She waved them over to a nearby conference table where a tea service waited. Together the three of them hashed out a battle plan for the next 3 months. It would not do to plan further until they got more information, Lord Potter's health being the main topic at the moment. "I knew I was forgetting something important," Amanda exclaimed. She quickly made a note to check with Wizarding Child Protective Services. They should have a file somewhere on Lord Potter, and the name of his case worker. "Maggie wants Hadrian to have a complete physical with a healer," Ben interjected. "I am a little leery of contacting St. Mungo's. It would be all over the news that Lord Potter ran away and is living at the tower." "I know of a Muggle-born healer that may help us," Amanda said, turning to explain. "As you know, Prime Minister, Muggle-borns are disliked in the wizarding world by most of the pure bloods. They are relegated to demeaning positions or just plain ignored, to the point that they leave magic behind and return to the Muggle world. I have seen the figures, Miss Kensington. It is disheartening. Well, I know of someone that fought his way through all the bureaucracy to become a pediatric medi-wizard. He's a half-blood with squibs for parents. He'll be glad to take on this case, and will even swear an oath of secrecy if we ask. Contact him. We need to know what we have to deal with as regards to Lord Potter's condition." "How is the young man?" the PM asked. "Just fine. In fact, he sent along a couple of drawings. He hopes you would forward them to Her Majesty." Ben replied as he passed over the 2 crayon drawings. One was of Thor in his most regal pose, and the other was a stick figure of Her Majesty with a crown on her head. Everyone got a chuckle from the simple artwork labeled with what was surely help from Maggie, Thor, on one and Queen Elizabeth, on the other. A small note from Maggie on the back stated, "Drawn by Hadrian Potter, aged 5. I will pass these on in the next dispatch box. I am sure Her Majesty will enjoy them. I imagine she is looking forward to when her grandson is old enough to send her artwork as well." The discussion took on a more serious note when Amanda reported what the goblins had discovered. "So Albus isn't above stealing from an orphan child, and convinces himself that it's for his version of the greater good." "Oh, how droll," the PM said, looking over the financial report. "Good, you put a stop to it. And you have possible names of Lord Potter's relatives. I'll get my men on it right away. Top priority." All three shared a grin that would have chilled the stoutest of hearts. Edward Atwaters had always described himself as a level-headed man with a very stable career. He was a middle-aged wizard with a receding hairline. Edward was also an overworked and underpaid medi-wizard, well liked in his position, in that his patients loved him. The parents were a different story. His forthright manner offended many of them. Many of the older families didn't like the idea that the most dedicated and talented pediatric Medi-Wizard was a half-blood with strong Muggle ties. Pure blood politics aside, when their children were hurting, it was Medi-Wizard Atwaters that was called in to help. And Merlin be damned if I don't charge accordingly, he thought with a slight smirk as he placed the last of the documents on his desk in his outbox. Of course, he had his detractors. What Muggle-born or Muggle-raised wizard didn't? When he'd gotten in a spot of trouble a few years back, he'd thought he would have to return to the Muggle sector to continue his practice. He held a license to practice medicine in both worlds, so that hadn't been a problem. However, thanks to a perky little witch in the Muggle liaison office, everything had been cleared up and smoothed over. He was able to continue his work in the wizarding world. So when Amanda Kensington flowed him that morning to say she needed a favor, he was curious to see what she wanted. He knew it would probably prove quite interesting. Edward called for tea and cleared his desk just as his nurse announced that Miss Kensington was there to see him. "Amanda, dear heart," he called as a warm smile lit his friendly brown eyes, "what a pleasure. Come in, come in. Have a spot of tea." Amanda smiled and agreed. When she was comfortable, she got straight to the point. That was what he liked about her, besides that perky smile. "Edward, I need a favor and a secrecy oath," she said, setting down her teacup. "For you, Amanda, dear, anything, but you know I am already under several privacy oaths through the hospital." He wondered just what problem she had taken on this time. "I know, Edward, but this is different, of the highest priority. I need you to make a house call and keep what you learn a secret, even from your superiors. I have a patient for you that can't be discussed with anyone, not even the head of the board of directors." She held up a hand to forestall his objections. "I wouldn't ask if it wasn't absolutely necessary." She took several sheets of parchment from her briefcase. "Here, see for yourself." He recognized diagnostic parchment when he saw it. He was, after all, the one that kept Amanda well stocked with the paper. She never knew when she might need to use it to document a case involving Muggle-born children. As he scanned the parchment, his eyebrows rose higher and higher before they turned into a deep frown. "How old did you say this child was?" "First the oath, Edward. Then I'll fill in the details," she insisted. She took out her wand and made sure that no one was listening in. She knew his offices were secure, but with the matter she was dealing with, she couldn't be too careful. "The child, male, is 5. His parents were killed at the end of the war. He was sent to live with Muggle relatives and, from what I could find out, no one in the wizarding world even checked up on him. Now take the bloody oath." Edward knew that he had pushed as far as he could. He pulled out his wand and gave his oath of secrecy. "Now who is this child? And can I take it that, with you involved, things could get messy?" Amanda blew out her cheeks, and nervously ran a hand through her hair. "Lord Hadrian James Potter. This is a joke, right?" Amanda shook her head and pulled out several more scrolls. "He appeared as a fledgling raven last spring, injured and very underfed. At first it was assumed that he was just a baby bird. That is, until he changed in front of Muggles. But the Oblivation Squad. Surely, it was reported." Amanda shook her head. "All the rumors you hear about the Tower of London are true. There are wards in that place that are older and darker than anyone alive today has ever seen. They totally blocked incident from the Ministry censors. Thankfully, where Hadrian is now living, there are wards within wards." "But," Amanda stood, taking the files back. "Well, come on. Your patient is waiting. I'll fill you in more on the way. We'll have to travel by Muggle means as the closest apparition point is several blocks away. I have a limo waiting. Don't worry about the tower wards, I have special dispensation from Her Majesty. It covers you as well, since you are now covered by your oaths. Come on." Hadrian was sitting at the kitchen table drawing in a preschool workbook. Maggie had decided to test Hadrian on his school work to see just what needed to be done. Thankfully, a couple of the wives that lived at the Waterloo Barracks with their yeoman husbands were retired school teachers. Between them and Maggie, Hadrian should get all the basic learning he needed. Plus, Queen Anne had regally informed Ben that she would take over Hadrian's deportment lessons. She would not take no for an answer. The royal spirit announced that it was her duty to teach the young duke his court etiquette, even if it was several centuries outdated. Maggie shuddered. She didn't like the fact that several spirits would be traipsing through her flat, but she didn't have much of a choice. Spirits came and went as they pleased, and there was nothing she could do to stop them. At least the more violent and malevolent ghosts stayed behind the inner wards of the tower. A knock on the door signaled the arrival of their guests. "Hadrian, dear, we have company. Put away your work for later," Maggie requested as she went to the door. Hadrian smiled as he saw who it was. He liked Amanda Kensington. He stopped when he saw she wasn't alone and hid behind Maggie. "Now Hadrian, dear, this is Healer Atwaters. He's going to look you over and tell us what we need to make you healthy," Maggie said softly, turning to bend closer to comfort him. Hadrian shook his head. "But the lady said." Maggie smiled. "The lady also likes us to be able to help ourselves. She hasn't spoken to us on what to do, so we have to do it as best we can. Now, can you be a good boy and say hello?" "Hello." The adults smiled as they went into the kitchenette to sit around the table. Hadrian went over to Maggie, who pulled him up onto her lap. "Hadrian, what are you working on?" Amanda asked when she saw the workbooks. "Aunt Maggie says I see and work in these. They're new. And mine. Aunt Maggie got them just for me. She says I'm smart, not like my Aunt Tanya. Aunt Tanya says only good boys see and learn, not freaks like me. But Aunt Maggie says I'm not a freak, so I see and learn." Hadrian seemed proud of himself. "I learned my numbers. See." He started to count. He was mixing up the numbers, but at least he could say them. He never noticed the adults giving each other telling looks as he counted. "Very good, Hadrian," Healer Atwaters said when Hadrian paused to catch his breath. "Do you know what this is?" He held up his wand. "Ah." Hadrian paused, trying to think, then shook his head. "It's my wand. And if I do this, I can make pretty green sparkles." The healer gave the wand a swish. However, Hadrian, who was no longer focused on getting a new family, started to remember something from his dreams. "No, no, go away. Bad man, no make green light," Hadrian screamed, starting to struggle in Maggie's arms, trying to get away. "Hurt mummy. No hurt," he sobbed, clutching Maggie desperately. Appalled, Healer Atwaters dropped his wand. "Well, I'm sorry," Maggie said as she tried to calm the hysterical child. "I try not to use magic here at the tower as the wards don't like it. When Hadrian did accidental magic 2 nights ago, he didn't see me fix the bathroom. Suds and bubbles everywhere." Ben had his hands full dealing with a wet, frightened 5-year-old. "Hadrian never saw me use my wand. He didn't react when I used my wand in front of Her Majesty," Amanda said over the loud cries, as she thought over the day. "Although, he was mostly out of it. That explains that," the healer said as he reached in and pulled out a vial. He quietly conjured a small glass of juice and poured a bit of the potion into it. "Here, give him this. It'll calm him." Once the calming draft took effect, everyone sighed with relief. Hadrian sat drowsily in Maggie's lap as she ran her fingers through his hair. Could it be possible that he remembers that night? Amanda asked quietly so as not to disturb the child. "It's possible. We'll just have to do this a different way," Edward sighed as he invoked a scanning spell. Thankfully, Hadrian was facing away from him. Interesting. There is some dark magic residue around his scar, and it is just now starting to heal. I wonder if this child has ever seen a healer after that night. If Albus Dumbledore is involved, as I suspect, then Madame Pomfrey may have seen Lord Potter that night, Amanda said. I am still tracking down his files with the WCS. Edward snorted. Poppy is many things, but she isn't a pediatric healer for younger children. She is a school nurse specializing in trauma and simple illnesses. He motioned to Maggie, "Lay him on the table, would you, my dear? He should be out of it for a bit more." Indeed, Hadrian had gone to sleep, so the examination didn't take long. Edward made several notes, swore softly under his breath a few times, and, in the end, threw up his hands at the stupidity of the wizarding world. You don't leave a toddler with muggles when he is suffering from a dark curse. What is wrong with this world? Merlin, this child is not only suffering from malnourishment, but has a broken arm that was set badly. He also has several burn scars on his hands and arms, from what, I can't tell. He hasn't had his inoculations since he was 1. He is underweight, undersized and suffering from complete magical exhaustion. Tell me you have removed him from his present guardians. By royal decree, Edward, Amanda said, pulling out the necessary document. Her Majesty has placed Hadrian here for his protection since he asked for her help. Good. Edward started to make out a list and health plan for the child. He needs these potions. Since you can't bring him to St. Mungo's, I'll stop by tomorrow to start him on his regimen of potions and vaccines. As for his mental health, I highly recommend that he doesn't move between guardians. He seems to have bonded with you and your husband here, madam. I'm sure I can help you with anything you need to bring the child back to perfect health. He picked up the sleeping boy. If you would be so kind as to show me where he sleeps. Maggie did so. The healer was pleased with the room and the partner waiting to be cuddled. Excellent. The bed toy will help in his recovery. But why a raven? Maggie smiled. It just seemed appropriate, she replied. Indeed, madam, indeed. Vernon Dursley had always prided himself on being a middle-class man with impeccable taste. One who knew what he wanted. He loved good, solid pub food and a pint or two at the local. He prided himself on his good marriage and a fine, strapping son. But most of all, he was proud of his totally normal family image. However, all that changed one morning just after Halloween 4 years ago when his darling Petunia found her freaky nephew asleep in a basket on their front doorstep, along with the morning paper and their twice-weekly milk delivery. It was then that his life took a turn he did not like. In his desperate attempts to maintain his view of normality, he made certain that the freak was seen as little as possible. He had worried at first that those who dropped the brat off were watching, but over time, when none of them appeared, he relaxed. No one seemed to care about the freak, not even those friends that his wife's sister used to hang around with. After a month of no contact with the freaks, Vernon decided out of sight, was out of mind, and that was what he did. The brat was shelved with the rest of the clutter in the house in the boot cupboard under the stairs. Then, one day, 4 years later, the boy up and disappeared. Petunia had taken him with her and their son Dudley to the park. That was the last time anyone had seen the freak. Some time later that old geezer had shown up, demanding to see the freak. He even pulled out a stick and lights shot out of it. That old fool had made empty threats that didn't hold water in Vernon's book. The little freak was gone, and good riddance to bad rubbish. He slammed the door in the old coot's face. It was a fine early fall day. There was a hint of chill in the air as Vernon walked into his office. He'd just got the promotion to Director of Sales in the UK and was very proud of his new office and the B.O.N. secretary that went with it. Mr. Dursley. Mr. Grunning is asking that you step into his office for an emergency meeting, came his secretary's voice over the office intercom. When Vernon got to the head office, he found that old man Grunning wasn't alone. 2 gentlemen were there. Both were dressed as if they had stepped out of the city, with pinstriped suits and old-school ties. Both men were of indeterminate age, somewhere in their 30s, with that supercilious air of always being obeyed. Vernon nervously stepped in, closing the door behind him. You asked to see me, sirs. Mr. Vernon Dursley. I am Winston Montgomery of Internal Revenue Services, said the shorter of the two. And I am Sir Connor Bronson, adjutant from the Prime Minister's office. Don't bother having a seat, we won't be here long, said the taller gentleman. Vernon started to sweat. Just what was going on? He hadn't done anything wrong, or had he? So he fudged a bit on his taxes, everyone did. Taxes were so high nowadays, it was hard to make ends meet. Mr. Dursley, asked Major Bronson. Where is your nephew, Lord Hadrian James Potter? When we visited your wife, she didn't know his whereabouts. Do you always allow a 5-year-old to run off alone? I understand you are receiving a tidy stipend for your nephew's keep, demanded Mr. Montgomery, pulling out a file folder, both from the government as well as from his own family trust. We would like to see receipts for everything you've spent those monies on. And Vernon, when this is settled, you and I are going to have a long talk about your future here at Grunning's, said Mr. Grunning. As of right now, you are suspended without pay until this matter is resolved, one way or the other, Vernon. I'll have your secretary clear out your desk for you. Gentlemen. The 2 visitors nodded to Grunning, turned and left. Vernon wandered out behind them, too stunned to do anything else. Hadrian was having a good day. Healer Atwaters had given him several potions to take every day which tasted yummy. He didn't like the shots, but Aunt Maggie bribed him with a treat just like Aunt Tunya always did with Dudley. He had always wanted a treat for being good, and now he had it. He had been very good. That afternoon, Ben took him to see the ravens. The rookery was housed in a small nook in the lee of an ancient wall, so the chilly winds were somewhat blocked. The ravens rarely were housed inside unless the weather was too severe or there was a threat to their well-being. The Ravenmasters tried to keep their lives as close to nature as possible but still be able to handle them when needed. Hadrian had been asking to see his friends. He'd been worried that they would miss him. In his opinion, the adults were being silly about keeping him away. Thor and Hardy would never hurt him. The lady said so. She told them to take care of him, and they had. Now that he was a boy again, he had other people doing that, but he still missed his friends. When they got to the rookery, Ben knelt so Hadrian could look him in the eyes. Now, Hadrian, lad, ravens aren't pets. You can see them and tell them that you are all right. Afterward, we'll go have tea. All right. Yes, sir, Hadrian replied, nodding in agreement and taking Ben's gloved hand. Ben was wearing his black and red yeoman warder uniform, so Hadrian had to be extra respectful as they moved through the greens of the tower towards the rookery. He wasn't allowed to run or make noise. The rookery was enclosed with sturdy wire that allowed the ravens to move freely, with many perching areas with a row of straw-lined nest boxes in the back. Playthings were scattered about to keep them amused. Hadrian smiled and ran up to the cage. Before Ben could stop him, he started to shrink. His clothing folded in as Hadrian disappeared inside them. Ben gasped as a small fledgling raven squawked up at him and shook his head. Well, Scrapper, I see all my warnings to behave just flew out the window. You wanted to visit, so I guess you will be. He caught the young raven as it tried to enter the rookery on its own. Carefully, Ben placed him within the cage and closed and latched the door. Scrapper settled himself on a perch as Thor and Hardy hopped over. Thor started to preen the young raven as Hardy tried to feed him. Well, I see you are well taken care of, Ben said with a chuckle. I'll be back in an hour. He picked up the child's clothing. I see we'll have to teach you how to take your clothes with you when you change. Maggie's going to have a fit. Scrapper, however, was having a fine time with his friends. Hardy and Thor were happy to see him and had wondered why he hadn't visited sooner. Scrapper told of his tales as only someone young could, very enthusiastically. And very fast. Ben went up to the flat and fetched Maggie. He exchanged Hadrian's dirty clothing for fresh. You should not have allowed it, Ben. What if they hurt him? Maggie fretted. Maggie, love, Ben said as he picked up his walkie-talkie to call the Ravenmaster. He was with the ravens most of the summer. If they didn't hurt him then, why start now? But Ben put out the word to all available warders to come to the rookery. They had to see this. Many of the yeoman warders had taken little Scrapper to their hearts. Ravens were a blessing from the goddess. With the curse on the tower involving the black avian, every care was taken to ensure their comfort. As Ben and Maggie arrived at the rookery, so did many others. They looked at Ben questioningly. Seems young Scrapper has returned, Ben said, pointing to the young raven between Thor and Hardy. Both adult birds were being very protective of the younger raven, and it seemed that the trio were holding a conversation of sorts. Why, I never. Blimey. It ain't natural. Thought he wouldn't change again. Ben went on to explain that he and Hadrian had come down to visit the rookery and how Hadrian had changed the moment he had seen the cage. Maggie stepped up to the cage. Hadrian, dear, time to change back. It's tea time, and I did promise you those special biscuits today. Scrapper squawked and made a quick gesture to the pair of ravens that flanked him. He hopped off the perch and changed back to a little boy, a very beefy little boy. Sorry, Aunt Maggie, Hadrian said, shivering, looking down at his undressed state, then back up in fear. Am I in trouble? He whispered. Maggie pulled him gently to her and started to dress him. No, dear, but if you don't get dressed, you'll catch your death. Hadrian allowed her to fuss. He never had anyone to fuss over him before. He looked over at Ben. Can I see come tomorrow? Ben looked over at the Ravenmaster, who gave a slight nod. Both knew that if the ravens hadn't hurt the child yet, they weren't going to. Ben turned back and said, we'll see. Hadrian shivered as he moved closer to Maggie. The observers who knew of magic thought it wouldn't be a bad thing to let the lad near the birds even though they were potentially dangerous creatures. After all, the lad was a wizard. They were all used to many bizarre happenings at the tower, this was just added to the books. Her Majesty smiled as she studied the child's drawing in front of her before she picked up a small card that came with it. She was glad that the child hadn't suffered too much at the hands of those despicable people. Young Lord Hadrian had impressed her with his resilience. She was looking forward to seeing great things from him. Now, who should she get to sponsor the child? Should she leave him at the tower? Really? The tower was no place for a child, that much she knew from its very bloody history. However, if an ancient Celtic deity was involved, then that was the place for him. It was a decision she would make when she had all the facts. She smiled again as her hand brushed the crude drawing of herself. It will go perfectly with the other drawings from her grandchildren. In a drafty castle in the wilds of Scotland, an elderly wizard was wondering just where his plans went wrong. Since his visit to Privet Drive, there was no sign of the child. Petunia Dursley felt no remorse at losing him. In her mind, it was good riddance to an unwanted nuisance. His inspection of the wards showed him that they had never fully held, and it was no wonder they fell so quickly. There had been no love in that house for Harry to keep them strong. The small amount he had taken from the child's estate went to a retired old squib who he had set up nearby. She was supposed to tell him if anything happened to Harry. Arabella Figg was a huge disappointment. He had expected more from her than simply observing from afar. His contacts in the ministry were coming up empty. There was no sense in alerting everyone to the missing boy. It would cause a mass panic and look bad for him. Fortunately, those that he had contacted were under secrecy oaths and life debts to him to keep quiet. For now. Just where are you, Harry, my lad? He thought, staring out into the cloudy night. It looks like it'll snow tonight. He hoped the child was warm and protected. Snow-covered Tower Green as the weather moved into the Christmas season. Tourist season had slowed down, but the tower remained open to the public with reduced hours. The tower closed from Christmas Eve to Boxing Day. Hadrian was getting excited as Yule drew nearer. He wasn't with the Dursleys anymore, and Maggie had promised that, if he was good, Father Christmas would bring something extra special for him this year. Like children the world over, Hadrian could barely contain his excitement. He was even allowed to help with the decorations. Aunt Tunia never allowed him to do that. Hadrian, however, wasn't excited for that reason alone. While he was looking forward to his first ever Yule gifts, Thor's news had him bouncing. The wily old bird had told him that the lady would be visiting tonight. It had been so long since he'd seen her. He wanted to thank her for his new family, and he even had a gift for her, one he'd made himself. He'd spent the last few days helping Aunt Maggie cook and bake for the upcoming holidays. They were having a family dinner on the weekend and would be visiting families on both sides. Hadrian was a little nervous about that. He only had experience with his own family, and they weren't very nice. They never took him anywhere special. Aunt Maggie said that they owned a spot of land outside Devonshire, a small farm that Hadrian would just love. He couldn't wait, especially since there would be other kids. There really wasn't anyone at the tower his age to play with, unless you counted the two princes, but they were ghosts and couldn't really play many games. It would be the first time Hadrian had left the tower since he was brought here as a baby raven last spring. He wondered what a farm was like. Did it have animals he could see, and maybe even pet? Why did it seem like it was taking forever anyway? Hadrian sighed impatiently and turned back to the biscuits he was decorating with sugar sprinkles. The night was dark and the air bitterly cold. Snow blanketed the grounds and trees inside the tower complex. A shaft of moonlight shone into the bedroom of a tousle-headed child who was soundly sleeping, his small arms clutching a plush stuffed raven named Inky. He was snuggled so deep in his covers that only his nose and a mop of black hair were visible. Hadrian, my little raven, wake up. Hadrian rubbed his eyes as he sat up in bed, pulling Inky closer. He yawned as he looked around, hearing a woman's laughter. I am sorry to disturb your rest, child, but I need to speak with you. Hadrian blinked away the sleep clouding his eyes and saw the dark-clad lady that visited him once before. Lady, he said, moving to hug her. You came. She laughed again. Oh, my little raven, you are such a treasure, she whispered, reaching up to brush a stray lock of hair out of his eyes. I see that you have found better guardians than my ravens. Are you mad at me? He asked, clutching Inky tightly. She smiled as she sat on the bed beside him. No, child, I am quite proud of you. You were very brave to show yourself to someone you didn't know. But she's the queen, and Queen Anne said. She's the mother of England. I wanted a real mother who would hug me and tell me stories, he said with childish logic. She leaned over and placed one long, pale finger on his lips to stop his rambling. Hush Hadrian, child, I need you to do something for me. He thought for a moment, then nodded. I need you to give this to your new guardians, she said, holding out a scroll and a small package. This will help them take better care of you. Hadrian took the scroll and package and placed them on the bed beside him. All right. She smiled and leaned over and kissed him on his forehead. And now, my little raven, what can I get for you this solstice night? What's a solstice? The winter solstice, it is a very special day for family, which starts the Yule celebrations, she explained. I know what Yule is. Aunt Maggie told me. She said if I was very good Father Christmas would leave me a special present. I never got presents before, but Dudley always did. He sounded dejected, until he remembered. Oh wait, I have a present for you. I made it myself. He pulled out a small rumpled drawing from under his pillow. I hope you like it. Thank you, my raven. I shall treasure this, she laughed, taking the drawing of her with Thor and Hardy. And I have a special present for you as well. Where is it? He asked excitedly. You'll get it on Yule morn with the rest of your gifts. Ah, that's like forever away. She smiled as she ran a hand through his hair. It isn't that long until Yule, little one. She smiled softly down at him. Always remember you are mine, Hadrian Ravenshield, and I will keep you safe from all who would bring you harm here at the tower. Will I see you again? He asked with another yawn as he laid back down. She tucked his blanket up under his chin and kissed him again. Yes, my little raven, she whispered as she faded in the moonlight. I will always be watching over you. Clutching Inky tighter, he rubbed his eyes and snuggled back into his covers as sleep claimed him once more. It was 2 days before Christmas and a very unusual meeting was being held at number 10 Downing Street, well away from prying eyes. Normally, we don't allow children to live at the tower, the Prime Minister said. However, from what you tell me, it is probably the best and safest place for him at this time. Yes, Prime Minister, Amanda Kensington said. From what I found out in the magical world, Albus Dumbledore knows he is missing and is looking for him. She shifted through the file in front of her as she continued. The goblins have sealed all the Potter vaults and are looking into the headmaster's possible mishandling of the Young Lords Trust Fund. There have been several inquiries to date from several prominent families as to the child's location, some of questionable repute. Albus hid the files well. Even I couldn't find them. She looked up at the concerned faces before her. As far as I can tell, no legal firm has stepped forward to take Lord Potter's case, which is puzzling. I know that the Potters are a very ancient and noble family, wealthy in their own right, and they should have had legal counsel on retainer. Such arrangements are made when the family head draws up his will. Amanda sighed as she went to the next item on her list. From the scroll that was delivered to Lord Potter by the lady, she has tied him into the blood wards that surround the tower, and she's made it possible for myself, Healer Atwaters and Maggie McIntyre to do non-lethal magic without triggering the wards. She shuddered at the memory of the feelings of dread that had washed over her when she first encountered them. I thought that Maggie McIntyre could do magic within the tower. The Prime Minister asked, looking a bit confused. Normally, she can only do magic within the Waterloo barracks, so she tells me it is shielded. Prime Minister Ben explained. Because of the oaths we swore to the crown, most magicals that work at the tower don't have to worry too much about the wards. Maggie's always very careful about going out onto the greens though. She tells me that on the tower green itself it feels as if some great beast is looming over her, poised to strike. I see, the Prime Minister said thoughtfully. She looked over at the fourth person attending the meeting, who had been silent until now. Your Royal Highness, has Her Majesty been informed of the healer's recommendation as to guardianship? She has, and she feels that the first priority is the child's safety and well-being. She will make an exception to allow the child to live at the tower. She doesn't like it, but will agree to it, the Prince of Wales said. Amanda chimed in, too many people want to use that child for their own political agendas and, according to his parents' will, he was never supposed to go to Lily Potter's sister. I can see why Albus Dumbledore sealed the will, but it didn't give him leave to ignore their wishes. The Dark Lord's followers are everywhere, so Lord Potter needs to be hidden for his own safety. I concur, said His Royal Highness. We have taken a special interest in His Grace as well. The crown owes the Gryffindor line a debt that can never be fully repaid, which is why his ancestor was ennobled. It was the least the crown could do for the service rendered, and now it is only fitting that we see to the safety and well-being of the heir to that noble line. I have Her Majesty's approval to make any decisions necessary for His Grace's protection and well-being. It would be best to follow the recommendation of Healer Atwaters and, for the moment, have the child fostered by Yeoman Warder McIntyre and his wife. We have deemed it wise to give the child a name not associated with the magical world for now. Let's give him a childhood before training him to be a soldier. Then you think this Dark Lord will be back? Asked the Prime Minister, looking a bit worried, glancing from the vacant portrait over the fireplace to Amanda. We are not sure, but Albus Dumbledore is, or he would not have gone to such extremes to hide the child and bury all records pertaining to him, she replied. Let's hope for the best and prepare for the worst, shall we? Maggie and I have fallen in love with Hadrian, Ben spoke up quietly. We are planning to take the child with us for our family holiday. He needs to interact with children his own age, and Maggie and I do have a big family. Will they be able to keep the secret? Amanda asked. We've only told them that we're fostering a child, Ben confirmed. We haven't given them any details, only that he was made a ward of the crown and needed protection and so was entrusted to us. I think he needs a name other than Hadrian or Harry, if we are to protect him, Amanda said, thoughtfully. People will start looking for him under those names. Ben smiled with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Well, Maggie and I thought his name should fit well with his raven name of Scrapper. Oh, no, no. Amanda groaned as she ran the name through her mind, clutching her head as she shook it in denial. His Royal Highness looked over, one brow raised in a stoic expression as the Prime Minister just rolled her eyes. So the guardianship paperwork was filled out, and all it needed was the proper signatures. That day, Hadrian, Harry, James Potter became John Hadrian James McIntyre until such time he was able to claim his birth name and his heritage within the wizarding world. John Hadrian, as he was now called by everyone at the tower, was sitting at the kitchen table eating his breakfast. Today was a big day for him. He was now 6 years old and Uncle Ben and Aunt Maggie were taking him to their son, Uncle Lawrence's home in Manchester, for a big birthday party. Yesterday, the yeomen and their families held a small party in the mess hall for him and he'd got a lot of cool things. That had been the bestest party ever, in his opinion. He couldn't remember ever having a birthday party before. Even the ghosts had sent him many well wishes. Also, Her Majesty sent a gift to the tower with her esteemed best wishes for his 6th year. Even Prince William, who was only 4, had sent him a small gift too. Miss Kensington and Healer Atwaters had also come to the party and their gifts were from the wizarding world. One of them was a book of stories about someone called Beetle the Bard, and a chocolate frog that tried to escape when you opened the package, and a toy wand. John Hadrian took his many presents and placed them near his most prized possession, a beautiful snow globe that had a dancing couple inside. When he picked it up and shook it, they danced in swirling snowflakes. The lady had gifted him with it this past Yule. The note with said it was his real parents on their wedding day. He now knew what they looked like. Aunt Tunyad never allowed him to see even a picture of them before. Thor and Hardy gave him some pretty shiny bits they found in the rubbish and on the greens. Maggie made a face when he showed her, but didn't say much. He promised to keep them in his nest box out in the tower. Yes, he still had his own nest box, right next to Hardy's. That way he didn't have to worry about being cold, or the rain and wind, when he went to visit them as Hardy and Thor protected him with their wings. Healer Atwaters had tried to stop him from transforming into Scrapper, but could not find any medical reason for him not to. If the lady said that it was all right, what was a healer to do? Since he had been given permission to live at the tower, John's days were now spent in a regular routine. Both Maggie and Healer Atwaters insisted on a strict schedule. John didn't mind it much. It just showed that they cared for him. He got up in the early morning, ate breakfast, and then Maggie and him went over his workbooks. Often, one of the yeoman warders' wives would come and check over his work and sometimes, he got stars for doing well. They would give Maggie instructions on what he needed to learn next. Then it was lunchtime and, afterwards, he was allowed out on the greens for an hour's playtime. Sometimes, He went as a boy, but mostly he turned into Scrapper so he could play with Thor and Hardy. The ravens taught him the fine art of pranking the yeoman and being a general nuisance. They also told the best stories, some even were about the lady. They even helped him amuse the tourists, but never allowed any visitors to get too close to him. The yeoman warders were always on hand to keep things from going too far when the ravens got carried away with their mischief. As Scrapper, he enjoyed his time as a raven, but he still hadn't gotten the hang of taking his clothes with him when he changed. Aunt Maggie told him it would just take time. Ben always kept fresh clothes at the rookery, ready for him when he changed back. When the ravens were put up for the night, around tea time, Scrapper would return to being John Hadrian, and then he was ready for his tea. After tea, he got more lessons, but this time from Queen Anne, Sir Walter and Wendell the Mad. Queen Anne and Sir Walter taught him manners and etiquette as befitting a peer of the realm, while Wendell taught him about the history of magic. The three of them taught through stories and play acting, and sometimes the princes would sit in on these lessons and help when needed. Nighttime was the bestest. First was supper, and then Uncle Ben would sit with John in an easy chair by the fire and he would read from books. Sometimes they'd just rock and listen to the wireless, or watch the telly. However, it was Ben's deep Manchester accent that lulled John into drowsy complacency while Maggie would sit and knit in her favorite chair beside the fireplace. John loved snuggling into the man's strong arms. Now and then he would ask questions about the story they were reading as he didn't understand all of the words yet. Uncle Vernon had never read to Dudley like this. Sometimes Aunt Tunya would read Dudley a story when he was sick in bed, but not often. He had always wished for someone to hold him and read to him. Maybe wishes really did come true. Yes, life for John Hadrian McIntyre was good. Now he was the whole sum of 6. He was 6 years old. He was getting big. The trip from Euston Station to Manchester took little over 3 hours. Uncle Lawrence and Aunt Abby and their 2 children met them at the station. They had a son about John Hadrian's age, Charlie, and a daughter named Sarah who was 8. Charlie and John had fun the few times they'd played together. Uncle Ben and Aunt Maggie made it quite clear to John that he was not to change into a raven while they were away from the tower. People would not understand, and John had to agree as he remembered how his former aunt and uncle hated anything different. Everyone adored John Hadrian from the first time he was introduced last Christmas. There had been several children around John's age, but he spent most of his time with Charlie. Charlie had been a bit jealous at first, however, as he and John compared notes, he realized that John didn't have a good time of it before he came to stay with his grandparents. He had visited his grandparents a few times at the tower, but found the place boring. There wasn't anything to do there, except run around on the greens. He couldn't understand how John could stand it and said so. Sarah sniffed and shook her head. She thought John was cute, but really all she wanted was to return to her friends. She accepted that she now had a new cousin, even if he was adopted. Miss Kensington is very nice too. John was telling everyone about his birthday presents in the car. She always brings something for me. She brought me a photo of my real mum and dad for my birthday. She said I have my mum's eyes and my dad's hair. My old aunt and uncle didn't like my mum and dad. She comes to the tower and checks on my prog. Uncle Ben, I think the word you were looking for is progress, my lad, Ben said, as he was listening in on the conversation going on in the back seat. Progress, John said, sounding out the word, frowning in concentration. What does progress mean? It means how are you doing, Sarah said, rolling her eyes. Don't you know anything? John flinched away and went silent. Sarah Margot, her mother chided. That wasn't very nice. Sarah ducked her head. Sorry. What do you do for fun? Charlie asked, still not clear on why John had to stay at the tower. Kids weren't allowed before. John shrugged and looked up at Ben. Lots of stuff. Watch the telly sometimes, playing with my toys, do my lessons. He wasn't sure he was supposed to mention he mostly played with the ravens and the ghosts. Sounds boring to me, Charlie said in a huff, breaking into John's thoughts. Well, you'll need to show him what he's missing then, won't you, me lad? Uncle Lawrence said as he pulled up to their split-level townhouse. Charlie, show John where he will be staying. The party that night was fun. There was cake and ice cream and lots of presents. At one point, John became so overwhelmed that he started to tremble and shake his head. Aunt Maggie quickly took him out of the room, much to everyone's dismay. "What's wrong, Granda? Why did Gran have to take John away? Didn't he like the party?" Ben sighed and pulled Charlie closer. The adults tried to look elsewhere. "Charlie, you remember what we told you at Christmas?" Charlie nodded. John wasn't liked when he was sent to live with his relatives after his parents were killed. He was only a baby at the time. Ben looked solemnly down at his grandson. "They abused him, Charlie. They never gave him love like your parents love you. They did everything for their own child, but nothing for John. Now you and Gran have him. Is he going to be all right?" Sarah asked, concerned. "We think so," Ben explained. "Your Gran and I think the world of you, and your parents, but he needs us more." He didn't go into the facts of why the child had to live at the tower. His grandchildren didn't need to know that yet. Maggie smiled as she came back without John. Too much excitement and ice cream. "Ben dear, he wants a story." Ben stood as Charlie looked up eagerly. "Well, come along, Charlie me lad, let's see what story you and John want tonight." That night, when the children were safely asleep, all the adults took a deep breath of relief. "I see a vast improvement in John since Christmas," said Abby as Lawrence passed around glasses of wine. "Oh, yes," Maggie said, making herself comfortable on the sofa. "He's a very good boy. I'm just glad those monsters didn't have him any longer than they did. We still have problems with nightmares. His healer has been giving us very helpful advice. And it also helps that he adores Ben." Lawrence snorted. "Just wait until he starts testing you. Dad was always a strong disciplinarian." Ben sighed, rubbing his chin. "I never let you kids get away with anything when you were young, but with John, we are still feeling our way. He has had too much discipline, in the form of abuse from those monsters. The healer and I are working things out. One thing is for certain, John won't ever be getting the belt." "So now what, Dad?" Lawrence asked. "We undo what damage we can and build up his character. Already we are seeing the child that he should have been, had his true parents lived," Ben said. "But why the tower? Surely there is a better place for John to be raised. We would take him, Dad," Abby smiled, looking to her husband. Ben shook his head. "They'd been through this before. I'm sorry, Abby, but John has to stay with us. He has too many enemies and too many people looking for him. There've already been some inquiries about his disappearance in the magical world. It hasn't made the profit yet, but there have been several quiet investigations, according to Miss Kensington." Maggie added. "The reason he is with us is he appealed to the crown and is now under the crown's protection. John has to stay in the tower. Thank Merlin that everything is coming together and those monsters got what was coming to them." Everyone raised their glasses in salute to the crown. If there was one thing the McIntyres knew, it was duty, and it was an honor to serve the crown. There was a small boy who needed what they could give and they were not going to let him down. The next few of years were pretty similar. John Hadrian was taught chiefly by Ben and Maggie. Over time everyone, alive and non-corporeal, at the tower fell into a pattern. When John was a boy, he was known as John Hadrian. When he was allowed to be a raven, it was Scrapper, or sometimes Scrapper John. Slowly, as the seasons passed, John Hadrian healed mentally and physically from the abuse that had been heaped upon him by his relatives. Between the nightlight that Maggie bought for him when he was 6, and the presence of a spirit or two watching over him at night, the nightmares slowly faded into the past. It also helped that instead of scorn and ridicule, Maggie and Ben praised and encouraged him. John Hadrian rarely got into much trouble, but he was only a small boy exploring his new world, so from time to time he, along with his favorite playmates, the princes, did push the boundaries. When he needed to be corrected for wrongdoings, it was done with love and forgiveness and never through physical means. What helped tremendously was during his first Christmas in his new home, John handed over a scroll with an edict handed down from the goddess. She commanded that the pendant, which he wore around his neck, must never be removed. It was endowed with her magical protections, and if he took it off he would no longer be protected. The scroll explained that one of those protections made him immune to the blood wards that surrounded the tower, granting him the freedom of the tower and its surrounding greens. Another protection bestowed by her amulet kept John Hadrian hidden from the Ministry of Magic and the rest of the wizarding world. In fact, Ben and Maggie could take the child on a stroll down Diagon Alley, and all people would see was an elderly couple taking their grandchild shopping. Nothing remarkable about the trio would be evident. There was, however, one drawback to this protection. John Hadrian could only be outside the wards of the tower for one lunar cycle before the protection started to break down. That was fine with everyone who knew who John Hadrian really was. Trips to visit family members and for holidays were much anticipated and arranged with the time constraint in mind. 0. The Dursleys' arrest and trial was a 3-day wonder in the press and the courts. Gossip around Privet Drive refused to die away months later. It seemed to those watching the news that the court and Her Majesty's prosecutor were especially harsh. Their son, 5-year-old Dudley, was so grossly overweight and spoiled that he was making it impossible for child services to place him with a good foster family. Vernon's sister, Marge Dursley, tried to get custody of her nephew, but she was denied when child services inspected her home. Their report stated that the living conditions in her home were more like a kennel than a human habitation and not a suitable place to raise a child. Several of her purebred dogs were unusually aggressive and were humanely put down as dangers to the public. In the end, Dudley Dursley was sent to a group home for troubled boys in an attempt to undo the damage of severe obesity and lack of discipline. Albus Dumbledore finally heard about what was happening to the Dursleys through a fire call from Arabella Figg, the aged squib he had placed close to the Dursleys to monitor Harry Potter. She fire-called when the small allowance he had been taking from the child's family estate to pay her rent on Wisteria Lane had been discontinued by the goblins. She complained about not receiving her rent money in her last report and had also sent over the latest news clippings about the Dursleys' arrest. However, he'd never really read the reports she'd sent over through the years, and the latest was no exception. No matter what she reported, the child needed the protection of the wards around his aunt's home. It was for the best that young Harry was away from the magical world, so the reports were filed away unread. Galvanized into action by the shocking news, the headmaster tried to get clemency for the Dursleys but was blocked at every turn. With the Crown's displeasure set so strongly against them, and with the aid of someone outside his circle of influence in the ministry, it was a done deal. As chief of the Wizengamot, he had no choice but to uphold the laws of the land. Albus Dumbledore had his suspicions, but couldn't even prove who in the ministry was involved. He did try and use his many contacts, but ultimately even they didn't know. His final efforts to try to get information through the Muggle Liaison Office failed spectacularly. Like most in the ministry, he had a blind spot when it came to that office and spared very little effort to coerce them into compliance. Besides, he was very unsure about dealing with the no-nonsense Muggle-born Ravenclaw who had risen to her position through dint of much infighting and a will of iron. Also, he was trying to keep the fact that he had lost track of the boy who lived due to his own negligence. He wasn't too sure about her allegiance, and it could undermine everything he was trying to do, for the greater good. That is, if he ever found Harry again. There is nothing to do now but wait, he thought sadly, looking over at the monitors he had on the boy. I'll just have to wait until you comes to Hogwarts. Oh, my boy, where are you? Are you safe? Why did you leave the protection of your relatives? Didn't you know I only wanted the best for you? On his windowsill a raven sat cawing out to his companions in the forest. During this time John Hadrian's guardians, mentors and other involved parties were constantly reviewing, updating, and tweaking their plans for his life and education. Maggie and Ben loved their latest child. He was a wonderful boy, full of life. They prayed that those monsters who had harmed him had been consigned to the deepest, darkest pits of hell. Healer Atwaters visited the child on a monthly basis for the first year, then quarterly afterward. He was quite pleased with the lad's improved health and mental outlook. He cited Maggie and Ben's constant care and loving encouragement as the main factor in John Hadrian's progress. As a healer, it was always gratifying to see a child run and play in the fullness of health, and he'd had a major part in that. Amanda Kensington made sure that Lord Hadrian's financial interests were taken care of in the wizarding world. She became a favorite aunt as well. She coordinated with the goblins about any problems that arose to do with the Potter accounts, and made sure that both Ben and Maggie received the funds needed to supplement raising a wizarding child. She also, with the help of the goblins, kept the ministry and Dumbledore off balance in trying to find him. Of course, being a Muggle-born, she was beneath their notice and no one suspected her. She made sure that all references to Lord Potter were buried, just as was originally planned by the headmaster. She smiled as she remembered squaring off with the old wizard. She had never been that enthralled with the great and powerful leader of the light. Since Albus Dumbledore was neither direct blood kin or guardian of the child, he had no legal rights to know where Harry was now living. The royal family kept close ties with the child as well. Notes of encouragement, well wishes and tidbits that would appeal to a young child were exchanged. John Hadrian was encouraged to call the Queen, in private, of course, Grandmama in his notes and drawings to her. He also received presents on his birthday and Christmas, as well as being invited to the Queen's public Christmas party held annually for the children of staff members at Buckingham Palace. The Prime Minister had a small committee looking for a special tutor for John Hadrian. Soon the child would be old enough to begin the training that he would need before returning officially to the wizarding world. This tutor would need to be a wizard and a non-commissioned officer either in the Special Forces or the Royal Marines. He must be able to handle himself in any situation and deal with a precocious child at the same time. But most of all, he must be able to make the training the child needed fun. It just would not be proper to drill a child like a raw recruit. Military discipline might well undo all of the progress they had made so far. Once John Hadrian realized he was there to stay at the tower, he settled into life with Ben and Maggie with joyous abandon. The yeoman warders carried on as they always had, with solemn duty to their oaths and charges. They guarded and protected the tower and its occupants with unswerving loyalty, honor and dignity. John Hadrian was one of their own, which they took to heart. When not on duty, they and their families helped with the child's education, be it book learning or practical. Many were retired Royal Marines, and they included John Hadrian in their physical regimen to help improve the lad's stature and strengthen muscles long weakened by life in a cupboard. The ghosts and spirits took the goddess, command to teach the child to their hearts. Queens Anne and Jane taught courtly etiquette and decorum. Sir Walter taught philosophy and literature. The two little princes were John Hadrian's constant playmates. Wendell the Mad taught him the beginnings of magic and what every pure-blood child needs to learn, the traditions and etiquette of the wizarding world. They were all pleased with the lad's improvements in health and knowledge and the fact that he wasn't afraid of them. The princes did teach John Hadrian one bad habit: they showed him all the neat places to hide if he was in trouble, like the time they hid one ghost's head because he was mean to one of the Shire lady ghosts. The ravens never changed. The seasons may, but the ravens went with the flow. Life at the tower was the same routine, year after year, but they didn't care. Life was good. They taught their fledgling how to spy, pick pockets and to disdain the tourists that flocked to the tower. Each raven had its own territory and knew where he or she belonged in the pecking order. Scrapper John was the fledgling of Thor and Hardy, and for the ravens, that settled the matter. No matter how much the adults in his life might plan for him, fate would inevitably add a twist or two to the child's life. They could only hope for the best and prepare for the worst. They all knew that Lord John Hadrian Potter McIntyre was the lady's chosen, and she had the final say in his life. All they could do was try to keep the child as innocent and protected for as long as possible, or die trying. A slender man, whose dark auburn hair and blue eyes that betrayed his part Scandinavian ancestry, stood at parade rest in front of a very unusual review board. At least, it was unusual in his experience. As a loner, and somewhat of an independent thinker, Sergeant Major Paul Wolfram couldn't understand why he was up before this particular board. They were asking some very interesting, not to mention puzzling, questions. The panel of 3 senior officers had been screening 5 other Royal Marines besides him. He and all of his fellow interviewees were all past or present commandos with unique and special talents. In other words, they were all wizards. "Do you like children?" asked the general in the middle of the panel. "Yes, General, children see and know more than adults think they do." "So yes, sir, I like children. I have several nieces and nephews. Would you be able to make military training fun for a child of 8? Another asked. "Now, there's a question. Yes, sir, I think I could make many training exercises fun for a young lad of 8. On and on went the questions for all 5 who stood in front of the review board. What were his views on the WW's current leaders? He and the other 4 who stood beside him were all Muggle-borns who had become disillusioned with the wizarding world and had decided to seek their fortunes elsewhere. Wolfram explained he had left the WW for a number of reasons, and 2 of them were the incompetence and corruption of the leaders of that world. Do you agree with those leaders' current policies? His views about the current political climate in the WW bordered on absolute contempt. The pure-bloods had had it their own way far too long, and the Muggle-borns and those raised in the Muggle world were getting the shaft. There was no incentive to keep them in the WW after they finished school. The pure-blood monopoly on all the key positions in the Ministry was killing their world's future. Of course, he didn't tell them that. He knew better than to completely express his opinions to his superiors. "No sir," the sergeant major replied. "The magical world is stuck in the Victorian age as far as morals and worldview. As I had no hope of changing their policies, I figured I would make my fortune in the real world." He really did hate the word Muggle. Do you actually believe that a 15-month-old toddler could take down a very powerful Dark Lord who had steeped himself in the dark arts? Begging the general's pardon, no sir, not really. He had studied what public evidence he could find after the incident, and learning how brilliant Lily Potter was, he was of the opinion that she had done something to protect her child. Sad, really, she was the one that should be lauded as the hero, not the child. He let his service record speak for itself. He had top honors in his fields of expertise. He was very proficient in weapons, black ops and martial arts. He was also a wizard whose NEWT results were in the top 10% of his class, including Dada, not bad for a Muggle-born Gryffindor. Wolfram wasn't sure what was going on. It could be anything, but it sounded like a new assignment. He was too cagey to play all his cards at once. Not very Gryffindorish, perhaps, but he was more seasoned now and very much aware how the military worked. Whatever the review board was after, Wolfram soon found himself heading for number 10 Downing Street along with two others. He only knew the other two by reputation, good men to have at your back, for sure, but he had never personally worked with them. The meeting with the Prime Minister was brief. They were being screened to take on a 10-year mission of a very important and highly secret nature. Being wizards, that shouldn't take much out of their lives. Wizards in the military, unless injured or killed, could expect a very long career. You three were picked because 1. You are single with no family commitments, 2. You are wizards, and 3. You are capable of training raw recruits, the Prime Minister said. However, we can't decide which of you will do the better job, so we are going to your potential new assignment to let him choose. The three men straightened, refusing to take their eyes off the Prime Minister as she continued. All three of you have taken an oath to the Crown to serve it in any way possible, and we do need that service. Come, gentlemen. John Hadrian peered into a small snow globe that rested beside the one containing his parents on their wedding day. The globe had been another present from the lady last solstice. She told him that this man would be a great teacher and trainer for him. In time, the man would even become like a big brother. John smiled as he shook the globe. He could not wait to meet the man later today. What fun they would have. Then, he'll be a soldier like Uncle Ben. The trip to the tower was uneventful. The men did not speculate on the assignment among themselves. All three of them knew what top secret meant. However, the trio paled when they walked through the tower gate. They could feel the heavy wards testing their intentions, and it was not pleasant. Come along, gentlemen, you are safe thanks to your oaths, the Prime Minister chided. Her high heels clicked on the concrete as she led them along the pathway to the Waterloo Barracks. It was late afternoon, most of the tourists were gone as the tower was closing for the night. A young boy was playing on the greens quietly with a yeoman warder standing nearby. The lad looked to be about 8. Prime Minister, the yeoman said with a slight bow. These the men? Yes, Yeoman Warder McIntyre. We feel that they represent the best the military has to offer, she said. The child looked up and shouted, Aunt Margaret. She laughed as the child ran up to her. Hello, John Hadrian. And how are you today? Sergeant Major Wolfram stood to one side as the child chatted animatedly with the Prime Minister. In his experience, children had no sense of protocol, but he couldn't deny that the child was happy to see her. Gentlemen, this is His Grace, Lord John Hadrian. He lives here at the tower. You three will be staying here for a week to see which one of you will take on the role of bodyguard and mentor. John, Her Majesty wants you to decide which of these men you feel can teach you the best. Him, John said, pointing to Wolfram. Both the yeoman warder and the Prime Minister frowned. Surely, John Hadrian, you can take a week to get to know them. The boy shook his head. I already know. The lady told me that I would be getting a new teacher. She even showed me what he looked like. She said I would like him. The Prime Minister sighed, but looked resolved. My apologies, gentlemen. I thank you for your time and service. Please report back to your regiments. You will find a substantial compensation for your time. Again, thank you. Also, remember your oaths. What you saw here today is classified and not to be discussed." The other two men saluted and left with puzzled looks. Both were well schooled not to question orders. "Sergeant Major, let me formally introduce you to His Grace, Lord John Hadrian James Potter McIntyre, Duke of Gryffindor, head of the ancient and noble House of Potter, and the boy who lived. Your new charge." A stunned Sergeant Major found his new quarters within the tower barracks quite comfortable. They were close to the married couple's barracks and offered plenty of privacy. While his oaths to Q and C protected him from most of the tower's blood wards, he had been given an amulet keyed him into the rest. He was thankful for the small token, as the wards were starting to get on his nerves, since he was not going to be a full-time yeoman. A thick file lay innocently on his desk taunting him. He couldn't believe when he learned what his mission truly was. He would go over it again later with a glass of scotch. Right now, he was due for a meeting at Yeoman Warder McIntyre's apartment. The apartment was compact, but large by military standards. There was ample evidence that a child lived here, toys neatly stacked in a play box by the bookcase, workbooks and pencils waiting to be used on a side stand by the kitchen table, and pictures of said child and the elderly couple that were raising him dotted the walls. "Ah, Sergeant Major, come in," came the gruff voice of the yeoman warder. "Maggie is overseeing John's washing up before tea. Do you always allow him to play outside on the public green?" Wolfram asked as he shook the man's hand, before following him to the kitchen table. John and Maggie made their appearance before Ben could answer. Maggie headed for the kitchen to check the water as John sat down across from Wolfram. "Hello, sir." "Hello, Lord John Hadrian," Wolfram said as he took the offered seat across from the boy. Ben cleared his throat as he sat at the head of the table. "Have you read your brief, Sergeant Major?" Wolfram nodded as Maggie set the tea service before them. She poured tea for the three adults first. John sat quietly, waiting his turn as he had been taught. "How was your day, John?" she asked, letting the men talk quietly among themselves. "The same, Aunt Maggie," John said as he watched the plate of biscuits being passed around. "Thor says there's a cat taking up a cubby hole by the west wall and she's about to have kittens." Ben nodded. "I'll check it out." "Good lad. Cats are a bane to the ravens here," he explained. John beamed with pride as Ben turned to a confused Wolfram. "John here is an animagus. His form is a fledgling raven. He's quite the hit with some of the tourists. Thor and Hardy, the leaders of the flock, have taken him under their wings." Ben paused to stir sugar into his tea. From time to time, John passes on information that he hears from the birds. He helps us keep them safe from predators. "I see," Wolf said as he waved off the plate of sweets. A slight frown creased his brow as he took in the information, but something was still puzzling him. Earlier, he mentioned a lady. "Who?" John smiled, looking up from his plate of biscuits. "She is the lady," he said with his mouth full. "Aunt Amanda calls her, the Morrigan." John ducked from Aunt Maggie's frown as she passed him a napkin. Wiping his face, he continued. "Sorry. The lady calls me her, little raven, and she tells me things she says I need to know." Maggie gave him a look that said he should finish his tea quietly. John nodded as he looked longingly at another chocolate biscuit. She smiled and gave a nod. "Sergeant Major, as you are a Muggle born, you were probably Church of England. When you were at Hogwarts, did you get a chance to take a wizarding culture class?" Ben asked. Wolfram nodded, not sure where this was going. "John here was brought to us by the goddess, the Morrigan. She has made him her chosen, and visits him from time to time, mostly on the solstices," Ben explained. "She gave me a globe with you in it. It's in my room." John piped up, as crumbs flaked down his chin. Maggie handed him another napkin as she quietly scolded him about his manners. "Merlin." Wolf choked on his tea. The sergeant major settled easily into life at the tower compound. With the consent of John Hadrian's tutors and guardians, a new daily schedule was soon set up. Mornings were for books and lessons, afternoons were for playtime, physical training with Wolf, and evenings were for family time. Ben and Maggie knew they were getting on in years, and having an active, growing boy around could sometimes be too much for their aging bodies to keep up with. At those times they were especially thankful for the sergeant major. He had the strength, endurance and the patience to keep up with a soon-to-be 9-year-old. From the very beginning the sergeant major insisted that everyone called him Wolf. That took some getting used to, but, in the end, everyone did. His reasoning was he was on assignment to be a mentor and bodyguard to John, and so he felt he really wasn't on active duty. The focus of Wolf's mission was the protection, training, and well-being of John Hadrian. He took that duty very seriously. As he learned in the briefings, too many people wanted a slice of the boy. Be their aim good or evil, he vowed they would have to get past him first. He wasn't too happy playing nursemaid, but, as the days and weeks passed, the child grew on him. To Ben and Maggie, it seemed that he was growing on the child, if the hero worship was anything to go by. Wolf was surprised and delighted to find John Hadrian was a very smart and talented young wizard. The child also had the ability to concentrate on the task at hand and strove to please his instructors. He took to most of Wolf's training like the proverbial duck to water, or perhaps he should say, a raven to shiny things. However, to Wolf's dismay, he found it was the ghosts that bothered him the most. He never knew when, or where, they would appear. He was very respectful to Queen Anne and cordial to Sir Walter, but Wendell the Weird unnerved him as that ghost took to popping in at the oddest time. He particularly liked to pop up when Wolf was taking a shower, of all things. The sergeant major wasn't too sure about the two princes. They had a devilish streak running through them, and they taught his charge many of their bad habits, like hiding to avoid certain lessons. Despite his annoyance at such behaviors, Wolf really couldn't complain too loudly. Such an ability could prove useful in the future. The only problem he had was in teaching the boy when to use this skill. "Scrapper, come down here. It's time for your lesson," Wolf shouted up into a tree. This was the third time the child had ducked out of training in his studies, and Wolf was fed up with the disobedience. John Hadrian changing into a fledgling had caused several incidents that Wolf would rather not remember. The first time Wolf had seen the child shift he was taken by surprise, and then awe. John Hadrian was too young to be doing such complex magic. Then he thought about the child's birth parents and what he knew about them. James and Lily Potter were, by all accounts, a very smart and powerful wizard and witch. Having troubles, Wolf, Yeoman Provost asked as several tourists snickered in the background. "Seems Scrapper has got the better of you yet again." He chuckled. Peering up into the tree he politely suggested, "I am sure that the Ravenmaster can help get him for you. Do you want me to call for him?" "That won't be necessary," Wolf said, leaning against the tree, folding his arms. "I'll wait." Scrapper caught and rustled his feathers as if laughing down at the humans. Wolf snorted as the tourists and the yeoman wandered off, the show being over. The sergeant major's patience paid off once the tourists were gone and the ravens were bedded down for the night. A very disgruntled boy was Frog marched back to the barracks. It was one of the few times the child pushed his boundaries to the limit of adult tolerance, much to the frustration and amusement of everyone concerned. John Hadrian had been very upset that his time with the ravens was cut short with this new study schedule. He really liked spending time with them, they taught him all sorts of fun things. Now that he was older and more secure in his environment, he let his displeasure be known, and loudly. Of course, for each prank and missed lesson, John Hadrian had to pay the piper, as it were. For the most part, John took his medicine, as well as could be expected for his age. Too many times in the past, his relatives' form of punishment was extreme, bordering on torture. They had trained John well to suffer his punishment in silence. All of the adults around John mentally cursed the Dursleys every time their treatment of the child reared its ugly head. For the most part, John Hadrian adored Wolf. The tall Royal Marine made most of the practical training fun. Currently John was being taught basic gun safety with paint guns. Of course, such training wasn't allowed in the tower compound. Paint splatters on the buildings were frowned upon, not to mention the disruption a paint war would cause among the tourists. There was also the question of how the wards would react to such an activity. Wolf solved that problem by taking John Hadrian to the palace guards training grounds. A few of the off-duty staff sometimes joined in the fun. Just to keep in practice as it were. Sometimes John wished the adults in his life weren't so demanding. He agreed with the ravens. Life was too short not to have a little fun on a wonderful, lazy, sunny day. Thor, or one of the other ravens, would visit his window and tease him while he was studying or working on the many problems set before him. He looked over to where Wolf was working on a keyboard. The man's back was to John, so he hadn't seen Thor sitting on the windowsill. Bugger this, John thought, quietly sliding his workbook to one side. He couldn't resist the urge. He was, after all, a raven at heart. He'd study later, the sun and wind was calling. Scrapper John Hadrian McIntyre. Get back here and finish your homework. Caw. Scrapper fluttered out the open window to freedom. It was a beautiful spring day. A school bus discharged its load of students from a local primary school. Everyone was excited to be out of school for the day. It meant no classes, homework or tests. Everyone, that is, except for one young girl with her nose in a book. The rest of the group around her ignored her as they formed two, chattering lines. The tour started out fine, but soon the book-toting young girl carefully separated herself from the rest of her classmates. She found a nice spot by the chapel of St. Paul and sat down to finish reading her book which she had found in the school library. She felt she could get more from it than actually trooping past displays in the chaos her noisy classmates would generate. At first, she wasn't sure she should be sitting here. The bench was nice, sitting as it did in the dappled shade of a large tree. Still, something seemed off, but then, this was the Tower of London. She shuddered slightly. Everything about the place felt strangely off to her. "Excuse me, miss, shouldn't you be with your class?" came an amused voice from above her. She looked up to see a young boy about her age in the tree she was resting beside. He had messy black hair and green eyes and was wearing a green polo shirt and jeans. He seemed to be polite, however experience had taught her that few remained either kind or polite for long. She waited for him to start in on her for her bookish ways like the other students did. She shrugged. "They won't miss me until it's time to leave." John Hadrian scrambled easily to the ground and took a seat beside her. Sneaking a peek at the title of her book, he started to chuckle. "You do know that the author of that book has several points wrong about the tower," he pointed out. She hmphed and tried to ignore him. "Do you mind? I am trying to read." She tilted her head so her mass of bushy, curly brown hair hid her face. "Really? Aren't you feeling a bit uncomfortable sitting so close to the block?" He grinned. "A lot of blood was spilt on it, and some people are quite sensitive to being so close to it," he intoned eerily. She looked over at the marker and shuddered. She had just assumed it was being inside this close to the tower that was giving her that sensation of being watched. "Come on, I know a better place to sit and read, if you want to. Or I can show you some things that most tourists don't know about." He offered her his hand politely. Closing her book, she looked into his earnest green eyes and sighed. "I'm not going to get any peace, am I?" "No, you aren't," he said with a smile as he gently took the book from her grasp. "Come on. Before Wolf comes. Looking for me. I'm supposed to be revising my math notes." "Who's Wolf?" she asked curiously. "Ah." He chewed his bottom lip for a moment and thought. "You could say he's my tutor." "Come on. I don't want to be dragged back inside. It's too nice a day." He tugged on her hand urgently. John couldn't believe it. There she was, sitting under his tree. He had asked the lady for a friend he could talk to, one that was still alive and human. The princes were fun, but they would never change, and he was growing up. He wanted someone to go to the park with, to ride the rides at a theme park and all the other things kids were supposed to do together. Charlie was all right, but he was so far away and they only were together for very short visits or on holidays. The lady had promised he would meet a very special person. One who loved books and needed a friend as much as he did. She would have bushy brown hair and sad dark brown eyes. She would also be magical as he was, but he couldn't tell her yet. It wasn't the right time for her to know. John trusted the lady. She had never lied to him and she always protected him. So he waited and waited and waited. Then, there she was. "I'm John Hadrian McIntyre," he said with a smile as he led her away from the block and the heaviest concentration of blood magic in the tower. "Hermione Granger," she replied softly. Her warm brown eyes looked at him in curiosity. "Where are we going?" John just smiled happily. After John Hadrian had seen Hermione off with the rest of her class, he returned to Wolf and his studies. He didn't want to. He was well ahead in them and, honestly, he was bored and lonely. It had been fun showing all his favorite hiding places to his new friend. Thankfully, the princes had stayed away. They usually did when they didn't know the person John was with. Good thing too, he wasn't sure how he would have explained them to her. Hermione was the first kid he had spoken to, and actually had a chance to play with since the last time he visited Charlie 2 months ago. However, Charlie was busy with school and couldn't skip classes if he wanted to stay on the football team. So more frequent visits weren't possible. John Hadrian sighed as he headed back to his quarters. Ben and Wolf were waiting for him when he entered the makeshift classroom. Both men's faces were expressionless, and John couldn't read them as he did normally. He had learned to read adults when he had been with the Dursleys to keep himself safe. "Did you have a nice time, John?" Ben asked as he placed a hand on his shoulder. "I guess so, but she had to go home with her class," John said glumly. He looked over at the tourist exit. "Did you get her particulars?" Wolf grinned. John nodded and handed over a piece of notebook paper with Hermione's name and contact information. Wolf gave a nod as he held up the scrap. "Well done, John. I think today is a skip day, don't you, Wolf?" Ben asked as he turned John to the stairs leading up to their apartment. Wolf looked at the slip of paper and nodded. "See you tomorrow, John." John gave a wave, but didn't say anything. He knew he was being rude, but he didn't care. He looked up at Ben with mournful eyes and asked, "Am I in trouble again, sir?" Ben and Wolf had watched John and his new friend all afternoon by ducking in and out of the buildings to remain out of sight. The yeoman warders tried to keep a careful watch over the pair as well, although John, who was usually very adept at escaping notice, hadn't even tried to remain unseen. It amused them to no end at how happy and carefree John seemed, which was very unusual with the quiet child. They knew that John was, for the most part, a happy and well-adjusted child who took to learning well. However, the only time they had ever seen him this animated was when he was with the princes. When a frantic teacher came to them about a missing student and described her, it didn't take them long to realize that John had been giving the missing student the unofficial tour. Wolf looked down at the slip of paper. They had been so very careful with who had access to John that they had all forgotten that the boy needed other children around him. Ben's grandson Charlie and John were good friends, but they lived too far apart and Charlie was now at boarding school most times when they visited. Wolf went to his office and made a few phone calls. John had been quite taken with the girl, more so than he had with any other child he'd come across at the compound. He, and even Ben, had been able to sense that the young girl was magical. They were both unsure why the wards had allowed her such free access. They could only speculate that because of her age and innocence, she was exempt. A knock sounded on his door and John walked in. "Wolf." "Yes, John. Are you going to see if Hermione can be my friend?" "Yes, but we have to be careful," Wolf said as he moved from his desk to sit on his couch. John came over and sat beside him. "She doesn't know she's magical and we can't tell her," John said. "Why is that?" "She's a Muggle born," John started to explain. "The lady said that Hermione can't know about me until I'm 15. I said that was awful, but the lady said it can't be helped. She explained that Hermione worships authority figures and once she goes to Hogwarts she might tell them about me. I want her as a friend and I promise, I won't tell her about me. The lady said that Hermione would be a good friend. Please, Wolf, can I have her as a friend?" Wolf took in the longing in John's green eyes. He thought through what his charge was saying. In their time together, he'd learned that John held a very special connection with the goddess. That she was visiting and talking to John was mind-boggling, and he still found it hard to comprehend. It was her will that John be raised at the tower under her very powerful protection. And Wolf, knowing John's destiny, had to agree. He sighed and pulled the boy closer. It made his heart ache to think any child would have to beg for a friend. "After the background check, I will go see her parents and explain some things. It'll be up to her parents whether they agree or not." John nodded as he leaned into the man's side. "Thanks, Wolf. We just won't tell her I'm a wizard or anything, right?" Dan and Emma Granger were normal, everyday dentists with a private practice in Crawley. They had one daughter, Hermione Jane. The last patient was just leaving as two men dressed in dark pinstripe suits and briefcases entered the surgery quietly at the end of the day. "We're closed, sirs. You will need to come back tomorrow," the receptionist said, covering her equipment and making sure her desk was ready for the next day. "I'm Sir Connor Bronson, Adjutant Major to the PM, and this is Reginald Smythe, my assistant. We wish to speak to both the doctors," Sir Connor said, pulling out his ID. "It won't take long." With a wide-eyed gasp, she ushered the two men into the office's conference room and hurried to inform the Grangers of their visitors. Two very confused but tired dentists took their seats around the table as their receptionist was dismissed for the day. "We are here to discuss your daughter, Hermione Jane, aged 9. Now, don't worry, she isn't in any trouble. She was on a field trip last week, was she not?" Sir Connor stated, getting right to the point. Emma Granger, a slender, professional-looking woman with blue eyes and brown hair, could not keep the surprise out of her face. "Why, yes. Hermione and her class went to the Tower of London last week. She said she met a very interesting boy there. He showed her things that weren't on the public tour. They didn't do anything wrong, did they?" "Hardly, Doctor," Smythe replied as the pair of men exchanged looks. "The young man she met lives at the tower with the assistant Ravenmaster and his wife." "But children don't live in the tower," Daniel Granger said. He was a tall man with short-trimmed bushy hair. "I thought there was a law or something." "No, sir," Major Bronson added. "John McIntyre lives with his guardians by the discretion of the Crown. He has lived there since he was 5. "What has this to do with us?" Emma asked. "When his parents were killed, the boy was sent to live with his mother's relatives, however, they weren't the nicest of people. In short, he ran away and was found at the tower. When Her Majesty visited the tower, he popped out of hiding and asked for help, startled everyone present, but it's been known to happen. Her Majesty was appalled by the child's condition. The boy didn't want to leave the tower as he had, it seemed, grown attached to one of the yeoman warders in residence. Her Majesty graciously consented and John now resides there with one of the warders' family." "I see," Emma mused. "Then this, John, was the one that showed Hermione around." "Yes, Doctor. He has asked if your daughter could visit him on a regular basis. At Her Majesty's charge, he is not permitted to leave the grounds for school. As there are no other young children there, he is very lonely. Doctor, your daughter was the first student his age that he's ever approached. John is very carefully watched." "Gracious. He isn't dangerous, is he?" "No, Doctor. By watched, I mean that he has the interest of Her Majesty, the Prime Minister and some of the cabinet. John Hadrian is a child prodigy. He is being tutored and specially groomed at Her Majesty's command. However, for all that, we adults tend to forget that he is a mere child, with a child's needs. In other words, he wants a friend." "But why Hermione?" Dan asked. Reginald Smythe shrugged. "Who knows what goes on in the minds of children? A request was made to our office, and we did a thorough background check of your whole family. We feel that you and your daughter would be doing a great service for Her Majesty by granting this request." Dan and Emma looked at each other. They both knew that Hermione had come home excited about meeting a boy at the tower. She had since exchanged a letter with him. She had never shown this amount of interest in making friends before. The letter that John had sent back was full of interesting gossip, and both parents had gotten a distinct sense of loneliness from the child's words. "We will, of course, discuss this with our daughter before we make a decision," Dan said. "Of course, Dr. Granger," Major Bronson agreed, standing. "Here is my card, please contact my office with your decision." "And Doctor?" "Yes, sir. I have 3 official passes for you and your family. You can visit the tower any time." He slid the passes and his card across the table. "If you do, you might like to know that John is usually found outside in the afternoons when the weather is decent." The next day an invitation to tea at the tower with Yeoman Warder McIntyre and family arrived in the Morning Post and the Grangers decided to take the day off. The Grangers met a yeoman warder just outside the tower compound. They were ushered through the private gate that the yeomen and their families used, thus avoiding the tourist entrance. The guard on duty waved them in with a smile once they presented their special passes. Hermione was nervously chewing on her bottom lip once again. "Do I look all right, Mum?" She fidgeted, plucking at imaginary wrinkles in her skirt. "You look lovely, Hermione, sweetling. Relax, you'll define." Emma smiled at her nervous daughter, noting how Hermione's eyes scanned eagerly for any sight of her new friend. "There. Mum, Dad, there he is." Her happy squeal caught the attention of a young boy at play on the green. His head snapped up in surprise as he looked eagerly around till he spotted them. John Hadrian gave a happy wave and ran towards the 3 of them. "My own," he called, his voice ringing joyously across the greensward, "you came." Hermione Jane Granger, at first, didn't know what to think as she prepared for bed. Just a week ago, she'd had the most interesting day of her life. She was now friends with a boy who lived in one of the scariest places in Britain, the Tower of London. She remembered the scolding she got from both her teacher and later, her parents, for wandering away from the tour. She hadn't intended to, but she really wasn't interested in what the beefeater was telling them. And John Hadrian had insisted that he could show her more. Hermione was sure they could have gotten in deep trouble for all the things they did that day, but what she saw and who she was with made it worth it. She thanked heaven that her parents hadn't grounded her for life. Tomorrow was a big day. She and her parents were heading back to the tower to meet John Hadrian and his guardians. They were to travel in a government limo with men from the PM's office. She wanted to ask a lot of questions, but one look at her father told her that she would be in a world of trouble if she did, and silence was her best option. Hermione couldn't wait for tomorrow. The Grangers were picked up bright and early that morning. The black limo, with flags flying, lived up to her expectations. Hermione was both nervous and excited. Her parents were not too sure about all the cloak and dagger that this visit was generating. Traffic was the normal hustle and bustle as the black vehicle made its way to a quiet back street behind the tower complex. Hermione enjoyed playing with the many buttons and switches until she was corrected by her mother. The two men riding up front smiled at her antics but said nothing. The limo pulled up to a small private entrance to the tower complex. Upon exiting, one of the men handed her parents a pass card, then left. Very, very strange, in Hermione's opinion. John Hadrian was watching anxiously for them on the tower green. After Hermione introduced her parents to him, he led them to a cozy apartment in the Waterloo Barracks where an elderly couple awaited their arrival. Well, elderly was the word she would use, but she was sure her parents would say middle-aged. "They're here," the excited boy crowed as he dragged Hermione through the apartment door. "John Hadrian McIntyre. Manners," Maggie chided with a smile. "Oops, sorry. I got excited. I've never had a friend over before that's my age," he said before turning to Hermione's amused parents. "Hello and welcome to my home. These are my guardians, Yeoman Warder Benjamin McIntyre and his wife Maggie. And this is Sergeant Major Wolf, my primary tutor," he said with a slight smile. "And these good gentles are Dan Granger and his lovely wife Emma, parents of Hermione," he finished with a flourish. Queen Anne would have been appalled at his causal manner even if the boy was overly excited. John was sure that he would be hearing from that proper lady ghost soon. The Grangers nodded their approval at the formal way John welcomed them. As the men shook hands, Maggie led Emma to the table where an antique tea set was laid out with a proper English tea. John and Hermione followed behind. "Do come in. I have the tea prepared," Maggie said, motioning them into the kitchen. "Please excuse not going to the living area, but we have many things to go through and it'll be easier here at the table." The adults made small talk as they went over the photos of John growing up at the tower. The Grangers learned that John was quite intelligent for a boy of 9, much like their daughter. And, as he was being homeschooled by tutors, he was already doing schoolwork 2 years ahead of his age mates. "We would like to ask," Ben requested, "if you would allow Hermione to be schooled here with John, as well as going on occasional field trips with him and his tutor." This request came as a shock to the Grangers. All they had expected was a causal friendship between the children. True, they had held Hermione back in primary school for social reasons, despite her protests of boredom. Now they weren't so sure they'd made a wise decision. Here was a boy as bright as their daughter and he was performing 2 levels above Hermione. Dan and Emma looked at each other. This was the opportunity of a lifetime. If what Major Connor had told them was true, Hermione would be protected and well taught here with a ward of the crown. "What we want to know is what's going on," Dan asked. "Why all the secrecy? Major Connor gave us a bit of it, but there's more, isn't there?" Ben sat down his teacup as he shot Wolf a glance. John and Hermione were finishing up their tea while quietly listening to the adults talk. "John, why don't you take Hermione and show her your classroom?" "Sure, Ben," John said, wiping his mouth with his napkin before folding it properly and leaving it on the table. "If you please, Hermione. I would love to show you where I study." "Since it is my classroom," Wolf interjected, also wiping his mouth. "I'll supervise." John stood and gave Hermione a slight bow and offered his hand as Wolf gave a nod to everyone. Emma was impressed with the etiquette that John was showing. He was being a right proper English lord. Hermione giggled slightly and took his hand. I would love to. Once the pair left, Ben's slight smile dropped. First, we need you to sign some paperwork, then we'll tell you what we can. Your daughter isn't to know anything about this is as much for her protection as it is yours. He passed over several forms that carried the Queen's royal seal. After reading it quickly, both signed the forms with some trepidation, looking to Ben for more answers. Now then, Ben said as he placed the forms into a folder. John's real name, and title, is His Grace, Lord John Hadrian James Potter McIntyre, Ward of the Crown. I'm afraid we can't tell you all of his titles, but rest assured, he is most definitely a peer of the realm. Hermione isn't to know these titles, for now. You see, John's parents were murdered by terrorists when he was a baby and he was sent to live with his mother's sister. We were told that by Major Connor, Emma interrupted. We were also told he had run away from an abusive home and ended up here at the tower. Ben nodded. The boy popped out of nowhere when Her Majesty was inspecting the tower, startling us all, none more so than her. She was brilliant that day. With a few strokes of a pen, John was placed in our care and made a ward of the crown. It is thought that the terrorists that killed John's parents are still out there. With John standing to inherit titles, lands and political clout, it is safer for him here. However, we tend to forget he's a very lonely boy, Maggie said as she started to clear the table. When he was younger, we took him to see our grandson Charlie, but now that they are older, well, Charlie lives in Manchester, and is at school. John is being schooled here. It just isn't working out. We were all surprised that he singled out your daughter. He has never done that before. Since living at the tower, John has watched many tours come and go without a bit of interest. He likes to spend afternoons playing on the green, blending in with the crowds when he should be at lessons. Ben nodded. We usually punish him for missing classes, which he tends to do at least once a week. Not to say he's a slacker, but sometimes his attention span can be very short. He took us all by surprise that day. John took Hermione to his classroom, the one place he hadn't taken her that day as he hadn't wanted to be caught and have his freedom curtailed. Wolf joined them to go over some papers while they explored. Hermione smiled as she headed for the shelves of books that lined one wall. Oh, John, this is where you have lessons. It's wonderful. She started to look over the titles. Wolf and John looked at each other. I think we've lost her, mate, Wolf said with a smirk. John huffed. I guess. Are we still set for the weekend? Sure, John, boyo. Got the teams all lined up. Should be a right blast. What's a blast? Hermione asked as she came back with a book in her hand. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. John smiled. Wolf is taking me for a paintball hunt. He's been teaching me how to properly handle a gun. Isn't it great? Hermione wrinkled her nose. But that's dangerous. You're too young. Now, Miss Hermione, Wolf teased at the girl's apparent dismay. I don't believe he'll have anything to worry about. I'm confident that John will be covered with glory when we're done. Covered is right, Hermione snorted, picturing John coated in multiple hues of paint. Hermione, it'll be all right. It's part of my training. I'm going into the Royal Marines when I'm all grown up, just like Wolf, John declared stoutly. Wolf chuckled. Actually, Miss, John is already a good shot and should place well in the competition. Then, changing the subject, he looked over at John. You didn't tell her your favorite subject, did you? John grinned up at Wolf. It's history, Hermione. It's fascinating, the boy said, and that started a discussion on what part of history that he liked the most versus Hermione's preference. An hour later, Hermione was led up to the apartment by Wolf and John. It was getting late. Both Dan and Emma were pleased with the way Hermione was rambling on about the classroom and the books there. Well, that's good, Hermione, her mother said. We've decided to allow you to come study with John instead of attending your school. Hermione's eyes widened as her mouth dropped. Here, at the tower. What about my grades? What about, quote, hush, Hermione dear, her mother laughed. We expect the individual attention will only help your grades. How am I going to get here? You both work and it was a long trip. She insisted, with hands on her hips. That's easy, Wolf explained. A car and driver will be provided for you. You are to be ready at the time you usually leave for school and you will be returned just before tea in the afternoon. But that's expensive. she sputtered, glancing over at an anxious John Hadrian, who looked forlorn. Hermione Jane Granger. Her father huffed, breaking her concentration and forcing her to listen. It has been worked out to our satisfaction. Leave the details to the adults. As the Grangers started to leave, plans were made and discussed. Hermione was given her own pass to use at the tower, so she didn't have to use the tourist gate. She would come every day for lessons and return home just before afternoon tea. Both she and John would be chaperoned by Wolf. It was possible for John to visit her, but those outings had to be carefully planned well in advance. That night, John went to bed happy. He had a new friend that he could study with and call whenever he wanted. He looked up at the globe that held the figure of a girl with bushy hair reading on a bench and smiled. "Thank you, lady, for my new friend," he said softly as he snuggled into his blankets. Christmas was coming. At the tower most of the yeoman warders celebrated both Christmas and Yule, including the McIntyres. John was worried about Hermione's Christmas present. Did that mean he should give her 2 gifts? This would be the first Christmas since they became friends and he was puzzled. What did girls like? He knew that books, while Hermione loved them, didn't seem like a proper gift. He decided to ask Queen Anne. She was a girl so she should know, right? One short conversation later it was decided. According to that stately spirit, a proper gift for a lady was definitely jewelry. On the winter solstice after the Yule celebrations, the Morrigan visited John once more. He had a gift for her, as he always had since he was 6. She had given him so much, he wanted to give something back to her. It wasn't much, but it was with love and the lady knew it. This year, it was a small bracelet, made from a silver chain and some shiny stones he had found. It was perhaps crude in its workmanship, but John had made it with his own hands. The lady smiled and placed the bracelet on her wrist, admiring it in the moonlight. Somehow it seemed to shine more brightly, taking on a shimmering silver glow as it rested against her pale skin. "It isn't much, my lady, but I know you like handmade things," John said, blushing. "Child, any gift that is given from the heart is a treasure indeed." She smiled as her cool hand cupped his cheek. Something that many seem to forget as they age. The lady laughed as she ruffled his hair. John huffed quietly, trying to straighten it. Maggie was forever trying to keep it tamed, but it was a losing battle. "Wanna see what I'm giving Hermione?" he asked shyly. He really didn't want to offend his lady but he wanted her approval. "She's just right for a friend, though she can be a bit bossy." The lady smiled. "Show me, child." John pulled out a silver chain with a silver wire triskel knot hanging off it. "I made this, too. Wolf helped me pick out the chain and shape the charm. It is lovely, my little raven," she said as she touched the pendant. It glowed for a moment causing John's eyes to widen. "I have placed my blessing upon it. As long as she wears your charm, no magical harm can come to her and she may pass freely through the tower wards. Do you think she'll like it?" "Yes, my little raven. She will, as it comes from your heart." At first, Hermione had been a bit reluctant to leave her old school. Granted, she had no friends there and hadn't been happy, but it was familiar. However, with Wolf's help, along with her other tutors and parents, they arranged a lesson schedule that guaranteed Hermione she would not fall behind but rather excel in her studies. Hermione was also included in some of John's more physical activities. At first she wasn't too keen on it, but Wolf informed her that she needed to exercise her body as much as she exercised her mind if she wanted to stay healthy and alert. He promised to go easy on her at first and she soon discovered that some of the more physical aspects of John's training were fun. She especially enjoyed the martial arts classes. Now Christmas was coming soon, and she had yet to find a gift for John. What did boys like? Maybe she should ask Wolf. This would be the first time she had ever had to get a friend, a boyfriend, a present. Oh, the McIntyres spent Christmas as usual with their family, but they also made time to spend a day with the Grangers as well. Hermione adored John's gift and promised never to take it off. Her present to him was a bit more practical. She got him a book on knights and armor. John had once mentioned wanting the book, but hadn't been able to find it. The adult McIntyres and Grangers also exchanged small gifts, and everyone enjoyed the season. At their gathering the Grangers were introduced to Amanda Kensington and Dr. Atwaters. Wolf spent one day with the McIntyres before leaving to celebrate the rest of the holiday with his own family in Scotland. Before he left, John gave him a pair of heavy woolen socks and Hermione gave him a schedule planner. He was touched that the children had remembered him. He had given them 2 gaily wrapped packages containing assorted treats from the local sweet shop. This was one of the best Christmases John could remember having. After the holidays, it was back to classes. Wolf was amused at the level of competition between his 2 students. He soon realized that Hermione would push John to his limits and beyond in the classroom, and he would push her to excel in physical training. A fact he capitalized on quite happily. Spring came, and with it finer weather once more brought out John's raven tendencies. Wolf and Ben reminded John that Hermione could not learn of magic just yet, and so his flighty episodes would have to be curtailed. John was torn, to be a raven with the resulting freedom, or toe the line and keep to his studies. Thor and Hardy didn't make it easy. They often came to sit on the classroom window ledge and called to him. Wolf would shake his head as the young boy squirmed in his seat. Hermione would scold him when his attention wandered and his fidgeting broke her concentration. One day John just couldn't take it anymore. Excusing himself to the loo, he locked the door, opened the window and took flight. Freedom. Wolf and Ben had made a bet. They knew it was only a matter of time before John threw caution to the winds and joined the Ravens on the green. Wolf won. Hermione was in a snit. John hadn't even come back to tell her goodbye before she left for the day. Just wait until tomorrow. Spring slipped into summer. Because they were privately schooled, the 2 of them didn't have an extended summer vacation. However, Wolf arranged for regular outings that served as brief respites. They were usually both fun and educational. Euro Disney might not be considered educational, but keeping up with 2 soon-to-be 10-year-olds could certainly be considered exhausting physical effort and an education in itself. Although Hermione and the Grangers were not told the full extent of John's restrictions, Wolf made sure all outings stayed well within the prescribed time limit set up by the lady. One did not question her edicts, one just obeyed. Today was July 31st, John's 10th birthday. As usual, there had been a small party by the yeoman warders and their families the day before. This time, the Grangers and Hermione were invited. The common area in the block had been decorated to celebrate the occasion. The next day, Hermione and her parents saw John off to visit Ben's family. "I wish you could come, my own," John insisted. "We'll only be gone a couple of days, but you'd have fun. Charlie and I usually play football and ride our bicycles. The library isn't too far from the house either," he tempted. Hermione rolled her eyes. "I'll be fine, John. Mum and Dad want to take me to Gran's for the weekend." Something about a new addition to the family. John laughed and hugged his friend. "See you in a couple of days then. Be sure to stay out of trouble." His only answer was a sarcastic snort. Diagon Alley wasn't busy on the 1st of August. The Hogwarts letters hadn't been sent out yet, so there wasn't the last-minute rush to buy school supplies. Wolf, Ben, and Maggie escorted John through the alley with ease. The amulet that the lady had given John made it impossible for anyone to recognize the missing boy who lived. They didn't need to change John's eyes, hair or even cover the famous scar, as the amulet made it seem like John was just another child on an outing with his family. Their only reason for today's trip was to visit Ollivanders. Although John was a year early for his wand, it was felt by all concerned that he was ready for it. It was against the law for a child under 11 to get a wand if he hadn't been accepted as a first year at Hogwarts. However, they had managed to get around that particular restriction with the Crown's help. As they stepped inside the shop, John's first impression was that the place was creepy. Ah, Paul Wolfram, oak, 10 inches with a dragon heartstring core, and Margaret O'Brien, 8.5 inches with a unicorn hair core, and who is this? The sudden appearance of an even creepier old man stepped out of the shadows. John looked up at the strange old man. Where had he come from? "Mr. Ollivander, this is my husband, Ben McIntyre, and our ward. Harry Potter," Ollivander stated. "I wasn't anticipating you until next year. Great things, I expect from you." He bent down to peer at the faded scar. John watched as the man's eyes widened in recognition. "How? You aren't supposed to know." Wolf sputtered, reaching for his wand. "Peace," Ollivander soothed, holding up his hands as he straightened once more. "Anyone with half a mind can see that he is goddess touched. I have certain immunities against most enchantments. However, true sight was gifted me long ago. Now then, why have you brought him a year early?" He needs a wand now, Wolf said, pulling out a sealed scroll. This will help smooth things. You will keep quiet about this. Taking the scroll and reading the royal edict with the queen's seal, Ollivander nodded. Well, everything is in order. He went over and turned his, open, sign to, closed, pulled down the shade and locked the door. In the next hour, John was measured, and then tested with what seemed like every wand in the shop. He knew they wouldn't find his wand here. The lady had said so, and much to his frustration, despite repeated attempts to tell them that, no one had listened. Ollivander had been insistent on trying wand after wand, and had particularly tried to get a holly and phoenix feather combination to work for him. Finally John gave vent to his frustration. If I may, John stated in a loud voice, finally getting everyone's attention. Sir, would this help? He held up a block of wood and a feather. The wood is from an ancient blackthorn and the feather is one from the lady herself. She said to give these to the wand maker. He'll know what to do with them. Why didn't you say so? Mr. Ollivander asked in a huff as he returned the holly and phoenix feather wand to its dusty box. Albus Dumbledore would not be pleased that his plans for the boy had been circumvented. I tried, but no one was listening to me. John rolled his eyes in a long-suffering pout. So, in the end, John's wand had to be custom-made. Come back tomorrow. It'll be done then, Ollivander said, dismissing them. The old wand maker watched the family leave, rubbing his chin. The child was goddess-touched. He bore her mark over that faded scar. Only another who had been goddess-touched would have recognized it for what it was. There aren't many that followed the old ways anymore. He had to wonder what Albus had been playing at, interfering in the will of the old ones. Ancient magic was stirring and Ollivander shuddered at the thought of it. He prayed that the Phantom Queen would be appeased with only minor bloodshed in the days to come. The Morrigan was, after all, not known for her gentle nature. She was referred to as the washer at the ford, where she was often seen in times long past washing the bloody clothing of those who were destined to die in battle that day. Looking down at the blackthorn blank and the iridescent sable feather, he sighed. He had work to do. The next day the trio arrived in front of the wand shop at the appointed time. Once inside the creepy shop, they were startled by the aged wand maker when he appeared suddenly. Ollivander flipped the sign on his door to closed, before ushering them into a large and well-warded back room. This is where I test some of my more esoteric wands. They can be quite temperamental, Ollivander explained as he motioned them to take a seat near his workbench. Now then, I am afraid that we, or rather, Lord Harry, has a problem. The men exchanged a wary look at each other. Ben placed a protective hand on John's shoulder as the boy wiggled onto a stool between them. Normally, the aged wand maker continued on as he went to a second bench. I would just craft a wand from the many ingredients that my family and I have collected over the years and then allow it to choose the young witch or wizard. But in this case, being goddess-touched, young Lord Potter has to be the exception to the rule. The Morrigan herself came to me in a dream and told me years ago that I would be crafting a very special focus for a very special young mage. I would know him by the items he would present to me, a blackthorn branch and a raven's primary feather. Her instructions were quite clear. Wait, Wolf commanded, rising abruptly. What do you mean, a young mage? There hasn't been a mage since the time of Merlin. I am aware that Japan has at least one mage and I think there's one or two across the pond in the States, Ollivander stated quietly. This young man will be the first for Europe or the British wizarding world in several centuries. He stepped behind the second workbench and picked up a long, black staff. It was so highly polished that it gleamed like obsidian, and at the top, resting majestically within interlaced fingers of wood, was a blood-red garnet. A closer look along the staff's length revealed intricate runes that spiraled down it. John gasped in awe. It's beautiful. But it's too big. And it was, at well over 6 feet tall. Ollivander smiled as he proudly handed the staff over. That's easy to take care of, Lord Potter. Close your eyes, child, and imagine your staff about your shoulder height. You need a clear picture of it in your mind. John grasped the staff and pictured it in his mind as the old wand maker said. He briefly felt something tingle down his arm, and then stop. Hearing a gasp from Uncle Ben and Wolf, John opened his eyes and saw his staff was now just the right size for him. Wow! Brilliant! Now then, Ollivander continued with a chuckle, that'll be 90 galleons for the garnet and rune work, and I expect your instructor and you to be at my shop every day at 5 p.m. for the next 2 weeks. Why is that? Ben asked with a suspicious glance, a little overprotective of his ward. Ollivander smiled as he looked at the two older men. He needs to be trained in how to use the staff. Also, his instructor needs to watch so he can help with the practical training. I'm too old to go one-on-one with a young untrained mage. But I don't have a staff, Wolf protested. Now you do, Ollivander said with twinkling eyes, producing an oak staff with a dragon's eye quartz on the top. It isn't as strong as the blackthorn, but it'll do for the training. You aren't mage potential, but you'll do. As you are warrior trained, which the child needs. The goddess knew what she was doing when she paired you two together. How much for this as well? It was included in the price of Lord Potter's staff. So, for the next 2 weeks, Wolf and John appeared via a special apparition point behind Ollivander's at 5 minutes to 5 page m. each evening, for training. John took to it like a fish to water. That is to say, he enjoyed being able to use his staff to fire off cool spells. He soon found a staff was very different from a wand, as he didn't need to verbalize the spells. All he had to do was think them, and, Viola. He now understood why the ministry frowned on staves in the hands of wizards. Wolf also learned to use his like a quarterstaff, just like Robin of Locksley and his men did in the time of Robin Hood. That it was a magical staff made it even more effective. Wolf found that his staff could strike harder than a simple quarterstaff, and if he concentrated he could deliver a blow that struck twice, once with force and once with magic. A secondary bonus was the fact that he could feel his magic strengthening as he trained. Magic is like a muscle, Ollivander explained one night. The more you push it, the larger your core grows, just like a muscle. Wizards, since the time wands were introduced as a teaching tool to help young ones to focus their magic, have relied too heavily on them. They chose to do what was easy rather than what was best for their magic, and refused to give them up. Thus they became too dependent on wands. A staff was meant to be the next step after focus was learned with a wand. When those in power realized that they could limit the average wizard's potential if they made wands mandatory, the die was set. The last staff was made in the late 14th century. And so was lost the art of making and using a staff. Ollivander sighed. Now, let's get back to work, shall we? By the end of the 2 weeks, John had a good handle on how to use his staff. He could now make it whatever size he wished and was very competent with it in whatever form he chose to use it. Wolf and he were sure there was a ghost or two that could help with further instructions for training. Before you go, I would like to give this to Lord Potter, Ollivander said, holding a cloth-wrapped package. This is my gift to the goddess-touched avatar. John thanked the man as he unwrapped a wand holster and looked questioningly up at him. This wand holster is made from dragon hide and will protect your staff from harm when it is shrunken to wand size. It will keep it from being summoned by anyone but you when it's within. Your staff will fit quite comfortably in it, he explained. As you grow, so will this holster and your staff. Both are charmed that way. I expect you to stop by from time to time for more training and to show me what you've learned so far. Ah, Mr. Ollivander, Wolf said with a frown. Don't worry, Mr. Wolfram. No one will ever know that you've visited me, and when it comes time for Mr. Potter to make his appearance, I'll be equally horrified when he fails to show up. Thank you, sir, John said with a smirk as they left. John crouched among the foliage of an old oak tree, well camouflaged against those who were searching for him. Once John had mastered his staff, so far as a 10-year-old could do, that is, Wolf had started to step up his training. This weekend John was with a special ops unit, participating in a stealth exercise at an undisclosed location. Lessons at home had been put on hold as Hermione was visiting her grandparents for the week. This had given Wolf the opportunity to take John on this exercise. For this exercise John was allowed to use anything and everything to keep from getting tagged. The members of this elite squad were a mix of Muggle-borns and squibs, some of whom had magic at their disposal. John's objective was to make it from point A to point B without being caught, tagged or hindered in any way. He was free to use stealth tactics and/or magic. At this moment, he was about halfway through the course. Wolf was monitoring the exercise from a tower nearby, but was not participating in any way. John had to get through the exercise on his own merit. Footsteps. They were getting close. In the branches above a raven cawed, making the person below jump and fire a spell into the foliage overhead. John hunkered down in shelter of the large branch he was perched on. He was being Scrapper at the moment. They did know of his animagus form but, unlike natural ravens, Scrapper knew when to be quiet. So he waited. There was no time limit for this, and John was grateful for that fact. He looked at the sun. He had about another 2 hours before it set. He needed to get moving again. The person below finally moved off. John edged out of his hiding spot, but not before he made sure he wasn't seen by anyone on the ground. He thought a couple of the men were animagi themselves, so he had to be careful as well. The goal was in sight, but he couldn't be too cocky. He could still lose. He saw a black shape move closer. Drat. Someone was a cat animagus. Cats and ravens were age-old enemies. John reverted back to his boy self and picked up a stone. Placing a quick spell on it, he threw it at the cat. It worked. Extremely potent catnip with a sleep spell chaser works every time. Still, John needed to get to the finish point. A lot was riding on the outcome. He inched away from his hiding place, took a quick look around and ran, like the very devil himself was after him. When John's hand touched the flag, fireworks went off. He had won. He grinned, thrusting a hand in the air. Yes, Euro Disney, here we come. Well done, John, Wolf said as he laughingly corralled the excited 10-year-old. We'll go over the debriefing in the morning. John suppressed a yawn and nodded as the men chuckled. Once John was back in their bivouac area and safely asleep, Wolf and the colonel in charge went over the results with the other men. He did well, said the colonel. He could have, and should have, been tagged on 3 separate occasions. Wolf agreed. After 3 failed attempts before this win, that isn't bad. He really wants to go to Euro Disney. Plus, we can't make it too complex, he's only 10 after all. The colonel nodded. He is a child, first and foremost, but he's been keeping up with recruits twice his age. As long as we can keep these exercises fun, he'll continue to learn. Well done, men. And someone slip Hawthorne a sobering potion before he embarrasses himself again, the colonel smothered a snort. I would love to know what that boy did. The colonel chuckled as he left the room on a gale of laughter. Hermione, however, was disappointed, as usual, that their regular lessons were now shortened and class time greatly curtailed. She and John began to spend more of their days out on the greens reviewing their class notes, reading or playing games. Now that the two of them were free for the summer, Hermione practically lived at the tower, much to the ghosts' chagrin. By the Morrigan's decree, they couldn't show themselves to Hermione even if she did have the ability to see them. The princess complained often that she was monopolizing John's time. John reassured his spectral friends that he was available to chat with them when she wasn't around in the evenings, but explained that Hermione needed to be here for lessons and he wanted her to be with him as much as possible. She would be going away to school soon. Hermione would spend most nights with her parents, too. That way he could make time for his spirit friends as well. Besides, Wolf also had many events planned and he often took both children away from the tower for them. For every 28 days John and Hermione spent away from the tower they had to stay a week within the complex to recharge their ward protections that the goddess had given them. Wolf took no chances with John's protections. He was very careful he didn't keep John out for the full 28 days. He knew very well that no timetable was infallible, so he usually had the 2 children back within 21 days or less. It wouldn't do for the wizarding world to find their little savior too soon. John wasn't ready for that particular dog and pony show yet. Wolf, with parental permission, liked to take them both on educational outings. The first was to an old abandoned airstrip outside of London for a paintball war. Hermione, at first, didn't like playing tag with the paintball guns, until Wolf explained what she could gain from such activities. It helped her growing self-confidence when a female sergeant major from the Royal Marines was tagged to help out. The woman had a figure to die for. In between reloads, Sergeant Major Sheila Peterson informed the girl that when she got out, she was going to use her stipend to read law at university and become a barrister. She cemented a solid image in the girl's mind of a woman with brains, beauty and physical strength with confidence in herself and her abilities. After the first couple of educational sessions, Hermione found she enjoyed the games. They were great stress relievers, and they even helped with her studies by teaching her tactics and strategy and how to apply them. True, she could never beat Wolf in the mock combat games, but sometimes she could beat John, and she was learning. What she didn't notice was the improvement in her self-assurance, focus, and the enhanced muscle tone she was acquiring. At first, her parents hadn't been keen on allowing Hermione to participate in these sessions. They wanted her to focus on her studies and thought there was little reason for her to learn such things as hand-to-hand defense, but Wolf convinced them by pointing out that a healthy mind needed a healthy body to support it. Now they were starting to see a better side of their daughter. Hermione still hadn't many friends in her neighborhood, but she did have a good one in John. John adored Hermione and tried to include her in all of his learning activities with the single exception of his magical studies. That still remained a secret. They knew she was magical, but she couldn't be allowed to know just yet that John was as well. She still had a firm trust in most authority figures, though it was less of a blind trust now. John had managed to break her of her annoying habit of trying to prove herself the smartest in class. He'd told her that by showing off she was being mean and hurting his feelings. It only took one day of John not speaking to her to make her see the error of her ways. Wolf helped her to redirect her competitive streak as well. He pointed out that while one should always do their best, when dealing with unknowns it was not wise to show all your talent unless necessary. By hiding your full abilities, you can be underestimated and therefore have an edge on your competition. It was a beautiful summer's day in early July. Hermione's parents decided to take the day off from their practice and have a family picnic in the local park with the two children. They collected John and Maggie and headed out for a day in the sun. Wolf remained behind as he had to report into his commander. After their picnic lunch, Hermione and John ran off to the play area and became simply kids. Dan, Emma and Maggie sat on a bench in the shade where they could oversee the children. John was gallantly pushing Hermione on the swing when several of her former classmates wandered over. "Blimey, I didn't know the know-it-all even had a friend," shouted a boy with a nasty attitude and spiked hair. "Core, he's a handsome bloke," cooed his own companion. "He's dreamy," quipped the brunette of the trio as she admired John with a covetous stare. "Hey Granger," shouted the obnoxious owned. "How much did you pay him to play with you?" Her sniggering comments were followed by giggles and laughter. John fought to hold his temper as he brought the swing to a halt. Both he and Hermione wanted no part in what was about to happen should John lose his temper. Wolf had repeatedly warned the pair about picking their fights. He'd also made it quite clear that use of the skills he taught them was forbidden for schoolyard scuffles except in self-defense. Taking Hermione by the hand he helped her from the swing. "Come on Hermione," John smiled, "Aunt Maggie promised us ice cream." The obnoxious trio watched in surprise. "Aw come on, we're better friends than the know-it-all." "She's nothing but a buck-toothed bookworm," sniped the owned. "We're one guy short, we could use a cute guy like you to hang around with," enticed the brunette. John ignored them as he ushered Hermione away. Turning to his upset friend he smiled gently and murmured, "Don't worry Hermione, you are my bookworm and I'm very proud to be your friend." Her soft laughter drifted back to stunned trio behind them. Hermione nervously approached John just after his 11th birthday. They were sitting under one of the shade trees by Queen's house. "John, can I tell you something?" she asked hesitantly. "Always, Hermione, you know that," John said, looking over his shoulder and around the tree to make sure they were alone. She paused for a moment. "I got a letter this week. I've been accepted to a very elite boarding school. Are you going?" John asked after a long silence. "I don't know. We are meeting a professor tomorrow." Her voice trailed off again as she chewed on her bottom lip. He sighed heavily as he looked up into the boughs of the tree. "You should do it, Hermione. Not if it means leaving you, John. You're my best friend." John edged around the tree to take her into his arms and hug her tightly. "You're mine as well, but you know I can't leave the tower. Her Majesty won't allow it, not with the terrorists still out there. There is still a price on my head." Hermione groaned as she leaned against John. "I can't." "Yes, you can. We can still write to each other. You know that I'm almost in secondary school with my studies, same as you." "But, no, Hermione. Do not use me as an excuse to hold yourself back. I would never forgive you, or myself, if you did. It's not fair," she sobbed. "No, it's not. But if this school is so exceptional, then I think it should have the honor of an exceptional student." Hermione buried her face into his shoulder and cried. So she got her Hogwarts letter. Ben asked a silent and depressed John that night. That explains that little display on the greens today. Yes, sir. She and the Grangers are meeting with a professor tomorrow. That's why she will not be over, John said sadly. I'm going to miss her, Uncle Ben. Ben looked into emerald eyes that shimmered with unshed tears. I know, son, but you knew this was going to happen. She couldn't know who and what you are, Ben said as he sat down beside John on his bed. It's not fair, John echoed Hermione's sentiments. Life never is, John, Ben said, pulling the boy into a sideways hug. We may have to rethink our plans this year. They will be hunting you for sure. John shrugged. They won't find me. The lady won't allow it. She said the owls will not be able to deliver any Hogwarts or ministry letters because of the tower wards. Those that know who I am and where I can be found will use the post. Those at Hogwarts won't think too, and even then they would need a name and address. Ben chuckled at John's logic. Quite right, Scrapper, Malad. I was right to name you that. You are quite the fighter. Don't worry about Hermione. She's got a good head on her shoulders and the ability to protect herself. I doubt her fellow students will be able to bully her. And Wolf's done a fine job with her. She won't give her trust blindly to those in authority as she would have a year ago. Oh. Albus Dumbledore stood up in his staff meeting and sighed. They had been discussing Harry Potter. This is the year he should be coming as a first year. Many were looking forward to it with eager anticipation. Minerva walked in with a letter in her hand. She threw it on the table angrily. I just knew they were the worst sort of muggles, and I told you so. Just look. The letter was addressed to Harry James Potter, address unknown and returned marked, letter undeliverable. Albus closed his eyes. It was as he had feared when he found the Dursleys gone. It is true. Mr. Potter's relatives were arrested 6 years ago for child abuse and neglect of their nephew. And you knew. Minerva McGonagall screeched. The other professors gasped, looking appalled. The old wizard looked and felt every one of his 100+ years as he sat back down. I knew. I kept it quiet as I didn't want to start a panic. I know that Mr. Potter is alive, but all attempts to find him have been blocked, both in the magical and muggle world. Mr. Potter was removed to an undisclosed location by a person, or persons, unknown, and no spell or inquiry has been able to find his location. Albus, how is that possible? Gasped Pomona Sprout. Albus shook his head. Whoever has him has done a very good job of hiding him, even Fawkes was unsuccessful. I had hoped that when he received his Hogwarts letter, we could trace him. I did check with Ollivander, and he said that Mr. Potter had stopped by. He couldn't tell me when, though. Does the ministry know? Not yet. I have managed to keep it from them, but that won't last, he said, his normal twinkling eyes dimming with regret. I failed that boy. I failed his parents. I was so sure I was in the right. It was all for the greater good. A tall dark-haired man wearing black teaching robes stood. He didn't say a word as he stalked out of the staff room, magic crackling around him. Everyone watched him leave, so they missed the flinch from the headmaster. Severus Snape was not a happy man. He had sworn to protect and help Lily's son. For the boy not to show was a major blow. In the corner, a man wearing a large purple turban sat with an evil grin. So, Albus Golden Savior was a no-show. What fun. That was one obstacle out of the way. September the 1st was coming all too quickly for the two children. Hermione was trying so hard to control her excitement, and John his sadness, at the impending separation of the two of them. He watched with a growing sense of desertion as she went off with her parents to collect her school things at Diagon Alley. Ah, Johnny, Aunt Maggie consoled him, she'll not forget you, John. Wait and see. But, he sighed deeply, she'll meet all kinds of new people, make new friends. He turned soulful green eyes up at her. She won't need me anymore. Don't fret, John, she whispered as she pulled him into her arms for a warm hug. I have a feeling that she will never forget her first, and truest, friend. You'll see, she will write, I'm sure of it. John squeezed her tight and nodded, hiding the tears that were threatening to fall. On August 31st, the Grangers came to the McIntyres and they had a small going-away party for Hermione. Both children did their best to enjoy the night, but the hug John gave Hermione when she left spoke more clearly than words just how much he would miss her. The next day she was gone. John sought refuge with Hardy and Thor. Wolf, knowing how heartbroken John was, allowed him the day to mope and mourn. 3 days later Hermione's first letter arrived by the post. Dear John, I made it to my school all right. The train ride was a long one, about 8 hours, I'd guess, but it was worth it. My school is in a beautiful, ancient castle, in the middle of nowhere, in Scotland. I tried, but couldn't find it on the map, and I did look. The train ride was really interesting. On it, I met a boy named Neville Longbottom. It seems he lost his pet. Yes, we are allowed small pets, and I helped him look for it. I also met two very nasty boys. One was simply disgusting. He had bright red hair, a smudge on his nose, a scruffy pet rat, and talked with his mouth full of sandwich. Shudders. The other was some snobby aristocrat that didn't know the Victorian age has long been over. He had two thugs following him around as bodyguards. They reminded me of the gorillas we saw at the zoo. There was also an older girl who said she was head girl of the school this year. I didn't catch her name, but she made sure all of us first years were together when we got off the train. She seemed very nice. The welcoming feast was wonderful, but it seemed a bit subdued. Everyone was talking about a boy named Potter. I think he was supposed to be a first year from some wealthy family, but he didn't show. Some of the teachers and the headmaster looked very disappointed when he wasn't there. You were right that no one likes a know-it-all. I have had to hold back, hiding how much I studied ahead of time. The school is set up with 4 houses, and all students are sorted into one of the 4. I was sent to live in a house called Ravenclaw. It's where those of us who like to study and do research are sent. I really like it. A girl named Penelope Clearwater is the prefect in charge of the first years. She's really, really nice. She reminds me of Aunt Amanda. John, there's a professor here that teaches chemistry. He's head of one of the houses, Slytherin, but he hates another house, Gryffindor. I am so glad I wasn't sorted into either of those houses. He isn't quite so hard on the Ravenclaws. My head of house is the shortest man I've ever seen. He also teaches one of my classes and has the squeakiest voice imaginable. He doesn't seem to concern himself about us, unless we fail to live up to the academic expectations put on our house. I've got to go. I miss you. Give Aunt Maggie and Uncle Ben my love. Hermione. Dear Hermione. I miss you too. It's very quiet without you and not the same. I have no one pushing me to best them. They are all adults and don't understand the jokes, like you do. Hogwarts sound like a lot of fun. I wish I could be there with you. What house do you think I would fit in? Wolf, the mad fiend that he is, decided to take me with him when he went to the Arctic. I can hear you now. What's in the Arctic besides snow, ice and more snow? Why, survival training, of course. Besides freezing my bum off. Don't start about language, Hermione. There isn't much to do here but shiver. It's effing freezing here, and so I had to learn how to survive in the cold. It was fun, but I could do without the cold, snow, ice and pelting wind. I found out that Charlie made the football team at his school. He's a goalie and loves it. I hate to say this, but Hardy is being retired from service here at the tower. She's going blind. I'm going to miss her, but Uncle Ben said I can visit her from time to time. Thor is devastated. They are going to bring another Raven in to take her place soon, but it just won't be the same. I have a new instructor. He's been teaching me chemistry and maths. Maggie says I'm to the point I need several better instructors than the retired ones here at the tower. Well, I have to go. I miss you, Hermione. Right back soon. John. Hermione tucked the letter she had been reading into her book bag. Who's that from? Mandy Brocklehurst asked. It's from my best friend before I came to Hogwarts, Hermione said as she stood, muttering to herself. I wonder what house. Oh, didn't you say he was a muggle? You didn't tell him about Hogwarts, did you? She asked with concern. Hermione smiled. I told him just what the pamphlet suggested. I am attending a school for the gifted. I give a very edited version of what I do. But Hermione, Mandy protested. Hermione stopped and looked at her. I can't stop writing to him. He hasn't any friends our age. He's surrounded by adults all day long and he's very lonely. I'm being very careful. I asked Professor Flitwick for help. Well, if our head of house knows, then it's all right, I guess, she replied as they headed off to class. Dear John, they go all out for All Hallows Eve here. They put on a very big spread, mostly all sweets. Disgusting, if you ask me. Anyway, halfway through the feast, a professor came staggering in and said someone had let in a dangerous wild animal and it was loose in the halls. So instead of keeping us all safe in the great hall where the feast was going on, we all had to head for our dorms. Honestly, some of these professors have no sense whatsoever, sending students out into the halls when there was a wild animal loose in them. No one was hurt and they were able to capture the beast. I never did find out what it was. Oh, and John, I think you'd be in either Ravenclaw with me or Gryffindor. Happy All Saints' Day, John. I miss you. Hermione. John smiled at the hints of what was going on. He was quite sure that it wasn't a natural wild beast. He'd have to ask Wendell, who has maintained contact with the Hogwarts ghosts. With the advanced training he was getting from Wolf and his other tutors, he was currently working through the Hogwarts second-year curriculum. However, if he was attending Hogwarts, he would now be in first year with her. He very much doubted that Hogwarts headmaster would allow him to skip a year. His current magical tutors were all Muggle-born wizards in service to the crown, and as such had all taken an oath of secrecy. They knew they were teaching a powerful young wizard, but couldn't tell anyone else about him. They were finding what Wolf and Maggie already knew, and that was John was a very intelligent young man with a hunger to learn that made him a delight to teach. John was taken outside the tower complex more frequently now. With Hermione gone for the school year, his magical training was stepped up and he began to practice more and stronger magics. This was necessary so as not to disturb the tower wards. Some were very dark, blood wards, dangerous ones that didn't take kindly to anyone practicing strong or offensive magic within them. A fact that was made very clear to those who took the oaths to the crown. They were careful about what level and type of spells they used. John was taken to a small, empty warehouse that had been set up with heavy-duty wards for his use not far from the tower for his practical lessons in magic. He still used the classroom within the tower complex on those days he studied theory. Maggie didn't come with him on the days he left for practicals. She enjoyed those John-free days to do the things that she couldn't with him underfoot. Dear Hermione, sounds like a very interesting school. I think I am glad I'm not there. Can you imagine the mischief you and I could get into? Ravenclaw with you I can see, because it must be for smart people. What is Gryffindor all about? The feast sounded good to me, but then, I don't have two dentists for parents. Ben and Maggie allowed me to hold a vigil this year. You know I lost my birth parents on All Hallows Eve. I was never much into celebrating that holiday, and Guy Fawkes Night is a little discouraged here. Maggie always makes sure I have some kind of party with treats. She doesn't like me to get a sugar high, though. Take care of yourself, Hermione. I'll see you for the Christmas holidays. I miss you. John. Christmas break was fast approaching. John couldn't wait to see Hermione. He missed her terribly and was counting the days until they could be together again. The Grangers were planning to close their practice early the day she was to arrive on the express. The day finally arrived and the Grangers, along with John, Ben and Maggie, stood waiting for Hermione to arrive at King's Cross. Of course, they were standing on the Muggle side of the platform, so as not to give away the fact they knew about magic. John was eagerly craning his neck to see over the crowds of arrivals when he heard a familiar voice. John. Over here, John. A madly waving arm gave him a target. Hermione. John stepped forward and opened his arms as a bushy-haired torpedo rammed into him. The adults exchanged amused looks as they stood around the two. It had been hard on them, watching John moping for his friend, and now all they could do was smile indulgently at the two young people lost in an enthusiastic embrace. Once their initial greetings were finished, Hermione talked and talked as they were ushered out the station. John nodded or made agreeable sounds to show that he was listening. He was too involved with simply watching her to even try to get a word in. She finally ran out of things to say just before the dessert course at dinner and stared happily at her best friend. John smiled at her. She looked back at him with an impatient gaze and said with a huff, "Well, aren't you going to tell me about what you did?" He grinned and shrugged, glad that his Hermione hadn't changed. "I studied and I trained. Wolf took me a few places. Oh, by the way, I have an invitation to a Christmas party at the palace," he deadpanned. "I'm allowed to take a friend. Want to go?" Hermione blinked, for once caught speechless, then squealed as she lunged over and hugged him. Yes, she knew he was a royal ward, after all, and that as such he would sometimes get royal invitations to various events. He usually went alone, or with his guardians. This would be the first time he had invited her to accompany him, and she was beyond excited. "Hermione, show some decorum. Emma Granger chided, glancing around. Sorry, Mum, she said, returning to her seat with a bright blush staining her cheeks. Yes, John, I would love to go with you, she said as she demurely replaced her napkin. Will it be formal? Wait, of course it will. Mum, I have nothing to wear. Emma rolled her eyes at her daughter's panicked exclamation. In Hogwarts Castle, the headmaster sat in his office looking at a blackened trinket that had once monitored the blood wards he created around Petunia Dursley's home. How did it end like this? Where had he gone wrong? He was taking a lot of heat from the ministry as to how and why this had happened. On his desk was a stack of files and newspaper clippings from the Muggle liaison office. They told a sobering tale of child neglect and abuse, as well as misappropriation of trust funds. They ended with the child, and all records pertaining to him, being buried in the Muggle legal system. All leads and information were sealed. No amount of magic or bribery had been able to unseal them. Harry Potter was lost to the wizarding world. Albus Dumbledore hung his head and wept. Down in the dungeons of Hogwarts a lone figure sat in front of a blazing fire. It was Yule. Severus hurriedly gathered the things he needed for tonight's ritual. He needed to get his gifts for the goddess to the clearing on time. He prayed his petition would be heard. If not, it was going to make his vow to a dead woman very hard to keep, and he knew that oath breakers were not treated gently by her. He stood and swept out of his rooms in the castle. He didn't stop until he came to a small clearing just inside the Forbidden Forest. There he quickly drew forth a silver dagger and traced a circle in the light snow. He then brought out 4 fat ritual candles. He placed them on small flat stones at the 4 quarters and lit them. Then he laid his offerings, a blackthorn blossom, a small red garnet and a small silver dagger, together within the center of the circle. Severus Snape watched, his breath a plume of white, as the moon rose and the snowy clearing was bathed in its ethereal light. He invoked a summoning ritual and asked for his patron goddess to appear, never noticing as the nighttime sounds and wind died away. When he finished the invocation, the wind started to stir. A raven cawed in the distance. The candles flared and a woman stepped out of a shaft moonlight. He just hoped the Morrigan was in an agreeable mood. You called to me, my dark one, she said in a cool, musical voice. John stood vigil in his room this year. Queen Anne and Aunt Maggie had been teaching him proper respect and etiquette in dealing with his goddess. Even though he was only 11 and still a child, it never hurt to learn. The Morrigan was a harsh goddess and she took offense if slighted. Both the spirit and witch didn't want to see John get on the wrong side of her, even if he was her chosen avatar. In the shaft of moonlight that filtered into his room, he laid his gift. A hand-carved raven from clay, a small red stone he had found on one of his trips with Wolf, and a snow flower. He wished it was blackthorn, but he hadn't been able to find any. He knelt just outside a spot of moonlight and waited. She came when she wished, and would not be rushed. As he waited patiently with his gifts, a woman's slippered foot stepped into the pool of moonlight, followed by a shimmering swirl of fabric. Blessed be, my little raven, she said as she knelt and accepted his offerings. Blessed be, lady, John said with a loving smile. The royal staff Christmas party was in full swing. Children's laughter echoed in the hall, as a lovely counterpoint to Christmas music. All the children present were waiting for Father Christmas to appear. John and Hermione stood close by Ben and Maggie. She looked lovely in her formal gown. John looked dashing in his black jacket and tie. Maggie had tried to get his fly-away messy hair to lie flat, but had failed yet again. Hermione was impressed with how John carried himself. He was the proper English lord. Some of his manners were a bit dated, but that didn't stop him from being a polite, courteous young man. Her Majesty spoke with John for several minutes before turning her attention to his friend. Hermione gulped as she made her curtsy before her sovereign. She was so nervous. After all, it wasn't every day one was presented to the Queen. Both John and Hermione, as well as every child in attendance, received a small personal present from Her Majesty. On Christmas morning, John gave Hermione another silver pendant for her necklace. It was in the shape of a quill. The protections that the goddess had placed on this charm were designed to protect Hermione's mind from invasion. Anyone trying to read her mind would only see what they wanted to see, a very studious girl who had her head in books and research. Hermione gave John a new planner and a box of chocolates from a place called Honeydukes. Albus was having a very depressed and confused Christmas. His plans to give Harry his father's cloak went up in smoke when he couldn't find the item, or the boy it was supposed to go to. What he didn't know was that the goblins had recalled all items of importance belonging to the Potters years ago to guard against theft from one of their oldest clients. Also, they were in contact with Amanda Kensington, who was the official liaison to Lord Potter and his royal patron. Her Majesty had called for a reckoning, and the goblins, ever efficient in their jobs, did just that with a vengeance. So Albus, plans to test young Harry, to see if the child was up to the task before him, went bust. The mirror was sent to the third-floor corridor and the security measures were strengthened. It was highly unlikely any students would be attempting his test this year. Quirrell worried Albus. The headmaster wasn't sure about his loyalty to the light. The Dada instructor had a definite dark aura. Albus would have to keep an eye on the man. Severus Snape held in his hand a gift from the Morrigan, a raven's feather from her cloak. In time, she will require him to perform a duty for her. Her words, "Be at peace for now," echoed in his mind, giving him hope and comfort. His vows would be fulfilled in the fullness of time. As Hermione packed to return to Hogwarts, she didn't want to go. The Christmas halls went by too fast. She had been far too busy with John and all the Christmas cheer to notice how fast time was slipping away from her. She had barely managed to get her homework done, but it wasn't up to her usual standards. When she mentioned this to Wolf and John, Wolf gasped and clutched his heart. Hermione Granger, unable to do proper justice to her homework. The world is coming to an end. John mock fainted only to be thumped soundly with several pillows. So when it came time for her to leave, she really didn't want to go. She would miss John just as much as she did in first term, but she couldn't deny that she did enjoy being a witch. Such was life. Summer was fast approaching. John was again counting the days until Hermione would be returning. He'd been working hard with Wolf and was now through Hogwarts' second-year curriculum. It was easy, really, as it was mostly theory. Since he was using a staff, he couldn't exactly use wand movements. Wolf had him working on ways to get the same results using his staff and how to use it as a quarterstaff. It was hard at first, but a trip to Ollivanders helped. The strange elderly wand maker was a goldmine of ancient magic information. So once a week, John would spend a few hours learning what the old wizard was willing to teach him, such as ancient spells that were no longer used and unknown to most. These he learned to focus through his staff. After a visit to Gringotts, another subject was added to John's studies list, managing his estates. His account manager, Griphook, insisted that as an heir to several ancient and noble lines John needed to learn the finances and management practices involved. It was decided that instead of John going to Gringotts for those lessons, Griphook would come to John's classroom at the tower. The account manager decided to teach John about Goblin culture as well after John asked so many questions about their language, culture and fighting style. Griphook even went as far as bringing in a goblin trainer to give John some lessons on hand-to-hand fighting goblin style. The trainer was suitably impressed with boy's abilities. To this end, Wolf and Griphook hashed out a schedule and payment terms. After all, goblins did nothing for free, even teaching the young. They celebrated the summer solstice, after which John and Wolf left for a training exercise. Hermione did not go as she went with her mother and Maggie on a shopping trip. A girl's day out, she'd said. John was with Wolf, working through a difficult survival course when an odd little being popped in. John had his shirt off and his raven amulet was visible when the small creature with long ears, dressed in a very dirty and torn tea towel, spoke. "Harry Potterseer," the little creature sputtered. "Harry Potterseer must not go to Hogwarts." John turned in surprise and started to fire off a stunner. The creature let out a loud, "Eeks," and disappeared as the brightly colored spell sailed over its head. "What the bloody hell?" John shouted. "Wolf, there was something else here with us." "What's wrong, Scrapper?" Wolf asked, appearing, using John's code name. "We're the only two here today." "It was just here. A small creature with big ears, I think it's what you call a house elf, just popped in, called me, Harry Potter sir, and said I must not go to Hogwarts, then popped out." Wolf frowned and went for his two-way. The maneuvers were cancelled then and there, and John was hustled back under the tower wards as fast as possible. Until they found out what was going on, John was not going to leave the tower complex. It was a full moon tonight and a perfect time to seek answers from the goddess. Wolf had talked John in trying to contact her. The lad didn't like it, but Wolf was very persistent. He was upset with the seeming ease which the strange house elf had found them. I don't like calling on her, but, John reluctantly agreed. She may tell us how this happened. As the moon rose, John laid his offering in the shaft of moonlight that streamed into his bedroom. He placed his gifts, a candle and a garnet, and stepped back to wait. He hoped it was enough, there wasn't a third element, but perhaps she wouldn't be offended. He knew she had 3 aspects and always tried to do 3 items. Wait, a sudden thought came to his mind. He went over to his training pack. Inside was a small can of Coke. It was non-alcoholic, but it hadn't been opened. Maybe. He set it down with the other 2 items, then, as the lady had taught him, he called to her. Great lady, I have need. Something has happened that has confused me. Please help me. He felt more than heard her amusement as she stepped into the moonlight. Yes, my little raven. What has you so troubled that you could not wait for the proper time to summon me? John took a deep breath and explained. She frowned. It is true these house elves, poor cursed creatures that they are, must serve their masters devoutly, or punish themselves most cruelly. They have magic beyond that of normal wand wielders. But to warn you using your birth name, is indeed troubling, she replied. She snapped her fingers and the house elf in question appeared in the moonlight beside them. Explain yourself, cursed one, she said. I release you from the bonds of your cruel masters for this night that you may explain to me why you appeared before my chosen. The house elf cringed and shrank in on itself. I is Dobby great lady. I is overhearing my master Malfoy plots. He is going to gives a evil thing to somebody so it can go to Hogwarts. It is dark, bad. It belonged to. Dobby shuddered and wrung his hands, nervously. Dobby must warn Harry Potter, sir. Sir's a great wizard, he mustn't go to Hogwarts. Dark things is going to happen there. John looked from the lady to the house elf and waited. I see. Thank you, little one, she smiled. I grant you this boon. There is no need to punish yourself for telling me this. Consider it a part payment towards freeing your people. Dobby straightened. Use meaning it, great lady of the night. He whispered as his already bulbous eyes grew even wider. The goddess smiled. Go Dobby. We shall meet anon. Dobby left with a soft pop, streaming tears. John looked up at the lady as she pondered. You must get that accursed item and bring it to the tower, my raven. You know what to do. John nodded. How? She faded in the moonlight. The day the students go to get their supplies. Seek out those that have red hair. The youngest will be the target. Remember not to be caught, my own. You will know the accursed book when you see it. Oh, and little raven. Thank you for your wonderful gifts. Her smile was a benediction that warmed his soul. John smiled as he stood. You are welcome, lady, and thank you. Diagon Alley was bustling with parents, students and general noise. Today, most students were here to get their Hogwarts supplies. Plus as an extra bonus, and adding to the general chaos, a popular author was doing a book signing. Hermione had sent an excuse to John and Wolf about not coming to the tower today. She said she wanted a day with her parents before she left for the term. They knew the true reason and it was just as well. They had plans of going to the alley also, just not as John and Wolf. Wolf went as an older, graying man while John went as a brown-haired youth with bright blue eyes. Muggle makeup and contacts were wonderful things. Magic couldn't undo their effects with a simple finite spell. Since the lady had removed the curse and whatever was in it on that night so long ago, it had faded. Still, they were taking no chances. It was covered under foundation makeup. Wolf and John stood to one side of the queue waiting for the book signing. They had decided this was going to be one of John's training exercises. His objective was to retrieve the accursed book without anyone noticing. To accomplish his goal he had to be where it was to be delivered, hence their presence in the bookstore. They watched as Lucius Malfoy picked a fight with a red-headed man. They saw the arrogant bee-owned wizard slip something into a red-haired girl's cauldron. That was it. When the convenient fight that broke out between the 2 adult wizards provided the distraction that John needed, he saw his chance. John saw Hermione standing on the sidelines with brown-haired stout boy. She was watching the altercation with horror on her face. Much to his relief, she didn't recognize him. He hated hiding from his best friend, but he was under orders. He thought she would at least be suspicious of him when she looked right at him and then her eyes were drawn back to the fight. He did wonder who she was with, though, and why that fact bothered him. The author was trying to bring the attention back to himself, which also helped in the diversion. Wolf hung back, waiting nearby. He had seen Hermione and ducked out the door. He watched as the scuffle overturned the young girl's cauldron, scattering her books. When the mayhem was contained and order was restored, John helped the girl pick up her books. He palmed the book in question into his pocket, out of sight, and offered simple consolations to her. He found Wolf and they headed for Gringotts. Once they were alone, John showed Wolf his prize. It was a journal with gold initials on the cover, TMR. Ew, John said, wrinkling his nose in disgust as he held the book by a corner. This is slimy. I can't wait to get rid of it. Griphook called for a curse breaker who, after many diagnostic spells, informed them what they had was a Horcrux. The diary housed a piece of the soul of Tom Riddle, who was also called Lord Voldemort. Blessed be, John exclaimed, fingering his amulet. So that's what the lady took out of me. Wolf and the goblins looked stunned. There are a few ways to get rid of it, Lord Potter, Griphook said, and started to explain. He expounded on the methods from fiendfire to goblin cleansing rituals. All had their drawbacks and risks. John shook his head. I know a better way. That evening, as the sun cast a golden hue on the stones of the White Tower and after all the tourists were gone, John led a small group of people through the greens to the block. He then carefully laid the diary on the marker that represented the deaths of so many poor condemned souls. He stepped away as the Prime Minister dutifully recited, "For crimes against the Crown of England, I, John Major, Prime Minister, in service of Her Majesty, Elizabeth II, do hereby arrest and detain the soul within the diary of Tom Marvolo Riddle, consigning it to the magical deep within the tower, to await Her Majesty's pleasure. So mote it be." There was a flash of bright light and the diary was gone. John sighed as he looked up at the Ravensmaster and head yeoman warder. It is done. 2 down, and I'm not sure how many to go. I need to inform Her Majesty, the Prime Minister said as he turned to leave. Do you need me to go with you? John questioned, glad that part was over with. I think it would be for the best, Lord Potter, the PM confirmed. She will have questions. For the question where Hermione got the honeydukes for John. I'll mail order. Gotcha. Please note, Dobby's speech was intentional. As for Snape, you'll just have to wait and see. We are not about to get into good-evil Snape argument at this time. Hermione got off to Hogwarts without any trouble. Since Harry Potter wasn't going to Hogwarts this year, the little elf didn't close the portal and things on the station platform proceeded as normal. John was kept busy with his many classes and training with Wolf. It was just as well, as he was now starting the equivalent of the third-year Hogwarts curriculum. And according to Wolf, if he kept up this pace he would move on to the 4th year just before the Christmas halls. John smirked. There was a definite advantage to one-on-one tutoring. Hermione didn't even know that John and Wolf had visited Diagon Alley during one of its busiest times. The chaos of hundreds of students and parents all shopping for school supplies in the days leading up to September 1st had given them the perfect cover. A week after they recovered the foul book, Her Majesty sent a missive to John and Wolf, thanking them for their vigilance in protecting her realm and saying that she was most pleased with their competence. John placed the letter in a scrapbook he was keeping for all of their correspondence. Someday he would show it to Hermione, someday. The diary remained in the cold depths of the tower, resting on the floor of the oubliette where it had been cast by the ritual, slowly feeding its magic to the wards. It might not happen soon, but the Horcrux would one day lose the last bit of magic that held it together and would be destroyed, releasing the soul fragment to its fate. Queen Anne and Wendell the Mad helped where they could in John's studies of the more archaic laws and customs of both the mundane and wizarding worlds. They informed John that, since he was dealing with a goddess with such bloodthirsty tendencies, he needed to learn the old ways so that he didn't inadvertently offend her. Maggie wasn't too sure about this particular training, but after a long discussion among all the adults involved with John, they agreed. Knowledge, after all, was power, and for his own safety John needed to know this. Dear John, the term is only half over, and I miss you. It's no fun here without you. I met a new friend. She's a bit out there, if you know what I mean. Those in my house make fun of her, the poor thing. I have taken to defending her and helping her. She says the funniest things. You know, if wasn't for you and Wolf, I would probably have ignored her and looked the other way when she started to be bullied. Now, I can't. Her name is Luna Lovegood. Her father runs a small publication that is more tabloid than real news. My other friend here is Neville Longbottom. He's in a different house than I am. He's really shy, but very good with plants. Luna and I have started to tutor him and he helps us with natural science. For some reason, the headmaster has hired a teacher that is very full of himself. At first, I was taken in by his looks and smile, but honestly John, the man is a joke. He makes us read his books, a load of pure fiction, which he passes off as a cross between his biography and textbooks. He then quizzes us on himself. I mean, really, how does knowing his favorite color teach us anything worthwhile? Where did the headmaster find this guy, I ask you? I have to go. I miss you, John. Say hello to Uncle Ben and Aunt Maggie, and don't let Wolf beat you up too badly. Hermione. Hermione was sitting down for breakfast when a letter dropped beside her. Luna looked up. From your Muggle friend. Hermione nodded as she noticed the handwriting. Yes. Poor John. He doesn't have many friends his age. He can't go to school like normal kids. Luna nodded. You are such a good friend, Hermione. He's lucky to have you. You know, don't you, that truly good friends keep the Nargles away. Her dreamy smile made Hermione roll her eyes. Hermione smiled as she read her letter. For all its faults, Hogwarts wasn't a bad school for wizards and witches, it was just stuck in the wrong century and refused to step into the current times. She looked disgustedly over at the Gryffindor table. The red-haired menaces were at it again. She felt sorry for their little sister. They seemed to ignore her, and if Hermione was any judge, from the looks of it she was having a poor time adjusting to school. Rumor had it she was the only girl in a family of 7, meaning she was probably a bit spoiled. It was also whispered that she had a serious crush on the boy who lived and disappeared. Hermione shuddered. That girl wasn't the only one that had a crush on the missing savior, if what she overheard in the halls was any indication. Hermione was sure that over half the girls in school had the same crush, and maybe a couple of guys as well. Of course, they were all raised in the wizarding world and believe what was written about the supposed boy hero. She snorted again. She'd read what she could find in the library on Harry Potter and simply shook her head. What a bunch of drivel. Before Wolf and John got hold of her, Hermione would have probably cited chapter and verse about Harry Potter. Now, though, she shook her head. Honestly, it was all speculation and theory, no one had reported what really happened that night. Also, all the story books, biographies, and merchandise tied to the name of Harry Potter was just plain wrong. Were there copyright laws? Did he even receive royalties from it? Probably not, since everything of note was controlled by laws stacked to favor the pure bloods, of course. And since they owned the major businesses and publishing houses, they were the only ones to profit. John was so busy now that the weeks flew by. Summer was coming fast. Now Hermione's letters were full of anecdotes of the professor who was famous in his own mind, that is, until Neville and Ronald Weasley, both from the same house, showed up in the infirmary with unexplained trauma. The last person to have seen either boy was the aforementioned professor. When he was found in an empty classroom with another boy from a very well-to-do family, the scandal really erupted. Seems the professor had a taste for little boys. John shuddered when he read her account of the incident. From what she alluded to, it seemed to John that the boys had been memory charmed. According to the boys in question, they were helping act out the man's more exotic adventures. It was later learned that the professor had no taste for women, or even girls. Apparently he got enough of that when he made public appearances. She also said that he disappeared the day after he was caught and none of the students knew of his fate. John Hadrian shuddered. This was the premier magic school. What kind of insanity led them to hire a professor without a complete background check? For the first time he fervently wished he was with Hermione, if for no other reason than to keep her safe. Goddess help them if they her come to harm. Finally, Summer and they were waiting at King's Cross for the Hogwarts Express to arrive. John breathed a sigh of relief when Hermione walked towards them with her two friends Luna and Neville in tow. Luna took one look at John and smiled. She leaned closer as Hermione was introducing Neville to her parents and whispered, "Good disguise, Harry. No wonder the Raxperts are having a hard time finding you. I didn't think to ask the goddess to hide me, although radishes are almost as good." Her wide blue-eyed gaze was turned dreamily up at a stunned John Hadrian. John sputtered as he looked at Luna. She smiled. I promise not to tell, not even Hermione and Neville. But, you should. When the time is right and the lady allows, I will, John said softly. Luna nodded and skipped over to Hermione. I have to go. Father is waiting to take me snarkak hunting. Have a good summer. Summer was fun. Wolf kept both teens busy with advanced physical training, field trips and Muggle studies. Hermione was determined she wouldn't fall behind John and that they would take their exams together. News came that Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban. Amanda Kensington had been quietly trying for years to get the man a trial, but had been mysteriously blocked at every turn. She'd had to be careful. If she'd pushed too hard, the man might well have been, accidentally, Ed. Amanda knew Fudge was quite capable of such an act. Now, however, she knew she had cause to delve further without a problem. The Minister of Magic came to her to seek aid from their counterparts in the Muggle government to help recapture Black. Amanda, for her department's assistance, demanded everything they had on Black, and she wanted everything. The minister was desperate, so he agreed, but he wanted results. A dusty box filled with files and records appeared on her desk. Amanda went through it with a fine-toothed comb. No trial transcript. No interrogation. Just a capture report and a note that Black was shipped to Azkaban. The dates were the same day. Perfect, she purred, grabbing the files and stuffing them into a briefcase. Snatching her Muggle jacket, she left, shouting over her shoulder, I'll be with the Prime Minister for most of the day. Cornelius Fudge was beside himself with worry. First, there was still no sign of Harry Potter, the boy who lived and disappeared, and now there was Black, the first man to escape from Azkaban. Could things get any worse? The summons to attend Her Majesty came 2 days later. He was to bring everything he had on Sirius Black and Harry Potter, and his Muggle liaison officer was to accompany him. He was to report to her the next day at 1 o'clock. The magical world had governed itself since the forming of the ministry in the late 1600s. The fact remained, however, that their autonomy could be rescinded by the Crown if the requirements of the treaty weren't met. Fudge spent a long, sleepless night. The next day, promptly at 1, they were ushered into an office. Her Majesty sat regally behind an ornate desk flanked by 2 uniformed, obviously armed guards. No chairs were waiting for the visiting officials. A fact Amanda noted with some mirth. It would seem Her Majesty was not amused. Minister, Her Majesty said curtly. Could you perhaps tell us why a man spent 12 years in one of the worst prisons in our realm without the benefit of trial? One look at the Queen's cold gaze made Amanda glad that it wasn't her on the firing line. Cornelius Fudge's face turned a pasty white as he swallowed heavily and tugged on his collar. He wished Lucius could have come with him, but the summons didn't call for him. And while he would have much preferred to stay home, failure to heed the direct summons of the Queen had penalties that he could not afford to invoke. Well, you see, Your Majesty. Fudge started to say, only to be interrupted. We see quite clearly that one of our people has suffered a grave injustice. Before we place any further trust in your capability to lead the wizarding world, what assurances do we have that this miscarriage will be rectified and never repeated? Her terse words were ice cold and demanding. She was every inch a queen, and Fudge could do nothing more than quiver in fear. Sirius Black mused as he searched for his godson, Harry James Potter, in his animagus form of a large black dog. Albus Dumbledore, in Sirius' opinion, had proven he wasn't to be trusted. How else could he have let them place him in Azkaban for 12 years without a trial? The aged wizard always did play his hand very close to his chest and manipulated his pawns for what he considered the greater good. So far, no one was looking for him as a huge black dog. Guess Moony hadn't betrayed his trust, after all. How long that would last remained up in the air. The black dog growled. Just wait until he could sink his teeth into the old coot. He'd probably taste like those confounded lemo drops. Sirius wondered if that also meant Albus went against James and Lily's will as well. It made a macabre sort of sense when dealing with Albus' twisted logic. If so, did that mean that Harry might be at Lily's sister's house? What was her name? Toonie. Petra. It was some flower name. Wait, Petunia. He vaguely remembered that Lily's sister lived somewhere in Surrey. She was married to that walrus of a man, Dunes, dumb nut. No, Dursley. He turned his face in the direction of Surrey and made his weary way. It was a hot July day when he reached Surrey. As he lay hitting in a park, he watched an elderly man throw away a Muggle newspaper. When the coast was clear, he snatched the discarded rag and dashed back into his hiding place. The headline in bold picture caught his eye. Sirius stiffened. The front page featured him, Sirius Black, escaped convict. But instead of the expected article saying that he was wanted for murder, attempted murder, and betrayal of his best friend, a notice was posted stating that if Sirius Black presented himself to number 10 Downing Street by July 31st, a royal reprieve was to be given. He would be allowed to state his case before the Prime Minister and a representative of the Crown Prosecution Service. This offer was only good until July 31st. After that, he would be found guilty by default and hunted down. Sirius was no fool. The Muggles had a saying, "Fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me." However, it was published in the Times. It couldn't be that much of a hoax. Could it? His nosing around Surrey came to naught. No sign of his godson, Harry. No scent marks of either him or Lily's sister, which was very strange. He couldn't turn anything up in his present form and he certainly couldn't shift back and ask questions. So, he had no choice but to go back to London. He was sure his mother's townhouse would be staked out by both Aurors and the Muggle police. Well, if what he read was true, then he should head over to number 10 Downing Street. He had 2 weeks left. Time enough to check out the offer. If it was bogus, then he was no worse off. Because of Black's escape, Wolf felt it would be best to take John out of the country for a few weeks. Of course, they could only stay 28 days because of John's protection, however, that should be enough time to clear things up. One way or the other. After John and Wolf had left for their little holiday, Amanda stopped by the tower. Over a cup of tea, she gave Ben and Maggie a quick rundown of Fudge's traumatic meeting with the Queen. She gleefully told them that Fudge had been given a dressing down as only Her Majesty could. He had to explain to her supreme displeasure as to why a peer of the realm was denied his basic rights under the law. Did this Black have the dark mark? Was he even questioned? Was he represented by due counsel? Her Majesty had grilled him for a solid hour. "I swear that the man sweated about 5 pounds off that pudgy frame of his," she laughed. "I thought at one point he was going to embarrass himself with an accident. I was ever so thankful that Her Majesty's ire wasn't directed at me. She may not have any magic, but she was bloody scary." "Merlin," Maggie exclaimed with a chuckle. "I wish I'd been there to see it." Amanda looked over at Maggie and smirked. "I have been trying for years to get Black's records, and Fudge just up and gave them to me to get the Muggles off his back." She shook her head. "Merlin, but did it backfire on him? All that spin he placed on how dangerous Black was in the Daily Prophet, however the most dangerous person Fudge had to deal with was Her Majesty. And you, Amanda. Fudge will be coming after you for this," Ben commented, looking over the rim of his teacup. "He can try, but no pure blood wants to be head of my department. I also pointed out to him that I've been dealing with the Prime Minister and the Muggle courts for the last 10 years. Does he think I could train a pure blood to take my place? They have no clue how to deal with Muggles." "He didn't say anything to that," Amanda explained. "I think he finally realized there are people in the Muggle world with real power." Then she got a smug look in her eyes. "Besides, he doesn't have time to deal with me. Elections are coming up and he needs to look good for the voters. This will not look good on his record." Maggie chuckled. "So who do you think will be the next minister? If Black gets a trial and is found innocent, what does that mean for John? The Morrigan has made it plain that he is to remain hidden. Black can't come here. The Tower wards will not allow it," Ben interrupted with some concern. "When will Wolf be bringing John back?" Amanda asked. "Next week," Maggie said. "We're meeting up at Lawrence's on John's birthday. John should be back under the wards that night." Sirius Black had been hanging around the back of number 10 as Padfoot, listening to the gossip and bits of news for a few days. Time was running out. He couldn't find anything against the reprieve. It was confusing. There were no wizards hanging around as far as he could tell. It had all the feel of a trap and yet, it didn't. He had to decide soon. Harry's birthday was tomorrow and his time would be up. He had to make a move before then. The cook had taken to feeding him scraps, very tasty scraps. He was also good at ear scratches. So far, Padfoot couldn't smell any wizards around, only a couple of squibs among the security guards. The last day had arrived. He couldn't put it off any longer. "So, here goes nothing. He quietly crept into the kitchen and passed the cooking staff. For a big dog, he could still manage to remain unnoticed when he wanted. How else did he get out of Azkaban? Checking the cleared hallway, he smirked. So far, so good. He noted the wizard portrait was sleeping for the moment. Excellent. Dogs rule, wizards drool. This was way too easy. Don't these people believe in security? Wait, why am I complaining here? With a doggy snort he hurried on his way. Sirius crept towards the office of the man that could free him, or kill him. It didn't matter anymore. Harry was all that mattered now, and Sirius wanted to see him once more, see what kind of man he was turning into. Hey, how did you get in here? Who let this dog in? Get him. Padfoot let out a woof and barreled into the Prime Minister's office, knocking a security guard and a secretary off their feet. He dove under a table, knocking it over, spilling papers, files and teacups, and skidded to a stop at the feet of very shocked and dismayed man who could only be John Major. Padfoot looked up panting, and changed. Prime Minister, I assume. Sirius said, cheekily looking up at him. Lord Sirius Black, I presume. That's me. Sorry about that. He looked around at the mess he had made and shrugged. Freeze! Shouted one of the security guards, gun in hand. On the floor, hands where we can see them. Sirius, sitting on the floor in dirty, ragged clothes, unkempt and haggard, just looked at them. Hey, what do you mean, on the floor? I'm already on the floor. You said I could come and give myself up. Well, here I am. He raised his dirty hands to show he had nothing in them. The guards made a thorough search of Sirius, poking and running their hands all over him, much to his displeasure. Once they were satisfied he wasn't a threat, they allowed him into a chair. I take it you are the stray my cooks have been feeding for the past few days? John Major asked as his staff set right his office. Sirius nodded. James and I became animagi while we were at Hogwarts. You do know about the magical world. The PM nodded. Yes, it is one of the many things I was briefed about. However, my sources failed to tell me about this ability. So, Lord Black, how did you end up in this mess? Sirius looked around the office before commenting as the PM's secretary and an aide stepped into the conference room. I have contacted Ms. Kensington and she is on her way, informed the PM's secretary. She will inform the necessary people on her end. Another aide brought in a tea service with a few sandwiches. I have arranged for a shower and clean clothes for Lord Black as well, the aide said, giving Sirius a sniff. I am sure he has time before the meeting, don't you agree, sir? The trial of Sirius Black was very anticlimactic for many. A few drops of a magical truth serum and Black told everything in front of several government officials, including Fudge and the Muggle Prime Minister. Albus Dumbledore tried to stop the proceedings several times. It seemed to those present that the elderly wizard had a hidden agenda he didn't want revealed, and he would go to great lengths to keep it under wraps. Albus Dumbledore, the PM, glared, banging his gavel. You are to sit down and be silent. You are wasting our time with your tedious disruptions. Sirius Black voluntarily surrendered himself into my government's custody, and, I might add, is under a royal reprieve. You are here only as a courtesy and are not a part of these proceedings. Do us all a favor and sit down. If you interrupt one more time, you will be brought up on the charges of hindering and obstructing Her Majesty's justice. That goes for everyone else as well. Do I make myself clear? The silence following the PM's angry words told its own tale. The aged headmaster gave a long-suffering sigh and did as he was bid. An hour later, after no more interruptions, Sirius Black was a free wizard. The first thing he demanded was the whereabouts of his godson, Harry Potter. Black was almost frantic, spewing questions left, right and center, ending with, has he grown up happy and healthy? Well, he demanded with a snarl. Dumbledore and Fudge paled. John Major hid a chuckle at their obvious apprehension as he quietly left, along with a grinning Amanda Kensington. Both had little desire to be in their shoes. They also didn't want to be there during the questioning they knew would follow. Neither one wished to see the heartbreak on Black's face when they told him of Harry Potter's unknown fate. My dear boy, this is neither the time, nor the place to discuss this matter, Albus Dumbledore started, only to be cut off by a savage growl from Sirius. You old bastard. First you left me to rot in that hell hole, and now you try to keep me from Harry. Sirius' enraged bellows could be heard clearly throughout 10 Downing Street. Later that week, Sirius snarled in frustration as he left the Muggle liaison office at the Ministry of Magic. Miss Kensington was the pretty department head who didn't seem to fall for the black charm, so he found himself at yet another dead end. She reported that all records had been sealed, per royal decree. She did, however, produce a file full of old newspaper clippings that she was able to dig up for him. The headlines he read painted a very disgusting picture, one for which Sirius was going to make sure Albus Dumbledore paid dearly. Amanda hated the sight of Black's slumped shoulders as he walked out of her office. She had her orders though. Lord Harry James Potter must be protected from the wizarding world until he was ready to take his place as a peer. Sirius Black was believed to be unreliable, and so he must wait with the rest of the wizarding world, until the lady deemed it time. When told the results of the hearing, John sadly confirmed that his late parents' best friend couldn't be told his location, the reasons being Dumbledore and Riddle. They were both still out there and each one had their own agenda for Harry Potter. No one would be allowed to interrupt the lady's plans. John hadn't liked it, but the lady comforted him and promised that things would work out. It was for his own safety that it had to be this way. By the time summer was over, John was through the fourth-year Hogwarts curriculum. Wolf had stepped up his physical training and the young teen was developing nicely. This year John also began a general study of the law, both Muggle and Wizarding. As a peer in both realms, it was his duty to eventually take his rightful seats in both governments. The Goblins, for a fee, of course, supplied a tutor and an accountant to meet both needs. Their tasks were to help John with the intricacies of managing his estates as the head of two ancient and noble houses. Since Sirius Black was exonerated of all charges, there was no need for Fudge to follow through with his plans of sending Dementors to Hogwarts, and so Hermione's third year at Hogwarts was relatively quiet. She wanted to take all the elective classes Hogwarts offered, but was unable due to time constraints. She was very brilliant in her studies and top of her class. Many compared her to the late Lily Potter in her intelligence and drive. Her head of house commended Hermione on her excellent study skills, but urged her to have fun and make friends as well. Hermione assured Professor Flitwick that she did indeed have friends. One of her closest was Luna Lovegood, who seemed to blossom under Hermione's mentoring. Hermione refused to allow the strange second year to be bullied and, though they were a year apart, they were most often found studying together. Neville Longbottom made up the other third of their small group. Both girls had a soft spot for the shy Gryffindor and tried to encourage him when they could. He, in turn, helped them with herbology. The three had become close friends in the last 3 years. Although she wasn't in Hermione's circle of close friends, Mandy Brocklehurst, Hermione's dorm mate, often joined their study sessions. "Dear John, how are things going for you? Wolf still on the warpath with your training? Our new physical instructor, Remus Lupin, seems to be a very good teacher this year. I am quite pleased with the way his subject is going, although there are times when he gives me the strangest looks, which makes me uneasy." Then he shrugs and turns his attention elsewhere. "I tell you, John, it is really odd, but I do enjoy his class. We had a bit of excitement here the other day. During our zoology class, Draco Malfoy, you remember me telling you about the spoiled brat, don't you? Refused to listen to our instructor. Malfoy was lightly clawed when he refused to follow proper handling instructions for a large bird of prey. The enraged creature promptly attacked him, smart bird. Of course, his arrogant father couldn't let such an attack to his precious heir go. Everyone present said the younger Malfoy had been at fault. Get this, John, when Mr. Malfoy appealed to the authorities, they issued a death warrant for the poor animal. The instructor was also hustled off to jail as well, for keeping such a dangerous creature on school grounds. Well, I have to run to class now. I'll keep you informed if anything else develops. I really do miss you, John. Love, Hermione." After weeks of debate, the ministry-appointed committee arrived at Hogwarts along with Cornelius Fudge and Lucius Malfoy to destroy the hippogriff that attacked his son, Draco. They were met with a big surprise. Sirius Black greeted them with a scroll in hand. "Gentlemen," he called to them with a smirk. "Lord Black." Fudge huffed, green bowler in hand. "Black," Lucius sneered. "To what do we owe this honor? And where's the animal that attacked my son?" "You mean the hippogriff that your son insulted? I own him now. Hagrid was kind enough to sell him to me." The feisty, little beastie, is now on his way to a reserve that is in need of a young, virile stallion. Sirius's smirk widened into a leer, as he lounged on one of Hagrid's giant pumpkins. It's a much better fate than what you had planned. How dare you? Cornelius Fudge shouted. You had no right to interfere. Sirius straightened and held out the rolled parchment. As Lord of the ancient and noble House of Black, I can bloody well dare plenty, Fudge. It is a known fact the only reason you are still in office is that you're useful to people like Malfoy here. Since you refused to allow the Aurors to do their proper jobs, I did it for you, he spat, shaking the scroll under their noses. I have here statements from all of the teachers and students involved. I have Madame Pomfrey's report, and I have witnesses who overheard young Draco bragging that it was only a scratch, but it would be enough for his father to make some changes in the school. He shoved the scroll into Fudge's hands as he smirked at Malfoy. Sirius then gave them all an obscene salute as he turned to walk away. And I better see that Hagrid is out of Azkaban and a proper hearing has been held, or I will personally see to it that you are placed in the cell right next to him for denying another man his rights under the law. Good day, gentlemen. He then sauntered off whistling. Not long after that, it was decided by Albus Dumbledore to hire Sirius Black part-time when Professor Lupin came down ill several times that year. Being hired to help Remus part-time gave Sirius enough free time to further his goal, to stay close to Dumbledore in hopes of finding his missing godson. Sirius Black had long been known as someone that you didn't want to cross, one that held a grudge. Right now there were at least 4 people at the top of his list who had earned that dubious distinction. First was Severus Snape. That grudge was long held and very old, mainly because Snape had once stood between James and Lily. Second was Albus Dumbledore. That man had no business anywhere near children. The old bastard had no concept of responsibility, he was too caught up in his own image. He never took the time to look in on Harry at the Dursleys. If Harry was really that important to everyone, you'd think he would have. Shouldn't Dumbledore have taken better care of him? The old fool had a lot to answer for, and Sirius was going to make sure he did. Then there was Cornelius Fudge, the idiot. How that man managed to remain in office this long was beyond Sirius' comprehension. Wait, he did know. Malfoy money. Well, Sirius could and did take care of some of that. He'd called in several loans that Malfoys, present and past, had taken out, forcing the family to scramble to repay them. They were now no longer one of the richest families in the wizarding world. He had even considered dissolving his cousin Narcissus' marriage to Lucius Malfoy but decided leave it on the back burner for now. He could revisit that notion at his leisure. And last, but by no means least, Wormtail. If he found that rodent again. He had dreamed of many scenarios while he was in Azkaban, each more gruesome than the last. It was too bad that the rat escaped while Sirius was being questioned by that wonderfully insightful muggle of a prime minister. Grudges aside, Sirius pondered on how to find his godson, if he still lived. The old bastard hadn't been much help. In fact, the headmaster had done everything he could to hinder his search. He'd buried all the paperwork. He then had placed Harry in the muggle world with Lily's sister, ignoring James and Lily's will after their death. He then made sure that the will would never see the light of day. Yet another reason to see the old wizard remained high on Sirius' major grudge list. The summer John turned 14 started with the return of Hermione from her boarding school. Wolf, ever the South Avenue driver, added even more to their physical training now that she was home. Over the past year, John had become more adept with his staff and he was now in his 5th year of magical studies. If things went well this year, he would be taking his L's around Christmas. John hated that he was ahead of Hermione in his magical studies, but it couldn't be helped. Word from Amanda was that Albus Dumbledore was trying to bolster his flagging reputation as a great wizard, and leader of the light, by negotiating with 2 other schools for the resumption of a very dangerous contest. Amanda promised she would keep them informed. Both Wolf and Ben decided the Quidditch World Cup was too dangerous for John to attend that year. John didn't mind, he wasn't really that interested in the game. He cared more for just flying, and trick flying at that. He got enough of that as Scrapper. They never clipped his wings, or curtailed his flights in Raven form because they weren't too sure how much damage they would inflict if they did. John was a very disciplined teenager who took his studies seriously, and flying was his one joy. No one wanted to take that away from him. September 1st, Amanda paid a visit to John and Wolf after Hermione had left for Hogwarts. The Triwizard Tournament would be held at Hogwarts this year. She went on to explain that it was quite a feather in Dumbledore's cap to reinstate the bloodthirsty tournament and have it held at Hogwarts. Wolf looked down at his charge. What is your opinion? Do you think that the Dark Lord will try and capitalize on this? It has all the earmarks of an opportunity that he can't pass up. John sighed. The lady told me he'll have a body by next summer. She knows how he'll do it, but she won't tell me. She said it's a very old and foul ritual, one too evil for my innocent ears. Wolf nodded. That statement was saying something about the ritual. That means we need to step up your training. John agreed with a sigh. I have less than a year left. She's lifting my protection on my 15th birthday. She says I'll be old enough then. Wolf rubbed his eyes. In olden times, sons were considered of age at 15 and ready to go to war. The goddess Morrigan was a bloodthirsty deity. 15 would be just about right for her purposes. He had less than a year to give John a chance of surviving whatever he would have to face. Thus John Hadrian entered his most intense training schedule to date. He was now being trained in more advanced magic, including Auror-level combat spells. Wolf tried to include some fun where he could, but the training was hard, dangerous and deadly serious. Wolf, Ben, Amanda and John Major conferred in a small conference room the day after the posting of the Triwizard School champions. So, someone tried to put Harry Potter's name into the goblet, the PM mused. They tried. However, for it to be a binding magical contract, and so enforceable, the person had to be a student of one of the 3 schools. Had to be of legal age and accept the contract. Since Lord Potter is not a student of any school at present, he wasn't eligible. Nor did he send a legal magical representative to put his name in the goblet, and he is most definitely underage, a scornful Amanda replied. Anyone investigating this incident? Wolf demanded. His furious glare told everyone just what he thought about the whole situation. Amanda shook her head. There are rumors that they are, but my sources are saying, no. It's being hushed up by someone higher up. There was no need to mention just who those higher-ups were. They all knew. Typical, Wolf snorted. John waited for Hermione to join them at King's Cross. It was the Christmas halls and she was coming home. She'd written that she was asked to stay back at school for a Christmas ball, but she declined, saying she wanted to come home to her family. John had protested, she should have stayed, as formal balls don't come around that often. Hermione sent back a note saying that if she couldn't go with her best friend then she wasn't going at all. So, as a surprise, John, with the help of Amanda and the Prime Minister, got invitations for the 2 of them to the annual Military Widows and Orphans Christmas Ball, a charity John Hadrian was more than happy to support. Mum, Hermione shrieked. Why does he do this to me? Now I have to go out and buy a new gown. Her mother's laughter echoed as they pulled away from King's Crossing Station. That spring saw another conference. This time, Amanda had alarming news. The tournament had been used by the Dark Lord to regain his body, just as John had predicted. He had used the blood of one of the champions to perform the ritual. Cedric Diggory was an unwilling participant to the ritual, which used his blood, and barely escaped as the Dark Lord rose from a cauldron. He managed his only feat of wandless magic by summoning the trophy cup to his hand and port-keying back to Hogwarts. So now it's a waiting game. The PM asked. Yes sir, Wolf nodded curtly. John is as ready as I can make him. He's been well trained in combat, both magical and physical, and strategy. He can run just about any survival course I can throw at him as well. He's been trained in court etiquette, past and present, wizarding customs and law, as well as what he needs to know to claim his seats on the Wizengamot, Amanda added. Now what? John Major asked. Now we wait for John to be discovered. We won't make it easy for them to find him, but we won't keep John wrapped in cotton wool either. The boy has a life to live, Ben said. And he won't be going to Hogwarts alone. Wolf swore under his breath. No, he bloody won't. The alley was somewhat busy today. Parents and students would be here en masse later in the month. The Hogwarts letters weren't due out for another week, so many were just enjoying the day before the rush of chaos that students would bring as they hurried to get ready for the beginning of term. Among the throng of casual shoppers was a family of 3. An older couple, with what looked to be their grandson, were making their way to the apothecary to refill a couple of prescriptions. I don't know why we had to come today, muttered the elder man. This isn't the best time to come, too hot and too many people. It's necessary, you know you can't go without your heart medication, Maggie huffed at his complaints. The alley isn't overly crowded, Ben. And right now with Wolf away training with his unit, John had free time. Besides, Uncle Ben, the aforementioned teen replied, when was the last time we had an outing, just the three of us? We can't very well come here with her parents, he said with a sigh. Hush, you, Aunt Maggie whispered, looking around. We don't know who's listening in. Sorry, Aunt Maggie. They'd just made it out of the apothecary when they heard the popping sounds of people apparating into Diagon Alley. Screams of terror and the sound of spell fire filled the air. All of Wolf's training kicked in as Ben and John pushed a few people, along with Maggie, into a nearby side alley. Find a defensible position for non-combatants, and hold it. Wolf's voice echoed in John's mind. John nodded to Ben as they took up positions to defend their sanctuary and the people behind them. He drew his military-issue combat knife, Ben pulled out his SIG 228 pistol, and Maggie her wand. What's happening? Asked a young mother with a frightened toddler in her arms. John peeked out and snorted. Death Eaters. A bit early, if you ask me. The letters aren't due until next week. Maybe a training run. Ben questioned, his face ashen. He had been recently diagnosed with heart problems, not bad enough to force him to retire from the tower, as long as he took care of himself and kept up with his medications. Besides, he couldn't, as long as John was still a ward of the crown and needed the protection of the tower wards. John looked over at his uncle, then back to his aunt. There were anti-apparition wards up, but he couldn't detect any anti-portkey wards. He knew that his uncle wouldn't leave while there were non-combatants at risk, duty and honor above all. And John was well aware that, in this situation, Maggie wouldn't leave Ben's side. Looks like the lady was right. It's time, John murmured as he pulled out a small port key to a man-safe house. He handed it to the young mother. Here, take this. It'll get you and your baby to safety. When you get there, tell them what happened. Say, the time is right. The fledgling has flown. Can you remember that? The young mother nodded and repeated the phrase. I don't understand but thank you. She and the child disappeared when John activated the port key. Ben nodded. He's right, Maggie, my love. We knew this day was coming. He and Maggie wrapped their arms around each other in a brief embrace. John sighed. He had been training for this day since he was 6. It still didn't seem like he was ready, but fate waits for no man. A woman's insane cackle broke his train of thought as it echoed throughout the alley. According to reports, only one of Riddle's inner circle had a laugh like that, Bellatrix Lestrange. Looky what we have here, she said as she spied John and Ben in the mouth of the alleyway. John swore under his breath. He knew Ben couldn't take a Crucio, which was the insane witch's favorite spell according to all the intel he'd been given. John cautiously adjusted his stance to combat ready. He didn't want to expose his staff just yet and so kept it hidden. A nod to Maggie told her to protect Ben against spell fire. Ben quietly took the safety off his side arm. Firearms were more or less forbidden in the wizarding world. To be caught with one was frowned upon, an attitude both Wolf and Ben mocked. Wizards were so behind the times. The guns wizards were familiar with were from World War II. So much had been improved since then, both in accuracy and size, not to mention efficiency. The bullets in Ben's weapon, for instance, had been dipped into special potions. They dissolved minutes after impact so no trace would be left behind to be found by anyone, magical or muggle. John didn't need a pistol, he had other weapons at his disposal. Besides, he wasn't allowed to use a firearm by law for another year yet. Of course, that hadn't stopped Wolf from training him in their use. John had been handling paint guns and knives since he was 8, and ordnance since last year. Bellatrix Lestrange was ready and eager to send some tormented soul to the afterlife. The two targets standing in the mouth of a side alley had caught her eye when she was suddenly hit with a large, heavy knife to her shoulder, causing her to stop mid-cackle. She looked at the heavy blade for a moment in stunned surprise, then reached up and pulled it out, only to lose her balance and fall face forward in shock. John stepped out of the mouth of their alley and into the main street. He had to get them away from Ben and Maggie. Bending as he moved, he grabbed his knife from Lestrange's bloody hands and ran full tilt, leaping over her body, ducking as a spell sailed at him. A shield flew up, cast by Maggie, to catch a second spell at the entrance to their bolt hole. Oi, ugly, you can't catch me, Jon mocked as Bellatrix screamed in helpless rage. After him. What about them? Asked one of the Death Eaters, pointing at Ben and Maggie. A muffled pop sounded from the side alley and the masked figure fell to the ground, bleeding from a small wound in his chest. Kill them, she screeched, as a second Death Eater fell. Really, Lestrange, you need better help, Jon sneered from her left. I'll kill you myself, she raged madly. Avada, she shrieked as she pointed her wand with her left hand. Another popping sound rang out and her hand shattered as her wand was snapped in half. A feral scream of rage and pain rang out as she disappeared, leaving a smear of blood on the cobblestones. Ben, Maggie screeched, drawing Jon's attention back to his guardians. Ben sagged against the brick and stone wall, clutching his chest as the cig slipped out of his hands. Get him out of here, Jon commanded. Maggie nodded. She used the port key she had and took the two of them to safety. Jon, came a panicked voice he knew well. Through the chaos of battle, Hermione appeared as she stumbled towards him. Jon felt his heart stop. What the bloody hell is she doing here today? He watched in shock as she ducked several spells. Lunging towards her, he swooped up Ben's cig on the way, ducking and rolling to come up next to Hermione. Drop, he shouted as a spell from the remaining Death Eater sailed over his head. Wolf's training paid off as she dropped like a stone. Trembling wildly, she rolled the last few feet to Jon's side, where she lay shivering with wand in hand. It was one thing to go on training exercises with her best friend, it was entirely another to put that training to use. She felt his arm come around her and then there was a pull as they port-keyed away. Sirius Black was finishing up with the pair of Death Eaters that he was dueling. He'd pulled no punches and they were now lying in the street, bleeding heavily. When he was sure they wouldn't be getting up anytime soon, he took a quick look around. He noticed a familiar-looking boy of about 15 dueling his cousin Bella, and holding his own. A girl shouted the boy's name, running towards him. As she dropped and rolled towards the boy, he grabbed her and port-keyed the two of them away. J. James. Sirius stuttered in shock. Jon tried to gather his thoughts as he and Hermione made their way through street. Mungos. Although he'd been seen, he hadn't been recognized, but it wouldn't be long. They sat outside of Ben's room as the healers worked on him. Maggie was inside and had refused to leave her husband. The only thing keeping Jon from shaking apart was Hermione's hands clenched around his wrist in a vice-like grip while his other arm tightened around her shoulders. It was one thing to play at war, quite another to live it. He clung to her tightly as their shaking slowly faded. Jon knew she was bursting with questions, he was just thankful she hadn't started asking them yet. He leaned over and softly whispered, I promise I'll tell you everything I can later. I need to know how Uncle Ben is first. Please don't be angry with me, please. The pain in his voice made her heart ache. She didn't look at him but squeezed his hand. I'll hold you to that. Several hours later found both Jon and Hermione outside the tower. Looking up at the wall, Jon asked, do you need to call your folks? Hermione blushed and nodded. They were in surgery when I decided to do a quick run to the alley. They had no idea I was going. You said you were out for a day with your guardians, and I thought that if I went then, we could spend more time together. She choked on her last words. I never thought. He nodded. With Wolf off with his unit, it seemed the perfect time to pop into the alley for a shopping trip. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Her refusal to look at him worried him. They stepped into the tower complex through the barracks gate and were met by the Ravenmaster and several yeomen. Ben's all right, Jon hurried to assure them. The message the young mother had delivered had reached them, along with word that Ben was in St. Mungo's. A mild heart attack. The healers at St. Mungo's almost refused to work on him because he's a squib, Jon spat in disgust. Thankfully, Aunt Maggie was able to get Healer Atwaters to attend. He wants to keep Ben for at least 48 hours. The potions are working to repair the damage. They're just slower since he hasn't much magic to aid them. Good lad. The details were a bit sketchy, but we heard there was an attack on the alley. The Ravenmaster asked. Jon nodded. Looked like a training run. Lestrange was leading the attack with what appeared to be several new recruits. Ben and I took on Lestrange and a couple of Death Eaters. The orders were late, as predicted. I was recognized by Hermione just before I left, and she refuses to leave my side. He looked over at Hermione, squeezing her hand. I see, the Ravenmaster said. Miss Granger, you are welcome to stay the night if your parents approve. Thank you, sir, she acknowledged, tiredly. John did promise me some answers. I imagine he did. Please, miss, keep it in mind that he was under orders, not to mention a royal decree. Yes, sir. Tell me, please, she begged softly, do my parents know about John? Yes, Miss Granger, they do. But they, too, took an oath of secrecy. Hermione nodded. Night was falling as John led Hermione to the Tower Green. They'd spent a couple of hours with the Ravenmaster and his wife. She'd promised to have meals delivered over to the flat so John didn't have to fend for himself. Now, Hermione, you have been patient long enough, John said, once they'd stepped outside. Why didn't you tell me that you were a wizard? Why didn't you trust me? Her voice broke with hurt. He sighed as he led her to their favorite bench. Hermione, I can't tell you everything until I have permission, but I was only 5 when I came here. I'd been badly injured, almost died. I was hiding here until Her Majesty visited one day. Surprised everyone, especially the security detail that was guarding her. I didn't know my birth name until she told me. He stopped, giving her time to absorb his words so far. I was born Harry James Potter. Hermione gasped. But, the shock was clear on her face. We couldn't tell you, Hermione. Too much was at stake. When you got your Hogwarts letter, and we knew you would, there was too great a chance that my secret would be discovered before it was time. Headmaster Dumbledore uses legilimency on people when he feels they might know information he wants, John desperately rushed to explain. He would have been looking in the students' minds, especially in your first year, for any information about me. Had he seen my face in your memory, he would have known who I was. We just couldn't take that chance. He went on to tell her everything that happened before she became his friend. He explained how the adults now in his life were appalled at how Dumbledore had literally just thrown him away, claiming he was protecting him. Hermione listened, asking questions as John knew she would. When she was finally silent, they sat for a time, each lost in their own thoughts. Then John gathered his courage and spoke. Please don't hate me, Hermione. Too much was at stake, and it was as much for your protection as mine. His words were a desperate plea. Oh, John, I don't, she sobbed, clutching him in a fierce hug. It just hurts that you couldn't tell me. Her voice was choked with tears. John smiled sadly. I was assured that you could be told this summer. Just when was the problem? They were silent for a few moments, lost in their embrace, before John gently pulled her arms from around him. Slowly he stood and looked around. Offering her his hand, he smiled. Come, there's someone you need to meet. She'll answer some of your questions. The full moon was rising. John, after walking his circle, knelt at the block. On it he'd placed his bloody dagger and Ben's pistol in the moonlight. A huge black raven flew down and landed on his shoulder. Hermione gasped, nervous at seeing one of the tower. Ravens causally preening John's hair. Hermione, I would like you to meet Thor. He helped raise me, John said as he offered the raven a bit of sausage he had kept back from dinner. I know you've been warned about approaching the ravens, as they are feral and very dangerous. I'm the exception to the rule. I don't need all the protective gear that the warders use. He stood as Thor took the treat delicately. Stepping away from the moonlight that illuminated the bloody offerings, John began to chant in ancient Gaelic. Hermione gasped as several silvery shapes slowly formed in a half-circle around both of them. She took in the forms of the many headless non-corporeal bodies dressed in clothing of different periods. However, they weren't looking at her. As Hermione turned her attention back to John, she saw the moonlight begin to shimmer and consolidate into a woman of ethereal beauty. And what dost thou bring me tonight, Hadrian Ravenshield? The lady inquired calmly. John knelt in front of his patron, his goddess. My lady, I bring you the blood of one of mine enemies still upon my blade, and the sped modern weapon of my earthly guardian, Ben McIntyre. Both weapons saw battle this day. My guardian tried to acquit himself in battle, but his heart gave out. Please, lady, I don't want to lose him. John's words ended in a soft plea. The goddess laughed fiercely, causing Thor to flap his wings and caw in triumph. The spirits echoed her pleasure. Know that I am well pleased with your gifts, my warrior. Rise, Ravenshield, and fear not for your mortal guardian, it is not yet his time. Her voice rang with pride into the night. Turning her bottomless gaze to Hermione, she commanded, "And pray tell, who is this that stands without our circle?" John beckoned, shaking Hermione closer. "My lady, this is Hermione Granger, my truest friend in all the world. I thank you for bringing her into my life. Hermione, please." Hermione stepped nervously into the circle and curtsied deeply. "Lady," she managed to whisper. John smiled as Thor cawed. "This is my lady, who has watched over me since I was born. This is the goddess Morrigan." The Morrigan laughed at the pale, shaking girl before her. "Little otter, I see you wear my gift. Keep it always. You have much to learn, and little time to learn it." She looked between John and Hermione. "You are well paired. Now, Ravenshield, you must tell her as much as she'll take in. You will need her in the troubled times ahead. She is your anchor, your voice of reason. I chose well when I brought her into your life." Her voice was rich with satisfaction. "An otter and a raven, you are opposites, and yet two sides of the same coin. Farewell, we will meet anon." A trembling Hermione blushed as John squeezed her hand again in reassurance. On the wind, they could hear the chiming of the goddess, laughter as she faded in the moonlight. Sergeant Major Paul Wolfram was waiting outside of Ben's door when the pair returned. Thankfully, Albus Dumbledore had already left. "A couple of Aurors stopped by and wanted you to come in and fill out some reports, Your Grace," Wolf explained before ushering the pair into the room. "Your uncle is scheduled to be released in the morning. And Albus too. Many titles." Dumbledore stopped by, too. Harry groaned, dropping his head for a moment, before straightening. "So it has begun. So it would seem," Wolf agreed. "But then we expected that, Your Grace, didn't we?" Hermione decided to remain with Maggie at Ben's bedside the rest of the day, for which Harry was very grateful. He really didn't want his adoptive parents, or his best friend, involved in what was about to happen. He wanted to keep his two lives separate as long as possible. The Wizarding World didn't need to know that John Hadrian, Scrapper, McIntyre was Harry James Potter just yet. The Tower Wards just wouldn't stand for all the chaos that would ensue if the Wizarding World descended upon it. If there was a clash, the Tower Wards would win. That was the way they had been designed, and they were lethal and powered by all of the blood shed on the site over the centuries. Later that day, Wolf and Harry marched into the DMLE only to cool their heels in the outer office. Amelia Bones was in a meeting and raised voices could be heard. "Thought they would be professional enough to use silencing charms on the doors," Harry muttered to Wolf, who only smirked as he scanned the waiting area. He was very familiar with the "hurry up and wait" mentality often experienced in the military. Eventually the door opened and Director Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, spoke. "Gentlemen, come in." They entered to see Albus Dumbledore waiting expectantly within. Harry's heart sank. He so didn't want to deal with this manipulative old fool today. "Harry, my boy," the aged wizard said with a twinkle in his eyes. Begging the headmaster's pardon, Wolf snarled, "This is His Grace the Duke of Gryffindor, or Lord Potter, sir. I suggest you remember that when addressing His Grace." Harry stood at parade rest beside Wolf. He was perfectly happy to let his mentor take charge. This confrontation was something they had frequently discussed ever since he had turned down his Hogwarts letter when he was 11. Harry fully intended to let Wolf take the lead, as he had more experience dealing with people in authority. If Albus Dumbledore could be knocked off his game, they would have a shot at getting a lot of concessions out of him relatively painlessly. Such planning had been one of Harry's favorite strategy lessons: always negotiate from a position of strength. Amelia Bones was known as a strong-willed woman with high moral standards. She had, unlike many in the ministry, earned her position. Right now, it was apparent that she didn't want the headmaster present, but, aside from physically evicting him, she couldn't get him to leave. However, she would be damned if she was going to allow him to take charge of this investigation. "Your Grace," she said through clenched teeth and with a sidelong glance at the elderly wizard sitting in the corner, "please be seated. We have a few things to discuss. We'll deal with where you've been since your disappearance later." She shot another glare at the headmaster before continuing, "First, tell us, in your own words, what happened yesterday in the alley." Harry took the offered seat, but Wolf remained by the door in a combat-ready stance, keeping an eye on the headmaster. Albus Dumbledore noticed his drawn wand and arched an eyebrow in surprise. "Yes, Director Bones, I would be glad to," Harry smiled briefly before he began an in-depth report with military precision. Yesterday, I was visiting the alley with my family. Albus Dumbledore cleared his throat. But my dear boy, Harry went on, ignoring the interruption. When we heard shouts and screams, and the sounds of apparition. Bellatrix Lestrange appeared right in front of my family and myself. She was leading what I would call a training exercise, with inexperienced young Death Eaters. Albus Dumbledore tried again. How could you be so sure, Harry, my boy? How could you be so sure they were inexperienced? Harry again took no notice of the headmaster as he continued to detail the events. Several more times, the headmaster tried to interrupt, only to be brushed aside. Once Harry finished, he waited for Madame Bones to ask more questions if she had them. Wolf remained at the door, a silent, ominous sentry. Albus looked serene, sitting in his corner, but the sergeant major could tell the old wizard was seething with frustration inside as Harry continued to disregard his attempts to enter the discussion. As long as the old coot addressed Harry in such an improper and familiar manner, Harry would continue to act as if Dumbledore was non-existent. You would think the aged wizard would learn. When will I see you at Hogwarts, my boy? The headmaster tried one last question. Harry, reaching the end of his frayed patience, stood and turned to the headmaster, his face a cold mask of disdain. Headmaster, I am not now, nor will I ever be, your boy. You left me to rot in an abusive home without so much as a by your leave. You left me on a doorstep like a bag of rubbish. In doing so, you lost any right you ever had to address me in such a familiar manner. In future, you will address me as, Your Grace. Others, if they are close acquaintances, will refer to me as Lord Harry. Only those I deem family, or intimate friends, will be permitted to address me as Harry. You, sir, are neither a close acquaintance nor, by any stretch, family. As for Hogwarts, not as long as you are the headmaster. Good day to you, sir. Madame Bones. Amelia rose and came around her desk. Unknown to the headmaster, she had a very bright twinkle in her eyes. She appeared to have enjoyed the dressing down that this young lord had given him. Your Grace, how should I contact you if we need anything further? Harry gave a slight bow as he made to leave. Madam, I can be reached through my family's account manager at Gringotts. They have always been able to get in touch. However, I would caution you, they do not appreciate any hidden additions to your letters. Good day to you, madam. Harry waited until Wolf opened the door for him. As they exited the atrium, he asked quietly, I count 5 tracking spells on me, 3 on you and 2 people following us. Also, there is a trust me spell and a eavesdropping spell. That right? Wolf chuckled. Good job. What did you do with them? Harry smirked as they came to the flow station and took their places in line. He stopped briefly and looked around. Wolf echoed that smirk as he too reconned their back trail. Harry had inherited a love of mischief from his birth parents. Wolf knew the lad was a second-generation marauder. Plus, the Ravens had only added to that streak of mischief, as Wolf and Ben well knew from watching the lad grow up. Harry explained he had sent both the Trust Me and the eavesdropping spells to a nearby men's loo. He also sent all of the tracking spells onto various outgoing travelers, so anyone monitoring those spells, and both knew that Dumbledore would delegate, rather than do it himself, would be hearing some rather offensive sounds and traveling all over the wizarding world. They were positive that the aged headmaster would be reading a lot of strange reports this day. Because of their training, both expected to be followed, so what better way to lose their tails than to go to Gringotts? From there, they took an untraceable route back to the tower. The goblins do not take kindly to people spying on their bank and, as Lord Harry was one of their major account holders, he was accorded special privileges, like an untraceable port key, to foil unwanted hangers-on. Wolf knew that this was only the first engagement. It was understood that Albus Dumbledore would not quit until he thought he had Harry back under his control. If only Dumbledore knew that Harry was not only under the Crown's protection, he was also under the Morrigan's protection. The old fool didn't even stand a chance. The next day, Wolf and Harry decided, after they had checked on Ben, that they needed a meeting, so an emergency session at number 10 Downing Street was called. The office was quite full. Attending were Sirius Black, Hermione Granger, the PM, Amanda Kensington and, of course, Harry. The subject was Albus Dumbledore and his expected attempts at controlling Harry Potter. We are waiting for one more person, the PM said as everyone got comfortable. He should be here in moments. He had to clear his schedule. Sorry, I am a bit late, said the elegantly dressed man as he entered. Everyone stood and gave a bow to the Prince of Wales as he took a seat. Everyone here. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Hermione squeezed Harry's hand, her eyes wide with shock. He hadn't said much about the meeting, only that he wanted her with him. Sirius Black seemed a bit lost, but even he recognized Muggle royalty as the prince entered. He still wasn't sure just why he was here, but he was happy to be included, even if he'd had to give an oath of secrecy. They began with the rehashing of what had taken place in the alley, and Ben's condition. Wolf had explained to His Highness that, thankfully, Ben had just enough magic for the heart potions to work. Because he was a squib, it wasn't as efficient as if he was a full wizard, however, it was enough. A few days of rest and he would be able to resume his position at the tower as usual. Healer Atwaters reported that he was able to keep Ben's home address and occupation out of the files and to bury said files in the archives, so it would be very difficult to trace Harry's whereabouts. The meeting went on to explore speculation about Dumbledore's and Riddle's possible future moves. With the sudden appearance of Harry Potter, the war front had shifted, especially since Cornelius Fudge was still vehemently denying the Dark Lord's return. There will be an emergency session of the Wizengamot soon, Amanda said as she went over her notes. We expect Albus Dumbledore to exploit his position as the leader of the light, to use Lord Harry's reappearance for his greater good, cuz his cronies will just go along with him as usual. I believe he will use this session to push through an attempt to legally force Lord Harry to attend Hogwarts. There is also talk that Minister Fudge will force one of his undersecretaries into the school as the next defense instructor this upcoming year. She finished her report and waited for questions. Remus and I have not been asked to return as instructors. Guess the curse is still holding, Sirius snarked. Will this instructor have the necessary credentials to hold the position? Harry asked, a bit concerned. Hermione had informed him of the incompetent defense instructors she'd had in her past years at Hogwarts. Hermione shifted next to him. We haven't had many instructors with the necessary credentials for years, she echoed his thoughts, looking slightly put out. No offense, Professor Black. You and Professor Lupin were the exceptions. It's doubtful, Lord Harry, Amanda replied, giving the girl a glance. Although she had watched this young man grow into the upstanding young adult before her, this was a high-level meeting and protocol must be observed. While she knew that Hermione was now aware of Harry's true identity, she was still uneasy about including the girl in their plans. Harry huffed. So Fudge and Dumbles both are willing to go against the Hogwarts charter to push their political agenda, and the students, of course, are made to suffer for it. Wolf scowled. What do you mean willing? Dumbledore has been pushing his agenda and ignoring the charter for decades. Well, isn't it fortunate that we are about to derail most of that agenda? Harry smirked, turning to His Highness. Sir, it is time to take the battle forward. With your permission. By all means. Your Grace. By all means. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office, going over everything he had managed to put together from all the reports on Harry Potter. Against all odds, the boy turned out to be a fine young wizard who looked much like his parents. But, unfortunately, it seemed that that was where the resemblance ended. James and Lily had never treated him with such blatant disrespect as the boy had today. That he took on a team of Death Eaters led by Bellatrix Lestrange was nothing short of amazing. According to his spy, Severus Snape, the insane witch was in critical condition and not expected to live. The strange holes in her body were refusing to close and she was slowly bleeding to death. What could have made them? Harry's refusal to acknowledge him, and the bitter words thrown at Albus today, meant that the young teen was well aware of Dumbledore's role in placing him with his mother's sister. He'd known it had been against the clearly stated wishes of the parents' will, but it was for the boy's own protection and the greater good. Harry had to be raised outside of the wizarding world and away from all the boy who lived hype. And Albus had never intended for him to learn of his true heritage until much later. It was imperative that the boy be humble, easily led and controlled. It wouldn't do to have the boy think for himself. Paul Wolfram, he had learned, was a Muggle-born who left the wizarding world after he graduated from Hogwarts. He was an unknown element, and this worried Albus. That he had a hand in raising Harry was very obvious. The headmaster was having one of his contacts track down everything he could on Wolfram and how it was possible that the wizard came into contact with Harry in the first place. Also, he wanted to know why Wolfram hadn't contacted him when Harry had been found. It wasn't as if the man had no idea who Harry Potter was. Most puzzling and worrying. Pausing to pop one of his favorite treats into his mouth, Albus pondered his next move. He just had to get Harry to Hogwarts, where he would be safe, and figure out how to get the boy away for those who had influenced him over the years. Maybe he should introduce a new bill into the Wizengamot. Yes, that should work. He'd make Harry see reason, he must. It wouldn't do to have the boy turn dark. He must follow the destiny that Albus had mapped out for him since his birth. Fawkes shook his head as he listened in on the headmaster's thoughts. The lady had placed her mark on the lad and Albus was going against her will. Didn't he see it? Fawkes shivered. Deep in the heart of Hogwarts, a meeting of a different sort was going on. A lady dressed in a black feathered cloak was standing in the center of a star outlined on a dungeon floor. She was speaking to another, a female, dressed in a 10th century cotehardie. Soon, my dear, the lady said. Your heir and true master will be attending. Are you ready? Yes, my lady, the embodiment of Hogwarts said. Everything has been prepared. Excellent. Remember, he will require a suite worthy of his status as my chosen and your heir. He will have his retinue staying with him as well, the lady said as she faded from sight while Hogwarts curtsied deeply. Cornelius Fudge sat in his office, going over plans for the upcoming year. Dumbledore wouldn't know what hit him. He cackled gleefully. Dolores was the perfect candidate to do what needed to be done, and in the most obnoxious way possible. The reports of the raid on the alley were swept aside in disgust. So Harry Potter had been spotted, finally. Well, if the brat thought he could waltz in and command respect, he had another thing coming. He reached out and tugged on a bell pull. His office door cracked open. You rang, sir. A simpering young male queried. Weatherby. I will be going out today, for tea. Yes, sir. I'll make a note of that. I was to remind you about your appointment at noon as well, sir. Yes. The meeting will not take long. I think I'll have tea at that little cafe that I so enjoy. Yes, sir. Percy Weasley ducked back into his cubby and returned to work on the parchment stacked haphazardly on his desk. Fudge scowled. He really did hate meeting with the Muggle Prime Minister. It was so tedious trying to keep up appearances. The treaties must be upheld if the wizarding world didn't want to fall back under the Crown's control. And he was taking no chances after his meeting with the Queen. Albus Dumbledore sighed as he looked over the bill he'd written the night before to present to the Wizengamot. He knew it was a risk, but he needed that boy at Hogwarts. Harry needed to be molded and guided to fulfill his destiny, and he, Albus Dumbledore, was the only one that could do it properly. A quick emergency session of the Wizengamot and he would have Harry at Hogwarts, where the boy belonged. He would need to know just what the boy had been taught, and if there was any way of undoing the obvious arrogance Harry seemed to have acquired. So much to do and so little time left. Albus, as Chief Warlock, waited in the small antechamber as the rest of the seated members filed in. He mentally went over what he wanted to say. Failure wasn't an option when the greater good was at stake. Harry just had to be placed back under his control and in the safety of Hogwarts. There was a knock on the door. Everyone is seated, Chief Warlock, said the red-haired aide peeking in. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. A hush fell over the chamber as Albus strolled up to his seat on the dais. As the minister banged a rock on his podium to call the members to order, the entrance doors opened. Two men dressed in Muggle military uniforms entered with precision and scanned the chamber before stepping to either side of the doors. An elegantly garbed young lord, dressed in formal robes with two crests adorning his shoulder, strode in. Beside him was a tall man dressed in a pinstriped Muggle suit carrying a steel briefcase. Three more men in military uniforms followed the pair. Those that had some knowledge of the Muggle world recognized the dress uniforms and weapons of Royal Marines. The Muggle clearly was some sort of attaché from the Muggle British government. However, the young lord was a mystery. Clearly, he was a wizard, and head of at least two ancient and noble houses by his bearing and crests. Whispers of speculation rippled through the room. Albus stood, frowning. And to what do we owe the honor of such a display, Mr. Potter? You do know that Muggles are not allowed in these chambers. The man with the briefcase smiled as he stopped in front of Cornelius Fudge's podium. He handed the Minister of Magic a sheaf of papers. The minister glanced through them and paled visibly. Looking up, Cornelius said, "Chief Warlock and members of the Wizengamot, may I present His Grace, Lord Hadrian Potter, Duke of Gryffindor and head of the ancient and noble House of Potter, and his advisor, Sir Peter Flinchley. His Grace is presenting himself here today on his 15th birthday to claim his seats on the Wizengamot." "No," shouted several members, over which could be heard, "I forbid it." From Albus Dumbledore. "By your very laws," stated Sir Peter, "an heir who is the last of his line can claim his titles at the age of 11 if he has proven himself capable of understanding his duties and responsibilities and with the permission of his legal guardian." "As his guardian, I was not so informed," Albus interrupted. "So I forbid it until such time as I have spoken with my ward." "Unfortunately," Sir Peter continued, turning to the aged wizard with scorn, "you are not his legal guardian. Your rights were terminated when it was found you had had the Potter's will illegally sealed and yourself declared guardian by this very body. You were also declared unfit when the child was found BPD and badly injured at the age of 5, not even knowing his own name. The child in dispute, Hadrian James Potter, was made a royal ward and has been in Her Majesty's custody since 1986. It is by the right of Her Majesty the Queen, that His Grace is here today." "It's true," Cornelius Fudge stated, holding up a sheet of parchment. "Here, by royal decree from Her Majesty, is a writ granting Lord Hadrian James Potter the legal right to his titles and holdings." Albus Dumbledore sat back in dismay. The bill he wanted to introduce was worthless, completely and utterly worthless. Why hadn't he thought to check on the possibility of royal interference? What about his magical education? A pink-clad witch asked in a simpering voice. The Queen is but a muggle, after all. His Grace is being schooled with private tutors, Sir Peter explained, placing a hand on Lord Harry's shoulder as the lad remained silent beside him, standing erect and proud. He didn't look anyone in the eye, but everyone in the chamber could see that the young Duke had a regal presence that couldn't be denied. "But he needs to go to Hogwarts," shrieked a red-haired witch in the audience. The Chief Warlock silently blessed his colleagues for helping with his plans for whatever reasons. They were playing right into his hands. "Why?" Sir Peter demanded. "Let the boy speak for himself," came a voice from the Wizengamot. Lord Harry looked over at Sir Peter. As Wolf had taught him, the best of plans could fly out the window when engaged with the enemy. Sir Peter gave him a slight nod. Taking a deep breath, Lord Harry spoke in a clear voice that could be heard throughout the chamber. "What you don't seem to realize is that I was sent into exile by one you hold in high regard." Gasps rose from the audience as he glared at Dumbledore. "Yes, exile." A low angry rumble echoed around the room at the young wizard's words, but no one interrupted, yet. "To be placed in the Muggle world with people that my parents refused to acknowledge as blood relations, and who hated all things magical, would not be called protection. To my mind, it was exile." He glared at Albus Dumbledore in disgust, causing the aged wizard to stiffen. Lord Harry could feel the man trying to enter his mind but knew he could not. Wolf's and Wendell's careful tutelage, as well as the lady's protection, had seen to that. "At the age of 5, he continued, I managed, with a bout of accidental magic, to escape my prison, and was able to present my case to those that could do something about it. As for my education, I've had the best possible tutors and instructors, both in Muggle and magical studies since I became a royal ward. But what about a Hogwarts education? It is still the premier school," simpered the pink-clad witch who was later identified as Dolores Umbridge. Lord Harry looked to Sir Peter and the elder barrister cleared his throat. His Grace would consider Hogwarts to complete his education if the following concessions are granted. Dumbledore smiled. Maybe this would go his way after all. And what would those be? He asked with twinkling eyes. That evening, in the shadows of the tower, on the green overlooking the barracks, a lady dressed in black stepped out of the inky darkness. A raven landed on her outstretched arm. "So our young raven is ready to try his wings. You have done well in training him." Thor caught a question. "No, my pet, he will not go alone. The wolf and the otter go with him and will watch his back. The goat will have met his match, and the snake will find that my warrior is more than a match for his darkness. I am well pleased." She laughed as Thor launched himself, cawing triumphantly, into the night sky. Hermione Granger watched as Aunt Maggie got Uncle Ben settled in their flat. It had been a very rough few days. John was off doing whatever it was he and Wolf were currently involved in. She wasn't sure where they were off to, and Maggie was too focused on Ben to really keep track of her adoptive son. So, here she was, busy in the small kitchenette, putting the kettle on and sorting through the myriad casserole dishes, pies and biscuits that adorned the fridge and counter spaces. Choosing one dish, she popped it into the oven. Once the kettle sang and the tea was ready, she went to knock softly on the bedroom door. Maggie stepped out, a finger to her lips. The stubborn old goat finally dropped off, she whispered as she closed the door softly and set a ward to alert her if he woke. "You know," Hermione said as she and Maggie sat around the table, "I don't know how I missed the signs of you being magical, Aunt Maggie. I mean, it's pretty obvious now that I look around." Maggie smiled as she checked on the reheating casserole in the oven and helped herself to a spot of tea. "You saw what you wanted to see, plus, we were very careful to keep everything as mundane as possible," Maggie chuckled. Hermione fingered her necklace. "John Harry John O, I don't know what to call him." She sputtered, tears close to the surface. "It's easy, dear," Maggie said as she placed a plate of shortbread in front of them. "When he's here and living as a muggle, he's our John. When he's in the wizarding world, he's Harry." "Oh, I suppose you're right, Aunt Maggie," she agreed, looking down at her tea. "It's just I don't feel like I know him anymore." Maggie placed a hand on the girl's arm. "He has been your best friend since he found you under his tree. You know him. That we had to keep his magic a secret is only one small part of just who he is. He used to have nightmares about when you would find out, you know. He would wake up calling your name." Hermione jerked her head up. "Wah what?" Maggie nodded. "We always knew that you would have the power to make, or break, him when you found out. You alone, dear, hold his heart in your hands." Hermione sighed. "When I saw John standing in the alley over that witch's body with a look of pure fury in his eyes, I didn't recognize him at first. He was like some ancient warrior wizard from one of my books. Then he turned and I saw his eyes change when he looked at me, and I knew it was my John. I didn't know what to think. After that, he told me about Uncle Ben," she paused then wailed. "There just hasn't been time to deal with everything." Maggie nodded. "Ben's been dancing around a heart attack for months now, dear. You've always been a very sensible child, and these past few days have been so chaotic. It must be very hard for you to put things in perspective. I think the most frightening thing for me was meeting John's lady. I knew when he talked about her that she was someone special, someone real, but it never dawned on me that she might be a goddess." Maggie finished for her. "Yes," Hermione whispered with a shudder. "She, according to all the myths, is a very bloodthirsty and vindictive deity. How did John ever come under her protection?" "That's a tale in and of itself," Maggie answered. "One John himself will have to tell you, himself. As for being bloody thirsty and vindictive, that is only one aspect of the lady. She has always been there for him. You should realize that he seems to have a touch of seer blood, we think it comes from his mother's side. Although Muggle-born, the goblins were able to trace Lily Potter's bloodlines back through a line of squibs descended from Ravenclaw. That line was well known for its prophetic abilities and its devotion to the lady." Hermione shuddered. "I'm not sure how I'm supposed to act. Should I be angry? Yes, I am very put out that he hid that part of himself from me. Should I be hurt? Well, yes, I am hurt, but I grew up here. Crown policies and military protocol have been drilled into us since we were 8 and I understand what an oath of secrecy entails." She paused to take a steadying breath before continuing. "Am I frightened? Bloody hell, yes. Facing a goddess on the Tower Green in the middle of the night would scare anyone who wasn't already barking mad. What do I do now, Aunt Maggie?" She wailed. "I don't want to lose John, but he's famous in the wizarding world and I'm just a lowly, muggle-born witch. I have no famous bloodlines to offer him. I'm wholly unsuitable for him in either world." Maggie gathered the crying girl in her arms and rocked her gently. "You offer him the one thing our John needs most of all, your love. Don't take that away from him, Hermione. If you do, I fear our boy will be lost." The Hogwarts Express pulled out of the station. In a single compartment under privacy spells and locks at the back of the train, a young wizard was going over a few things with an adult and his best friend. The concessions that Lord Hadrian James Potter, head of the ancient and noble House of Potter had demanded were easy to push through the Wizengamot, especially with a very manipulative headmaster running roughshod over said body of wizards. The first concession was that Wolf be allowed to serve as Lord Potter's Batman. As a young peer of the realm and royal ward with the rank of cadet lieutenant, Lord Potter was entitled to a Batman to oversee his needs and training. The second was His Grace be assigned his own suite of rooms, one bedroom for himself and one for Wolf. He was entitled to a suite befitting his rank and heritage. Dumbledore countered with, Harry must be sorted and tested to see what classes he would need to attend. Sir Peter pulled out a parchment that detailed Harry's studies and test scores. Dumbledore also argued that Harry needed to socialize with his age group. Sir Peter stated that his charge still had training with Wolf, and that took precedence. Sir Peter went on to state that any disciplinary action against Lord Harry had to have Crown approval. Hogwarts was well known for its favoritism among the houses and, as a royal ward, His Grace was above such petty behavior. Several other minor concessions and compromises were hashed out before everyone had been satisfied. As the English landscape sped by, a knock sounded on their door. Harry smiled at Hermione as Wolf opened the door. So are you going to introduce me to your friends again? Harry, you remember Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood. We've been friends since Luna's first year, she introduced them as they filed in. Blimey, Hermione, I didn't know you knew Potter, Neville said. Ron Weasley has been sure he would be best mates with Potter since first year. Harry looked puzzled for a while until Hermione explained, Ronald Weasley. He's just as bigoted as Draco Malfoy is. Both are pure bloods with a chip on their shoulders. Weasley is in Gryffindor and hates all things Slytherin, whereas Malfoy is Slytherin and hates all things Gryffindor. Also, the Weasleys are firm Dumbledore supporters. Their mother, Molly, is very entrenched in the infallibility of the headmaster and doesn't tolerate any bad-mouthing of him. I would be careful, if I were you, Neville explained further. Harry chuckled. Ah, I see. Well, if it helps any, I've known Hermione since we were 8. I wasn't allowed to tell her who I was, or what I was. I know that the Longbottoms and the Potters were firm allies in the past, and I hope we can be so again. Neville nodded as he held out his hand. I would like that. So, when were you going to tell us you were goddess-touched, Hadrian? Asked the vacant-eyed bee, owned beside Neville. Both Wolf and Hadrian blinked, then stared at Luna for a moment. Something about her was sending off signals in Hadrian's mind and magic. Oh, goddess, you're a seer, Harry exclaimed. How in the lady's name have you been allowed to run free? What do you mean, Harry? Hermione asked. Wolf stood and swore. We have to get her out of here. Harry raised a hand, closing his eyes. No, wait. Then he looked at Luna. The lady is helping you, isn't she? Luna fingered her radish earrings. The Lady Caradwen gave me these. She watches out for me, but Hermione has helped too, as has Neville. She is very pleased with you and Hermione. She hasn't liked it that everyone is ignoring her wishes and rushing to the Bumblebee's cause. He is mortal and subject to human failings. You will be careful. I will, my lady. The lady has been with me since the night that my parents were murdered. She helped me escape my jailers and has protected me ever since. He looked over at Hermione and squeezed her hand. She has also given me much to be thankful for. Hermione smiled at him as Luna's eyes took on her usual dreamy expression. The Nargles will stay away from you as long as you favor Hermione. I see that you use the loony bit very well, don't you? Harry asked with a smile. Count me as a friend as well, Luna Lovegood, goddess chosen. Luna smiled. Albus sat watching the students enter the Great Hall. The Daily Prophet had been running stories about how Harry Potter had been found. They were full of speculation on where the boy grew up and with whom. The boy himself had been a bit vague. Albus had tried to get Harry to stay with Sirius and to introduce him to a few of the Order members who had children Harry's age. The Weasleys would have been a perfect match. They were an extremely light-oriented family and very much under his control. Harry adamantly refused. He stayed with his adoptive family until it was time to go to Hogwarts. Albus did find out that Harry was close to a Muggle-born witch in Ravenclaw. He would need to get closer to her. Then there was the matter of Harry's Batman. It was, he was told, a very old military tradition for young officers. Paul Wolfram was a Muggle-born who had left the wizarding world when he could not find a decent livelihood due to blood prejudice. It was a shame, too. More and more Muggle-borns were leaving after they finished Hogwarts and there was nothing to keep them here. Just when Minerva McGonagall brought in the first years to be sorted, Albus stood. Good evening and welcome to another new year at Hogwarts. I am happy to announce that Lord Harry Potter has been found and will be attending. He will be sorted after the first years. So let's get started, shall we? Ron Weasley was excited as well as frustrated. He had searched the length of the train and back for Potter and couldn't find him. It had been his dream to be Harry Potter's best friend when he found out they were the same age. However, since first year, Potter had been a no-show. How was he supposed to keep Potter on the light side if he wasn't there? He'd have his chance now, once Potter was sorted into Gryffindor. After all, his parents were Gryffindors. It stood to reason he would be sorted there as well. Ginny Weasley couldn't wait. She had been dreaming of Harry Potter since her mother had read her stories about him when she was little. She had always dreamed of marrying him when she grew up. She had been very disappointed that he had gone missing, but she had refused to give up on her dreams. She would become Lady Potter, of that she had no doubt. She couldn't wait until her Harry was sorted into Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy watched as a tall, lean, black-haired youth wearing a mix of wizard robes and a military uniform strolled confidently into the Great Hall, followed by a taller man wearing a full kit dress uniform. His father wanted every detail Draco could give him now that Potter was at Hogwarts. Their master wanted to know everything. Privately, Lucius Malfoy had been very impressed with Lord Potter at the Wizengamot, especially the way he had nipped all of the old fool's plans in the bud. This was one young wizard that did not worship at the feet of the great Albus Dumbledore, and the senior Malfoy had found it refreshing. Draco would have his chance to befriend Potter as his father and master wished soon enough. Lord Harry sat on the stool and allowed the deputy headmistress to place the battered hat on his brow. A voice spoke to him within his mind. Lower your shields, goddess touched. I need to take a reading of your mind to place you. Who are you? I am the Sorting Hat. Didn't you listen to my song? No, sorry. I was outside waiting to be called in, but I take you at your word. Wendell the Weird told me about you once. However, if I lower my shield, the headmaster will be able to read my mind. He will not as long as I am on your head, and before you ask, I am not allowed to tell anyone of what we speak, or what I find, not even the headmaster. Trust me, goddess touched. Very well, Harry said as he lowered his mind shields. Interesting. You are more than just goddess touched, you are a child of destiny as well, Hadrian Ravenshield. Time passed. The students in the Great Hall grew nervous and restless. They were tired and hungry, and this was taking too long. Suddenly, the Sorting Hat called out, "Founder's heir." All the staff gasped as a pale Minerva McGonagall took off the hat. Come to the headmaster's office after the feast, Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. And it is Lord Potter or your grace. Harry, my boy, why don't you take a seat at the Gryffindor table so we can eat? Came the headmaster's voice. Lord Harry stood and gave a slight bow to the deputy headmistress before turning to the Ravenclaw table. Headmaster, I made friends on the train with a couple of Ravenclaws and would rather sit with them. And as I just told your deputy, it is Lord Potter or your grace, he snapped. Not waiting for a reply, Harry made his way over and sat in the empty space between Hermione Granger and Luna Lovegood. Wolf stood behind Harry. Protocol dictated that he wait on his charge during the meal. Both Harry and Hermione felt bad about it, but there was nothing they could do to convince him otherwise. Don't you think he should be sitting at the staff table? Asked one of the Ravenclaws. This is Sergeant Major Paul Wolfram, he is my mentor in Batman. He's on duty at the moment and will eat later. I wouldn't worry too much. Harry dismissed their concerns as he filled his plate, playing his role. The moon was high when two figures exited the front doors of the great castle and made for the Forbidden Forest. The welcoming feast was long over and most of the inhabitants of Hogwarts were asleep. So, your meeting with the headmaster is set for after breakfast? Wolf asked as they stepped into the trees at the edge of the forest. The sergeant major was taking his charge to a small clearing he'd found when he attended Hogwarts as a student. Yes, Wolf, Harry replied, shivering slightly as a sense of wrongness washed over him. And he's everything you and Aunt Amanda have claimed. He really is living in his own dream world, isn't he? What about that Umbridge by.ch? Wolf snarled. Harry shrugged, forcing his mind back to the subject at hand. That little speech she tried before the feast left a sour taste in the back of his throat. He hadn't interfered with her spouting ministerial dogma as he wanted to hear the ministry's take on why she was there in the first place. It had been more than a little disturbing. He'd have to do something about her, and the ministry as well. It might take some time though. I will wait until her first class. If what I suspect is true, then the headmaster will be needing a new Dada professor before the week is out, he said with a grimace. He really didn't want to tip his hand too soon, but the very idea of that sadistic by.ch, teaching, innocent students turned his stomach. The clearing was small, but not far into the forest. Late summer flowers, wild grasses and early autumn leaves dotted it along with evidence of the local wildlife passing through. It would have been perfect, if not for the growing feeling of discord that Harry was finding hard to ignore. Looks like someone else has used this place to do a summoning, Harry said as he moved to a small altar sitting within a quartered circle in the center of the clearing. Indeed, came a deep, silky voice from the shadows. A tall, ominous figure stepped into the clearing. So, Mr. Potter, I see that you are following in the footsteps of your father in rule-breaking, the dark, rich voice sniped. Harry stiffened. Wolf went for his wand, only to have his hand stayed by the lad. Professor Snape, I presume. I think you will find that I am not a clone of either one of my parents. In fact, sir, I never knew them as they died when I was just a baby. Do not presume to know me, sir. Severus Snape sneered at the teen before him, and curbed his tongue. One glance told him that the pair were highly trained in the arts of violence, if they wished to use it. Indeed. Harry gave a slight bow and flicked his hand. A blackthorn wand shot out and grew to the size of a 6-foot staff. Going to the altar, he carefully cleared it of debris and placed 2 candles, one white and one black, on it. Wolf stepped out of the circle, to the edge of the clearing. Professor Snape moved to stand by the altar with a strange look on his face. You serve the lady. The professor exclaimed. But, Harry shrugged as he lit the candles with his staff and laid his offerings of a cauldron cake from his ride on the express, a bit of silver wrapping foil and a bright red apple on the altar. He stepped back. As offerings go, it wasn't much, but to a raven, it was worth more than gold and silver. This was probably his last childish gift as he was now a blooded warrior, but for now, it was all he could gather, and he hoped she found it worthy. Severus Snape raised an eyebrow in surprise at the pitiful offering before him as he added his own gifts, a small ruby, a black feather and a fresh blackthorn leaf. The moon slipped from behind a cloud and illuminated the small altar in a ray of silver light as both looked up. The Morrigan stepped serenely through it into the clearing. She waved her hand over the offerings as a raven caught overhead. My little raven and my dark one. Well met, she said, gazing deeply into their eyes. And what brings you to me this night? Harry knelt before his lady and smiled. I have come to Hogwarts as you wanted me to, my lady. I wanted to give thanks for your protection and wisdom. The school year ahead will be interesting, the battle lines are already being drawn, and I seek your blessing for the contests ahead. My little raven, so far from your tower. You need but remember, you are my raven child. You are free and crafty. Let stealth and cunning be your guide. She smiled at her chosen before turning her attention to the other man before her. And you, my dark one, do you seek my blessings as well? Severus was not normally surprised. He made it his business to be on top of things, as any good spy would. Lady, you honor me with your presence. I only wished to ask for a safe year, with protection over my little snakes as always. She laughed. You both please me this night. Go in peace and look to each other for support and comfort. My dark one, do not judge this little raven against his father. He is nothing like him, for he was raised to serve me and to fulfill the destiny that was laid before him, ere he was born. Help him, and in doing so you will help yourself. She turned once more to Harry. I see you feel it, my chosen. The imbalance of the forest affronts me and my kin. Go now, both of you, with my blessings. She stepped away from the clearing and the altar behind lay bare with her exit. The night breeze drifted through, carrying with it a scent of moonbeams and wild flowers. A flock of ravens could be heard calling hoarsely in the distance. Harry sighed as he turned to the professor, holding out his hand. Hello, Professor Snape, I am Lord Harry James Potter. I go by many names, but I grant you leave to call me Mr. Potter, if you wish. Severus looked into the eyes of the young man before him. He had hoped to see his lost love in those eyes, but all he saw was bottomless green. I am Severus Snape, your potions master, Mr. Potter. I look forward to seeing how well you perform in my class. I don't think I will disappoint, sir. I hope we can start off on an amiable footing. As amiable as my situation will allow, Mr. Potter. Snape gazed at him questioningly. When Harry looked back, a question in his own eyes, Snape spoke again. I am a spy, Mr. Potter. I carry the Dark Mark and stand in the Dark Lord's inner circle. He stopped, waiting for an explosion of disgust from the young wizard facing him. When it was not forthcoming, he continued. From there, I keep the headmaster informed of the Dark Lord's plans. I served so in the First War, and with his restoration I do so again. As you may assume, I cannot show any favor to students other than my Slytherins. To do so would be suspicious in the eyes of the Dark Lord and his followers. Harry nodded. I understand, Professor. It is worth your life to do otherwise. They shook hands and turned to walk back into the castle, parting company before they broke the cover of the forest. Dolores Umbridge was a witch on a mission. Cornelius Fudge had assigned a very important task to her. She was to bring the school under ministry guidelines by any means necessary. Her little speech at the welcoming feast had been upstaged a bit by the arrival of that Potter brat. Dear Cornelius informed her that the brat was not to be touched. He held too much political clout now to be trifled with. However, at least the half-blood brat had enough respect for his betters as to not interrupt her welcoming speech. She knew there were ways to bring a person to heel indirectly, but perhaps dear Cornelius was right. She, after all, had bigger fish to fry. Dumbledore's star was waning. With the disaster of the Tri-Wizard tournament and the near death of a Hogwarts student, the so-called leader of the light was not shining so brightly. The Diggory boy had to be neutralized. He kept insisting that the Dark Lord was back and, since Cornelius could not silence him, it fell to her. His father, Amos Diggory, was too well liked in the ministry to force the issue from that end. And as his son was not given to wild and fanciful renditions, all that was left was to deal with the boy at Hogwarts. She could bide her time. She had all year, after all. The task of arranging Lord Potter's classes fell onto Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. She had received his records and found that the boy had been homeschooled all his life. His scores on all of his tests were outstanding. Even his magical training seemed to be rather exceptional. How was she going to place him? According to his test results, the lad could sit for his L's now and probably pass them all. Albus was so sure that Lord Potter would be placed with the Gryffindors that he wanted her to assign all of his lessons with them. That man, she still hadn't forgiven him for placing poor Harry with those muggles. Shaking her head to clear it, she brought her mind back to the present. With Lord Potter's performance in the Great Hall earlier, she felt he would be more comfortable with the Ravenclaws. He seemed very friendly with two young ladies in that house and she wondered how he had met them. They seemed too chummy to have just met on the express. You wished to see me, Minerva. Hello, Phileas. Come in. She looked up from the report. I was going over Lord Potter's academic records. I must say I am very impressed with them. Quite the surprise, wasn't he? The dwarf-like professor and head of Ravenclaw chuckled as he made himself comfortable in the overstuffed chair across from her. She passed over her tentative timetable. But I don't see Minerva. Albus will have a fit. He rocked with laughter as he scanned the timetable. She smiled a very feline smile. Then he shouldna hae dropped this in my lap. She snorted, her Scottish brogue flaring with her anger. I didna care for those chancy muggles he left Harry with, and told him so repeatedly. He didna listen then, and now I'll be damned if I'm going to clean up his mess for him. She finished with a huff, trying to control her temper. About bloody time you stopped bowing and scraping to Albus, if you ask me, my dear. He is, after all, only a man like any other, not the infallible icon he chooses to see himself. So what do you have in mind? Severus Snape sat in the staff room next morning, still mulling over what he had learned last night in the Forbidden Forest. His first impressions of the spawn of Potter had been erroneous, it would seem. The boy may physically bear the likeness of his old rival, James Bloody Potter, and he surely had his beloved Lily's eyes, but that was where it stopped. He did not know how to categorize their son. What qualities had he inherited from them? How had they been honed? It was clear from last night's performance at the feast that the boy had been raised as a proper little lord, but there was an edge to him that James Potter never had. Then there was his patron goddess, the Morrigan. It seems she had taken a very active role in the boy's life. For her to accept the boy's simple gift spoke to him of her understanding of a child's need for approval. She was, historically, a very demanding goddess who was usually very unforgiving of change to the rituals of her worship. And yet there was the fact that the boy had seemed very comfortable in her presence. Severus knew that to question her was to invite death. He was no fool, and had been very devoted to her since his early years. His very Slytherin nature bade him to be cautious, so he would just have to take a wait-and-see attitude. "Good morning, everyone," Albus said as he came into his office, merrily greeting the professors awaiting him. Breakfast would be starting soon in the Great Hall, but he had called for a quick emergency meeting of all the staff due to last night's events. Dolores Umbridge sat immediately to the left of the headmaster with Minerva on his right. Severus shuddered, thinking about the pink-clad Dada instructor. What was Fudge playing at, appointing that incompetent toady? "Minerva, did you sort out Mr. Potter's timetable as I asked?" Albus queried, forcing Severus to focus on the meeting. "Yes, Albus. I went through his academic records, and they all point to him being in Ravenclaw, so I asked Phileas to take over as his head and arrange his studies. But surely, my dear, Harry would do well in Gryffindor. He may in your eyes, Albus, but his records say otherwise. And Albus, if you want to get along with him, you need to drop your overly familiar tone. He does not seem to appreciate it," Minerva huffed. Glaring at him, she continued, "He won't match all of your expectations. His records are quite clear, and from them, he belongs in Ravenclaw. Also, since you were the one that dropped this mess into my lap, you will have to accept my decision. Now, Phileas and I have discussed this, and his classes will be with the Ravenclaws." Albus sighed, shooting her a disappointed look. Minerva had her back up and she was going to have her way, willy-nilly. He knew better than to prod her Scots temper. "Let's face it, Headmaster, you just want him to befriend the Weasleys, you're toting sycophants," Severus sneered. Everyone turned their attention to the snarky potions master, stunned looks on their faces. "You just can't stand the thought of not having the brat under your control, especially now that he's finally shown up." "Now, Severus," a startled Albus sputtered, "I want you to keep a close eye on him." The aged headmaster brushed aside his potions master's accusations blithely. "We don't know how he was raised. There may be issues we have to address." He forced a chuckle, eyes twinkling benignly. Severus shrugged. "Damn Albus, too many names and his greater good. The old fool can't see the forest for the trees." Dolores sniffed, sipping her morning tea as she listened to the conversations rippling through the room. Only time would tell if he was an enemy, a threat to her dear Cornelius, or not. She would see to it that this upstart lordling got his comeuppance if he did turn out to be a threat. Half-awake students were assembling for breakfast. Many were hoping to catch another glance of the mysterious Lord Potter. He had cut quite a figure at the feast last night. Several girls were already vying to get closer to him. Unfortunately, everyone was waiting in vain. The object of their gossip was running with his mentor, as well as another student, around the Black Lake. Lord Potter's day had started more than 2 hours ago. Harry had sent a quick note by House Elf to Hermione, outlining what he and Wolf had planned, and soon their early morning training had been joined by their third member. Later, at the tail end of breakfast, the trio strolled into the Great Hall, freshly showered and well-groomed. Strangely enough, a full, fresh and steaming breakfast appeared when they sat, despite their late arrival. Hermione had borrowed Harry's shower as she didn't have time to run back to her dorm. A simple refreshing spell on her robes made sure she was good to go. As they entered, she and Harry were in a discussion on an article in Potions Monthly. "Lord Potter," Phileas Flitwick called to him as he moved down the aisle. "I have your timetables. I am sure Miss Granger will be happy to show you around." "I would love to, Professor," Hermione said as she looked at Harry's timetable over his shoulder. "Oh good, we have all the same classes. Mr. Wolfram." "Actually, sir, it's Sergeant Major Wolfram, not Mr. Professor," Wolf corrected politely. "Of course, Sergeant Major, I was going to ask, are you going to attend Lord Potter's classes as well?" "No, sir. I will be escorting him to and from most classes and, while I will oversee some of his training, I assure you, all of Lord Potter's schoolwork will be his own." "Lord Potter, which would you prefer to be called? Lord Potter or Mr. Potter?" Phileas asked respectfully. He was finding this young man more and more intriguing. I understand, from the charter, that as a student I hold no rank. However, as a founder's heir, I can claim it. So, sir, it can go either way, and unless circumstances dictate otherwise, Mr. Potter is fine. Very well, Mr. Potter. The headmaster wishes for you to meet with him before classes this morning. The diminutive professor started to move away. Sir, if you would, unless you have a class, could you accompany us for that meeting? Harry asked respectfully. I know that, as a founder's heir, I really don't have a head of house, but since you are overseeing my scheduling, I would say that responsibility has fallen on you. I would be honored, Mr. Potter, Phileas said with a smile as he stepped away. Also, please come to my office before dinner, so that we can have a chat about some of your classes. It will be my pleasure, sir. I hope you can tell me more about my mother at that time as well. Several of the Ravenclaws had spent the night before wondering why Potter hadn't been in their dorms since he sat with them at the feast. Of course, many of the older Ravenclaws had immediately gone into research mode. They questioned why the Sorting Hat had called out that title and wondered what it entailed. What they found raised more questions than it answered. The whole house was on hand for breakfast the next morning, eager to see what more could be learned about this new riddle. To see their head of house talking with him had several nodding their heads in satisfaction. They got Potter. Take that, Gryffindors. Draco Malfoy scowled as he noted Potter was sitting with a mudblood at the Ravenclaw table. It was disgusting. His father would not be pleased. Ron and Ginny Weasley glared over from the Gryffindor table. Dumbledore had wanted their help in bringing Potter over to the light side. Ginny was told she would have a chance of winning the handsome young lord for herself if they succeeded. And she had been promised the headmaster was on her side. He had arranged for the Weasleys to spend time with Harry at the end of summer. It hadn't happened, however. Harry had refused their hospitality. He looks better in the morning light, she drooled. Neville Longbottom glanced over at Harry and smiled. Harry wasn't what he thought the muggle-raised teen would be. His gran was going to be very pleased that the headmaster's focus would now be directed off of him. When Harry Potter had been missing, Albus Dumbledore had begun to take an unhealthy interest in Neville, and Augusta Longbottom was not happy with it. Harry knew that he was being weighed and measured by the various factions in the school. He had been trained for this since Wolf came into his life. Ben and Maggie had kept him sheltered at the tower, but he'd also grown up playing on the tower green among the tourists. In doing so, Harry had met and watched all manner of people, which only helped to hone his observation skills. He helped himself to a very light but healthy breakfast and chatted with Hermione as he ate, as if he hadn't a care in the world, which was the whole point. Dolores Umbridge scowled in disgust. That a powerful wizard from an ancient and noble family like the Potters would lower himself to associate with a mudblood. It was disgraceful. She quite lost her appetite. Harry entered the headmaster's office with Professor Flitwick and Wolf in tow. He took in everything in one glance, but wasn't really impressed with the overly decorated surroundings. A phoenix, perched by the window, seemed to be sleeping. Harry wondered what the magical bird thought about him being a founder's heir and not liking the headmaster. You may go, Professor. I wish to speak to Mr. Potter. You may go as well, Mr. Wolfram, the headmaster said, dismissing the adults offhandedly, bringing Harry's attention back to what was going on around him. Headmaster, I know I probably will be saying this repeatedly, but it is Sergeant Major Wolfram, and where Lord Potter goes, I go, Wolf said, standing by the door at parade rest. He was not moving. Lord Potter asked me to attend as his head of house, Albus, Professor Flitwick said to the annoyed headmaster. Very well. Have a seat, Mr. Potter. I understand you have received your timetable. I had hoped you would be paired with Gryffindors as your parents were in that house. Albus sighed as he offered the boy a sherbet lemo, which was turned down with a brisk, no, thank you. Harry raised an eyebrow. At least the man wasn't addressing him so familiarly in this meeting. As he had stated to Flitwick earlier, according to the charter, Harry had to give up his rank the moment he was sorted. However, as a founder's heir, his titles were optional. But he would be Merlin be damned if he would allow the meddling old fool to use his first name so freely. Sir, I am quite comfortable with my schedule with the Ravenclaws, Harry said, giving the headmaster a cold smile. Albus seemed to wilt before their eyes. There was a momentary pause before the aged headmaster blurted out, Harry, my boy, could you tell me where you were? I was so worried and sure that your relatives would do right by you." Harry's smile died as his relatives were mentioned. He stood abruptly. So much for hoping the man had learned his lesson. "Albus, show a bit of respect. He's repeatedly told you not to be so familiar with him." Phileas chided. Albus leaned back as he watched the boy standing at the door ready to leave. "I am sorry, Lord Potter, but, as an old wizard, I am afraid I find it hard to change my ways." Harry turned and glared at the headmaster. "No, perhaps not. They do say it is hard for old dogs to learn new tricks. You placed me there with no regard to my parents' will." His eyes narrowed as he gauged the headmaster's reactions. "The goblins showed me it when I was 11. My relatives should have never been allowed to keep a dog, let alone raise a magical child." Wolf stepped forward and handed Harry a file. "Here is my medical record, taken when I was first found." Harry placed it on the desk. "I personally do not like you, sir, nor do I trust you. I have no respect for someone who, if only through deliberate ignorance, promotes child abuse. However, you are the headmaster here and I must, for the moment, place myself under your jurisdiction. If that is all, Mr. Potter, may I have a copy of your medical records as well?" Phileas asked. "You may go, Lord Potter," Albus said dourly, looking resigned. "I have extra records, sir," Harry said to the diminutive professor as he gave a slight bow. Wolf waited until Harry exited, then turned and followed him briskly from the office. The Malfoy heir finally got his chance to speak with Potter. He was sitting alone, tucked away in a far corner of the library when Draco strolled in. Fortunately, the mudblood who'd been hanging around him all day was nowhere to be seen. "Lord Potter," Draco interrupted politely. "I am Draco Malfoy, scion of the ancient and noble house of Malfoy." He ended his introduction with a slight bow. "Mr. Malfoy," Harry said as he stood. "How may I help you?" "My father, Lord Lucius Malfoy, advised me to make your acquaintance." Draco smiled, offering his hand. "I see," Harry said, taking the blonde's extended hand. "If there isn't anything else. Since you have not been active in the wizarding world, I only wished to give a warning. You will soon find some families are better than others. I can help you by introducing you." Draco trailed off when Harry held up a hand to stop him. "I thank you, Mr. Malfoy, for your offer," Harry said politely. "As I see it is meant in good faith. However, I cannot accept it. I cannot place myself in alliance with someone that supports the person responsible for the deaths of my parents." Draco stamped down his burgeoning anger. Potter had, after all, remained polite and respectful. "You seem very sure of yourself," he stated through clenched teeth. Harry gave a slight smile as he gathered up his books. "Magic, Mr. Malfoy, isn't about light or dark or even who deserves it. Magic is a gift from the lady. It is hers to give, or recall, as she chooses. As such it should be cherished and respected, no matter the blood status of its wielder. Your father and his lord have lost sight of that fact. Good day to you, Scion Malfoy. If you wish to know more, I am available." Draco was a little taken aback. Potter knew the forms of address. Who taught him? It had been rumored that the last Potter was being raised in the Muggle world. He should not have known the old forms of wizarding etiquette. Ronald Weasley listened to the conversation between Malfoy and Potter from the shadows. He watched as they shook hands and anger welled up within him. How dare Potter buddy up with that ferret? This had to be stopped, now. "Potter." Harry stopped and turned to face the redhead. "Do I know you? Don't play games, Potter. You were supposed to come with Dumbledore this summer and meet my family before school started and you refused. What's the matter, weren't we good enough for Lord Potter?" He snarled, spittle flying. Harry raised an eyebrow as he stepped back. I do apologize if I ruined any plans involving me. If you would excuse me. I am late to meet Professor Flitwick. Your parents would be ashamed of you." The angry redhead sneered. "Mr. Weasley." McGonagall's voice broke into the discussion. 5 points from Gryffindor for such a crude and discourteous display. "But Professor, he was Malfoy." Weasley sputtered. Harry stood there, clenching and unclenching his fists in fury, green eyes cold and menacing. "I never knew my parents Weasley, and I'm sure you never did either. Don't presume to know how they would feel. Now if you excuse me, I am late." Harry turned and walked away. Wolf, witness to the whole incident, spoke to the deputy headmistress. Professor, you better keep a tight leash on your lions if they're all like that idiot. Lord Potter will not allow a slight against him or his parents to go unchallenged for long. And I guarantee, if he does challenge them, they will not win. Minerva pursed her lips in anger. Thank you for the warning, Sergeant Major. Mr. Weasley, do you have a class to get to? Ronald Weasley stalked off in a huff, muttering under his breath about arrogant gits and slimy ferrets. Harry strolled into the Dada classroom. The rumor mill here at Hogwarts was worse than it was among the ghosts and spirits at the tower. Everyone was either talking about how bad the latest Dada instructor was, or about his confrontation with the hothead Weasley boy outside of the library. Harry shook his head as he sat down beside Hermione. She too was taking some heat for associating with him. Neither of them really cared, they had been friends for too long to let it matter. Good afternoon, class, came the cloyingly sweet voice of Dolores Umbridge. The students, Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, looked at each other a bit confused. After all, they were in their 5th year and not unschooled firsties, were they not? I said, good afternoon, class, she repeated far less sweetly. Good afternoon, Madam Umbridge, said a few of the students. Oh, I know you can do better than that, she simpered. Good afternoon, Madam Umbridge, everyone said. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance. This didn't bode well. After their response satisfied her, Madam Umbridge gave a few opening remarks and started to pass out the books they were to read during class. Several students asked about the practical side of defense. We will be studying theory only, in this class. There will be no wand waving, no dangerous spell casting. But, sputtered one student in shock. Excuse me, Madam Umbridge, Harry said, raising his hand, politely. Mr. Potter, do you have a question? Yes, ma'am, I do, Harry said, standing. What are your qualifications for teaching this course? Do you have an O in your newts for defense, or practical experience in law enforcement? That, Mr. Potter, is none of your affair, she said, growing irritated that anyone dared question her qualifications. I see, he said, gathering up his things, but leaving the book she had given him unopened on the desk. According to the Hogwarts Charter, you must have at least an O in a course to teach that course at Hogwarts. It is obvious that you do not, else you wouldn't have evaded my question. If you'll excuse me. He bowed slightly and started to leave. Hermione stood as well. Many of the Ravenclaw also gathered up their things. If Potter didn't see fit to attend, why should they? Detention, Mr. Potter, she screamed as Harry left. And everyone who leaves. Several returned to their seats. Most just kept walking, straight back to their dorms and their head of house. Hermione caught up with him as he made his way to the headmaster's office. Wolf trailed after them, a slim file under his arm and a slight smirk curving his lips. Wolf, did you get the intel on Umbridge? Harry asked when they reached the gargoyle that lead up to Dumbledore's office. Sure did. You were right, Lord Harry. How did you know, Harry? Hermione asked, hurrying along with them. Harry smiled. Classified. Wolf made a rude noise as Harry turned, laughing, to the stone statue. You, he pointed to the gargoyle. Open up. I don't have time for any of the headmaster's foolishness. The gargoyle quickly did as commanded. Hermione, eyes wide, started to follow only to be stopped. Look, Hermione, you can't be involved in this. Go to Professor McGonagall and tell her what's going on. She'll be needed for the meeting. Don't worry, Mr. Potter, I am right here, came the deputy headmistress' amused voice. I saw you heading this way. Albus Dumbledore was having a good day. The house elves had made his favorite lunch and his latest shipment of sherbet lemo, had finally arrived. He was humming to himself as he went casually over the stack of paperwork awaiting his attention. At the sound of his gargoyle moving, he looked up at the door to his office. The names, Harry Potter, Paul Wolfram and Minerva, flashed above it. He frowned. Now what? Harry, I mean Lord Potter, do come in. Sergeant Major, Minerva, what has happened? Shouldn't you be in class? Harry had been going over the file that Wolf had handed to him on the stairs. Stepping into the office, still looking at the file, he asked, did you know that you, and this school, are in violation of the charter by employing someone not qualified to teach a core class? Albus leaned back into his chair. No, my boy, I did not. There was a sudden commotion on the stairs. I won't stand for it, shrieked Dolores' voice as she stormed in behind them. I can't teach if no one is willing to listen. That rude, arrogant, insolent boy. Come in, Dolores, Albus invited with a long-suffering sigh. His good day just went down the pan. Cornelius Fudge was having a good day. He'd finally managed to improve his rating in the polls by getting the Potter boy to Hogwarts. Dolores was there now, overseeing things, and he knew she was well able to bring the school back under his ministry guidelines. He really cannot have foolish students running around saying you know who was back. His aide, what's his name, oh right, Weatherby, walked in. Albus Dumbledore is on the flow. It seems there is a problem. Dolores is saying it's some sort of mistake. Weatherby took a deep breath and continued. You are needed to sort it out. Oh blast and damnation. Fudge huffed as he stood. Very well, Weatherby. I do hope it won't take long. I'm having tea with the Malfoys later. Yes sir. Cornelius and his aide flowed to the headmaster's office. Lord Potter was over by the window, talking softly to Dumbledore's Phoenix. A familiar, tall imposing man in a Muggle military uniform stood near the door. Albus and Minerva were conferring privately at his desk, and Dolores. She was pacing and wringing her hands. Oh Cornelius, you just have to do something about that horrible boy. She wailed. What is going on? Cornelius asked, confused. If I may, Harry said. I think I can clear it up very well, sir. You see, there is a slight problem. Madame Umbridge is still working for you, correct? Yes, she is my undersecretary, Cornelius said, sharply. But what? I see, Harry interrupted. Minister Fudge, you do know you are breaking a long-standing law that states a person cannot be employed in the ministry at the same time as they hold another job. What do you mean, my boy? Albus asked, frustrated when Harry totally ignored him. Harry faced the minister, holding out the file he carried. Dolores Umbridge holds a position as an instructor in a core class here at Hogwarts, as well as still holding her position of undersecretary. That in itself is illegal, but beyond that it still doesn't help that she is also in violation of the Hogwarts Charter by not having the right qualifications. As the founder's heir in residence, I have the right to close this school down and reclaim the castle and all it contains as the charter is in abeyance. The silence in the room was deafening. Dolores Umbridge was gone, sacked. She had to pack and leave by the end of the day, or the castle itself would do it for her. She still wanted Mr. Potter in detention for being disrespectful, but there were too many witnesses to the incident. The boy's actions were above reproach. He had been very polite, with a very commanding and confident manner. Albus stroked his beard as he pondered on what to do about him. Someone had done a very good job in training him, that was obvious, but who? Also, to have Paul Wolfram, a Muggle-born aide-de-camp, assigned to him, it suggested a high profile in the Muggle world as well as the Wizarding one. Harry calmly made his way down to the dungeon, Hermione at his side once more. Several of the female students noticed that the young lord was carrying the Muggle-born's book bag. Whispers followed them down the hall. Wolf trailed after them silently, as always. She could not believe how masterfully Harry had rid the school of that woman. As much as Hermione loved her books, even she knew that there had to be a practical application to the defense course. It grated on her that woman had no qualifications whatsoever to teach, and yet the headmaster had allowed her to do so. Harry and Hermione sat in the middle of the potions classroom. It was a Ravenclaw Hufflepuff class, for which Hermione was thankful. She had, over the years, heard horror stories of the Slytherin Gryffindor classes. The rumors told how strict Professor Snape was and how unfair to the Gryffindors. However, in her opinion, anyone with half a brain could see that he was only trying to keep everyone alive to graduate. Even Neville Longbottom, once Hermione took him under her wing and tutored him, improved slightly. Unfortunately, as a Gryffindor he still came under Snape's verbal abuse. Thankfully though, the person in their year that held the potions master's deepest contempt was Ronald Weasley. The ginger wonder had a temper to match that red hair, and no control over his mouth. Harry had learned, from sources outside of Hogwarts, that the potions master's time as a student here had not been pleasant because of his father and the three he'd called friends. Harry had thought the past might cause him untold misery in this class until the night they met in the clearing. Finding the man that first night in the forest had been mind-blowing for Harry. He had to wonder who else might worship the lady here at Hogwarts besides Severus Snape and Luna Lovegood. Oh, the potions master was not sure what to think of this Potter spawn. The boy, from all reports, was polite and respectful to all of his professors, except for defense, where he ousted the instructor in his first class. When Potter showed up with his Muggle-born friend and bodyguard, Severus wasn't sure what to make of it. The boy acted unaware of the chaos he was causing, and yet, he seemed very aware of everything going on around him. Severus got a very satisfied feeling when he slammed the classroom door closed as he masterfully strode down the aisle, his robes billowing. His sharp ears did pick up a whisper from the Potter spawn. "Damn, how did he do that? That is so awesome." "Shish, Harry, he'll hear you." He didn't know if he should smirk or yell. He knew the affect he had on his students, he had, after all, spent years perfecting it. He did give Potter a glare for good measure when he got to the front of the class. According to Potter's academic records, the teen was almost up to Newt-level work with an O. He was impressed that the Potter progeny had inherited his mother's intelligence, if the work he was doing was any indication. This was another reason why he was thankful that Potter was with the Ravenclaws. He didn't have to be shudder, kind, or harsh, as his academic record spoke for itself. Time will do the work for him. He strolled through the aisles, correcting or adjusting various students' potion work. He paused in front of Potter and Granger. He had never really cared for the girl. She had come across as a bit of a know-it-all, but in the end, she reminded him more of Lily in her determination to learn everything. "Mr. Potter," he drawled. "Yes, Professor." Harry paused in his cutting to look up. "Who were your instructors?" "Sir, I've had various ones over the years. Mostly Muggle-borns who found life within the wizarding world too restrictive. They were more than happy to help out." Severus nodded. He had heard that was the plight of many of the Muggle-born and Muggle-raised. Although he didn't have anything against them, he had to toe the pure-blood party line or be killed by the Dark Lord. "Mr. Potter, stay a moment after class, if you would." "Yes, sir." Harry nodded and turned back to his potion. Many of his fellow classmates gave Harry a very sympathetic glance as they left. A few even went on to say, "Better you than me, mate. Snape really has it out for you. Good luck, mate." Once they were alone, Severus took out a small box. "I was well prepared to despise you, Mr. Potter. You are the spawn of my most hated school rival, who went out of his way to make my life miserable. But you are also the son of my very best friend." He paused, a fleeting pain shone briefly in his black eyes. "However, as you have pointed out already, you never knew your parents. There is something more you should be aware of." "Yes, sir." Harry stood at parade rest with a calm demeanor. Severus was pleased that there was a cautious air about him. The teen's body language warned him, "I am listening, but you attack me, I will fight back. The headmaster isn't your friend. He has an obsessive need to control you, and he does not like to lose what he considers his. The fact that you were missing for so long has everyone guessing, even him. I am sure that you want to keep it that way." Harry smiled and pulled out his pendant that the lady had placed around his neck so long ago. "Yes, sir. I've been under her protection since I was 5. She has helped me through the years and even sent Wolf, who is one of my mentors and trainers. He scheduled most of my education." Severus med softly as he handed over the box. "2 things, Mr. Potter, then you may go. Beware of the headmaster, he does not follow the old ways. In fact, he scoffs at them. He will not approve that someone higher than him has authority over you. And second, this box once belonged to your mother. I thought it would be fitting to return it to you." Harry took the box almost reverently. He had practically nothing of his parents. The family heirlooms in his vaults wouldn't come to him for another 2 years. He had managed with the help of the goblins to get a few photos, but everything had been kept hushed, for security reasons. "Thank you, sir." Severus nodded and waved the boy off. "You're dismissed, Potter. Get out of here." Clutching the box lovingly to his chest, Harry did just that. Phileas was excited as he led Harry and his bodyguard to his private dueling chamber. He had created this room years ago to keep up his skills. Very seldom, other than Severus, did he have anyone here to duel against. Not even Albus had been invited. Of course, the headmaster did know about it but did little to discourage him from its use. The reason he was leading Mr. Potter and his Batman to his little sanctuary was to test Mr. Potter's abilities. He had been hearing reports that Harry did little to no magic in class, but anyone with half a mind could see the power radiating from him. As his tentative head of house, he had to know how he could best help him with his education. 2 hours later found Phileas Flitwick sweating heavily and very excited. What new tricks could he learn? And what could he teach this fine young wizard? Any fool who dueled him could see that the lad had been hit wizard trained. Should he report to Albus about this little duel? Albus would surely know that he had brought the team to his dueling chamber. I guess it depends on how well it goes, he thought gleefully. After all, it's for the greater good if your opponent misjudges you in a duel. Cornelius threw his half-full glass of fire whiskey against the wall of his office. All the plans to bring Hogwarts under ministry control were gone. One firm statement from Lord Potter and it was all over with. And to top it off, he had the Muggle PM on his back about this Dark Lord business. There is no Dark Lord business for Merlin's sake. It was all lies. Sir, Lord Malfoy is here, as you requested, Percy Weasley said from the doorway. Well, don't just stand there, show him in, then leave us. We have work to do and make sure that Umbridge has cleared out her office. I want her gone. Yes, sir. A very meticulously dressed Lucius Malfoy stepped in. Cornelius? He inquired with a raised brow. Lucius. It all went down the drain. Dolores failed me. She has been sacked from Hogwarts and I'm required to send an Auror on disability to take her spot if I want to keep any amount of respectability. Fudge didn't notice Lucius roll his eyes as he was too busy pouring glasses of fire whiskey for them. Down the hall, a banshee wail could be heard as Dolores was bemoaning her failure for her dear Cornelius. That awful boy. A half-blood no less, yet he dared to treat her poor Cornelius so badly. Forcing dear Cornelius to sack her as well, for the greater good. Wait, that's what that horrible Dumbledore was always spouting. All she wanted was to help her Cornelius. Was that so wrong? Mr. Potter, please take out your wand and do the spell, we are waiting. Professor McGonagall commanded impatiently. Harry flexed his arm and his wand appeared. He gave a mental sigh. Wolf and Harry's instructors had discussed this in the past, about when Harry was to reveal his magical abilities. They knew it would come out at Hogwarts, there was no avoiding it. For the past week, Harry had tried not do any type of magic if he could help it, but it looked like his streak of luck was over. Hermione chewed on her bottom lip as she waited. Both she and Harry knew that whatever happened now would be reported to not only Dumbledore, but the Dark Lord as well. At the end of summer, he had shown her his true abilities, and she had been in awe of his power. When Harry had received his staff 5 years ago, he'd begun a strict training regimen. He'd spent long hours training with both Ollivander and Wolf. Although Wolf wasn't as powerful as Harry and couldn't match his pupil if he let loose with his full potential, but they still were able to train together. Wolf waited outside the Transfiguration classroom in the hallway, at parade rest. His calm face and nonchalant stance belied his careful monitoring of all that went on in the class through a listening spell. Harry and he had a bet going, and it looked like Harry was going to win after all. Both knew it would be in McGonagall's class, however, the bet wasn't on who would out him, but when. Wolf knew that the stern professor would make Harry perform eventually, but not immediately. Harry had countered that she was too much of a Dumbledore follower, and the old coot would put pressure on her to get Harry to use his magic. Dumbledore was growing impatient to learn the extent of the boy's power. Harry had been holding off for as long as he could. Now, with his shrunken staff in hand, Harry lazily did the spell to change a rock into a mouse. He managed to keep very tight control of his magic and staff while doing so. The spell worked as it was supposed to on the first try, despite his staff being only the size of a wand. Professor McGonagall seemed pleased and yet a little disappointed. To her, it only seemed like a slightly above average student's attempt. She had hoped to see more. After all, Lily and James had been quite powerful. Hermione let out a breath of relief. So far, so good. She looked around at her fellow students and could see a few disappointed faces, but also a few speculative ones. Ravenclaws were notoriously hard to fool. She had heard the current rumors that claimed Harry might be a near squib. Their basis for this lay in his lack of performance in classes. She wondered what the rumor mill would churn up next. Is this the best you can do, Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall asked, her voice a bit harsh. Harry placed his wand back into his holster. For this class, yes, Professor. This is my best. This was a half-truth. For this class, he did his best at being lazy. There was no way he was going to give up his advantage and expose his true power just to show off. Thankfully, so far, only Professor Flitwick had seen what Harry's magic could do, and that Harry had a staff, not a wand. In fact, the little professor had shown Harry a few moves that he could use with his staff that they really don't teach for the dueling circuit, but were common knowledge in the Goblin arena. Professor McGonagall glared at Harry, hoping to catch him out in a lie. You know, your father used to have that expression on his face when he thought he had got away with something. I will have to take your word for it, Professor, Harry replied coolly. See me after class, Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. Both Hermione and Harry exchanged a look, as they had expected Harry to gain a detention for his cheek. Since he hadn't been formally sorted into any house, deducting points was worthless. Detentions were the only way to discipline him if he stepped out of line. What the professors didn't know, and what Albus had failed to tell them, was that the Queen herself had to be consulted on all punishments involving Lord Potter. However, since the beginning of the term, Harry had been very polite, courteous, and well-disciplined, and had so far avoided the need for his royal guardian to be contacted. Lunch was being served in the Great Hall when it happened. Minerva was at the head table reporting to the headmaster about the dismal magic displayed in her class by one Harry Potter. Albus paused in his eating to peer at the young man sitting at the Ravenclaw table, contemplating the puzzle that was the boy in question. Oi, Potter, came Ron Weasley's voice from across the hall. Heard about your transfiguration class. So the rumors are true, you're just above a squib, just like Longbottom. The redhead snickered maliciously as others took up the laughter. The headmaster watched as Harry sighed, slumping in his seat. The youth quietly spoke to his table mates before standing. Oi, Potter, I'm talking to you, Weasley shouted boldly while the staff watched on in silence. Harry started for the doors, but stopped long enough to say, No, Weasley, you are shouting at me, like the ill-bred oaf you are. The Slytherin table erupted in raucous laughter. Good call, Lord Potter, echoed from the far side of the hall. Their catcalls however stilled at a smoldering look from their head of house. Wolf, standing just inside the door, tensed, ready to intervene should it be necessary. Harry's hand sign told him that he had it covered. As Harry turned around to exit the Great Hall, a hex was fired at his back. Harry, sensing the spell coming, ducked and rolled out of the way. He rose from a crouch into a fighting stance and, instead of sending back a hex, a small throwing knife sailed at his assailant. Ronald Weasley screamed in pain as the dagger embedded itself into his right shoulder. Shock forced the red-headed boy to drop his wand and crumple to the floor, moaning in pain as blood soaked the front of his robes. Screams and pandemonium filled the air until a blast went off at the head table. Harry straightened and went over to the downed Weasley. A bookend pair of redheads made their way over. Both had a determined look. They paused when they saw the look of challenge in Lord Potter's eyes. Harry withdrew the throwing dagger with a quick flick of his wrist. Be thankful that I hit what I aimed for, or you would be dead now, Weasley. And the fact that I haven't coated my daggers with any potions, he sneered quietly at the moaning Weasley. Mr. Potter, McGonagall exclaimed as she pushed through the mob of students. Never in all my years as a teacher have I seen a more beak display. Explain yourself. Standing at parade rest and in a very clear and commanding voice, Harry said. I was defending myself, Professor, from an unwarranted and cowardly attack to my back. It would seem Mr. Weasley wanted a confrontation with as many witnesses as possible. I did not want to oblige. I was exiting the Great Hall when Mr. Weasley fired a hex at my back. I reacted as I have been trained to do and met force with force. He tried to kill me. Ron shouted, clutching his bleeding shoulder and whining like a child as the twins lifted their bleeding brother between them. Harry looked McGonagall in the eye and spoke in an even voice, if I had wanted him dead, he would be. She sputtered and was ready to speak when Wolf stepped forward. If you give me a detention when I am clearly in the right, you will undermine everything that Hogwarts and the House of Gryffindor once stood for, Harry said sadly. But alas, it seems that the quality your house once so treasured is no longer there. Gryffindor chivalry and honor is dead. This school is everything, and less than I've been told to expect by my previous instructors. Come, Sergeant Major, I have class and Weasley needs to have that wound taken care of before he bleeds out. Mr. Potter, My office now, Albus said. The trip to the headmaster's office was silent. Wolf followed just behind his charge. Phileas Flitwick was with them as Harry had requested his adopted head of house to be present. Harry was sure that the headmaster would be contacting the Weasley family. What he was going to tell them, the young lord could only speculate. Harry knew it was a matter of self-defense but, as Wolf and his other instructors had said over the years, Albus Dumbledore favored the Gryffindors. All the professors, except for Snape, followed his lead in allowing the House of the Lions to run roughshod over the school. Only the Slytherins refused to back down, as any good self-respecting poisonous snake would, and thus the ongoing clash between the two houses. Well, Lord Harry wasn't part of any house, and Hogwarts knew her heir, as she had been telling Harry her own stories of woe ever since he had stepped foot inside the castle. And if anyone thought Harry was going to back down when clearly he was only defending himself, they had another think coming. After the fire call was made, they waited for the Weasley parents to arrive. Harry refused to be drawn into discussion with anyone. Never show weakness in a bad situation, and stand proud and look them in the eye when you speak, was the advice he had been given many a time over the years whenever he was called on the carpet by Ben or Wolf. Molly Weasley was in fine form when she exited the flow. She wanted the hide of the person or persons that had harmed her little Ronnie. They would pay, or her name wasn't Molly Weasley. Arthur Weasley, however, was more sedate. He was worried that Ron's temper had finally got the better of him, and now he would have to face the consequences. Molly, Arthur, Albus said as he brought everyone's attention back to the business at hand. We are here to deal with Mr. Potter's beak display of violence against Ronald. I am afraid he used a muggle weapon on your son. Harry raised an eyebrow as Molly began to shriek like a banshee. She started to advance on Harry, only to be held back by her husband. Are you quite finished with this childish display? Harry asked in a cold voice. He stood proud, just like the peer of the realm, and the young lord of two ancient houses, that he was. As for my beak use of a so-called muggle weapon, I was under the impression that a blade was perfectly acceptable in your world. Or is my sword on your wall a simple ornament, headmaster? Also, I would like to add that I was taught to meet force with force. Every student in this school is armed with a deadly weapon. I will protect myself with equal force if I am attacked again. I believe this whole incident was a ploy to gain knowledge of my magical strength, one cooked up by the headmaster and Mr. Weasley. Harry looked contemptuously at Dumbledore. I can assure you that, had I used magic, Mr. Ronald Weasley would have been killed, not merely injured. That caught everyone's attention. Wolf stepped up. I will inform you that Lord Potter's magical strength and abilities have been a classified matter since he was found as a child. We have honed his skills to analyze what is needed in any given situation, and to use equal, but not greater, force in non-lethal situations. I will confirm that when Mr. Weasley sent that stunning hex at Lord Potter's back, it was to make Lord Potter look either foolish or give away a very tactical advantage in front of the school. And the teachers and staff allowed it to happen by sitting and doing nothing, as per usual, since it was a Gryffindor acting up. I quite agree with the Sergeant Major's assessment, Phileas piped up. I've had a chance to duel with Lord Potter, and he is a highly skilled and trained young wizard, one that, if we were on the dueling circuit, I would find hard to beat. Mr. Weasley is a very lucky young wizard to be alive after such a cowardly and shameful attack. Harry, who had been watching the headmaster with a very careful eye, did not like the wheels that were turning in the old man's mind. So it was time to change gears. I, as Lord Potter, Duke of Gryffindor, founder's heir of Hogwarts, do hereby state that Ronald Weasley did make a cowardly, unprovoked attack on the head of an ancient and noble house. I demand, as is my right, a formal apology in the Great Hall, and that he be suspended from Hogwarts for an period not to exceed 1 year, nor be less than 6 months. Harry paused, letting his words sink in a moment before continuing. Failure to do so will result in the closure of this school, as I find that the headmaster and staff are not up to the standards upon which this school was founded, and seem to take student safety rather cavalierly. So mote it be. Harry knew it was harsh, but the headmaster had to be reined in. If he intended to side with the Weasleys, then so be it. Harry wasn't someone that looked up to Albus Dumbledore as the infallible icon that most in the wizarding world saw him as. Hogwarts was already calling for Ron Weasley's blood for attacking her heir as it was, but no one needed to know that. Albus sighed. Every time he thought he had a handle on this boy, something always blocked him. He knew Harry had the right to do what he was doing. If he failed to do what Harry called for, he would be out as headmaster and Hogwarts herself would see to it that the heir's decree was carried out. Hogwarts was refusing to answer to him right now. She was in a royal snit and had brushed him off numerous times lately. Molly and Arthur Weasley were stunned and appalled at what was happening. They had trained their children to be more respectful and caring, but Ronald had always had a jealous streak and a violent temper. But going after another student, and from behind, it was inexcusable. We will take Ronald home with us and keep him there until he may return. Will that be acceptable, Lord Potter? Arthur asked, knowing that Ron was getting off lightly. He could have faced time in Azkaban for this. Harry bowed slightly. It is. He turned and walked away. Wolf waited until Harry had left before turning and exiting as well. Albus now knew that everything was out of his control, especially Harry Potter. It had just become imperative that he find out how powerful the boy was and take a personal hand in guiding him. He would have to make more plans. He didn't want to think what would happen if the boy went dark. Harry left the office in tightly controlled anger. Damn that old man. I just know he's cooking up another scheme. I could almost see the cogs turning in his eyes. Wolf followed quietly. It was just after lunch and the hall was filled with students hurrying to their next classes. Harry was walking swiftly, paying little attention to those around him until he felt an insistent tug at his sleeve. Lord Potter, a soft voice spoke, I wish to apologize for my brother's stupidity, Ginny Weasley purred seductively. Perhaps I can make it up to you, Harry. She pressed close to his side as she looked up into his eyes. Adoringly. Excuse me, miss, have we been introduced? He asked icily. His eyes were a cold, arctic green as he glared down at her offending hand before brushing it from his robes and stepping away. Those around them turned to watch. Ginny's eyes widened in shock. His penetrating, cold gaze sent a shiver of fear down her spine. A quick glance around at all of the witnesses to her embarrassment made her flush deep red and brought her Weasley temper into play. How dare he? Harry Potter is supposed to be mine. Mum promised. There was a sudden parting in the crowd around the two. Hermione Granger stepped forth, a frown on her face. Harry, what's going on here? I thought you were going to walk me to Charms. Harry looked over at her and grinned. I am, my lady. He bowed slightly. I was just dealing with a minor inconvenience. There were several gasps and laughter from the surrounding audience as Harry offered Hermione his arm. Ginny Weasley stamped her foot when the pair turned to walk away. She screamed in frustration, drawing her wand. How dare you choose that ugly, know-it-all Ravenclaw over me? Wolf, seeing things about to turn violent, stepped behind the furious red-haired girl. As Ginny started the first syllable of what he was sure was a hex, he acted with startling speed, one hand grabbing her wrist, the other slamming into her elbow, snapping her forearm upward with crippling force. The misdirected hex fired off into the air, hitting the ceiling. Ginny screamed in pain and would have crumpled to her knees if not for Wolf's hard grip on her. Harry looked over his shoulder when he heard the spell hit the ceiling. I see you have things under control, Sergeant Major. Very well then, carry on. May I take your books, Hermione? Harry, maybe we should stop and help. Hermione started to say but, at the look between Harry and Wolf, she shrugged. Never mind. Wolf's grip on Ginny Weasley did not slacken, even as a very loud, stern voice echoed in the hall. What in Merlin's name is going on here? Ginny tried to free herself by kicking at Wolf. She had grown up fighting with older brothers, but she'd never faced a trained soldier before and her efforts were for naught. What is the meaning of this? Came McGonagall's voice, scattering the students like frightened birds. The hour was late in the headmaster's office. A thoroughly frustrated and infuriated Dumbledore s.ked viciously on a lemo. Drop. Another Weasley stirring the pot. Damn their hot-headed ways. The girl was anything but subtle, attempting to stake a claim on Potter that way. Their idiocy couldn't have come at a worse time. Albus rubbed his temples with a weary sigh. And the worst thing about it, he had no authority to dismiss that accursed Wolfram. The man practically broke Ginevra's elbow. She is still in the hospital wing, for Merlin's sake. At least Potter hadn't demanded she be given the same punishment as her brother. Maybe he would just let this slide. The rest of Harry's day went quietly. He escorted Hermione to all of their classes and made sure to sit beside her. The rumor mill did its work. Between him throwing the dagger in the Great Hall and Wolf's quick actions against the Weasley tart, it made everyone give them a wide berth. Harry's protective side was out in full force. The fact that Hermione might have been hit by a spell from the deranged Weasley bint had him on high alert. Attacking him was one thing, he was perfectly able to take care of himself. Attacking my Hermione, wait, my Hermione. Harry glanced over at his brown-haired friend. She was busy taking notes, the tip of her tongue peeking out from a corner of her mouth. He felt an unexplainable rush of warmth. Yep, my Hermione. He settled back in his chair, a surprised smile on his face. The Great Hall was silent the next evening as Ronald Weasley cleared his throat. I apologize to Lord Potter for my cowardly attack, Ronald said through clenched teeth until his father gave a swat to the back of his head. I should not have fired a spell at Lord Potter's back. It was cowardly and not how I was brought up. I deserve any punishment I am given. Happy now, he sneered. Of course, Molly Weasley had been barred from attending the event. Neither her husband, nor the headmaster, could guarantee her behavior. They knew how blindly protective she was of her children. Both knew she would never allow anyone who lifted a hand to one of them to walk away unscathed, even though, in this case, Ronald was clearly in the wrong. That he had been the instigator of the confrontation was neither here nor there in Molly's mind. Her child had been injured, and she was on the warpath. Lord Potter had the right to protect himself, a fact that Arthur Weasley accepted. Molly, however, was another matter entirely. Arthur, who was standing behind his errant son, gave a huff of exasperation and a muttered, "We will discuss this later, Ronald." Harry shook his head at the redhead and instead looked at red-haired man, who was more deserving of his respect. I, Lord Harry James Potter, do not hold the Weasley family as a whole responsible for its son and daughter's cowardly actions. In fact, Fred and George Weasley have impressed me with their wit and charm. From the Gryffindor table, he could hear the twins' quiet thanks. I accept the apology. I do, however, note how poorly it was made, and how grudgingly it was given. He gave a slight bow to Arthur and continued, I am satisfied, but know this, where magic is concerned, there is no light or dark, only intent, and your son's intent was very dark. With that, he did a military-style about-face and walked purposely out of the Great Hall. Harry hoped his message had hit home. A light spell could be used for a dark purpose, and a dark spell for light. Wolf remained for a moment by the great doors before he too left. The twins sneered at their youngest brother. They knew his temper would one day get the best of him, and had repeatedly reported to their father about his poor conduct and the fights he got into. They also had reported the way his behavior was excused and ignored by the headmaster. They weren't sure what was going on, but they knew Ron was a mediocre student, lazy at best and with a foul temper as well. Now it seemed that Ginny was just as bad. They always figured whoever ended up with their spoiled little sister would deserve their sympathy. Today, her actions had proven them right. They could have told Ron and Ginny that Potter wasn't a person to mess with. One look at those muscles and the proud, military bearing told anyone with half a brain that there was power there, with the confidence to back it up. Only a fool would irritate Potter. They, being who they were, naturally had tried one prank on him, only to feel the sting of his retaliation along with a note reading, "You are good, but I am better." Truce or war? They accepted the truce, especially after watching him deal with the Toad Woman. Ever since, they had happily stayed out of his line of fire. Albus and the staff sat silently at the head table. Each was lost in their own thoughts as Arthur Weasley marched his protesting son out of the Great Hall. Ronald Weasley wanted to stay, at least until after dinner. He was hungry. Well, he would be hungry for a while longer. The first thing Arthur did once they got home was to march the boy to the woodshed. Molly was in the kitchen, bemoaning the disgrace her son brought upon their family as she listened to his pained cries. Draco Malfoy, after that first approach in the library, did not come near Harry again. He did, however, have orders from his father to report everything he could about the other boy. With each passing day, Draco noted that Potter had made it quite clear the first time they spoke that he would not be a friend or ally to anyone who supported the person that killed his birth parents. This Potter wasn't someone to cross. Draco could not fault his classmates' reasoning. As a pure blood, he would feel the same way. Family was everything. That Harry Potter had used the proper protocol in dealing with the scion of a pure blood family had also impressed him. So for now, Harry Potter was only being watched. Malfoy Sr. wasn't happy with the reports, as he'd passed everything on to his master. It was clear to all that Potter was not Dumbledore's puppet, but he didn't seem to be a follower of anyone else either. The Dark Lord was not pleased, and Lucius' condition when he returned home reflected that displeasure. Halloween was coming up and, as it drew closer, Harry seemed to change. He would often disappear when he didn't have class. No one thought to ask Hermione where he went. Wolf and Hermione knew just how much Harry hated classwork when he wasn't being challenged, and frankly, he was bored. So far, no one had dared confront Harry after what happened to Ron and Ginny. As proven in front of witnesses, Harry had only acted in self-defense, and rather violently at that. Harry had neither garnered a detention nor had any points been deducted due to the incidents. Wolf was also exempt from any repercussions, as the agreement made when Harry had consented to attend Hogwarts clearly stated that he would come as Harry's Batman and bodyguard. Albus Dumbledore was getting frantic trying to gauge Harry Potter's magic and skill. Every test he had set up failed. His own staff had been very pleased with the boy's progress and demeanor. Even Severus Snape was complimentary of the boy's skill, which surprised everyone, commenting, "Indeed. Anyone with eyes can see he is more his mother's child, thank Merlin, than his father's." No one knew what to make of that statement and left the snarky potions master alone. Harry had thought of confronting Tom Riddle on All Hallows' Eve, to bring everything full circle. He and Wolf went over scenario after scenario, but neither could come up with an idea. It was Wolf who suggested that Harry aim for the winter solstice instead, the night her influence would be greatest. Even the Ravens were silent on the matter when Harry had visited them in the forest. He often went there when he wanted freedom from the castle confines, and time to stretch his wings. The weather was turning chilly, but ravens were not migratory birds and were quite happy to talk to a young one that had entered their forest. Ravens were considered the special avatars of the Morrigan, and they knew that this young raven was one of hers. Reluctantly, Wolf and Harry decided the confrontation with Riddle should be over the winter solstice and not Samhain. It made sense in a way. They really wanted the lady's blessing, and what better way to get it than to deliver up a hated enemy on the longest and darkest night of the year. An enemy who had ignored death's call from the goddess. They also decided it would be easier to lure him to Harry outside of the Hogwarts wards. Harry did not show up for classes for the week before Halloween. Neither Wolf nor Hermione could convince him to, as Harry was working on a plan to cleanse the spiders from the Forbidden Forest. He had sworn to return balance to that ancient wood. It was the only challenge Harry could find to take his mind off the repetitious boredom that were his classes. It was Professor Snape who had informed Harry that it was Hagrid who introduced the spiders to the forest. It seems the groundskeeper had a thing for large, dangerous pets, and his once pet Acromantula had escaped and taken up residence in the forest. Once it was settled, Hagrid couldn't bear the thought of his beloved pet being alone, and so he gave it a mate. From there they had multiplied and, with a lack of natural predators, were now taking over the forest. Harry wanted to pull his hair out. He would also bet that Dumbledore encouraged Hagrid's habit. The spiders, in Dumbledore's mind, gave an extra zone of protection for the school. After all, who in their right mind would want to tangle with a 30-foot spider? Never mind the danger to the students. Both needed a very stern talking to, and he knew the right deity to approach. Since the beginning of October, Harry had been, with the help of the ravens, courting the centaurs with small gifts. He'd hoped that by leaving them in the forest he might convince them to hold counsel with him. He also started to set fire to any webs or egg sacs he found. It was a tedious task for one person, and the spiders would soon be burrowing into their main nest for the winter. When they did, they would be out of reach until spring. The centaurs were more than cautious at first. In fact, they were downright paranoid that a wizard was invading their forest. That is, until the web burnings and the deaths of the younger spiders. They had tried fighting back against the creeping horde in the past, but their fire arrows were not enough. These current burnings smelled of wizard fire. They were as yet undecided on what to do with the intruder. One evening, a young centaur came across a clearing that looked like some wizard was using it for rituals. The clearing had wardings of the old ways around it. So instead of crossing the circle, he went to his elders with his discovery. How they had missed this clearing was unknown, but they decided to take a wait-and-see attitude. On the week before Samhain, they were rewarded. 2 wizards walked into the clearing. Both had the feel of warriors. One had the air of a proven warrior, and they recognized him as the Dark One who gathered potions ingredients from their forest. The younger wizard moved to the stone altar and laid down his offerings as the other stood watch. As the moon rose, the forest grew silent, waiting. The centaurs knew what that meant. One of the old ones was abroad this night. They were not sure who it might be, but, as followers of Cernunnos, the Stag Lord, they recognized the growing anticipation in the wood. So they waited and watched. "It is early for you to call me, my raven," her voice chided as she stepped into the clearing from a ray of moonlight. The watching centaurs stamped their hooves in agitation, but otherwise remained silent. To have such a being returning to the old forest, and to have a wizard greet her was unheard of in these troubled times. Surely, Mars would be very bright tonight. They watched as the young warrior knelt before her. "Yes, my lady. I know. Forgive me. I but seek to bring back the balance of the old ways to this forest, and I do not have much time to do so. The spiders here do not belong to this wood, they are unnatural in this place. Too long have they preyed upon the ancient ones who have long claimed this forest as their own. They need to be destroyed. I had hoped to seek the centaurs' aid, but they are very wary and distrustful of wizards. They rebuff my gifts to parley. Please, lady, what more can I do?" The centaurs were shocked. So that was the reason behind the gifts. Long had it been since anyone interceded for them with an old one, not since the days of the Druids. She smiled. "I have chosen, well, my raven, that you wish to redress such an old wound. I know of one who may offer you aid." A raven flew to her outstretched hand. She gazed deeply into its eyes before it flew off into the midnight skies. Time seemed to stand still as the moon shone brightly on the clearing. The Morrigan called to the shadows. "Come forth, O children of Centaurus. You will not be harmed by these wizards. Are you sure of that, kinswoman?" A booming voice said as the figure of a man stepped from the shadows into the clearing. "Your message awoke me. What is of such import that you disturb my rest?" The being stood tall and handsome, with broad shoulders, a wild mane of hair and a beard with streaks of gray running through it. A large rack of antlers, hung with torques, sprouted from his head. He wore only a kilt of animal skins and another Celtic torque around his neck. The 2 wizards knew they were really in over their heads when another of the ancient ones appeared. The centaurs all took off their weapons and threw down the small game they had taken earlier. The spiders rarely left them much this time of year. "Cernunnos, my kinsman," the Morrigan spoke, calling all their attention back to her. "My raven wishes your aid with a wrong he would right." She gestured for Harry to rise. "I believe you favored his father when he ran through these woods not long ago." "And who would be his father?" Cernunnos rumbled. Harry felt the weight of both deities' eyes on him, but he had learned his lessons well at the knee of Queen Anne. A knight of the old ways stood proud and strong. To show weakness was a sin. "Give reverence its due to those with more power than you, but show weakness and you lose before you even start," came his regal teacher's ghostly voice in his mind. "James Potter," the Morrigan explained. "He and his friends played under my moonlight as a stag, a grim, a rat and a werewolf. Ah, yes. I enjoyed their childish escapades many a night in these woods. And this is the son." Harry stepped forward and gave a bow to the Lord of the Hunt. "Yes, Lord. My father and his friends ran here, beneath the full moons, but he is now dead, slain by an evil wizard. I will seek justice soon." "Well said," Cernunnos replied. "But this is not the reason you called." "No, Lord. I seek to parley with the centaurs for their aid in bringing this forest back into balance. In doing so, I hope to redress many wrongs that haunt this wood. Years ago, a predator escaped and it has no right to be here. It's not of these lands, it only knows hunger and call all things that come into its web food. It doesn't belong in this forest, but it's protected by 2 wizards. One only seeks to use it for control in a game he hopes to win at any cost. The other that protects it and sees it as a pet that can do no wrong. He is a good man, but can be led astray easily." "Ah, yes, the half-giant. You know of him." "I do. It is as you say, his love of all animals great and small is well known but is often misplaced. And he is easily manipulated by those who seek to bend his great heart to their service." Cernunnos' voice boomed in the clearing. The Lord of the Hunt stroked his salt and pepper beard as he gave some thought to the problem. Finally coming to a decision, he gave a quick nod. The torques that hung from his antlers chimed softly once more. He looked at the young wizard with a thoughtful gaze and said, "To bring back the balance of this forest is a noble cause. Yes, I will help you with this quest. You and your dark companion will meet me here at moonrise on Samhain." He turned and bowed slightly to the Morrigan. "Thank you, kinswoman, for bringing your chosen to my attention." The moment they stepped into the castle, the professor rounded on Harry by grabbing the teen by the throat and pressing him up against the wall. "Potter, what have you got me into this time? The only hunt I know of on that night isn't one most mortals should be considering. You heard the lady. Her kinsman is unhappy with his forest. The balance must be restored, and we are the ones who will do so." "I never signed on for any of this, Potter," Snape hissed. Harry signaled Wolf, who was stepping out of the shadows, to stay away. "Professor, please listen to me. No, I will not be a party to the wild hunt. You know the legends as well as I do," the professor snarled. "You have no choice, Professor," Harry said as he reached up and pressed on a nerve point on the man's arm and quickly demonstrated just why it was a very bad idea to manhandle him. Once freed, Harry twisted and reversed the positions. Severus Snape found himself pressed against the wall with Harry's arm at his throat. "This was my task, my duty. If I'd had any idea that she would bring in her kinsman, I would never have allowed you, Professor, to be in that circle with me. Like it or not, we are now in this together. Deal with it." Harry stepped back, releasing the professor, before giving Wolf a nod. "Good night, Professor." Both Wolf and Harry disappeared into the shadows of the castle's halls. "Not sure how much updating there will be. Summer is always a stressful time for us with sewing. We are doing a couple of new fairs this year and our stock is low. Also Phil has been hit with real life. We try not to infringe on his time too much as we love him and need him. Again thanks Phil. As you can see, Snape and Harry, John have an alliance. They are not friends by any means. They have an understanding and that's all. Lastly, as for the Morrigan and Caradwen issue. We try to be accurate but it isn't always possible. So many sites contradict each other. We go mainly with the Wiccan practices. So if we are wrong or offend anyone, that is not our intention and are sorry." Harry sighed as he stopped to look around at the decorations and the feast of goodies being laid out in the Great Hall that morning. Hermione simply looked nauseated, but bit her tongue and kept from saying anything as her disgust turned to worry for her friend. Wolf stood waiting by the doors, his face expressionless as usual. Harry gave Hermione a brief smile of acknowledgement before he quietly slipped out with his mentor. The headmaster wasn't down for breakfast yet, so no one noticed their departure. Hermione was finishing up her breakfast while trying desperately to ignore the gaudy decorations and multitude of sweets around her. She chatted idly with Luna about an upcoming test, but her thoughts were on Harry. She knew he was getting more and more bored and disillusioned with Hogwarts. And while Harry was her friend, Hermione was missing John. It was all so confusing. They seemed so different. Which was the real person, Harry or John? All Hermione knew was she was missing the easygoing young man she grew up with. And with today being All Hallows' Eve, well, Hermione was extra concerned. Even Mandy Brocklehurst was beginning to notice that Hermione wasn't writing to her Muggle friend as often as she had in the past. When the owl post arrived, and a raven's caw echoed through the hall, it seemed very out of place, that was, until an inky bird landed near Hermione's plate with 2 notes, one for her and one for Professor Flitwick. Luna smiled. "He seems to like you." The raven took a drink from Luna's glass and shook its beak, spreading water over the table. "And messy too," Mandy said with disgust, wiping a drop of water from her sleeve. "Who is it from? Wait, I recognize that handwriting. So your Muggle friend finally wrote. What took him so long?" Hermione hurriedly excused herself. Normally, she received John's letters along with her parents' letters via owl. She wondered how many at her table noticed the difference. The raven flew up to the head table and landed near Phileas Flitwick with the other note. Recognizing the handwriting, the tiny professor read it immediately. He had seen the bird over with Miss Granger moments before. "Anything the matter?" Pomona Sprout asked when she saw the small frown. "It seems that Mr. Potter will be out of the castle for the day," Phileas said, tucking the note up his sleeve. "He regrets that he will not be able to attend classes." Albus, who had been listening, frowned. "I fear we have to stop him. It is unsafe, now that Voldemort is back." The raven cackled and flew up to land near the headmaster and looked around the plate in front of him. Albus gently shooed the bird away, but it strutted back defiantly. "I'm afraid that Mr. Potter has asked for the day off from classes, Albus." Given what the day means to the young lad, Phileas said, watching the raven walk around the table. "Most curious creature. He's a raven," Hagrid said. "They always are. The little tyke is very attracted to you, headmaster." Indeed the bird was. Actually, Scrapper wanted to pull a prank on the old coot for making his life miserable. Before anyone could stop him, he clamped his sharp beak onto one of Albus' silver sleeve buttons, tore it free, and flew away. "Why, the nerve," sputtered Minerva. "Well, that's a raven Ferrier," Hagrid said. "Attracted to them shiny bits and bobs, they are." Now, Albus chided, not looking upset at the bird's antics, as he lifted his morning mug of hot chocolate. Easily replaced. Suddenly, the button landed in his cup as he was about to drink, splashing hot chocolate everywhere. "I say, oh, my, ruddy bird," Scrapper cawed triumphantly as he exited the great hall. The rest of the day, Scrapper enjoyed his freedom. He flew in the Forbidden Forest and got acquainted with the flock. He teased a few hippogriffs near Hagrid's hut, causing them to snap at him while Hagrid, who had come out to investigate, waved his broom around. "Shoo! Go away, ruddy bird." At lunchtime, he flew back into the great hall and landed near Severus Snape's plate. In his beak was a small clump of white hair that he had found in the forest. He placed it delicately beside the potions master's goblet. The snarky professor picked up the clump and saw at once that it had been shed, not pulled, as there was no blood, and only one creature in the forest had hair this fine and white. He was always in need of unicorn hair, however it came into his hands. Since the arrival of Quirrell in his possession by the Dark Lord, most of the unicorn herd had disappeared from the Forbidden Forest. This was a very good sign that they might be returning. The raven walked cockily about, inspecting the table. The headmaster was not present, which was just as well. Scrapper had had plans to make the man's lunch a bit interesting. Phileas offered the raven a bit of ham from his sandwich. The goblins believe that ravens are the messengers of the Dark Lady. They are sacred and revered. To have one offer you a gift is to have the favor of the lady. Minerva sighed. "Don't let Albus hear you, Phileas. You know how he is about the old ways." Yes, Phileas waved her off. "And he is wrong to ignore them, especially on this day." Severus rubbed the unicorn tuft through his fingers. Ravens had, in the past, given him items of interest, or had led him to find something he needed. He knew the lady was stirring, especially tonight. Albus had better be careful. The ravens were watching. Wolf, enjoying a day off, was mulling over some thoughts about the secret bet he'd made with himself. He knew his charge very well, having helped raise John since he was a boy, and so had bet himself as to how long before John would revert back to his normal self and drop the Harry Potter persona. Harry Potter was almost the complete opposite of John. Where John was a studious learner, Harry was bored stiff and barely doing passing work. John had a ready smile and an infectious laugh that drew people in. Harry was conservative and quiet. Wolf hadn't heard John's easy laughter in public since they came to Hogwarts. He'd seen the smile only when no one was around, and it was always aimed at Hermione. John was the quintessential Raven. He was loud, mischievous and inquisitive. Harry was polite, courteous and stoic. The bet was, not whether, but when, Scrapper would make an appearance. John knew how important it was to keep his talents, as well as his knowledge, hidden. He didn't like it, but they were playing in enemy territory, as it were, and they couldn't make any mistakes. Today's escapades were Wolf's charge releasing some badly pent-up energy. Albus was looking forward to tonight's feast. It was one of his favorites, all those sugary confections just waiting for him. Both Poppy and Minerva had been after him to lose weight and change his diet, but he was only young once and sweets waited for no one. As he finished up his allotment of paperwork for the day, he hoped that pesky Raven had left the castle and returned to his flock. Stretching stiffly, Albus stepped over to check on Fawkes. The poor phoenix had been very agitated since Harry had arrived at Hogwarts, and he couldn't get much out of the legendary bird. Fawkes was being very silent on everything. Emotion caught his aged eyes from the nearby window. The sun was sinking behind the trees. The colors of the forest and surrounding area were already muted by the shadow of night and almost gone. That was a depressing thought, but there was still enough light to see that someone was down by the lake. She was clad in a strange, dark cloak and walking at the water's edge. Who? What is she doing? Doesn't she know it's dangerous to be out on this night? He thought as he started from his office and headed out of the castle. When he got to where he'd first seen the woman, there was nothing. No tracks in the mud, no evidence of splashed water, nothing more than a shiny black feather. He could have sworn he'd seen her and that she had turned, looking right at him as he stood in the window. Maybe he needed more sugar in his diet. The feast should be starting by now. It wouldn't do for the headmaster to be late. As he headed back to the castle, overhead he heard the cawing of ravens. Hagrid was doing an early evening patrol in the Forbidden Forest, since tonight was Samhain and the forest would be extremely dangerous, even for him. He was no great believer in the old ways, but he did have a healthy respect for the forest and its inhabitants. He stepped off a worn path to check one of his snares when he came across a creature he'd never seen before. A large serpent with ram horns sprouting from its head was hovering in the air before him. "Oh, what a wonderful beastie ye are," Hagrid cooed as he took a step forward, patting himself down for one of his game bags. "He is indeed, my animal-loving friend," boomed a deep voice behind him. Hagrid whipped around as his crossbow pointed at a very tall muscular man with antlers growing out of his head. Who are ye? We need to have a long talk, Hagrid, my large friend. A very long talk. Now that I have awakened and returned to this wood, I find that it has been sorely mismanaged. Tom Riddle, aka Lord Voldemort, was not having a good All Hallows Eve. First, now that the boy saw fit to reintroduce himself back in the wizarding world, the brat had been locked away in that damn castle, and thus untouchable. Second, his thoughts turned to Bellatrix, who would soon be leaving this world. The wound she received at the hands of that brat in Diagon Alley was badly infected and still bled. Too bad. She was always good for an evening's amusement. Severus Snape had been brewing night and day, trying to counter whatever caused the wound, but had failed so far. The Dark Lord sat slumped on his makeshift throne, petting his one true friend and familiar, Nagini. The large snake hissed softly. Normally, it would soothe his nerves, but not tonight. Peter Pettigrew, a rat-like man, scurried into the room. Master. Yes, Wormtail, he hissed petulantly. The matter has been taken care of. The Dark Lord had seen someone outside his window earlier, as the sun was setting. He'd sent Wormtail out to eliminate her. Wormtail. Why yes, Master. Crucio. A full, hunter's moon hung over the dark forest. Shadows flickered beneath the trees adding a feeling of eerie presences. Harry and Wolf walked once more into the forest to the clearing. Ever since Harry had been told about his parents, he'd held a small vigil on the night they had died. In fact, Ben and Maggie had encouraged it. When they got to the clearing, they found it wasn't empty. Severus Snape was there waiting. Silently, the three acknowledged each other before stepping fully into the circle and to the small altar. A hushed calm fell over the forest as the creatures within it felt the old magic stirring. In the distance, ravens started to call to each other as the trio prepared the altar. Wolf stood in silence for a moment before bowing to the other two and disappearing back into the shadows. He had done his duty and now it was out of his hands. He would wait for them at the forest's edge. Professor Snape, this is where we are to meet the others, Harry calmly told his companion. The stoic professor felt a shiver course through him when he heard the baying of hounds in the distance. The baying came closer, along with the thunder of hooves. Harry withdrew his wand and Severus watched it morph into a 6-foot staff of blackthorn. I believe they are here. Snape turned around and saw ghostly white hounds with red ears panting behind him. Their eyes burned red in the shadows, making his blood run cold. Mount, came the guttural command from a heavily armed centaur. 2 coal-black horses with manes of dark flame, and hooves that threw sparks with each step, appeared in the clearing. Harry walked to one of the horses, caught a handful of mane and mounted gracefully. Come, Professor. The nightmares will carry us far more safely than a common horse for this hunt. Tonight, we ride with the Wild Hunt. His last words were a triumphant cry as the nightmare reared onto her hind quarters with a scream of challenge. The black-robed professor followed suit, throwing himself onto his mount. Potter, if you get me killed tonight, I'm going to haunt you. He raged. That night, the air echoed with the baying of hounds and shrieks of the dying as tendrils of smoke replaced the earthy night scent of the surrounding forest. The sun was well up in the morning sky and Albus was doing more paperwork when his groundskeeper burst into the office. "They're gone. All gone. My babies. All of 'em," Hagrid wailed, pulling out a tablecloth-sized handkerchief and blowing his nose. "Who's gone?" Albus asked as he stood up to comfort his friend. "Aragog and all his family. Cleared out o' de forest. Ever, Webben, sack burnt. And their burrow too. Burnt to the ground. Bodies everywhere." Hagrid managed to choke out before he buried his face and sobbed. "Oh, dear. This is not good," Albus said softly as he went to comfort his friend. He had been counting on the spiders to keep the Death Eaters from using the forest as a way onto the castle grounds. He'd have to think of another impediment now. Then, in a clear voice, one loud enough to break through Hagrid's sobs, he said, There, Hagrid. We'll find out who did this and do something about it." Hagrid sobbed. "He give me a rye, chewin' out, he did. Said I had disrupted the balance of the forest too much, ma beasties. He said if I can't take better care o' 'em, then I want, load to hev more. Scolded me right proper too, he did." "Who, Hagrid, who are you talking about?" "Why, himself, the Forest Lord." Hagrid's reply fell into silence as the headmaster simply stared at his large friend. Albus escorted the distraught Hagrid to the infirmary and placed him in Poppy's tender care. He had work to do. Whoever destroyed the spider colony had to be very powerful indeed. He scoffed at the notion that it was the Forest Lord. The old ways were dying out, and the sooner the better in his opinion. Hagrid was tucked away in a private room in the infirmary, half drunk on calming potions and his own special tonic from the hogshead that he kept on him. Poppy had sent for Minerva, since she was certain the deputy headmistress would want to hear what Hagrid had to say. His tale about Aragog and his family had both ladies sympathetic towards their friend. Hagrid, as he drowned his woes, didn't see Minerva straighten when he not only mentioned, but described the Forest Lord. "You know something." "What?" Poppy asked as she closed the door behind her. Hagrid had finally dozed off, allowing them to leave. Minerva closed her eyes for a moment before looking out a window. "Have ye noticed more corbies are flyin' o'er de forest since the beginnin' o' term?" Her nervousness apparent in the brogue she slipped into. Poppy sat her shaken friend down. "No, I haven't. Been too busy." She looked out the window and watched as several black shapes dotted the sky over the forbidden forest. "What does? Auld powers are stirrin' in de forest if Hagrid met Sir Nunnos last night," Minerva said, not taking her eyes off those black spots. Albus knew Hagrid was gettin' out o' hand, bringin' in all those dangerous pets. This is a school for Merlin's sake. Most of Hagrid's pets are master-level beasties, but he allows them to run free where a student can get hurt. So since Albus refuses to, the Lord of the Hunt had to. Poppy finished. "Oh, Merlin, and Samhain was last night. You don't suppose the Wild Hunt?" I heard the hounds bayin', Minerva answered with a shiver. Poppy nodded sagely. "Albus mentioned seeing Mr. Potter and his bodyguard going into the forest last night. Severus also went as well. He has a small clearing just inside with an altar." "Severus didna mention anything to me," Minerva said. "But then, he wouldna, would he? Severus takes his worship of the lady very seriously. She would protect him from the hunt." Both ladies felt a cold draft. The morning after Samhain found a very tired Harry sitting as usual with Hermione and Luna at the Ravenclaw table. He only half listened as those around him described the wonderful feast he had missed. "That's all right," Harry said, more tired, and a little queasy from last night's adventure, than hungry. "I'm not into All Hallows' Eve. I really don't like to celebrate it much. Haven't in years." At home, they really didn't celebrate it much, as it tended to upset the spirits trapped within the tower complex. And after John had been told of how his birth parents died, he really didn't feel like celebrating that particular night either. Ben and Maggie did make a special dinner in memory of his birth parents. Also, before he went to bed, they usually held a small candlelight ritual, honoring his parents' sacrifice. He and the professor hadn't dragged their weary bodies back to the castle until sunrise, when the nightmares had allowed them to dismount. Legend had it that a nightmare's own magic would not allow their rider to dismount, or fall off, but Harry wasn't taking any chances last night. He had made sure that he wouldn't embarrass himself by placing a sticking charm on his seat. It was only his faith in the lady's assurance that he would be returning balance to the forest that had helped to calm his fears. Besides, to have shown fear would have sent the wrong signals to the hounds and other creatures who had joined in the hunt. He hadn't wanted to be one of the hunted, and that could well have been his fate if he had faltered. The scant few hours of sleep he'd managed before breakfast had been uneasy, with the shrieks of dying spiders, the wild baying of the hounds and the smell of burning flesh echoing in his dreams. The nightmarish ride through the forbidden forest would haunt him for some time to come. Harry looked around at the staff table. If he wasn't feeling so green, he would have snickered. Of course, it stood to reason that Professor Snape was hiding in his chambers still. He had to give the man credit, he did know how to ride. He'd ridden his nightmare with an ethereal dark style, his wand in one hand and a bloody black sword in the other. The spiders didn't stand a chance. His nightmare had seemed to respond to her dark rider and had been vicious in her protection of him. Harry wouldn't be surprised if the professor was nursing a hangover. If he was even awake. Harry knew that if he could drink, he would have hit the bottle hard too. He did, however, wonder what his reception was going to be when he was next in the dour man's company. The professor had not been too keen on being included in last night's adventure, if the dire threats he made to Harry were any indication. The kindest threat was using Harry's bollocks for potion ingredients, one which Harry was thankful the man had not already acted upon. However, it had been hard to take any threat seriously as said man was hobbling, bow-legged and cursing, towards his chambers in the early morning light. He was last heard muttering about a hot soak and a bottle of fire whiskey. All potions classes for today had been cancelled, according to the headmaster. It hadn't surprised Harry. He wondered if the man was sober enough to exit his bathtub yet. Why not? Mandy asked as she bit into her toast, breaking into Harry's thoughts and pulling him out of them abruptly. She paused and looked at the faded scar on his forehead. Oh, sorry. She blushed, deciding her toast was more important than the conversation. Harry gave her a slight smile and nodded. It's all right. I didn't want to bring everyone down with my depression. Wolf and I held a small vigil by the lake. Professor Snape joined us. Did you know he went to Hogwarts with my mother? Hermione had wanted to join them last night but, when she found out what the main event was to be, she respectfully declined. After meeting the lady that Harry always talked about, she really did not want to draw another deity's attention to her. Luna shuddered. Samhain is not a good night to be outside. The veil is so thin. Plus I heard the CWNANNWN last knee. Her voice trailed off softly. Her eyes widened as she gazed at Harry. Harry silently shook his head and pointed with his chin to Mandy. Luna nodded and turned back to her breakfast. Huh, what? Asked Mandy as she used a napkin to dust off her fingers, looking a bit confused. She won't let any harm come to you, though, Luna said wisely as she dabbed her napkin to her chin. I know, Harry said, as he excused himself from the table, giving the girls a smile. The lady has always watched out for me. I'll see you later, Hermione. We can compare notes. Luna, Mandy. He walked out of the Great Hall, and that was the last anyone saw of Harry Potter for the rest of the day. Severus Snape mo.net as he downed yet another pain potion. Reaching out, he returned the empty vial to his bedside table. By now, he was sure that Albus had received his note about cancelling his classes for the day. As the potion took effect he thought drowsily of the many ways he could punish Potter for trapping him into the hunt last night. He slipped into sleep with an evil smile on his lips. Over the summer, Hermione had learned the answers to many things that used to puzzle her about her friend. She was ever so thankful now that she had been sorted into Ravenclaw. Gryffindors were entirely reckless and too favored by the headmaster. Her classes with Wolf had taught her that even those in authority could make mistakes and, from what John had told her this summer, Dumbledore was less than he made himself out to be, and definitely less than others gave him credit for. As she moved down the stairs from the headmaster's office, she huffed in annoyance as she fingered her necklace. Over the week before Samhain and after Harry Potter's confrontation with the Weasleys, Dumbledore had summoned her to his office alone several times. Thankfully, Harry insisted that she have Professor Flitwick accompany her for any meetings with the headmaster. She came away from those meetings with feelings of disgust for the man and several migraines that his prying had caused. As she once again walked away from another pointless meeting with the headmaster, she continued to finger her necklace and curse the old git mentally. What made him believe that he had the right to invade her mind? The nerve. Thankfully, John had told her about the protections embedded in her most prized possession. She fingered the charm around her throat and smiled. That old goat was just begging for trouble, and her John was going to give it to him in spades. In her mind and heart, Harry Potter would always be her John. Lord Voldemort stared down at the lifeless body of his paramour Bellatrix Lestrange. Even with his considerable knowledge, he could not find the curses that caused the wounds on her body. It was very frustrating. Even his faithful potions master, Severus Snape, was mystified. The holes in her body looked familiar, and yet there had been nothing inside the wounds. Whatever had caused them was obviously lethal, and seemed to have no counter. All they had managed to do was prolong her life by slowing the bleeding. Even putting her into stasis hadn't worked, as the wounds had continued to bleed. What both of them didn't realize was that the Muggle-borns took their knowledge and training from Hogwarts and expanded on it. Both dark wizards may have had their beginnings in the Muggle world, but they had turned their backs in their arrogance and never took into account the progress the Muggle world had made. He ordered the body burnt and the ashes scattered. Ever since he was recognized by Hogwarts as a founder's heir, Harry pretty much had the run of the castle. He could do no wrong in her eyes, so she kept his secrets. She was very pleased that someone was finally paying attention to what was going on within her walls. Hogwarts gleefully anticipated his actions, hoping he would return her to her former glory as a premier school once more. Harry was becoming very bored and found the mask he was forced to wear tiring. In his opinion, the classes were a joke. He knew the entire curriculum. There was no challenge to his studies at all and he was becoming more frustrated by the day. Harry knew that, while he found no challenge here, Hermione never had the early magical training that he did. She always dutifully collected class notes and assignments. For her, the classes held a bit of a challenge, and Hermione was never one to quit when there were things to be learned. Those that had watched him grow up knew that a bored John was a dangerous John. Harry Potter was only a mask that the lad was forced to put on, and John was ready to explode. It was time for Scrapper to come out to play. His family knew that the Raven side would come out at some point during his stay at Hogwarts. They just hoped that Scrapper would not give away too many secrets. Hogwarts approved of his plans to skip today's lessons and offered a suggestion or two on just what he could do to liven up the day. Scrapper caught as he flew out the window into the crisp late autumn sky. Now to find Wolf. Wolf was strolling into the castle when a raucous caw echoed as a raven flew in to land on his shoulder. He reached up to stroke its beak, as he took a note from its beak. The afternoon sky was dotted with gray clouds. Looks like autumn's almost over with, he mused. So this one belongs to you, Mr. Wolfram, Albus said, coming out of the shadows. He had been walking around the castle trying to decipher just who this, Lord of the Forest, was. The old ways were over with, only a few of the more die-hard purebloods followed them these days, which was the way he wanted it. The old ways interfered with his concept of the greater good. Headmaster, I am Sergeant Major Wolfram, Wolf said, breaking into Albus' thoughts. I earned that rank through blood, sweat and extremely hard work. It is very disrespectful for you to make light of it. I warn you now, if you continue, you will not like the consequences. The raven caught his displeasure as well, causing both men to smile. Does he have a name? Albus asked, turning the conversation back to the inquisitive bird. Yes, sir. This is Scrapper. He's fresh out of the nest, so he's a bit of a rascal. Has he been behaving himself? Wolf gave the raven a sidelong look. Albus turned to usher Wolf back into the castle, and Mr. Potter. Did he not come with you? Wolf opened the note with a frown for the headmaster. No. I was on my way to meet Lord Potter. Wolf stressed the title, he has been going over some of his estate dealings. The goblins sent a huge packet the other day. I see. Albus frowned, as he hadn't wanted to have Harry going over the Potter accounts so soon. He had plans of doing so with the boy in his 7th year, as a bonding experience. He was however, thankful, that he hadn't been able to dip into the Potter accounts. If they were going over them now, well this was not good at all. Alone in their suite of rooms, Scrapper turned back into John. He doesn't seem to like Scrapper, Wolf, John said with wicked grin as he plopped into an overstuffed chair by the fire. Their rooms were well warded from all listeners, especially interfering headmasters. John made a face as he stared into the fire. Can you blame him? Wolf asked as he placed a plate of biscuits by John's arm. The Ravens have been trying for years to tell him what was going on in the forest, John said after a moment of silence. They were very upset that the spider issue had got so out of hand, especially when their nests were destroyed and young ones eaten. Most of the magical creatures within the forest had fled. The herd of unicorns, since the death of the lead mare a few years ago, retreated to the Fey realm. They refused to come back, until I sent them surety that it was now safe for them and that the spiders were gone. So when are you going to give the potions master his present? Wolf asked with an evil grin, changing the subject as he handed his charge a mug of hot chocolate. Since he wasn't able to harvest them himself, I delivered what I able to collect to him this morning. They're under a special stasis charm right now and should be fine for a while. He's been a bit put out with me ever since the hunt, John smirked. Seems he finds walking a bit uncomfortable even now. I figure there's enough to last him for life, if he is careful. Wolf laughed before turning the conversation yet again to a different subject. Everything is going as planned. Everyone that is non-essential at the tower will be evacuated, the day before you come home. How's Ben doing? Wolf smiled and handed over a care package from Maggie. He's been given a clear bill of health by both Dr. Atwaters and his regimental doctor. His medical leave will end at the end of the month. He will be back on duty on the 1st. Harry wanted to ask if Ben and Maggie would be leaving with the others but knew the answer. Duty to the crown came first. Outside the window of their rooms, black shapes dotted the colorful sunset skies. Lord Potter, a word, squeaked Harry's diminutive head of house. The rest of the class filed out of the room as Hermione shot Harry a questioning glance. Go ahead, Hermione. Wolf will escort you to our next class. I'll be along after I'm done here. Once the room was clear, save for the two of them, Flitwick closed and locked the door. Lord Potter, about Samhain. Yes, Professor. The charms professor looked a little uneasy. Can you tell me where you were that night? I do try to keep track of my students, even though they don't all sleep in the dorms. I am most curious, as Severus doesn't usually cancel his classes for any reason. Harry sighed. Professor, I believe that with your heritage, you follow the old ways. I am assuming you heard the CNN Anwen abroad that night. Oh, I see. Flitwick looked a bit troubled. Then I wasn't dreaming. No, I can guarantee it was no dream. The forest was unbalanced, and it had to be restored. It was the will of the Lord of the Forest and my lady. You suffered no ill effects from that night. Does anyone besides Professor Snape know about your little, for want of a better term, adventure? I still have a bit of trouble sleeping, but Wolf has been there for me. And as far anyone else knowing, no one that I am aware of. Is there anything else? Oh no. Thank you, Lord Potter. You'd best hurry on now. The small professor shooed him gently out as he unlocked the door. Harry and Hermione met in the hall after the last classes of that day. He'd seen the notice posted about the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend. He had, in the past, taken her on various outings in London, and various training missions as well. However, they were always under the watchful eyes of their respective parents and guardians. This time, he wanted to ask her to go with him, alone, on a real date. He stepped forward into the crush of students as soon as he saw her approaching. Hermione. His voice barely reached her through the babble of the crowded hall. Hermione, wait. What is it, Harry? She struggled against the flow of traffic until they met in the midst of the crowd. Is something wrong? She gasped. Wrong. No, I just wanted to ask you to go as my date to Hogsmeade. Of course I'll go with you. Wait. Her jaw dropped. Do you mean on an actual date? There was a sudden silence as the other students became aware of the scene playing out before them. His roguish smile was all, John. Yeah, you know, you, me, on a date, together. Then, Harry took over as he caught her hand, drew it to his lips and gently kissed it. Would you do me the honor of accompanying me to Hogsmeade this weekend, my fair Hermione? There were gasps and murmurs all around as Hermione smiled and curtsied gracefully. I would be pleased to, my lord. As if someone had waved a wand to part the waters, Harry and Hermione walked hand in hand through the silent observers towards the Great Hall. The gossip mill was going into overdrive. Many of the pure bloods were upset. It was obvious that Potter had been raised to be aware of the culture and etiquette of the wizarding world. To even consider associating with someone below his rank, let alone a Muggle-born, was unthinkable. Most of the female population were upset that Potter was, now at least, clearly, off the market. Their chances to win his affections were, if not dashed, at least temporarily on hold. Many had gotten the message he had sent through his dealings with the Weasleys. It was only the few die-hard holdouts that wanted to change the status quo. One or two of the older years were even contemplating the use of more direct and dark methods. That night, the trio sat in John's common room to discuss the upcoming date. When Hermione heard the plans surrounding their outing, she berated him for turning their first date into a training exercise. That was until John turned his green eyes on her and calmly explained that he did want it to be just the two of them, but, as things stood, they would never have any peace. He was not about to live his life in fear. He also could care less about what others thought, but there was no way he would risk her safety, and precautions had to be taken. So he, Hermione and Wolf sat comfortably by the fire as they discussed the matter of security for the upcoming weekend. Wolf was poring over the topographical map he had drawn of Hogsmeade. "Well, all things considered, SGT Major Dewhurst owes me a quid." His dark smile piqued Hermione's curiosity. "How so, Wolf?" she asked, tracing a street with her finger. The sergeant major gave her a wolfish grin as he flashed a knowing look at John, causing her to blush. John snorted as he ducked his head, hiding the telltale pink of his own cheeks. "Let's get back on track. We are quite sure by now that several notes have already left the castle. This is a perfect chance for an attack. After all, we had a fair showing at the Alley in July. They will want a rematch." "That they will, John, and I'm planning on giving it to them in spades Muggle style." The glint in Wolf's eyes made Hermione shudder. Draco Malfoy clenched a letter in his hand. So his crazy aunt was dead, killed by whatever magic Potter had used on her. He hadn't really liked her, or known her, as she spent most of her time in Azkaban. According to his father, Uncle Severus was sure the holes in his aunt's body were made by Muggle weapons, but without anything to be found in her body, it was hard to tell. "Draco, have you heard the latest?" Pansy Parkinson asked as she leaned closer. She glanced around the Great Hall to see if anyone was listening to her. That half-blood Potter heir made a scene in the hallway when he asked that Mudblood Granger to Hogsmeade this weekend. He had several Ravenclaws and a few Gryffindors swooning over how he asked with true pure blood courtesy, even Key, dotting her filthy hand. You would think someone of his blood status, and being an heir to an ancient and noble house, could do better than a mudblood. She looked around again. "I imagine many will be writing home with this news." Draco raised an eyebrow as he clenched a fist around his father's letter. Lucius had asked Draco to subtly find out just what Potter had done to Bellatrix, and if there was any countermeasure to it. Now this. "Be my guest, Pansy, but I have a different mission to perform. If you'll excuse me, I find I am not hungry." He left the hall, his lunch untouched. When the headmaster found out that Harry would be leaving the castle for the day at Hogsmeade, he wanted to call off the weekend or find some way to forbid Harry from going. The lad, in his opinion, was too free in his travels, and it wasn't safe. However, his staff informed him that there were more students attending Hogwarts than just Potter, and he would have a small riot on his hands if he cancelled the planned outing. Harry wasn't going to listen to reason. No matter how hard he argued that it wasn't safe. The only thing he could do was to call in as many of the old crowd as were still active from the last war. Maybe they could help protect the boy from his own folly. The news of the death of Bellatrix was disheartening. Another poor soul lost to the darkness, with no chance for redemption. According to Severus' report, it was a mixture of potions that was the ultimate cause of her death. He had been unable to identify the potions in time to stop her bleeding and heal her. The trace of lead in her blood was also especially troubling, as there was no residue of a bullet, nor any other missile. Albus' thoughts turned to his potions master. Severus had been acting very strange since Harry had started this term. He would have thought he would need to be more firm with Severus about his dealings with James Potter's son, but, after the first week, that wasn't the case. Something must have happened on Halloween night, something that Severus Snape wasn't talking about. The dour man was always very morose over the holiday, as he remembered it was the night of the death of his dear friend. But this was something different, something Albus couldn't quite put his finger on. No, something happened that frightened him, Albus mused. Could it be this, Lord of the Forest, foolishness that Hagrid was spouting? No, Severus is far too logical for such superstition. Still, I have yet to find any common links to make sense of everything. His gaze turned to his window and the black dots circling on the afternoon breeze. The day of the Hogsmeade visit dawned clear and crisp, a perfect late autumn day. Harry whistled as he dressed, choosing his clothing with Hermione in mind. He decided on fitted black dress slacks with a proper crease, and a white dress shirt with cufflinks displaying the Potter crest under a rich, emerald green jumper. A dark green cloak with golden embroidery down the front and around the hem completed his wardrobe. "Do I look all right?" he queried a grinning Wolf. "I'd say the young lady will be hard-pressed to keep her hands off you." Wolf smirked, teasing his charge. The bright flush that mantled Harry's cheeks was his reward. Wolf had watched in amusement as Harry picked through his wardrobe this morning. More than half of his clothes were spread out on his bed, having been deemed either too formal or too casual. HMMPH. You're no help. I want our first real date to be as perfect as Hermione Howe. Harry's plea caused Wolf to chuckle in sympathy. Just be yourself. You've always had fun when the two of you go somewhere together, right? He waited for Harry's nod. Well, this should be no different, just might be a bit noisier, Wolf consoled. I think you should let more of John show through today. Seems to me she might be missing him. It would be nice to drop the mask for a while. With a final glance in the mirror, Harry turned and headed for the door. Told her I would pick her up at the entrance to her dorm at 8. We're going to get breakfast in the Great Hall and then head for Hogsmeade. I'll be there with the squad so that you two lovebirds can have a day to yourselves. We're going in deep cover, most of the team will be disillusioned. We'll be hard to find in the shadows, but you know our positions. Have fun, Harry, and don't worry, we've got your back. Harry arrived at the entrance of Ravenclaw Tower just as two giggling fourth years exited. He smiled and half bowed to them as they drifted away. He was waiting patiently, 10 minutes early for their meeting, when she slipped out of the entrance. Hermione paused smiling. He was already here. She self-consciously adjusted her knee-length kilt skirt. He looked wonderful. Hermione, you look beautiful. Harry exclaimed as his eyes lit up in delight. The black watch tartan of her skirt was offset by the traditional ruffled blouse and a thick, cable-knit jumper of cream-colored wool. Knee-high cream wool stockings, brown gilly brogues with gold buckles, and a dark brown cloak draped over her arm finished off her ensemble. He proudly offered his arm and they left for their first official date. Sirius Black was one confused and frustrated wizard. He thought things would be better since he had found his godson, Harry. However, much to his dismay, he had nothing in common with the lad. Harry may look like his father, James, but this young man was more like his mother, Lily. It just wasn't right. Harry didn't believe in the fine art of pranking. He was very polite and studious, a real stuffed shirt. Sirius was still trying to figure out how Harry had ended up among squibs and muggles. Granted, Maggie McIntyre was a formidable witch, but as far as he knew, they lived like muggles. His mind just couldn't wrap itself around the fact that Harry grew up in such an accursed place as the Tower of London. Sirius shuddered as he remembered his last visit to the tower. The place was spine-chilling, just one step above Azkaban. With those wards he shuddered again. It may have been the only place Harry could be hidden safely from Albus, manipulations and the remaining Death Eaters. A low growl erupted from Sirius. The old coot tried very hard to get him to accept that his little vacation in Dementor Central was an honest mistake and that Sirius would surely forgive an old wizard. Mistake, my ass, growled Sirius, only to hear a chuckle from his best mate and fellow marauder, Remus Lupin. The two men were on their way to a meeting with the old bastard headmaster. Seems that Harry Potter had very publicly asked Miss Granger, a fifth-year Muggle-born witch, if he could escort her to Hogsmeade on the morrow, much to the displeasure of several pure-blood witches and the headmaster, who considered her totally unsuited for Lord Potter. Never mind the danger from Death Eaters, who were sure to have heard that the boy who lived was gallivanting all over Hogsmeade with a mudblood. The meeting was held in the headmaster's office. Sirius counted 20-some people, not including all 4 Hogwarts heads of house. Standing next to Amos Diggory were Molly and Arthur Weasley. Sirius had heard what Harry had done to their son, Ronald, and from what he had seen of that boy, it was about time someone set him straight. The youngest male Weasley spawn was a disaster waiting to happen, and just as bigoted and obnoxious as the Malfoy brat. The only differences between the two boys were the Malfoy wealth and the fact that the Weasleys were considered light, while the Malfoys were dark. Now that we are all present, I have some concerns about the Hogsmeade visit tomorrow, Albus sighed. I'm afraid that young Mr. Potter has ignored my concerns, and is planning to escort Miss Granger to the village for the day. He gazed sadly about him at the assembly. My concerns are for his safety. It isn't known how many letters went out to the parents, but rest assured that it has been reported, and that Tom knows. Severus Snape shifted slightly at the report. Albus stroked his beard for a moment, then continued. And there is the fact Miss Granger, a bright young muggle-born Ravenclaw, is to be his companion. Molly sniffed loudly. He is thumbing his nose at all our traditions. My Ginny has been mooning after him, but the way. Sirius couldn't help it, he burst into loud, barking laughter. Remus smothered his own mirth, but it was obvious from the look on his face that he was struggling for control. Once he could speak, Sirius straightened, noting the furious glare from Molly and the confusion on the faces of the others present. Harry wouldn't touch that girl with gloves on. He made that abundantly clear from what I was told. Molly Weasley was turning red, her mouth opening to scream in defense of her daughter when her husband stopped her. Molly, be silent. Arthur growled through clenched teeth. Sirius is only telling the truth. It's obvious Lord Potter prefers the company of Miss Granger, and we will not try to convince him otherwise. Sirius watched as the twinkle left the headmaster's eyes, leaving them cold and hard for a brief moment before it quickly returned. If you called us here to help you gain control of my godson, I'm afraid this meeting was for nothing, Albus. If you keep trying to manipulate Harry, you will be in for a rather unpleasant surprise. As for the rest of you, did you know that Lord Harry James Potter is a ward of the Crown and under the protection of the Queen herself? Furthermore, if she feels her ward is in any way threatened or mistreated, she will not hesitate to step in and remove him. If she feels the need to do so, she will see such actions by us wizards as a breach of the treaty that grants the wizarding world its autonomy, and the Crown would once more rule us. Sirius's words were met with smothered gasps of dismay. Albus Dumbledore looked as if he wanted to hex him. What, he didn't tell you this? A nod to Dumbledore turned all eyes towards the headmaster. Nasty habit, that, Albus, keeping secrets again. Don't you think your staff and the Order members deserve to know that interfering in Lord Potter's life could be prosecuted as treason against the Crown? Dawn's early light filtered through the trees of the Forbidden Forest as the morning mist wafted lazily on the breeze. Not far from the edge of the forest stood a quaint Tudor-esque village with its rough beams of dark wood and gray stucco. The sharply pointed roofs of the village buildings stood silent in the early morning dew, their inhabitants still snuggled safely in warm beds. What no one saw were several figures clad in mottled grays and browns silently moving into the shifting shadows to take their places along the sharply slanted roofs and narrow alleyways. They took up key positions with an air of military precision. By the time the first denizens of Hogsmeade ventured out for the day, the grey ghosts were nowhere to be seen, so well hidden were they. During the course of the morning, many of the villagers shivered as if they felt eyes watching them, but dismissed it. However, many could not shake the chill that something was going to happen, and soon. The day looked to be one of good weather. It was a scheduled Hogsmeade weekend and the students from the castle were expected to arrive soon. For many of the villagers, this would be the first time they got a chance to see their lost hero who had recently returned to the wizarding world. The rumors from those students that had made it down to Hogsmeade over the past month painted a picture that pleased a few and dismayed many. The hero they had been expecting was nothing like the rumors described him to be. Today, their anticipation had reached a peak, and they were all waiting to see their hero for themselves. The first students started filtering into the streets just after breakfast. Many wore prefect badges, escorting younger students who clearly were experiencing their first trip into Hogsmeade. Soon, the older students and professors started to arrive. It didn't take long for the village of Hogsmeade to be filled with the noise and laughter of the bustling students. Sirius and Remus were sitting in the three broomsticks watching the students mill around outside. Several Order members had taken up key positions within the most popular shops and meeting places. Sirius watched from his vantage point as Harry escorted Hermione to the nearby booksellers. He couldn't keep the smile off his face as he reminisced about another couple doing the same thing in his 7th year. He did frown, though. Where was that shadow of his? The Muggle-born soldier had been Harry's constant companion all year. Maybe the man saw no need to intrude on Harry's time with his new girlfriend. Yeah, right. Maybe Snivelus had a new hair shampoo. Sirius snorted at that last thought. Something wasn't right here. Harry wasn't one for taking chances, that much Sirius knew from the reports he had read from Harry's adoptive parents. No, this did not add up. If he didn't know better, if Harry was more like James, this had all the earmarks of a prank setup. But the question remained, who was being set up? And when was the prank being pulled? In a run-down manor house in Little Hangleton that many of the locals believed to be haunted, a snake-like man with a crumpled letter in his fist stood in front of an ornate throne. 20 of his faithful followers were kneeling in front of him in fearful supplication. Off to one side stood 2 men in black robes with silver death masks in their hands. Robeston and Rodolphus, Lord Voldemort hissed. My 2 faithful follower SSS. I wish for you 2 to lead these, my servants, to glorious victory today. He looked down at the nearest prostrate Death Eater and kicked him. I will accept nothing less. The Potter brat thinks he can flaunt tradition by stepping out with a mudblood. We shall show him the error of his ways. Rise and go forth, kill all, but bring Potter and his little mudblood back to me, alive. In the shadows, Severus looked over at his longtime friend and ally, Lucius Malfoy, who returned his gaze with an arched eyebrow. Both had a feeling of dread in the pit of their stomachs. They knew this had all the earmarks of a trap, it was far too simple. Neither wizard wanted to be the one to point this fact out to their insane lord, who was hell-bent on the total annihilation of Harry Potter. After watching the Death Eaters depart, Lucius and Severus remained in the shadows. Neither had been dismissed, and to leave the presence of the Dark Lord without his permission invited death. Severus was worried, he couldn't get a message out in time to warn the headmaster. He wasn't certain what, if anything, Potter had as a counter-plan for an attack, but he didn't doubt there was one. After all, the brat had been very blatant in his proposal to the Granger chit. After placing a silencing charm around them, he glanced over at his own companion. This is a trap, you realize. Lucius sighed and nodded. I thought as much. Draco has been very detailed in his letters. This young Potter heir is nothing like his parents. Whoever raised him, did so knowing all the old ways which the old fool has tried to squash from the Hogwarts curriculum. You are correct, Lucius. But what Draco doesn't know is that Potter also follows the old ones. He is much favored by them, from what I witnessed on Samhain. Lucius groaned, ducking his head. Is there any chance we will survive this if they are involved? On the dais, the Dark Lord looked out the nearby window. That old crone was back. This time, she was sitting on the ledge of the crumbled old fountain that once majestically adorned the now seedy garden. She seemed to be waiting for him to join her. Albus stood in front of his window that overlooked the front of the courtyard of the castle. He watched as happy students made their way down to Hogsmeade. He sighed. He had a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. He still wished he had called off this weekend, but he would have had many very angry students and professors for doing so. He just knew Tom was going to plan something. If only Harry would listen to him. All this could be avoided. Maybe after this, the lad will be more willing to heed his advice. Just as he turned away from the window, he spied a flock of ravens landing on every ledge and niche of the courtyard, filling the air with their harsh song. Harry and Hermione were just entering the Three Broomsticks for lunch when they heard multiple loud popping sounds echo through the village. Shortly after, they felt anti-portkey and anti-apparition wards being raised. Colorful flashes of spellfire soon followed as students in the street started to scream and mill about in panic. Harry glanced over at Hermione. Each had their assigned emergency orders and duties that had been hashed out the night before. From the looks of things, those orders had just gone into effect. See to the younger students, Hermione. Make sure they are safe and under cover. Harry's words were cold and terse. I'm going to help in the streets. She only had time to nod an affirmative before he slipped through the door and into the street. Wolf and his command had drawn back further into the shadows of alley and rooftops as the sun rose. They were a small, but elite group, and were relying on surprise to give them the edge on numbers. The street was crowded with students when the Death Eaters apparated in. They came in 2 groups of 10, appearing at either end of the main street and trapping the terrified children between them. As soon as they appeared, they began to fire off spells at their panicked targets. It was like shooting mice in a barrel, and the Death Eaters laughed as they picked off the helpless students and villagers. That is, they laughed until the first casualty fell. A small, 3rd-year girl was the first to fall, struck down by the killing curse. Wolf, watching from an alley beside the bookstore, cursed as she fell. "That's it. Lethal force is authorized," he snarled into his comm. "Hostile targets only. There'll be hell to pay if we hit civilians, so be sure of your targets." His words were followed by the muted pops of silenced weaponry as the hidden soldiers opened fire, the sounds of their weapons masked by the screams of the terrified and injured civilians. Harry ducked from the doorway of the 3 broomsticks and slipped into the shadows beside the building. He was headed for the far end of the street where a large group of younger students were trapped near Zonkos. A semicircle of 5 Death Eaters had them pinned against the wall of the building. 2 of the Death Eaters fell to the ground with blood streaming from holes that suddenly appeared in their bodies. Harry shot a spell at the 3 that were remaining and the fight began in earnest. "Get out of here. Head inside the shop," Harry shouted as he ducked away from the returning spell fire. He pulled a throwing blade and, with pinpoint accuracy, caught one of his opponents in the chest. "1 down, 2-2. Go." Draco was near the entrance of a small alley next to the 3 broomsticks when all hell broke loose. He was appalled by the sheer carnage that was being wrought before him. The Death Eaters were paying no attention to who they were targeting with their spells. Draco saw the first casualty, a 3rd-year Slytherin girl, and knew that no one was safe. There had been no warning given to the Slytherin students, but they should have realized this would be the results of sending letters to their parents about Potter. Merlin, even his own father, had been very interested in everything to do with Potter. They should have all known the Dark Lord wouldn't pass up this opportunity. A green-colored spell bounced off the stone wall near him, exploding with lethal force and causing the blonde-haired student to duck for cover within the alley. As he slid into the shadows behind a barrel, a quiet rushing sound whined past his ear, and the Death Eater who had sent the killing curse fell over with blood spurting from what was once his face. What spell was that? A panic-stricken Draco could only wonder as he ducked further back into the dark alley and vomited. In his mind, it was every man for himself now, and he desperately looked for a way out. The street was filled with chaos. Screaming children and adults punctuated the once calm day. In the 3 broomsticks, Remus Lupin and Sirius Black lunged from their chairs at the first sounds of spell fire, drawing their wands as they leapt for the door and the fighting beyond it. Hermione Granger was already herding children into the pub, almost blocking the 2 men's way. Training from his days as an oar kicked in as Sirius shouted to those in the room, "Everyone get into the back." He shoved one student out of the doorway as he dove through. "Remus, we have to get the students inside. Come on." Remus stood by the entrance and cast a messenger Patronus towards the school. Rosmerta and several of the other patrons moved to help guide the panicked children to the relative safety of the back room. It had been a long time since Sirius had stood against Death Eaters, but old training kicked in as he and Remus bracketed the door, back to back, crouched, ready to provide cover for the incoming children. Hermione was joined in her endeavor by several 7th years, mostly Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. "Bloody hell. There's about a dozen down my end of the alley," Lupin snarled as he pushed a panicked villager through the door of the pub. "Same at my end, and too damn many kids between us to target them easily." As he shouted to Remus, Sirius looked up, a movement catching his eye in an alley across from the 3 broomsticks. "What?" he sputtered, catching the slight movement of a camouflaged figure in an alley across from them. It was pointing something at the Death Eater. Suddenly there was a flash and the Death Eater fell, his head disappearing in a burst of blood, brains and shards of bone. The body dropped, twitching briefly before it stilled. When Sirius looked back to the shadowed alley, there was no sign of further movement in it. "Damn, that's effective," Sirius snorted. "Looks like we have help." Remus called over his shoulder. "Yeah, be careful, Remy. I'm going to go down this way, you take the other end. Get as many as you can under cover, or down, to open up targets. And don't block the alleys, whatever they're using is deadly." Sirius darted forward, wand at the ready as he grabbed another student with his left hand. "Get down, now." he shouted, pushing the boy to the ground as he worked his way forward through the chaotic milling of terrified students and villagers. The three Death Eaters hadn't put up much of a fight. One had fallen to Harry's wand, the two others too. Bullets from Wolf's team. Harry shook his head mentally. Old Voldy's Death Eaters wouldn't know what hit them. Bird 1, get the hell out of the way. The sharp command from the small black device in his ear startled Harry into action as he spun looking for cover. A soft sob broke into his thoughts as he turned in a crouch to find a Hufflepuff student clutching a blood-stained right arm. Harry sighed as, for a split second, he hesitated. What to do? A gray-mottled figure stepped out of the shadows. Go. Get him under cover. Harry gave a quick nod as he grabbed the boy and headed through the alley to the back door of a nearby shop. The few Order members present began to panic as Death Eaters started their reign of terror. They were boxed in, with Death Eaters entering from both ends of the village. Those Order members with more combat experience quickly recovered and started firing back. However, they were true Dumbledore sycophants as they followed his mandate of stunners and non-lethal spells. Never mind that they were the ones at risk of being killed, and putting the students at more risk because of it. Arthur Weasley was frustrated. He was facing the same Death Eater for the second time in less than 5 minutes. He'd put him down the first time, only to have one of his fellows revive him. Suddenly, the ghastly white mask of the Death Eater he was fighting shattered, and Arthur found himself covered with what was left of his opponent's head immediately after something had whipped almost silently down past his ear. He froze, shaken by the sudden turn of events. A wooden box came out of nowhere, sailing in front of him as a green spell hurtled his way. When it exploded, it snapped the red head out of his shock. Suddenly, a gray-mottled figure charged from an alley, tackling him, knocking both into the shadows across the street. Get down and stay down, you fool, hissed the gray figure. Stay the bloody hell out of the way and let the pros take care of it. Before Arthur could think of a reply, the figure rolled to his feet and melted back into the shadows of the alley. Arthur Weasley decided to take the advice he was given and remained prone. It was safe down here from the incoming spells. His stunned mind replayed what he'd just experienced. He stared at the bloody bits clinging to him. Molly will have a fit at the state of my robes, was his only coherent thought. The Weasley twins charged out of Zonkos at the first sounds of battle, wands drawn, arms full of filibuster fireworks and prank items. A camouflaged figure detached itself briefly from the shadows and called out to them. Oi, you two, get down. This isn't a school prank. Who? One of the twins pointed his wand. Get under cover. Now. The shadow stepped forward, taking aim with a strange-looking weapon at a Death Eater behind them, shouldering the pair away. Suddenly, jokes and pranks didn't seem all that important to them anymore as the figure took out the Death Eater silently, but very effectively. Aberforth Dumbledore herded the last of the students and villagers who had taken cover in his section of Hogsmeade into his establishment. Where in Merlin's bloody blue balls are the Aurors? Several of Albus, Turkey Club, were dueling out in the street, and losing. That is, until the masked Death Eaters suddenly found themselves losing various parts of their anatomy in very violent and bloody ways. In Aberforth's mind, the world would be a better place without them. A green spell exploded nearby, forcing Aberforth to duck back inside his pub. Well, Albus, old boy, you are on your own. How are you going to deal with this little dust-up? If he knew his brother well enough, the old fool would blame everyone but himself for this. Carnage, as always. Phileas Flitwick herded the last of his charges into the nearby Scrivenshafts. He had been picking up an order when the Death Eaters attacked. Spellfire sailed over his head as he turned to face two of the black-robed terrorists. Being a master duelist, the Charms Master sized up both his opponents in the blink of an eye. Even though they were masked, he recognized both of them. It grieved him to face off against former students like this. Mr. Flint and Mr. Damon, do you really think you can best me? Both Death Eaters hesitated, well aware of Professor Flitwick's reputation. Before the first volley of spells could be uttered, Phileas noted two bright spots of red on the chests of both of his former students. An instant later, both Death Eaters were on the ground, both bleeding from mortal wounds to their chests. He watched them briefly as their eyes dimmed in death. Harry left the injured Puff with a very sympathetic shopkeeper, ducking away before those in the shop could stop him. Moments later, he appeared on the roof, listening to the chatter on the comm as he surveyed the fighting below. He wanted to get more involved in this engagement, but had been ordered to stand down. His part was done for now, but that didn't make seeing what was unfolding beneath him any easier to watch. It was complete chaos. From his vantage point, it looked like Wolf's team was winning as their targets dropped like flies. Several student and adult bodies lay in the street. They had been mowed down in the first volley of spells. The frustrated teen clenched his fists in anger as Wolf's commanding voice spoke softly his ear, directing his squad. "Bird 1, what's your position?" Harry reported his position and was told to stay put. Hermione's voice came on to report that she was under cover at the Three Broomsticks, and she was also told to stay put. He felt a sigh of relief that she was safe. He had tried not to worry about her. She, like him, had been trained in combat readiness alongside him, only this time, this was the real deal. From his vantage point above the action, he watched as the last standing Death Eater, who was trying to set fire to Honeydukes, was gunned down. He had to wonder just who was leading the Death Munchers, and if they were still alive. Rudolphus Lestrange hid near the shrieking shack clutching a badly bleeding shoulder. How he'd managed to crawl away, escaping alive to the dilapidated old house, he wasn't quite sure. All he knew was he was bleeding out and he couldn't stop it. With the anti-Portkey and anti-apparition wards, he knew he was screwed. As the last of his strength waned, he looked over at the castle in the distance until the final blackness closed in. The whole attack was over in less than 15 minutes, from the death of the first student to the death of the last Death Eater. Rabaston Lestrange was found dead with half his chest gone, still clutching his broken wand, near where Arthur Weasley had taken cover. His brother Rudolphus was found dead near the shrieking shack. Order members milled around the streets, checking the bodies of the fallen. None of the victims bore the signs of destruction that the fallen Death Eaters did. The body count was high. All 20 Death Eaters had been killed. Only 3 Hogwarts students, 1 third-year Slytherin, 1 seventh-year Ravenclaw and 1 fourth-year Gryffindor, had also been killed, along with 2 Order members and 3 villagers. The wounded were still being counted as they had been taken to safety in various shops and homes. As soon as they were stabilized, they would be moved to either Hogwarts or St. Mungo's. Overhead, hundreds of ravens circled the town, adding their cacophony. Many of the old-timers living in the village started to cast signs of protection while they hid from the bloody chaos around them. The Morrigan had surely watched over this battle through the eyes of her ravens. Silence fell over the village of Hogsmeade. Where once screams and blasts of spellfire had held sway, now the silence of shock and death ruled. Albus Dumbledore looked around in despair as camouflaged figures stepped onto the corpse-littered street. Their weapons were held at the ready as they stepped forth, watching their downed opponents for any signs of life. What have you done?" Albus shouted, rage making his blue eyes icy. "What have you done?" One of the camouflaged figures stepped up to the headmaster, pulling his mottled face mask off to reveal Sergeant Major Wolfram, rifle cradled in his arms. "We did what you obviously couldn't. Lord Potter's safe, as are most of your students, and the terrorists have been neutralized." Wolf then turned from the livid old man to address his troops. "Count 'em up and gather whatever evidence you can. Just be sure to watch for Portkeys. Move the living to one side and post a guard. No one's to approach them without authorization." "Yes, Sergeant Major." Muffled voices chorused back as they set to work. Several of them pulled wands and set about sorting bodies. "If any are alive, they must be cared for," Albus demanded. "You have no authority here. You and your men will face Azkaban for this massacre." Wolf turned to the ranting wizard, barely controlled fury bright in his eyes. "You were warned, old man. Her Majesty told you that if you were unable to keep her ward safe, she would. Now go back to your school and bury your head up your ass, like you usually do." With those parting words, Wolf turned to check on his men. "Now, see here," Albus demanded as he pulled his wand. Wolf didn't hesitate as the hair on the back of his neck stood up. He whipped around and rammed the butt of his rifle into the old wizard's solar plexus, jackknifing him abruptly. Albus Dumbledore dropped like a stone, gasping for breath. His wand went flying only to be snatched up in midair by a diving raven. It flew away with its trophy, cawing in triumph. Before anyone could think to raise their wands to protect their leader of the light, the audible click of safeties being released on every weapon present was heard. "Stand down," a monocle-wearing woman demanded, indicating the Muggle soldiers. Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, strode angrily into the confrontation. Behind her were several of her more senior Aurors, each with their wands out and battle gear on. Albus Dumbledore was too breathless to say anything. He heaved and gasped and heaved some more. The blow was almost too much for his aged body to handle. "Arrest these people," came an indignant voice from the crowd. "I wouldn't if I were you." Harry Potter marched up to Madame Bones. Despite his dirty and blood-stained clothing, he was every inch a regal lord. "Just who do you think dealt with these terrorists you call Death Eaters? Every soldier here is a Muggle-born wizard in Her Majesty's service. For various reasons, they left the wizarding world in disgust. However, they returned when the call to duty was given by the Crown." "That's as may be, Lord Potter," Bones began. "No, madam," he interrupted her. "This elite squad was hand-picked to do a job. A job that, because of politics at its dirtiest, others were unwilling, or unable, to take on." Harry stood proud and strong as he turned to face the wheezing headmaster. His eyes scanned the gathered crowd. "Tell me, if you can, what is worse, going to hell or going to war?" He paused to let his words sink in. "The answer: war. Why is that, you may ask? Because only those that deserve it go to hell. In war, everyone suffers, especially the innocents. Bloody hell. Any soldier will tell you that the worst casualties of war are the innocents. What the Muggles term collateral damage. War is ugly, and very unforgiving. And if anyone tells you differently, they are liars and fools." He glared at the headmaster before continuing, "You can't fight a war the way you run your school. You can't just stun terrorists and put them in detention, with a revolving door, hoping they will see the light, and change their ways. You have to take them down permanently and move on, or run the risk of facing them again and again. The fact that you're all too willing to sacrifice innocent lives to give the ones that initiate death and destruction a second chance makes you worse than those who came here today with murder as their goal. They came with only one purpose, to terrorize and kill, and instead found their own deaths. They were given no quarter because they offered none." In the minds of most who listened, Lord Harry Potter looked and sounded every inch the hero they had imagined he would be. Someone started clapping, then another, and soon most of those who had lived through the attack responded, and the sound of their applause filled the village street. Rita Skeeter had been in Hogsmeade to do a freelance piece on Lord Potter when it became apparent he would be visiting the village that day. She thought the powers that be might have prevented the young, newly found lord from being so brash. But there he was, strolling down the main street of Hogsmeade with a Muggle-born witch on his arm. Just as her sources had promised. When the Death Eaters attacked, she did what any sleazy reporter would do: she hid. Her animagus form served her well. The photographer with her wasn't so lucky, he had to duck into a store. However, like Rita, he was good at his job, taking pictures through the store front window as he lay low until the all clear. As the soldiers began to pile the dead Death Eaters in the street, Rita became aware that the tide had turned and a new leader was emerging, one who met attempted slaughter with his own form of death and destruction. Her poison pen really didn't need any embellishment as the leader of the soldiers dealt physically with Albus Dumbledore. Nor did it need any elaboration when Lord Potter spoke. She looked over at her photographer who, in turn, gave a nod. Yes, he was getting all of this on film. She had been trying for some time now to get the handsome young lord alone for an interview. Maybe this was her chance. "Lord Potter." She started forward, only to feel the cold metal tip of something pressed against the back of her neck. "I wouldn't move, if I were you," came a strong, male voice close to her ear. "Lord Potter will speak to the members of the press later this afternoon. He has no time right now to deal with you." She slowly turned to see one of the Muggle soldiers pointing his weapon at her. She wanted to huff and demand he put that away, but something in his eyes told her that would not be a good idea. Well, just wait. She'd get her story. Hermione pushed through the crowd as Harry began speaking. She wanted to rush over to him, touch him, assure herself that he was unharmed. Pushing forward, she started to call his name. "Joe." A hand grabbed her. Wolf pulled her to him. "Listen." She stopped struggling as she recognized her instructor's voice. She turned to catch the last of Harry's message. "He has to make a stand today or they'll never treat him with respect," Wolf whispered. She watched as Albus Dumbledore staggered to his feet, looking for his wand. He straightened his shoulders as Harry turned to face him. She noted the look of pure contempt in her friend's face and the Look of incredulity on the old wizard's. It was as if the old headmaster refused to believe that someone had dared lay a hand on him and couldn't understand why that person wasn't being ripped apart for doing so. He pulled out his backup wand as he stood. Harry raised an eyebrow and, with a flick of his wrist, his wand came out. The crowd gasped as the wand began to grow until it became a staff. "Well, headmaster, do you really want to take me on?" Albus straightened, looking into the determined face of Lord Harry Potter. Hermione held her breath as the pair faced off. The crowd, too, was still as they watched. Wolf tightened his grasp on Hermione's arm, keeping her from interfering. He knew that one word, one sound could set off events that no one really wanted to see happen. Taking a deep, painful breath, Albus shook his head. "No, my boy, I think not. I'm not your boy, old man. I never was." The late afternoon sun cast long shadows on the narrow streets of Hogsmeade. A crowd of reporters and bystanders were waiting somewhat impatiently for something to happen. A press conference had been promised. Aurors and Her Majesty's soldiers stood around the perimeter of the gathering. The mood was somber. Amelia Bones got off the flow at the Three Broomsticks. Cornelius Fudge had not been receiving calls. He was, in her opinion, hiding. He had refused to even consider that there was a problem and was, even now, denying any knowledge of the attack. Lord Potter and his bodyguard stepped out of the Three Broomsticks. They were joined by 2 more guards and a Muggle-born witch. They had taken the time to get cleaned up. Amelia watched as both men mounted the steps to the podium. It was too bad that this young lord seemed to have eyes only for the Muggle-born Ravenclaw that stood beside him. She thought he could have done better with her Susan. A calm hush fell over the crowd as Lord Potter held up his wand and cast a Sonorous on himself. The charm took hold as he began to speak. "People of Hogsmeade, students and staff of Hogwarts. Today, a terrible event turned a normally happy occasion into a deadly one. It should never have happened. Where, I ask, were the Aurors? Where were the citizens who stood by, or hid, when events began to unfold? Why was it left to a small squadron of Her Majesty's men to step in and protect your children, only to face derisory comments and threats of arrest after they had done so? Understand, I am not here to lay blame on anyone but the madman responsible, the one who calls himself the Dark Lord Voldemort. He had no reason to attack Hogsmeade today. However, he did, and we now have dead students, villagers and Death Eaters. Because of current laws and public opinion, many Muggle-born and half-bloods find their lives within the wizarding world untenable. They love magic and all it affords them. However, they cannot find their place in a society that denigrates them because of tainted blood. So they have no choice but to leave and find their way in the Muggle world, as have all these fine men here. Many Muggle-borns have answered the call to service of Queen and country in Her Majesty's armed forces. These men here before you are an elite squad, embracing both worlds by balancing their knowledge of the wizarding world and their willingness to serve their Queen and country. Each and every one here who came through this day unscathed owes them a life debt, for the lives you still can claim were saved today by these honorable men who, for your well-being, were forced to take lives. Quietus. With that, he turned and left. Many of the reporters called out questions that were ignored. A few of the villagers cheered at the stand that Lord Potter took. It had been their lives that these men had saved. Suddenly, a man in Muggle uniform called out, and the soldiers that had been guarding the podium straightened. The crowd fell silent again as the man barked another order. The soldiers turned, formed up ranks and marched off. Another command and the soldiers popped out of sight as they apparated away. Lucius Malfoy was a man on a mission. Since the Hogsmeade raid 2 days before, he was torn. He firmly believed in the Dark Lord's original goals but, for Malfoy's, family always came first. That his son and heir, Draco, was in the village the day of the raid, and had barely missed being killed by a killing curse, set the blonde aristocrat's blood boiling. A young third-year Slytherin hadn't been so fortunate. Those who had gone on the raid were lucky that they had been killed by whatever means that day. If he, Lucius Malfoy, had got his wand on whoever had fired that curse, Death Eater or not, they would have found out why it was not wise to so endanger his son and heir. The blonde aristocrat strolled purposely, causing ministry personnel to hurriedly get out of his path. Few dared to acknowledge the angry wizard as he made his way to the minister's office. Both Severus and he had barely made it out of the Dark Lord's manor alive when none of those that went on the raid had returned. Those few supporters that were in the village that day reported how fast the raid was thwarted. The Dark Lord was not pleased that his orders had failed to be carried out, stopped by Muggle soldiers and their pitiful weapons, no less. Once it became known that all of the soldiers were Muggle-borns and half-bloods who had left the wizarding world, it sent a shiver down Lucius' spine. That they had so successfully embraced both Muggle and wizarding ways spoke doom in his mind. Then there was the fact that Severus informed him that the lady was walking abroad, and that she had called in the Lord of the Wood to help return balance to the Forbidden Forest. This troubled him. "Ah, Lucius, my friend, a sad business, this," Cornelius Fudge said as he ushered Lucius into his office. The minister's desk was strewn with newspapers. "What can we do? If Her Majesty the Muggle Queen is involved, we are doomed, I say." Classes resumed the Monday after the attack. Most of the younger students were still fearful, but many of the older ones had a very determined look about them. Harry Potter's words to the press after the attack must have had something to do with it. He had quoted several Muggles, including a late British Prime Minister, and his message was loud and clear: the one thing that allows evil to flourish is for good people to do nothing. It seemed that they were no longer content to abet evil by doing nothing. Even the Slytherins were thoughtful, since it was one of their own that had been the first casualty. They were admittedly confused and troubled by the whole incident. The letters back and forth to their parents did nothing to help or reassure them. A Slytherin house meeting was called for that evening by their head, Professor Snape. He had promised to answer their questions as fully as possible at that time. That night, all of Slytherin House gathered in their common room, waiting nervously. Professor Snape stepped in, but he was not alone. Along with him came Lord Potter and his bodyguard. Before anyone could protest, they all noted the visitors were not dressed in traditional Hogwarts robes. They were dressed much as is the Muggles who had eradicated the Death Eaters last weekend. "Sir, everyone is present, but what are they doing here?" one of the senior Slytherin prefects asked snidely. Professor Snape nodded. "Tell me, my snakes, what is the most important trait of a Slytherin?" His raised hand stopped his students from answering as he continued. "We, as Slytherins, are cunning, ambitious and look after ourselves. We depend on no one, but look after our own well-being first. That is why I've called this meeting. It would seem many of you have forgotten these facts." The students looked from him to the pair that stood beside him. "The attack on Hogsmeade was unfortunate, but I tell you now, it was planned. The Dark Lord received the reports you sent to your parents, and decided to take advantage of the opportunity it offered. But did he care for your safety in doing so? No. His orders were to cause as much terror and death as possible and to kill any and all who stood in the way of that goal. Every student was deemed to be expendable, no matter the house they were in. But, by his own words, the only person to be left alive was Harry Potter. He alone was to be brought alive before the Dark Lord." "Sir, why are you telling us this?" asked another seventh year. "I am telling you this because the Dark Lord has made a fatal error. He has angered more than the Muggles in this latest attempt. He has incurred the anger of the old ones." Several gasps were heard. But the old ways are history, myths." Pansy Parkinson sputtered. "Are they?" Professor Snape purred, one eyebrow arching in derision. "Have you not seen the ravens flying around the forest lately? Have you not heard that the Acromantula colony was eliminated?" His students shivered. When their head of house used that scathing tone of voice, it was best to simply be silent. "If I may, Professor." Lord Potter stepped forward. "Allow me to clarify." The surly professor nodded to the youth and stepped back. "It's true the old ways are returning," Potter explained. "The ravens are your first clue. The old ways teach that they are the messengers of the Dark Goddess. The second is Samhain. Many heard the baying of the hounds in the forest at night. The Wild Hunt rode. And Professor Snape and I rode with it. Many of those that did know the legends gasped in horror. To ride the hunt is often to ride to your doom." He continued with his final point. "Lastly, the Morrigan has been seen walking abroad. She will not be denied her due. Voldemort." Many of the students paled at the name. "Has made a critical error. In denying his humanity and seeking immortality, he has become an abomination by challenging the gods themselves. He has corrupted the gift of magic and denied the goddess her due. In so doing, he has doomed not only himself, but those who serve him as well." "You lie," screeched Theodore Nott, standing and pointing his wand at the black-haired teenager. Before Nott could fire, A lance of spell light impacted his chest and he dropped to the floor, petrified. All eyes turned to Wolf, who had drawn his wand at the first sign of aggression. The next one to point a wand at Lord Potter will end up like the scum that we erased at Hogsmeade, Wolf promised as he lowered his wand. Harry smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. I am Lord Harry James Potter, Duke of Gryffindor, Earl of Slytherin, Baron of Peverell. I hold the rank of Duke in both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. And I do not lie. He watched as shock, dismay and anger flickered across their faces before continuing. Wolf is more than just my bodyguard, he is my liege man. When I asked Hermione Granger to step out with me for a Hogsmeade weekend, we knew that you lot would probably write to complain to your parents, who in turn would tell the Dark Wanker. He watched as more than a few facing him were angered by his crass reference to the Dark Lord. Many were starting to connect the dots. Being Slytherin did not mean they were stupid. We gave your authorities a chance to come forward and protect their innocence, but they failed. We were only meant to be backup if things went awry. When your fellow Slytherin was the first to die by the killing curse, the order was given, no quarter. That is now a standing order, and any other confrontations will offer none. If you want to play the blame game, be my guest, but know this, it was your own actions that triggered the slaughter, you are the ones who wrote to the monsters that killed her. You helped set up yourself and your fellow students. It happened because of your actions. Now, you must live with your consciences. You were the ones that wrote to your parents. The information reached your supposed lord, and he gave the order to kill indiscriminately. He considered you expendable. Now you must decide. Do you want what happened to happen again? Do you want to stand back and do nothing and allow evil to flourish? Do you want to aid in the slaughter of helpless children? You have the choice. You decide. Professor Snape studied his house for a moment. I asked both of these men to come and explain what happened last weekend. What you do with this information is up to you. I do suggest that you do not tell your parents. Wolf stepped forward, wand holstered, at parade rest. My squad and I used standard-issue rifles with laser sights. While that may mean little or nothing to you, be assured they are some of the simplest and most common of the many weapons at our disposal. Each man participating in the dust-up at Hogsmeade was a sniper, a trained sharpshooter capable of using that weapon and killing a man with pinpoint accuracy from 50 meters. The gasps of shock that greeted his words were quickly smothered. You traitor! The Dark Lord will. Pansy Parkinson screamed at her professor. Harry laughed. Professor Snape is no traitor. He plays both ends against the middle, as a true Slytherin should. And for your information, your Dark Lord I'll be challenging him soon enough. He will not survive the new year. Professor Snape dismissed his snakes to reflect on what they had learned. Both he and Lord Potter knew that a few diehards would be writing to their parents, however, it remained to be seen if any information would be passed on. Draco Malfoy was torn. He believed in blood supremacy, his father had drilled it into him since early childhood, but the reality of the Dark Lord's purification attempts was altogether horrifying. He had nearly been hit with a killing curse, he, the scion of the Malfoy family. There had been no prior warning of the attack to the students of Slytherin, warning which would have guaranteed their safety. Draco shuddered, remembering the events of that day, of how quickly and efficiently the Muggle Queen's forces had taken out the Death Eaters with exact, lethal precision. It was beyond frightening. He had a decision to make. His father needed to know this, but somehow, he knew that the head of the Malfoy family already did. Where did that leave the son? He decided to take the advice of his head of house and reflect on what it meant to be a Slytherin. If what Lord Potter said about the old ways is true, then the Dark Lord was not the way. The setting sun cast long shadows over the Forbidden Forest. Within Albus Dumbledore's office, the aged headmaster was not in the mood to appreciate the calm beauty the shadows were making. Winter was fast approaching. All the signs pointed to a long, hard winter that year. However, Albus was ignoring them as he was busy trying to unlock the mysteries that surrounded Harry Potter. He knew that the lad and his bodyguard were at that moment talking to Slytherin House. About what, the aged wizard could not say. Severus guarded his secrets too well. Whatever it was, Albus knew it would probably bode ill for his plans. How had things gone so wrong, so quickly? His plans for Harry were long gone and he was at a loss as to what to do now. The lad refused to listen to anything he had to say. That he brought in a team of Muggle experts to take care of the attack on Hogsmeade with a moment's notice had caused near panic in the wizarding world. It did not help that the team was made up of all Muggle-borns. That was frightening. He had known that the Muggle-borns were leaving the wizarding world at a frightening pace. Try as he might, he could not get the pure-blood factions within the Wizengamot to see that they were slowly destroying their world. They needed the fresh blood that the Muggle-borns brought into their world, as more and more squibs were being born each year, and mostly to the pure bloods. However, with no prospects to be had within the wizarding world, the Muggle-born left, taking their knowledge and their magic with them. A resource, it seemed, that the Muggle government had capitalized on. Albus' thoughts turned darker, matching the changing color of the night sky. What about the treaty? With the involvement of the Crown in this latest fiasco, does that mean the treaty is at risk? Merlin. He hoped not. It would mean the end of everything. A lone figure stood, overlooking the forbidden forest from the balcony of the astronomy tower. His thoughts were as dark as the twilight skies before him. The last of the ravens cawing faded on the wind as they roosted for the coming night. Soon, they were telling him. Soon the day of reckoning is at hand. Would he be judged worthy of the trust placed in him? Strong arms encircled his waist from behind. He glanced back and gave a slight smile to Hermione. Hey yourself, Harry, she said. John, he corrected. I'm not being Harry at the moment. He turned back to watch the last of the color leave the world, leaving only shades of gray and darkness. Soon, even that would be gone, lost in the shadows of night. What are you thinking about, John? She asked as she tightened her embrace, leaning into him, pressing her face against his back. He shrugged. She is going to call for a reckoning soon and will demand much from me. I'm not sure I can do it. I'm not a child any longer and she won't tolerate failure. Hermione sighed softly, resting her forehead against the warmth of his body. Is that the reason why you've kept me away from her? Partly. She's very demanding. I know she brought you into my life when I needed a friend, but you've become much more. He paused for a moment, covering her clasped hands with his own, and then whispered, I'm afraid, my own. Hermione didn't answer as her arms tightened around his waist, offering what comfort she could. They stood together, silent as total darkness covered the land. An emergency meeting of the Wizengamot was called a week after the attack on Hogsmeade. Harry and his advisors had expected it. Cornelius Fudge, at the urging of many of his pure-blood patrons, and Albus Dumbledore, had no choice but to call the meeting. Everyone wanted answers, and many also wanted a scapegoat. Most of the 20 dead Death Eaters were from pure-blood families, and they had been literally gunned down in the streets of Hogsmeade by Muggle-borns using Muggle weapons. In the eyes of many, that was against the very tenets of the wizarding world. Someone had to take the fall and, in the eyes of the pure-blood aristocracy, that someone was Lord Potter. Unnoticed that morning, the Ministry was quietly invaded. Men dressed in dragon-hide armor strolled into the Ministry, locking down department after department. The witches and wizards from each office were escorted by hooded men and women from the Department of Mysteries to a central holding area. The first targets to be locked down were the Flow and Magical Trace departments, next were the DMLE and other high-level security. A secondary sweep collected the remaining clerks and maintenance personnel. Amanda Kensington, head of the Muggle Liaison Department, was the only person who realized just what was going on. She slipped away and went with those wearing the dragon-hide uniforms, whom she knew to be part of Her Majesty's Special Forces. She explained to many of the confused pure-bloods that yes, these people had the right to shut down the Ministry, as they had a writ from the only person with the authority to do so, Queen Elizabeth II, rightful monarch of Great Britain. She also explained that failure to obey that writ could see the Treaty of 1692 become void, causing the wizarding world to be absorbed into the Muggle world. That threat stopped the protests. Within an hour, the Ministry was secured. In the now vacant atrium, a party of 20 men in ornate red uniforms with tall, black woolly hats appeared. Each shouldered a heavy assault rifle. On command, they fanned out into a semicircle facing outwards. A moment later, a horseless black and gold carriage with wide clear glass windows appeared in the circle. A coachman wearing a red and gold uniform with a long whip sat in the driver's seat. 2 footmen stood at the rear of the carriage. The hall of the Wizengamot was centuries old. It predated William III. In fact, the Treaty of 1692, including the Statute of Secrecy, was signed in this chamber, though many had forgotten that fact. Also carved into the very foundations of its stone walls were protective runes that could be called upon by any lord who feared vengeance, retribution, or fatal threats while presenting a case to the Wizengamot. However, magic is a fickle mistress, and to call upon her if the need is not just is to turn her wrath back on the supplicant. It is for this reason that the practice of calling upon magic in these chambers had fallen into disuse and, eventually was lost to time. This emergency session of the Wizengamot will now come to order, intoned Minister Fudge, dressed in the traditional robes of his office. Chief Warlock Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, presiding. Lords and ladies of the Wizengamot, you are brought here to consider the testimony of Lord Harry James Potter, Duke of Gryffindor, on what happened last week in the village of Hogsmeade. Lord Potter, you will present yourself and give testimony. Lord Potter, knowing what was at stake, had been staring up at the intricate carvings adorning the walls of the chamber when his name was called. The young lord stood and made his way to stand in front of the Wizengamot. He was dressed as a peer of the magical world in the finest acromantula silk with the arms of his heritage prominently displayed. In passing, he gave the chair with the manacles and chains a look of pure disgust. There was no way he would allow these fools to treat him as a common criminal when all he did was save innocent lives. A hush fell on the chamber, broken only by murmuring and whispers that raced through the galleries of Wizengamot members and the press. Many had not been present when the young wizard had made his presence known last summer. A few thought the tabloids and rumors didn't do him justice. Standing in front of the governing body of the magical world, Lord Potter surveyed them with the barest hint of contempt. He had been well groomed for his duty to the crown and his heritage since he caught the eye of the Queen at the tender age of 5. Lord Potter, what do you have to say for yourself regarding the slaughter of wizards that took place in Hogsmeade? Albus Dumbledore asked, noting the fact that this wasn't going the way he had hoped. The young lord standing before him showed no signs of fear or awe. I, Lord Harry James Potter, Duke of Gryffindor, head of the ancient and noble house of Potter, he invoked, his voice ringing through the chamber, do call upon the wards and magic imbued within this chamber for protection and justice. I call upon the ancient protections to forbid all magic within this chamber until such time they are no longer needed. I ask this by right of my title. So mote it be. A flare of gold light surrounded the young lord as magic weighed the need. Satisfied, an ethereal female voice echoed through the chamber, so mote it be. The members of the Wizengamot stood as one, the cacophony of protest was deafening. Fudge and Dumbledore banged on their lecterns for silence to regain control. Lord Potter stood at parade rest, waiting. Lord Potter, a stern-looking, elderly woman in purple robes, addressed him as the noise slowly died. Was that really necessary? And you are, madam? He asked, turning to face her. Lady Augusta Longbottom, regent to the head of the House of Longbottom until my grandson is of age. Yes, Madam Longbottom, it was, he informed her. You see, a very important personage is even now entering the ministry. Her safety had to be ensured. There are many here that would object most violently to her presence. I, myself, owe her more than one life debt. As she is also my guardian, I furthermore owe her my allegiance and my loyalty. I was charged with securing this chamber, and the best way to do that was to invoke the old magic. But Harry, my boy, Dumbledore started to say. Clearly, he needed to get things back on track. Chief Warlock, you are out of order. Madam Longbottom shouted. Are you becoming so senile that you forget protocol? To address this young lord so informally in this chamber is a high insult. One which could see you in a blood feud. Be silent. Harry gave a slight bow again to the stern, elderly woman. Madam, I thank you for that. It is refreshing to see that the old forms have not completely died out. He turned back to the aged headmaster. We all know how much the chief warlock values the old ways. A twitter ran through the chamber. Many had indeed heard Dumbledore's views on how the old ways were dead and how they needed to be replaced. Lord Potter, Fudge said, calling attention back to the matter at hand, can you please explain what happened in Hogsmeade? What is there to explain? Shouted one member of the Wizengamot. It was cold-blooded murder. This so-called Duke of Gryffindor should be sanctioned. He knowingly violated our laws about the use of Muggle weapons in our world. He brought Muggles into our world. He violated the Statute of Secrecy. Shouted another. But he and those Muggle-borns saved countless lives. including my granddaughter. Suddenly, the chamber doors opened. Several men in gold and red uniforms, the designs of which dated from the 17th century, marched in, led by 2 men in gold bearing bugles. They lifted their draped horns and trumpeted a fanfare. Following them, 6 pairs of soldiers in red and white uniforms marched in with their arms extended and rifles over their shoulders. An order was given and they stopped. Another order and they parted to stand on either side of the aisle. Lord Potter moved to stand to one side at the head of the aisle. He raised his voice and called, "I, Lord Harry James Potter, Duke of Gryffindor, do invite Her Majesty, Elizabeth II, by the grace of God, Queen of this realm and of her other realms and territories, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith, into this august council as is her right as Queen. All will rise and pay homage. Any who refuse will face the judgment of magic for dishonoring their liege lady and their sworn fealty to the crown. So mote it be." Albus Dumbledore was many things, but a fool he was not. Even he could see history in the making here. It has been centuries since a reigning monarch has visited these chambers. She was taking a terrible chance. Many on the Wizengamot were Death Eaters, marked or unmarked. The invoking of the old magics now made sense. Fudge gulped and moved away from the dais. 2 carved stone thrones magically appeared behind him. Merlin, how could this be happening? How could he stop it? More importantly, was the treaty being revoked? He could think of no other reason for her august presence. Another fanfare rang out. A couple walked down the aisle. All of the Wizengamot stood, reluctantly, but they stood. The few Death Eaters objecting were struck silent by Lord Potter's words. They had no doubt that a duel would be the least of their worries. Everyone could feel the ancient magics in the air. It spoke to them of duty, honor and a call to the old vows of allegiance. To ignore the old magic meant the loss of their personal magic at the least, and a death sentence at the worst. The queen was dressed in a long, flowing, silver-white gown. Her gold necklace of state draped from her shoulders. A crown adorned her silver hair and a long cloak of royal purple trailed behind her. 2 ladies in white carried the hem of the opulent garment. The gentleman escorting her was tall and very distinguished in his formal dress military uniform, with a plethora of medals on his chest. With regal courtesy, he offered his hand to the queen as she took the throne. They were followed by another 6 pairs of uniformed soldiers bearing assault rifles. These men stopped at the base of the thrones before they fanned out to form a barrier between the royal couple and the wizards and witches present. It had not gone unnoticed that these men were also wizards, for they were wearing the dragon hide robes of hit wizards over their uniforms, and it was obvious they meant serious business should anyone step out of line. Lord Potter stepped in front of the thrones and bowed formally before straightening once more. "Your Majesty, may I present to you, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Albus Dumbledore, and your Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge." Her Majesty gave a slight nod to the Wizengamot and the room in general. "Pray be seated." Both wizards stepped forward. Fudge, who had dealt with Her Majesty before, bowed and started to stammer a welcome. Albus, of course, did nothing. Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, looked disapprovingly at the gathered Wizengamot before her gaze swept over the 2 men before her. In her hand was a prepared speech. The chamber was almost chilling in its ominous silence. Then, in a clear, commanding voice, she began. "My lords and ladies of the magical government known as the Wizengamot, has not been since the reign of my ancestor, William III, that a royal presence has graced these halls. That is an oversight that shall now be amended. Minister Cornelius Fudge, Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore, and members of this magical government, I remind you, you stand for the crown in all matters, judicial and legal. Although you are, for the most part, hereditary holders of your offices, much as the peerage in the mundane world, some of you are elected by a vote of your peers. Nonetheless, it is the crown you serve, and we are most displeased with your services. Your records within this body have been made known to us. There is no such thing as the greater good, it is the good of all of our citizens that must be sought. The attack on the village of Hogsmeade was an unpardonable affair. Where were our oars? Why did they arrive too late to be of service? Why did it take a team of our special forces to subdue these terrorists? That 3 children were killed that day is totally unacceptable to us. We cherish all of our children and will not stand by while they are killed. To condemn in your Medi our special forces for protecting your own children, is unacceptable. They answered the call of Queen and country and faced death to protect the innocent. We commend them. That is more than we can say for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Wizards and Witches of Magical Britain. Here, she stopped to peer over her glasses with a sweeping glance of contempt for those seated before her. We are also displeased in what has been transpiring within these halls. We were led to believe that you were mature enough to be allowed to govern and police yourselves, without direct interference of a royal presence. The magical government was given limited autonomy by the Treaty of 1692, when the Statute of Secrecy was signed into law. Our royal predecessors hoped that by doing so, our peoples could live in peace and harmony. That does not seem to have happened. You may be magical, but you are still part of our realm, and still subject to our laws and rules. After perusing the treaty, we had no choice but to come here in person. Despite your misconceptions, this body answers to the crown, and we are that crown. You, as a people, swore on your magic to keep this treaty with the crown of Great Britain. It is surprising to us that you still have said magic. Muffled gasps could be heard from the seats. You can thank His Grace, Lord Harry James Potter, Duke of Gryffindor, who interceded on your behalf. This is your only warning. The Treaty of 1692 is hanging in the balance. We will not accept any more failures to police your own. If you cannot bring to justice this terrorist you call a Dark Lord, then be assured we will see it done. Furthermore, you will remove any laws that contradict the common law of Great Britain. You will give equal rights to all sentient peoples, be they human or not, so-called pure blood, half-blood, or muggle-born. You will uphold the laws, both in your world and in the mundane. You will work together to bring peace and harmony to our lands. You will bring to justice this upstart terrorist, this half-blood Lord Voldemort, also known as Tom Marvolo Riddle, along with his followers, marked and unmarked, known as the Death Eaters. We will no longer tolerate his reign of terror. You will enact laws and uphold those already in place to bring this terrorist to justice. This is your only chance. If our special forces are required to become involved, then we will call the Treaty of 1692 in abeyance, void your autonomy and declare you oath breakers. The choice is yours. May God have mercy on your souls. There was absolute silence in the chamber for a few stunned moments as the white-faced members registered her words. Then all hell broke loose. The fallout from Her Majesty's visit was explosive. Many members of the Wizengamot now saw the writing on the wall and wondered just what it all meant to their way of life. No one wanted to lose their magic, or their life, yet, if they did not step carefully they risked both. Her Majesty and her entourage made it back to the royal coach unhindered, and it was port-keyed away before anyone could even think of using any spells on her. Of course, it then became clear to many just why Lord Potter had called down the ancient magics which suppressed all spells with aggressive intent in the formal chambers. The total lockdown of the rest of the building took care of any others who might prove problematic. The newspapers and the Wizarding Wireless were present when Lord Potter was called before the Wizengamot on his actions and his statements. However, the original session took a dramatic turn. A seated monarch had attended the Wizengamot. It was unheard of in recent memory. The press went into a frenzy. It was frightening, it was history in the making, it was the scoop of the century. Never since the Great War had so many special editions been printed. Their focus shifted, from Lord Potter and his heroic feats, to why Her Majesty felt it needful to interfere with the wizarding world. Many of the pure-bloods were outraged, while others saw their world being threatened by the actions of a few. They had been given notice. Madame Longbottom knew she had her work cut out for her as the chamber cleared. No longer could they afford to sit idly by and allow their world be destroyed by a minority of small-minded bigots. She flagged down several of her cronies and made working luncheon dates. Cornelius Fudge was so shaken by the royal visit that he ignored many of his underlings' attempts to claim his attention. His office was flooded with owl post from panicking wizards and witches. It took his staff days to deal with the mass of letters. Cornelius was thankful that Dolores Umbridge had been fired weeks ago. He shuddered to think how that creature would have handled this new development. Weatherby. Cornelius shouted for his aide. I need you to run down to the Hall of Records and pull all of the laws that have been passed in the last since the fall of he who must not be named. We need to know what we are dealing with. Get some of the junior ministry workers on this. I need it 2 days ago. Percy Weasley paled. That's a lot of work. Why now? Why did that Muggle queen have to stick her nose into wizarding business? And find Lucius for me. I need his advice. This will never do. So much work. Why couldn't she just leave it to me? Why of all days, did she have to come here? Cornelius Bemo.Ned. Lucius Malfoy shuddered as he replayed in his mind the scenes in the Wizengamot chamber and later with the Dark Lord. He came to the grim realization that Severus was right. There were forces in play here that would see a new dawn. Lord Potter was now the primary force to be reckoned with. But where would the pure bloods stand? The Old Ones were notoriously bloodthirsty and, if they are involved, then the wizarding world was looking at a possible bloodbath. And Lord Potter was at the heart of it all. It was clear now that Dumbledore was on the way out. Not only had he ignored the forewarnings, but he was showing his age. The Dark Lord was also on the way out, if all Lucius had learned was true. According to the old ways, the Dark Lord had become an abomination, a deviant who tried to cheat death, and the Old Ones would have their due. Then there was the Muggle Queen. Lucius had to hand it to her. She wielded her power with a well-practiced hand. With the Muggle-borns siding with her, the wizarding world would have to comply with her edicts or face dire consequences. Again, where should the Malfoys stand in all this? Lucius quickly sent off missives to many of his fellow pure-bloods as he dodged yet another owl from Cornelius. He had no time to deal with that fool. In Little Hangleton, a serpent-like man was throwing what any parent would call a humongous temper tantrum. An unrecognizable ministry worker lay dead at his feet. The fact that the Muggle Queen had made it in, and out, of the ministry without his, Lord Voldemort's, knowledge was inexcusable. That she remained unharmed was an insult for which his followers would pay dearly. And where were my loyal followers? He railed, but the dead wizard could not answer. Where were my spies? Taking the dead Death Eater's arm, he placed his wand to the dark mark, calling all his loyal followers to come to him. He would have answers. Everything he had worked for was now in jeopardy. How dare that arrogant Muggle undo the work of a lifetime? And find Lucius. And Severus. I need my most loyal follower SSS. He shouted to no one as there wasn't anyone alive in the room to hear him. Albus Dumbledore scowled as he tried to repeatedly call his wand back. It was the Elder Wand and he could not have lost its allegiance in such a paltry manner. He just couldn't. He hadn't seen where it landed that day. And so he'd walked the main street of Hogsmeade for hours afterwards, searching high and low, ignoring those that called out to him. He just had to find that wand. While he was searching, he could not help but go back over the last session of the Wizengamot. How had he not been informed that Her Majesty was to attend? He was, after all, the chief warlock in service to the crown. What did she mean? He was close to losing his magic. Was he not doing what he could to better the wizarding world? Did he not have a plan for the greater good? That she so coldly dismissed his achievements was a blow to his lifelong, selfless efforts. It was totally inconceivable. As he returned in despair to his office in Hogwarts, he failed to heed the warnings on the wind as several ravens circled overhead, their jeering calls ignored by the old wizard. Albus rubbed his temples as a sharp, piercing pain lanced through his head. When did he lose control? How could he get things back on track? Merlin, he'd better go see Poppy for another headache potion. He couldn't afford to be sidetracked by another headache at this stage of the game. And he just had to find that wand. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin stared up at the forbidding walls of the Tower of London. The simple tracking spell placed on Harry's left shoe during the press conference at end of the emergency meeting of the Wizengamot had led them to a place that sent a shiver of fear down their spines. "Why here, Moony?" Sirius whined. "You can feel the wards on this place. I remember my dear old mum teaching me about it and the blood that powered them." "I don't know, Padfoot. Why don't we ask?" Remus muttered as he went to the tourist ticket booth. A few minutes later, they were met by a warder dressed in black and red. They knew right away the man was a squib. After they told him that they were looking for Harry Potter, the man nodded. "His Grace will meet with you. You need to do exactly as he says if you want to enter the tower complex. The wards, sir, can be deadly to those that are not oath sworn to Her Majesty's service. Come this way." He led them to a small gate away from the tourist entrance. They were met by Wolf, who told them the requirements, then led them through the Waterloo barracks to the flat Harry shared with his adoptive parents. "Come on in, Sirius, Mr. Lupin," called Harry as he opened the door. "The protections are lighter here for the families of the warders. Just don't do any spells. They don't like them and you haven't been keyed into them." "Who is it, John?" Called a woman. Sirius recognized the voice from St. Mungo's. He mouthed, "John," to Remus, who shrugged. "You remember Sirius Black and Remus Lupin, Aunt Maggie? From the hospital. Seems they've come to call." He offered the men a seat at the small kitchen table. Both wizards took in the homey atmosphere of the flat. They noted several photos on the wall depicting Harry at various ages. They also noted it was a bit cramped, but very lived in. Harry placed a tea service on the table as well as a plate of biscuits and sandwiches as an older woman walked in. "Yes, dear, I remember. I'm not that far into my dotage," she chided. "Sorry, but Ben is on duty at the moment. He'll be here in a bit." One of the ravens tangled with a cat. Harry frowned. "Which one?" "One of the newer ones." Ben mentioned the name Bud, she said as she started to pour out tea. "Now, gentlemen, since you are here, what can we help you with?" "You knew about the tracking charms?" Remus accused, looking over the 5-place settings. Harry smirked. "Got it in one. It's a bit of a routine to check. I've been combat trained since I was 8. But how? You shouldn't have been able to detect it." Sirius exclaimed. "That was a pronged special." He glared at the teen. "Yours was just the only one I allowed to stay put. What do you think?" He ended with a smirk, raising one eyebrow. "However," he went on to clarify, "you weren't the only ones that zapped me with tracking spells." He spat in disgust. "Half a mo. You mean you pranked us?" Sirius sputtered. "But I thought you didn't like pranks." "No, Lord Harry James Potter doesn't like pranks. That noble lord has an image to uphold," he said arrogantly. Then, it was as if from one moment to another, Harry Potter morphed into the fun-loving John McIntyre. Remus pondered a bit. "So which is the real you?" he asked, starting to understand that there was more to this young man than he'd realized. He wasn't sure how he felt about it. John sighed as they made themselves comfortable around the kitchen table. "It's as I've said before, I was 5 years old and I didn't even know my real name when I came here. Yes, here to the tower. If it hadn't been for a few people, I would have died. When my real name came out, it was decided here was the best place for me. The wards took me in almost immediately and have protected me ever since. Here, I'm known as John Hadrian McIntyre. That had better not get out, especially to a certain interfering old wizard with delusions of godhood." Sirius and Remus nodded. "Understood. So, pranking?" Sirius asked, eagerly. Remus groaned at his friend's one-track mind. "Sirius." John laughed and shifted, hopping to the back of his chair and cawed. Both men stared at the young raven as both it and Maggie seemed to be laughing at them. "You knew," Sirius stated as he glared at her. I did," she said, calmly. "Scrapper's a fixture here at the tower and has been since he was a fledgling. And though he is a raven animagus, the wards around the tower have a hard time distinguishing him from the real thing." Sirius sat dumbfounded, staring at the raven, who promptly turned back to John. However, it was Remus that groaned as he finally got the pun. "Bloody hell, Scrapper John McIntyre." "Yes. Who thought it up?" "Me." Ben McIntyre walked in, hanging up his belt and placing his cap over it. "I could use a cuppa, Maggie." "It's in here, Ben, dear." "How's the raven, and did you get the cat?" John asked with concern as his uncle entered the room. "He's doing better, 'twas only a wee scratch. And yes, we did. The beastie won't be hanging around here anymore," he replied as Maggie poured out a cup of tea as the warder made himself comfortable. "Ah, Maggie, love, that just hits the spot," he said, taking a sip. "How long has John been an animagus?" Remus asked, getting things back on track. Sirius could not get over how John had become a raven animagus so young. Over several cups of tea, the story of how John came to live at the tower came out. Both of their visitors sat stunned, mouths agape. When they learned John had arrived at the tower as a severely injured fledgling raven, neither man could wrap their minds around the fact that they had failed Prong's son so badly. That afternoon, Sirius and Remus learned a lot about John, as he liked to be called. Harry Potter was for the wizarding world, that's how they saw him, and who was he to make them give up their illusions? Here, he was just John, well hidden, well protected and well loved. However, it was in John's bedroom that the two wizards got the biggest shock. They hadn't realized that he followed the old ways, and the Morrigan in particular. But there she was, in all her glory, in a painting sitting on a shelf with several snow globes. Sirius noted that each scene in the globes was a vignette of something, or someone, in John's life. But worshipping the Morrigan is dangerous. Sirius stated. She's very powerful and bloodthirsty. Not a forgiving goddess. John looked up at him and nodded. I know. John remained at the tower for a week after the Wizengamot meeting. He was fed up with wizards and their bigotry. He had many things to finish before the solstice, which was fast approaching. If he and Wolf were correct, everything would be over and done with by then. He was worried about Hermione though. She was back at Hogwarts and he was uneasy. He knew that he could not leave her there alone, not with Dumbledore, and definitely not with all the pure bloods. They would be out for revenge now that the Crown had put them on notice. She was the most important person in his life, and he knew he had to return for her sake, or find a way to get her out of the school altogether. With that in mind he called her parents. Harry returned to Hogwarts the day following Sirius and Remus' visit. Everything was in place for the next stage of their plans, and both Marauders had finally been let in on everything. They'd been stunned at the amount of planning involved and the layers of complexity. However, when Harry, with Wolf behind him, walked into the Great Hall that morning, Hermione was very relieved. And quite visibly very pleased. She hadn't liked being alone in a hostile environment, and that's what it had been since word spread around that she and Harry were stepping out. Her friends, Luna, Neville and Mandy, had been supportive, but they could only do so much. Several of the pure-blooded female students were not happy at this development, but there was nothing they could do about it. Harry Potter had very powerful patrons, both magical and muggle. Because of that, he was off-limits, Hermione Granger was not. Harry's presence guaranteed Hermione would be safe from any possible repercussions for her status as his girlfriend. Both Professor McGonagall and Albus Dumbledore were also relieved that Harry had returned, however, for different reasons. The rest of November flew by for Hermione, but went at a crawl for Harry. He disappeared for hours on end, leaving his professors fuming. They were noticeably upset over his ditching classes, but could not locate him to give him the necessary reprimands. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, come to my office, if you would. You too, Sergeant Major, McGonagall commanded one morning when they came down for breakfast. November had finally given way to December. In a couple more weeks, the winter halls would start. Yes, Professor, Harry acknowledged calmly. The trio left the Great Hall together after breakfast to the whispers and speculation of the other students. Once they were settled in her office, the stern deputy headmistress glared at the pair in front of her. Mr. Potter, in the past month, you have managed to miss most of your classes. I know that Miss Granger has been copying her notes and passing the assignments to you, but that is not enough for you to pass this term. Care to explain yourself? Before I do, Professor, how much of this interview will be reported to the headmaster? Harry asked as he made himself comfortable. Mr. Potter, she sputtered. You know as well as I that I have to give him a report. He is, after all, the headmaster, and you have been less than diligent in your work. Harry sighed and looked over at Wolf, then back to his Transfiguration professor. Madam, I have been keeping Professor Flitwick informed of my whereabouts, and he is fully aware of my capabilities. Professor, Wolf said as he stood behind his charge, what we have to tell you cannot be disclosed to anyone outside this office. The headmaster has made too many mistakes, and has angered too many powerful people, to be trusted with this knowledge. What can you tell me? She asked despondently. Wolf pulled out a folder. As you already know, Lord Potter was found by the Queen at the age of 5, dirty, BPD, and not even knowing his own name. From there, we researched and realized that the headmaster was responsible for Lord Potter's mistreatment. He placed Harry, against the stated wishes of his parents, with those who physically, mentally and emotionally abused him and never took the time to check on his well-being. It took years, and a lot of patience and love, to heal him. He handed her the thick folder. As to his schooling here, frankly, Professor, Lord Potter is very bored. He has already passed his ALS and will be taking his newts this spring. Her head snapped up from the damning folder. What? But why were we nay told? The headmaster, Harry said. We refused to give him any more excuses to meddle further in my life. He has proven, time and time again, that he's incompetent and makes the same mistakes repeatedly. Sadly, he fails to learn from them. Frankly, I refuse to cater to him. Harry's voice was cold as he asked, now, do you need anything more from me? But what about your magic? Your training? You were seen using a staff. That is classified, Deputy Headmistress, Wolf interjected. Lord Potter has allowed 2 people access to that knowledge, and they are his defense instructor, for safety reasons, and Professor Flitwick because he is Lord Potter's head of house and a master duelist. Professor Flitwick has worked regularly with Lord Potter to better his skills. Frankly, His Grace needed the practice. The good professor was most impressed with Lord Potter's abilities. So, Professor, how much of this are you going to tell the headmaster? Harry asked. Minerva McGonagall was torn. On one hand, she had a duty to the headmaster, and on the other, she had never cared for the favoritism Albus displayed towards his chosen few students. Professor, if it'll help. Wolf spoke up. You only have to hold off until after Yule. There are plans in play that'll see their end results by then. Very well, I shall stall this report. The headmaster willna be pleased. Harry looked at her and frowned. Professor, a question, why are the old ways no longer allowed here at Hogwarts? She sighed, rubbing her forehead. Over the centuries, many of the old beliefs fell by the wayside and were forgotten. Others were declared too dark by the ministry. And, of course, the increase in Muggle-borns with their beliefs only served to push them into the background even more. The headmaster is a firm non-believer. He thinks that to follow the old gods is counterproductive to the greater good, and not relevant to life today. In other words, he believes in nothing but himself. He's an atheist. Pity. The list for students staying on over the holidays appeared in the common rooms just as the term was coming to a close. Nothing more was said about Harry's erratic attendance in classes. Minerva did manage to wangle a seat in the dueling chamber to watch Harry and Phileas matches once or twice, and left with a deep respect for the young man's abilities. It had shocked her just how powerful Harry was, and that he was using a blackthorn staff was staggering. That wood was sacred to the lady herself. Wolf had a staff as well, but it was very clear that he wasn't nearly as powerful as Harry. The defense instructor, Auror Kelsey, informed her that he'd nearly passed out the first time he watched them dueling. So he had no desire to call on Mr. Potter in class. He wasn't sure if he could correct any problems if anything went wrong with one of Lord Potter's spells, and certainly didn't want to send anyone to the hospital because the lad had overcharged one. Albus stopped Harry a few days before the holidays started. Mr. Potter. Harry sighed as he turned around. Yes, Headmaster. I see that you did not list your name to remain here at the castle over the holidays. No, sir. My adoptive family is really looking forward to seeing me. We have plans already made. Albus frowned. But aren't you worried that they might be in danger with you there? Harry shrugged. I think they can handle themselves well enough. If you'll excuse me. Albus watched with a slight frown as Harry walked away down the hall. The boy showed no concern about the danger he was in, nor did he seem concerned about the danger he might bring to others. This just wouldn't do. The Dark Lord was overdue to make a move. If he was in Tom's place, he would be following the boy home. In fact, Albus was planning to do so as well. Hagrid walked the forest on his regular patrol. The recent snow lay heavy on the branches and caused his normally silent footsteps to crunch. He stopped at the clearing where he knew that Severus had an altar to his goddess. Hagrid sighed. He wished that Dumbledore would change his views on the old ways. The headmaster had lectured the friendly half-giant for over an hour on why he could not possibly have met a forest god. Dumbledore had proposed that it was Hagrid's drinking, it was making him see phantasms. It may have worked, after all. Dumbledore was very wise, if not for the fact that he'd met the Lord of the Forest several times since, and his wonderful beastie as well. The snow creaked underfoot as Hagrid looked over the simple stone altar. He could see from the burnt-out candles that Severus had used it recently. The dour man was very exact in his worship. Hagrid frowned as he noticed several different sets of footprints circling the altar. Who else was using it? He didn't think any of the other professors would come deep enough in the forest to use this clearing, and the students were not allowed into it at all. Ere now, was this? He asked himself as he noted something unusual on the altar. A long, slender wand lay rimmed with frost. 4 ravens, perched on the 4 corners, guarded the altar, watching his every movement with wary eyes. Not to worry. I won, be talkin', offerin', he assured them, backing away slowly. Caw. The sun had slipped almost below the horizon, casting deep hues of indigo and charcoal gray on the snow clouds overhead as Albus Dumbledore hurried into the snow-covered clearing. It was unfortunate that he couldn't get away any sooner and, with darkness falling fast, he knew it wasn't safe to be out here. He peered around the clearing. In the center was a small stone altar with his wand laying upon it. It was exactly as Hagrid reported, including the 4 ravens standing guard. The ravens caught a warning before taking flight as he walked up and reached to take his wand off the small stone altar. It was his, and he hoped that its allegiance had not shifted. As far as he could tell, no wizard had bested him or had touched it since that day. "I would not touch it, Headmaster," Severus Snape said as he walked into the clearing. "It no longer belongs to you, Severus." "Nonsense. Hagrid would have told me if anyone else had found it," Albus replied with his eyes twinkling, waving away any concerns. He faced his potions master, a little confused at the turn of events. The old wizard frowned as a sharp pain lanced through his forehead. "My boy, what is the meaning of this?" He waved a hand at the altar. "Why have you come here? Surely you don't believe." Severus gave a slight smile as he replaced the used candles and laid his current offerings beside the wand. "What does it look like to you, Albus?" he asked as if he was talking to one of his dunder-headed students. "There are those of us who, contrary to your wishes, still follow the old ways. Or have you not noticed the ravens?" Albus could feel wild magic beginning to rise from the earth beneath his feet, gathering in the air around him. "The old ways are over, dear boy. Their time is past, and best left there," he chided. A cacophony of raven calls rose around them. Darkness had completely fallen on the clearing. Severus stepped away from the altar and gave it a deep bow, waiting. He looked over at his aged mentor and scowled. "You would do well to keep your thoughts to yourself, especially in this clearing, Albus." The breeze stirred, causing the bare tree limbs to rustle with its passing. A half-moon was starting to rise, bathing the forest in a glittering silvery light which reflected off the snow. A soft sound had Albus turning to face the trees that led deeper into the forest. The hair on the back of his neck stood up as a sense of deep foreboding washed over him. Something was stirring in the darkness. Instinctively, he reached out and snatched his wand up, ignoring Severus' cry of warning. The sharp pain, that refused to leave, once more lanced through his forehead as the wand burned his hand. The chiding call of ravens reverberated around him, and then he knew no more. Kneeling down beside the old wizard, Severus checked to see if he was still alive. The older man's breathing was shallow and erratic, and a quick spell told him of the sudden bleeding within the old wizard's brain. He quickly performed a quick spell to try to stop the bleeding, followed by a stasis spell. If what he suspected was true, Severus knew that Poppy would have her work cut out for her. Severus slipped the wand out of Albus' limp grasp and replaced it reverently on the altar. He knew that the ravens had placed it there as an offering, and that was where it belonged. He rearranged his own offerings beside it and sighed. How he longed to be free from serving 2 masters. The first master, he had joined when he was a foolish teenager, lured in with promises of wealth, power and revenge against those who had tormented him. He had received nothing but Avery and pain. The second master, he joined when he realized that the first had proved to be a liar and a psychotic tyrant. When his beloved Lily was threatened, he went to Albus for asylum, for redemption. He had received nothing but heartache, danger and pain. And more servitude. He longed to be free. Oh, how he wished he was free of the chains of his 2 masters. He knelt there in the darkness of the night and snow. A cold wind whispered through the trees, but its chilly caresses offered no solace. The only bright thing left in his life had been his worship of the Dark Lady. She, alone, remained constant. Her assurance that it would all end soon was all that kept him going. The ravens overhead stilled. The wild magic was stirring. Under Severus' knees, snow melted away as earth magic rose up, the scent of it rich and comforting. He could feel the magic coursing through his aching body as it broke through the myriad of spells placed by his 2 masters on his tortured body and soul. "Rise, my Dark One," came her voice on the wind. "Take this unbeliever away from my sacred space. His presence offends me." Severus quickly moved Albus' body from in front of the altar before returning to kneel before his lady. She placed a pale hand on his bowed head. "You have pleased me, my Dark One. For that, your time of servitude to your dark masters is over. My way is the only one you will follow from now on, by your own choice, willingly made." Go in peace, my dark one, my own. Severus stood, tears streaming down his cheeks as her blessings wove through his magic, his body, his very soul. A much younger and healthier wizard moved a step away. He gave her a slight bow before he turned, picked up Albus' prone body and left the clearing. He never looked back. If he had, he would have found the clearing bare and the altar empty. She had accepted all of the offerings laid upon it. How dare he? Lord Voldemort raged as he trashed his already demolished throne room. At his feet, one of his minions lay twitching and drooling from overexposure to the Cruciatus curse. The idiot had dared to bring the current issue of the Daily Prophet to his master, the one with Potter's challenge written for all the world to see. How dare he claim the title of Baron S's Slytherin? I am the true heir of S's Slytherin. Not this muggle-raised upstart. I will not be dictated to. He continued to throw hexes about in a futile attempt to ease his rage. Then, as suddenly as he'd started, he stopped. He realized that, with this challenge, he knew where Potter was going to be, and when. A plan started to form. Wormtail, your arm. A mousy-looking man in very tattered robes shuffled over to him, arm extended obediently. Life had not been kind to Peter since the death of the Potters. He had only joined the Death Eaters as they were winning at the time, but it all ended that blasted Halloween night. Where was the glory? The power? The women? Lily was supposed to have been his. So high and mighty with her muggle upbringing. Wormtail. Peter lifted his left arm up to his insane and very angry lord and bit back a whimper. Since the first fall of the Dark Lord, he had lived hidden in the guise of his rat animagus form. Not just any sewer rat, but as a pet. A pet of the Weasleys. It had been a brilliant tactical move, he thought. He'd been able to listen in on news, as well as having free room and board. And even though he'd been fed scraps, Molly Weasley was a damn fine cook, after all. He even went to Hogwarts with the Weasley brats, so that he could spy on the opposition. He had tried his best to find the Potter boy, but even he had failed. The night his lord regained his body, he, Peter, was there. He'd even donated his hand as part of the Merlin be damned ritual. Black-robed Death Eaters began appearing in the room. Many of the newer minions were thankful for the masks they were forced to wear as they surveyed the damage around them with wide eyes. The veterans were used to such scenes. They could see that their master was in fine form today, and wondered how many would walk away from this meeting. Lucius Malfoy entered unmasked, one of the few privileged to do so. He looked, but could not see Severus there. The blonde knew it was not wise to ignore a summons from their lord. My follower SSS. I have been insulted for the last time. We must find Potter and make him pay. I am not the true heir to S's Slytherin. How dare that upstart claim what ISSS mine by right of birth? That baronetcy ISSSS mine. I will have it. Lucius. My lord. Lucius knelt in front of his hissing master. He did not spare a glance at the body on the floor beside him, or Wormtail kneeling beside the throne. He realized their lord was too frenzied to notice the absence of the potion's master. Or else, might the lady have something to do with the Dark Lord not noticing Severus' absence? Find this chapel. Potter ISSS a fool if he thinks SSS I will blindly SS show myself. Yes, my lord. I shall not fail you. Crucio. After their lord dismissed them, Lucius met with Severus at Malfoy Manor. Both were relieved that the Dark Lord had vented most of his spleen before he called, but it was still like walking on eggshells past a sleeping dragon. One young and foolish follower had made the fatal mistake of whispering during the Dark Lord's rant, and had paid for it with his life. So do you know where this chapel is, Severus? I don't, but it does seem familiar. I would imagine Potter does, and if he has retreated into the Muggle world along with the Granger chit, there is only one person in the ministry who also may know Amanda Kensington, head of the Muggle Liaison Department, the potion's master advised. But she is a Muggle born. Your point, Lucius? Severus asked with a raised eyebrow. She is indeed Muggle born, which is why she may well know the brat's location. Taking a sip from his glass of elven wine, Severus continued, and Lord Potter told me that if I needed him to go through her. Potter knows what he is doing, and has the allies to back him up. Do you really wish to continue following someone who is clearly insane? The Dark Lord, like Albus Dumbledore, no longer follows the old ways. Albus, even now, lies in the Hogwarts infirmary, and Poppy isn't sure he will survive or whether his mind, if he does, will remain intact. Lucius stood and went over to the drink cabinet to refill their glasses. He was still very upset over the fact that he could have lost his only son that day in Hogsmeade, as well. I know you follow the Dark Lady, Severus, but just what is her involvement in this? He asked, handing over the refilled glass. She is not happy and has tasked Potter with cleansing the wizarding world. And she has personally seen to it that he was provided with the training needed for this task. Noting the smirk on the blonde's face, he continued sharply, do not make the mistake of thinking we are friends, Lucius. Potter and I are not, but so long as he remains the lady's chosen, we are allies, nothing more. Minerva looked down at the unconscious old wizard. Poppy was currently escorting the experts from St. Mungo's out. Severus had brought in a comatose Albus the night before, and according to him, he had found the headmaster in a clearing deep within the forest. She'd had no choice but to call the ministry. Hagrid confirmed that he had reported to the headmaster finding his lost wand on a stone altar guarded by ravens in a clearing. He had also told Severus the same thing when the potions master had noticed the elderly wizard heading into the forest. Severus reported to the investigating Aurors that he had followed the headmaster, only to find him unconscious, and brought him back to Hogwarts. Minerva could sense that there was more to the story, but she trusted he would tell her later. For now, she would have to believe that her fellow professor knew what he was doing. The potions master would never do anything to harm Albus, that she was sure of. A check on Severus' wand had confirmed that he'd not used it to cast a spell other than Mobilicorpus on the headmaster. He and Hagrid took everyone to the clearing. It showed recent use, but there was nothing in it save a small, ancient stone altar. Nor was there any sign of blood or violence. The only magic used in the area was a healing and transportation spell, confirming Severus' story. The Aurors left, vaguely satisfied for the moment. They would have to wait until the aged wizard awakened to tell his side of the story. Poppy had done everything she could, but there was no hint of the headmaster's magic. She'd sent for the experts, who confirmed her diagnoses. Whatever happened to the headmaster in the forest had taken almost all of his magic. The once powerful wizard had been reduced to a squib. She had warned Albus to slow down and to watch his blood pressure. He hadn't, and now with the loss of his magic, he'd also had a stroke that left him totally paralyzed on his left side. If it wasn't for the quick thinking of Severus, the damage could have been much worse. As Albus' magic was almost gone, most of the healing potions would not work on the severe damage done. Such a waste. She went about her duties mourning the loss of a great wizard. Severus, what are you not telling me? Minerva asked as she sat by the headmaster's bed, watching the rise and fall of the man's labored breathing. The potions master stood behind her chair, a hand resting on its back as he watched Albus sleeping. There isn't much more than what I've already told everyone, Minerva. The ravens were the ones that took Albus' wand. I can't say more than that. I am sorry. Minerva closed her eyes, trying to gather her thoughts. Oh, Albus. I told ye not to insult the old ways. He will not recover from this, will he? I am not sure, was his quiet reply. There is something else. He rolled up his left sleeve. The dark mark was gone and in its place was the symbol of the Morrigan. No longer is my allegiance divided. I have but one mistress now. She is a harsh mistress to follow. I donna envy ye, Severus. He gave a slight bow as he rolled his sleeve down. Poppy came in and started to bustle around. Minerva, when will the Board of Governors meet? Albus can't take on the headmastership anymore, not without his magic, Poppy asked as she waved her wand over Albus. She looked sadly down at the sleeping form. What a way to end an illustrious career. What are you going to tell them? Well, I cannot tell them the truth, that Albus insulted the old ways one too many times and they not only took his wand, but his magic as well. Minerva snarked. I warned him, but he ken how he listens. She sighed and shook her head. I have no idea what to tell them. Amanda Kensington was finishing up her daily routine and getting ready to leave for the day when Lucius Malfoy strolled into her office. Madam. A word, the aristocrat sneered. He never thought for one moment that he would ever step foot into this office, let alone speak to this person. But he was on a mission. The Dark Lord demanded he do this. The article in the Prophet had so incensed their lord that no one was safe. He had already killed 2 followers and rendered 5 insane from overuse of the Cruciatus curse. Lucas knew that all he had to do was use the Imperious Curse on this person to get what he wanted from her, but Severus had convinced him not to. She had garnered powerful allies in the Muggle world as well as being the only one, according to his friend, that knew how to get hold of Potter. So here he was, however distasteful it may be. "What may I do for you, Lord Malfoy?" "As you can see, I was ready to leave for the day," she said with a sigh of resignation. "You will deliver a message to Potter. The Dark Lord has accepted his challenge and demands that Potter supply a portkey to this chapel. You will also provide a portkey for several others to stand as witnesses for the same time. When you hand over the portkeys, you will also hand over all information about this chapel that Potter is going on about." Amanda Kensington straightened. "And what's stopping you from killing me once I comply, or for me not to report it?" Fingering his cane, he scowled. "Nothing, Mudblood, but I've been ordered to deal gently with you." "Very well, Lord Malfoy," she agreed. "I will get them for you and not report this to the proper authorities." John was sitting at the kitchen table, sharing a cuppa with Aunt Maggie, when Amanda walked in. "Got a cup for me, Maggie? It's been a long day. And John, thank you for the charmed necklace. It came in handy today," Amanda said as she took a seat beside him. "Hello, Maggie. How's Ben?" "Ornery as ever. You can't keep a career man down," she said, pouring out a cup of tea for her guest. "So, which one was it?" John asked, pulling a file towards him. "It's as you and Wolf figured, Malfoy Sr. As you guessed, he wants 2 portkeys, one for the Dark Tosser and one for some of his munchers as well. He also wants everything on the chapel." John snorted and shook his head. "Wizards can be so predictable. So you didn't need the protections." Wolf had suggested that one of the techno-geeks make up a necklace with a slew of protection spells. She had been thrilled with it. "John," Maggie said with a frown. "It's all right, Maggie," Amanda said, with a smile. "It's better safe than sorry." Maggie refilled everyone's cups. "Well, what are you going to do now, dear?" "Well, I'm going to sit here and enjoy a nice cuppa before dragging this handsome young man off to a meeting at number 10, Amanda replied as John blushed. The meeting was a bit of an anticlimax. They knew that Amanda would be one of 3 that the Death Eaters would contact. The other 2 would have been Arthur Weasley and Stan from the night bus. Arthur was too well known and protected. The night bus was something most tried to avoid, if they could help it. "Besides, I think we can thank Professor Snape for coming through," John explained when the subject came up at the meeting. "We knew that Riddle would assign this to one of his best, and that left either Snape or Malfoy. My bet was on Malfoy Sr. How do we know this Snape won't betray us?" asked the PM. John pulled out a bit of parchment and passed it around. "I've received this note from the good professor. He's been taken out of the equation, been retired from the spy biz. Also, so has the headmaster. Seems he went traipsing through the Forbidden Forest at night looking for his wand that he misplaced. According to Snape, Poppy isn't sure that the headmaster will wake up and, even if he does, between the stroke and the loss of his magic, Dumbledore is done." "Ah, yes, I seem to have received a report about that," the PM commented. "The old man is in a coma at Hogwarts. They don't know what happened and will have to wait until the old boy wakes. According to the medical reports, he shows the classic signs of having had a massive stroke." John wasn't about to tell them that the Morrigan had a hand in the headmaster's demise. He wasn't sure how well that would be perceived. "And you trust him, this professor?" asked the PM, bringing the topic back around to Snape. "Yes, sir. In this, we are allies. He has sworn that if I do get him killed, he will haunt me until my dying day," John said ruefully, rubbing his chin. "The professor has no love for Riddle. He's willing to pass on information if only in the hope that we keep him out of Azkaban." "Fair enough," the PM said. "So what will we allow Miss Kensington to pass on?" "Well, I did look up the tower in Hogwarts library. There wasn't much there. And the history course is a joke. They have a ghost teaching the class and it's so focused on the Goblin Wars that nothing else is being taught. So unless the pure bloods know about the wards around the tower, it's a safe bet. Malfoy Sr. might figure it out, but I'm not sure if he'll use the information. According to the professor, he's still upset that his son was at Hogsmeade that day." John paused for a moment, before continuing. "However, sir, I, for one, would not give them much. Definitely not its true location. Riddle may be insane, but he did, after all, grow up in the Muggle world. He would have been taught all about the tower and its history, but not about the wards around it. Right. Moving on. Amanda Kensington sent the port keys and information to Lucius Malfoy as directed. As he was reading through the information about the chapel, something seemed familiar about it, but he could not recall. Quote, St. Peter's is of outstanding historical interest for the part it played in the momentous events of the nation. The modest architecture of the chapel and its adjacent crypt house within their walls a significant portion of the history of the nation. Lucius also read that the chapel was close to 500 years old and a favorite Muggle tourist site, which claimed to be haunted by no less than 3 former queens of England. Along with the parchment were 2 port keys. Everything was all set. The solstice was only a week away, then, hopefully, this whole mess would be over and done with. The Hogwarts Express pulled out of Hogsmeade Station, heading back to King's Cross in London. Harry, Hermione and Wolf were sitting in a compartment near the front of the train. In fact, they were about 2 compartments behind the staff carriage and prefect's compartment. Wolf sat across from the 2 teens, claiming a whole bench seat for himself. He sat with his back to the window, facing the compartment door. He was the very picture of relaxed comfort, with his arms crossed and his long legs resting on the seat. To any observer, Wolf appeared to be asleep, but that didn't mean he was unaware of his surroundings. The unsheathed wand lying hidden along one arm gave proof to that fact. As the old saw went, when you're in the military, sleep when you can, soldier, for you never know when you will get another chance. The door was also heavily warded and locked. Harry sat next to the window opposite Wolf. He had an air of quiet contemplation, but in reality he was scanning the countryside for possible problems outside the train as the express barreled its way homeward. He had one arm around Hermione and an elbow on the window sill. Hermione was leaning comfortably against him, taking up most of the bench. Her feet were braced against the armrest with a book propped against her raised knees. Harry's arm was draped around her slender body, while her head rested snugly against his shoulder. A casual observer would say the whole scene looked very serene and relaxed. However, the trio's thoughts were anything but. Earlier, they had quietly discussed the events of the past month. Now each was lost in their own thoughts and silence filled the compartment. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore had been rendered comatose, from the loss of his magic and a burst blood vessel in his brain. His healers had publicly announced he would never recover. They gave no hope of him ever waking, nor did they have any idea of how long he would linger in his current condition. There was now an ongoing debate as to whether he should be moved from Hogwarts to St. Mungo's, or left at his beloved school until he quietly expired. Harry and Wolf had a bet going as to whether or not someone would put the headmaster out of their misery. That, however, seemed highly unlikely. Wizarding healers took their magical oaths seriously, and with good reason. Their Muggle counterparts would only face legal issues if they helped a terminal patient find peace. Healers faced the loss of their magic, and quite possibly their lives. So, unless an ambitious death eater managed to get to him, the venerable headmaster would die in his own good time. Besides, this was the great Albus Dumbledore. The healers had to look like they were doing all they could to save the leader of the light. There was another standing bet between Wolf and Harry on whether or not someone would off the old coot, and if so, who had the bollocks to do it. Just our luck, all of the bloody wankers who might have done it are gone. Harry grumbled. I have this friend in Black Ops. Wolf offered, half in jest. Hermione gave a heavy, long-suffering sigh, and shook her head. She refused to get involved as she found their bets disgustingly morbid. However, she couldn't fault them. After all, the headmaster had been a thorn in Harry's side for most of his life. But still, Yule was only days away. Soon everything would be decided, one way or another. John walked the Tower Green as the setting sun cast deepening shadows on the lawn. The ravens were being tucked into their cages as he walked towards them. Ben and the Ravenmaster were finishing up the count and checking the water and feed troughs. John waited to one side as he listened to the ravens grouse and complain as they were bedded down for the night. No Ravenmaster worth his salt trusted the aggressive birds, and always kept one eye out for trouble. Thor was perched to one side, waiting and watching. John, taking his chance, shifted his form and flew over the men's heads to join his mentor. Greetings were exchanged between the pair. Ben looked over his shoulder and shook his head. Scrapper, don't stay too late. Big day tomorrow. Scrapper caught and rustled his feathers. When the ravens were bedded down and their caretakers were gone, a calm quiet fell on the tower. Ghosts and spirits silently glided to the chapel. The nighttime noise from the city seemed to fade into the distance as the moon beamed intermittently through gathering clouds. The atmosphere took on an ominous air of anticipation. Thor looked over at his young fledgling and cawed. The other ravens agreed. Tomorrow night was the beginning of Yule and the winter solstice. All was ready. The next day, time for John seemed to drag. Professor Snape reported that Riddle was on the move. With Dumbledore out of the way and Potter away from the protection of the school and its wards, it was only a matter of time before he appeared at the tower. John had been followed by a known Death Eater to the tower the day before, so all that remained was the final confrontation. Riddle was predictable in that he would want to use a knight that was rich in magic to claim his victory. Magic was his to claim. And with all the insane determination of the inhuman monstrosity he now was, he was going to prove it. The PM arrived just after tea, along with a squad of SAS troops who took positions among the buildings and on the walls of the tower. In preparation for the confrontation, the tower closed early by royal command. Many tourists were disappointed, but the announcement that a possible terrorist attack was suspected put any grumbling to rest. A hotline relay had been set up between the tower and Buckingham Palace. If the tower wards decided not to play nice and cooperate, the only person that could conceivably control them was Her Majesty. For now, the PM, as her most trusted government personage, was in charge. John knew his duty and part in what was to occur. Maggie and Hermione didn't like it, but this was the night that John had been training for since he came to the tower as a very hurt and frightened child. He stayed out of the way of the uniformed men as they combed every inch of the tower for possible hidden assassins. John winced as the tower wards began to ping against his own personal shields. The wards, so old they were semi-sentient, were aware something was going down, and they didn't like it. It was now a waiting game. Lucius Malfoy looked over his doppelganger with a jaundiced eye. There was no way he was going on this insane venture. Potter was calling for blood, a duel to the death. Every instinct Lucius possessed screamed, trap. And his lord was willing to walk into it. Of course, his lord was not going to play by the rules of honor either, so why should he, Lucius Malfoy, throw away his life? So, a judicious use of the Imperious Curse and Polyjuice Potion and, voila! One of the minor minions now sported Lucius' visage and trademark hair. 5 men were waiting with their lord. Lucius sent in his double with last-minute instructions. Go forth and conduct yourself like the Malfoy you represent. Voldemort was so busy ranting about Potter that he never noticed the switch. The 2 portkeys, one for Voldemort and one for his second, were set to activate a few minutes before the challenge. Although designed for single usage, Voldemort had altered them. Rules had never stopped him in the past, so why should they now? Thankfully, Lucius was well hidden behind the mask and hooded robes of a lesser Death Eater as Voldemort expounded with insane arrogance on why he would win against his foe, a foe who was not even raised in the wizarding world. Lucius swallowed a sigh along with the bile that rose in his throat. It was almost impossible to ignore his frantic instincts as they screamed for him to run. He was positive tonight would not go well, and decided it was time to go home and pack just as soon as Voldemort and his sycophantic sacrifices left. France was calling. John stood on the green in front of the block, the chapel at his back. Wolf stood by his side. The PM was safely hidden in the chapel itself, along with a team of crack SAS officers and a hotline to Her Majesty. They had a clear line of fire. All weapons were locked and loaded. The PM, with the permission of Her Majesty, had already had the wards tweaked to allow the incoming wizards access to the grounds proper. Now everyone was on high alert and ready for action. John and Wolf were armed with emergency portkeys of their own and carried several weapons of choice on their bodies. Both knew that using magic would be dangerous, possibly activating the watching wards abruptly. But they would not stop British military personnel from using mundane weapons in defense of Queen and country. At least the weather will cooperate, John commented as he looked up at the clear, star-filled evening sky. He was sure it was the lady's doing. She would want a very clear view of what was to come. Wolf just grunted in reply. He was surveying the green, picking out where his men were hidden and waiting. Both he and John had been outfitted with earpieces so that they could listen in. The tower clock sounded the hour. A party of 7 men appeared in front of them. 6 were robed and masked, the 7th was lean and pale with reptilian facial features. "We meet at last, Harry Potter," Lord Voldemort hissed. "Tonight ISSS the night of your doom." He raised his wand and hissed, "Avada Kedavra." Time seemed to stop. The wind and sounds of the city around them paused. It was as if the combatants had moved out of time. A sickly green light hung motionless in midair for a split second before several bolts of lightning struck around the caster. One struck the beam of green light, blasting it out of existence, while the others danced and arced around the edges of the tower green. A bell tolled heavily in the distance, sounding a warning that the tower wards had awakened, and woe betide the fool that dismissed them. Since the day Harry James Potter took refuge within the stone-walled compound, they had slowly been waking more and more. Magic use was only tolerated by those sworn to the crown, as were the warders and their families. Voldemort's use of the killing curse within the tower grounds was a clarion call to action, and so they acted, their strength fueled by centuries of shed blood, guilty and innocent. Abruptly, the PM's voice blared out from the steps of the chapel, through the portable public address system that had been set up for just this night. "For the crime of high treason against Her Majesty, Elizabeth, Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, I, the Right Honourable John Major, Prime Minister, in the sworn service of Her Majesty, do hereby arrest and detain the self-styled Lord Voldemort, also known as Tom Marvolo Riddle, and those with him who bear his mark. Further do I consign them to the tower's magical deep, to await Her Majesty's pleasure. So mote it be. The tower wards mo.ned. They shuddered, releasing lightning and static charges into the deathly still air. Black light shot up out of the ground, surrounding the confused and terrified Death Eaters. Lord Voldemort, refusing to be outdone by this farce of a light display, shot spell after spell at the wall of lightning, only to see each spell absorbed. Each of the Death Eaters, following their master's example, fired off spells trying to break free of the black light that encircled them. The ominous tolling of the bell grew louder and louder with each spell fired by the desperate Death Eaters and their raving leader until there was a thunderous crack. And then, dead silence. The tower green was empty, except for John and Wolf. They had not drawn their weapons and simply stood ready until the last second, when the sudden blast knocked them off their feet. Radio chatter almost deafened them as everyone wanted to know, what the hell happened? And if they were all right, and, what the bloody hell happened? John looked over at Wolf, ripping the comm piece out of his ear, meeting his mentor's shocked gaze as they both stood back up. The night around them returned to normal as the sounds from the city filtered back into the compound. Several men came running across the green as the PM stepped out of the chapel against the wishes of his security guards. "At ease, gentlemen," the PM said. "Riddle, and those that came with him, are gone." "Where did they go?" asked one of the security officers. John shook his head sadly. "Into a pit under the tower. It was made especially for those that would use magic against the crown and the people of Great Britain. It's a sinkhole, with no way out until Her Majesty decides to free them, if she so chooses. Until then, their magic will be slowly siphoned away to feed the tower wards. There is no escape." Wolf and Ben stepped up to the young man they had both raised and placed a hand on each shoulder. Neither man said a word but gave a slight nod when John looked at them. Voldemort was no longer a threat. Now it only remained to round up his followers. It was finally over. The Tower Deep was a pit that had been created long before Azkaban was built for those witches and wizards that ran afoul of the monarch's justice. Magic siphoning runes, which fed from the victims cast into the dark pit, had been carved into its very foundation, and there was no escape. Water was the only thing accessible because of its proximity to the river. There were no runes to keep the water out, and so it seeped down the walls constantly, only to disappear when it reached the floor. Even the air was recycled by clever use of runes. The floor itself was covered with mud and debris as well as the crumbling bones of previous prisoners that had been left to their fate. Where exactly the deep was located, no one knew. The knowledge had been struck from the maps of the tower by past royal decree. So there could be no rescue, which was why it was so seldom used and why Azkaban was the more humane option. Tom Riddle, and those with him, had doomed themselves. The Deep's runic array was ancient and very effective in draining Riddle and those with him of their magic. This was the one possibility he had not planned for when he split his soul and made the Horcruxes. Now, all over Britain, his evil essence slowly faded as Tom's soul fought to remain on this plane of existence. As the imprisoned wizards fought to escape, using magic only increased the drain. Time was on the Deep's side. The soldiers and guards in attendance waited to see if any of Riddle's followers escaped their fate before cleanup began. The PM and Harry decided to wait until daylight before making any decisions on what to do with the rest of Riddle's followers. To those with magical awareness, the tower wards were going crazy. The ancient wards were snapping and crackling like mini fireworks for those with the sight. They were blinding, and most of those on the green who could see them were suffering from dreadful headaches. John and Wolf made a hasty retreat to the barracks when they could stand no more. Maggie, Hermione, Amanda, Sirius and Remus were waiting for their return. All had been warned not to leave the protection of the barracks. The PM got off the phone to Buckingham, and followed the team inside. John soon found himself holding Hermione as if his life depended on it. They all knew there had been a very slight chance of failure, as it was extremely dangerous to meddle with wards as ancient and dark as the towers. There had been no way to predict how they would react to being awakened after being dormant for so long. Maggie waited with Ben as the young couple reassured each other. And if the very passionate key, the adults witnessed was any indication, then there might be some very strict rules of etiquette to be laid down, at least until both were legally capable of handling a more adult relationship. No one really got any sleep that night. Security personnel milling through the compound stirred up more than just the wards. Many of the spirits were restless, as they all sensed the dark taint coming from the deep. Many wondered if there would be a new spirit or two added to the plethora of souls trapped within the tower walls. The PM left, after a cup of tea laced with brandy, for number 10 Downing Street to write up his report to Her Majesty. John and Wolf had their own reports to write, which they did in the comfort of the Ravensmaster's office. Hermione remained at John's side to reassure herself of his well-being. Throughout Britain, many of Riddle's followers were either waking up with sore arms and nagging headaches, due to magical exhaustion, or not waking up at all. Lord Voldemort, when he marked his followers, tied their magic to his own. Depending on their distance from the tower, and how magically strong they were, Riddle could draw on their magic to sustain himself. Many who were too far away, were not as affected by the desperate pull of their master on their cores. Lucius Malfoy felt the pull on his magic from his dark mark. However, he was too far away for his lord to drain him. The Malfoys, the moment Lucius sent a doppelganger in his place, headed for their chateau in the north of France. Draco and Narcissa protested, but Lucius refused to listen. The senior Malfoy had taken his friend's advice. It was not wise to anger a deity as bloody thirsty as she. Severus Snape felt nothing. His mark had been replaced with the mark of the goddess he served. He knew that, this night, his former lord would meet his end at the hands of the Potter spawn. So he held a quiet vigil in her clearing in the forest. A small fire near the stone altar was his only companion. His offerings for the goddess had long since been accepted. His only prayer had been that Potter was successful and that he came out of it alive. She was a very bloodthirsty goddess, after all. By the flickering flames that cast a pale light on the snow around him, and with a bottle of Ogden's finest in his hand, Severus Snape waited. The ravens were busy elsewhere, so the forest was quiet. However, on the breath of the wind came his goddess voice murmuring instructions to him of what she expected in the future. He wouldn't refuse her. The sun rose, casting away the night shadows and ominous forebodings. John had finally managed to sneak into his bed to catch a few hours of sleep. Hermione had crawled into the bed beside him. Both were too tired to do more than exchange a few kisses and words of affection before the sands of Morpheus claimed them. Wolf looked in on the tender scene before him. It reminded him of the time he had found them asleep when Ben had suffered his heart attack. He really hated to wake them, but duty called. Her Majesty was waiting at Buckingham Palace. What their sovereign wanted was anyone's guess, but Wolf and Ben had a rough idea. The noble houses and elected representatives gathered in the first assembly of the Wizengamot for the new year. There was much to do for this session. First on the agenda was to replace Albus Dumbledore, as the healers gave no hope of the old wizard's recovery. The second was what to do about the call to reform from Her Majesty. Many of the old bloods still balked at the changes she was calling for. Many had been stalling by tying the sessions up in legal wrangling. If they stalled long enough, it was hoped, they wouldn't have to change anything and life would continue on as usual. As for Cornelius Fudge, he had remained Minister of Magic by a very slim margin. One more mistake and he would be out. Her Majesty would no longer tolerate any incompetence. As members of the Wizengamot filed in to take their seats, the rotund minister mentally ticked off who just might take over as chief warlock. Several pure bloods on the governing body had been reported, under the weather, and would not be attending this session. Lucius Malfoy was reported to have fled to France and wasn't expected to be back in the near future. Lord Potter, and the Muggle-born witch that he seemed to favor at the moment, filed in. Fudge watched as they parted at the door. She headed up to the gallery, while his lordship headed for his seat among the members of the Wizengamot. In Cornelius' mind, that young man was too young to be taking his seat, but Her Majesty had made it quite clear that Lord Potter was well able to perform his duties. Just as the last person took their seat, and before Cornelius could open the session, the great doors were thrown open and trumpets blared. Cornelius groaned. Not again. Behind the heralds in royal livery came a squad of royal guardsmen in full dress. Each one, carrying Muggle arms, marched in. Behind them came a man wearing a Muggle suit. Cornelius recognized the British Prime Minister and inwardly groaned again. Now what? John Major stepped up to the lectern and nodded to Cornelius. Minister Fudge, I bear with me a missive from Her Majesty the Queen, Mr. Major said as the room grew quiet. Fudge nodded and stepped grudgingly aside. The PM took out a parchment from his briefcase and unrolled it. He looked around the chamber before he began to read. Elizabeth II, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain in Northern Ireland and of our other realms and territories, Queen, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith, to all lords of the Wizengamot and all other of our magical subjects to whom these words shall come, greeting. Be it known that on the 21st December of this year of our Lord, the terrorist known as Tom Marvolo Riddle, who styled himself as Lord Voldemort, along with 5 others, portkeyed onto the green of the Tower of London, whereupon he and those with him were detained for crimes against the realm. Tom Riddle and his companions have been consigned to the Tower Deep in perpetuity. There will be no parole, no leniency. In times of old, wizards were detained in such manner within the Tower Deep. On the night of 21st December, treasonous wizards once again met that fate. Make no mistake, the prison known as Azkaban will still be used to house those of the wizarding world who commit lesser crimes against the laws of our realm, but terrorists such as Riddle and his ilk will be sent to the deep. Further, let it be known that, for services rendered, Harry James Potter, His Grace the Duke of Gryffindor, has been appointed as the Crown's royal wizard. When His Grace has completed his studies, he will assume the role of chief warlock of our magical governing body known as the Wizengamot. Until that time, Lady Augusta Longbottom will act as regent and will train His Grace in his duties. And whereas Miss Amanda Kensington, head of the Department of Muggle Liaisons, is deemed to have done great service to the Crown and our subjects in bringing to our attention the deplorable state of a royal ward, and for her part in bringing down the terrorist, Tom Riddle, she is hereby appointed Dame Grand Cross of the Royal Victorian Order. Dame Amanda will assume the position of personal envoy to Lord Potter. We further admonish our Wizengamot to be aware that time is running out. If the laws of the Wizarding World laws are not brought into compliance with our wishes as expressed when we last attended a meeting of the Wizengamot, we remind you that we retain the authority to disband said Wizengamot. Do not give us reason. Remember that the Treaty of 1692 still holds, and it can and will be called into abeyance if our words are not heeded. May God have mercy on us all. Given at our court in Westminster on this day, the 22nd of December in the year of our Lord 1995, in the 43rd year of our reign. By Her Majesty's command, John Major, Prime Minister. The PM rolled up the parchment and handed it to Cornelius Fudge before he stepped off the platform and exited the chamber. The only sound that broke the silence was the perfect marching cadence of his escort. Minerva McGonagall was in a quandary. The wards that protected Hogwarts had not yet acknowledged her as the next headmistress. With Albus' incapacitation, the wards should automatically pass on to the next headmaster or mistress. They had not done so yet. She called for a staff meeting to inform everyone that, from the looks of things, Hogwarts was not happy with the current situation. She stood beside Albus, old chair at the head of the table as the rest of the staff filed in and took their seats. She noted the sad looks on several and contemplative ones on the others. Severus Snape was neither, his face gave nothing away except weariness. While the others took their seats, Severus remained standing at the back of the room. "'Tis the new year and students will be returning tomorrow from their Christmas holidays," Minerva started to say. "We have a problem. As ye ken, I was appointed headmistress by the Board of Governors. However, I dinna possess the castle wards, e'en though Albus is nae longer able to attend to his duties and has been dismissed as headmaster. I am at a loss as to what is happening," she informed everyone. "The wards should have fallen to me when I was appointed, but they hae not." "If I may, Minerva," Severus said, coming closer to the end of the long table. "I know you have worked hard for the good of the school, but Albus has done a lot of damage with his greater good. More so than anyone realized until now." The staff members murmured to themselves as Minerva sputtered, "What do ye mean?" Severus stood with his head bowed, his long black hair obscuring his face. Minerva was the first to feel it. The magic of the castle seemed to fill the room as the wards settled onto the potion's master. Severus raised his head. His dark eyes seemed to glow with power. "I have been asked by magic, and by the lady I serve, to take the position of headmaster pro tem until the rightful headmistress is mature enough and willing to take over. Until such time, we have our work cut out for us. For too long has Albus ignored the problems within this school, he has played his games and now we are suffering because of it." Rubeus Hagrid started to object, as did others, but was silenced by the crackling magic within the room. "You are too much of a follower, Minerva," Severus said gravely, "or you would not have allowed Albus to get away with all he had. You were too blinded to see the man instead of the legend. Magic has had enough." He stalked around the table to face her. "Magic and the lady have commanded that I take on the role of headmaster to repair the damage Albus has done. I shall not be swayed by rhetoric from the ministry or the board, and neither shall I tolerate their interference." "You said, pro tem. Who are we waiting for?" asked Phileas Flitwick. "For the one magic has chosen. She won't be ready for another 10 years. That is all I shall say." Minerva plopped down into Albus' chair. Well, she wanted answers, and she got them. Merlin helped them all. New Year's was a quiet, somber affair, slightly different from previous years. The family gathered, as usual, in Manchester. John and his cousin Charlie briefly caught up with events in each other's lives and, as always, promptly left for a game of rugby. Hermione and her family celebrated the halls in quiet style. They did meet up with John and his family on Boxing Day. He gave her a lovely promise ring of white gold with small diamonds encircling an emerald and pledged that, when they were finished with their schooling, he would exchange it for an engagement ring. Until then, they would take things slowly. The night before Hermione had to return to Hogwarts, she and John were walking on the Tower Green. They had no fear of the wards within the compound as they had always been welcomed and protected by them since the day they had been accepted here. The sun had set an hour ago and the crisp winter air had a bite to it. The sky was clear for the most part, and the lights and sounds of the city seemed almost muted. The ravens had long since been locked up for the night. John knew he and Hermione had to go back inside soon. However, he just felt they needed to do one last stroll around the green before calling it a night. "Your Grace," came the ghostly voice of Queen Anne as she glided towards them. Several more spirits suddenly appeared. John's old playmates, the two princes, giggled as they skipped closer. "Your Majesty." John gave the Queen a sweeping bow as Hermione curtsied. "What may I do for you this fine winter's eve?" The stately spirit smiled as she motioned for them to rise. "We are most pleased with you, Your Grace, and you as well, Lady Hermione. We wished to congratulate you both on your betrothal. Well done. Well done indeed. Thank you, Your Majesty. We are very disheartened that those trapped within the deep will never be allowed to pass on, nor find peace in the afterlife. They are forever trapped within the rune array that binds them," she said with a deep sigh. The rest of the spirits expressed agreement in one form or another. Even the animal spirits signaled their regret. Nevertheless, the regal spirit continued. "We are very pleased that you have elected to remain true to your course and bring compliance to our wizarding world. You too will be a force for good in a world tainted by darkness. We commend you." "As do I," came the voice of the goddess as she stepped into the circle of spirits. "You have done well, my Ravenshield. I am most pleased. You have fulfilled the prophecy given before your birth. Although I confess to great surprise that there was so little blood shed." John blushed and stammered. There wasn't much he could say to that statement. The two princes giggled, breaking the tension. My lady, Hermione said, bringing everyone's attention to her. I know there was little blood shed, but today's warfare is far different from the past. Killing at a distance, and with little fanfare, is the norm in today's world. Please forgive us for slighting you, it wasn't our intention. We pray you will continue to accept our offerings. The Lady Morrigan looked unto her avatar in his chosen and smiled. I am well pleased that you understand my needs so well. You have given me much. For that alone, you have reaffirmed the decision I made when I chose you to be my avatar. However, there is still much to be done, but, as you have said, in today's world, there is little call for personal combat as once there was. She placed a glowing hand on both John and Hermione's heads. My blessings on your courtship to you both. Carry on the fight. Evil has been undone this day, but there is still much left to do. As long as you two stand together, nothing will hinder you in your fight. Go forth, my raven and my otter, for you are well matched. She stepped away from them and faded into the night. John and Hermione found themselves alone on the tower green as Big Ben sounded the hour in the distance. John, Hermione, coming, Aunt Maggie. John called back as he and Hermione headed inside. Life would go on as it always does. John knew that one fight was over, and that to bring the wizarding world into the modern age would be his next, great adventure. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.